Chapter 1. Anakin. Bear the suffering of the wealthy for me. At the pinnacle of the Linchang building, with a sheer drop of 100 meters behind him, Liu Fei found himself in an alarming predicament. The scorching sun bore down as two burly men restrained him, threatening to cast him into the abyss should he dare to resist. He had been abducted in an outrageous occurrence that felt surreal. Brothers, I'm merely a destitute student with nothing to my name. Surely, you must have mistaken me for someone else? His voice trembled, his demeanor reduced to that of a frightened dog. The Lincheng building was a financial hub, inaccessible to the average person. The fact that these men could roam freely signified their formidable connections to them. Taking his life would be as trivial as squashing an ant, a revelation that would terrify anyone. Enough with the nonsense. The young lady has specifically ordered your capture, there's no mistake, one of the men replied coldly. A woman was behind this? Could it be Zhao Min's sister, or perhaps her cousin? Zhao Min was Liu Fei's girlfriend, a paragon of wealth and beauty, with a monthly allowance of 7,000 to 8,000. Their relationship faced vehement opposition from her family. Separation, with his life hanging by a thread, love would be of no consequence. Liu Fei had mentally prepared himself for the inevitable breakup. Just then, the door to the rooftop swung open, and a girl clad in a JK uniform, knee-high stockings, and oversized shoes approached. She stood before Liu Fei, scrutinizing him with curiosity. Then, as if appraising a horse, she patted his body and even pried his mouth open to inspect his teeth. Not bad, you're quite impressive, Liu Fei thought to himself as he assessed her. She was a petite beauty, adorned with Chanel lipstick, a ruby necklace, and a lavish Patek Philippe watch gracing her wrist. A quintessential rich heiress, Liu Fei surmised that she was even wealthier than Zhao Min, ruling out any familial connection to her. Miss, I truly have nothing. Why do you kidnap me? He lamented. The heiress smirked mischievously. Who says you have nothing? You're quite handsome, and your physique is rather appealing. I like it. With a sudden thud, Liu Fei shifted his perspective. Could this be a case of lustful intent? With great difficulty, he uttered, If it's you, I might consider it. The heiress placed her foot firmly on his instep, her strength akin to that of a bull. A cry of pain escaped his lips as he grimaced in agony. Shameless. Even now, you're being picky? Liu Fei managed a wry smile. I'm not being picky, I assure you. How many sisters do you have? Let them all come. With his life at stake, dignity held no value. Liu Fei resolved to abandon any notion of resistance. To his surprise, the heiress sighed. You're rather spineless, aren't you? This won't do if you're to take over the Haifeng group. You need to toughen up. Pardon? Liu Fei was taken aback. At that moment, the heiress adopted a serious demeanor. Liu Fei, you're the eldest son of Liu Tianming from the Haifeng group. At the tender age of 4, due to the company's debt crisis and threats from enemies, you were sent to an orphanage to live incognito. That a jolt coursed through Liu Fei. He vaguely recalled a life of luxury in his early childhood, only to find himself in an entirely different world later on. For years, he had dreamt of being a prince. It dawned on him that it was no mere dream. He had no knowledge of the Haifeng group's condition 18 years prior, but the present-day Haifeng group was a commercial empire within Huaxia, its assets countless even in Lincheng. He considers himself the heir of Haifeng group. However, at this moment, he finds himself captured. Is the intent of his captors to leverage him against Haifeng group? It is hard to discern, as the seemingly innocuous girl before him possesses a surprisingly sinister demeanor. Could this possibly be a mistake? I am merely a destitute student. Liu Fei articulately defines himself. The wealthy heir asserts with certainty, there is no chance of error. I have already conducted a genetic test on you. Then who are you? What do you desire? I am Liu Xinyue, your sister. Liu Xinyue's expression is frigid, resembling that of an aloof princess. Liu Fei's lips twitch. He does not perceive this as favorable news, for there are numerous scandalous tales surrounding the tycoon, Liu Tianming. Although she is indeed his sister, he remains unaware of her mother's identity. Present. His life is in her hands. With a mere nudge, he could be reduced to a mere pulp. The entanglements of aristocratic families must one eradicate all roots? Dear sister, rest assured, I will not contend for the family fortune. I do not desire a single cent. I possess a profound aversion to wealth, which I deem the root of all evil. I shall not return to Haifeng group, even if carried in a grand procession. I would not go back. Lu Fei's desire for survival intensifies. However, upon hearing his words, Lu Xinyue becomes exceedingly displeased, her petite fists raining down upon him like a storm. Why? This is unjust, utterly unfair. Damn it, this is infuriating. After a full 2 minutes of this onslaught, she finally relents. Her hair is disheveled, her expression one of stubborn defiance. No, I cannot allow you to live so easily. You must return to take my place. Lu Fei, though spared from death, is left utterly bewildered. What do you mean? Lu Xinyue clenches her fists. You shall return to assume my role as the heir of Haifeng Group. From this moment forth, you are the scion of Haifeng Group, inheriting its vast wealth. All my assets, including bank cards, estates, and automobiles, shall be entrusted to you, and you must bear this burden in my stead. Lu Fei is further confounded. Is Haifeng Group on the brink of collapse, in need of a scapegoat? Lu Xinyue begins with an authoritative command, only to follow with a gentle plea, nearly begging. Brother, I understand this will be a hardship for you. Entrusting you with such wealth means you will inevitably encounter a myriad of insincere faces trying to ingratiate themselves with you. Your surroundings will be rife with deception and malevolence. Vampires and parasites will become your companions. Yet, there is no alternative. You are my brother, and this suffering should rightfully fall upon you. Do not blame me. Lu Fei is utterly perplexed by her words. It seems his sister's mind is not entirely sound. Lu Xinyue rises on her toes, embraces him, and plants a gentle kiss upon his cheek, delivering her final, crushing blow. I leave everything in your hands. With that, she departs from the rooftop. The two burly men, previously unfriendly, now exhibit a marked change in demeanor, pulling Lu Fei toward the adjacent open-air bar. Young master, would you care for a drink? Lu Fei sips a beverage, his head spinning. What does Lu Xinyue mean by all this? We do not fully comprehend the young lad's intentions, but you're now the heir of Haifeng Group. That moment, the door to the rooftop swung open once more. A middle-aged man clad in a suit approached with trepidation. Young master, I am Qin Hua, the representative of Haifeng Station in Linqinjin. My visit was rather abrupt, and I have not prepared a lavish gift, only this Feishan water card. I hope you will not find it lacking. Qin Hua presented a beautifully wrapped gift box. The box was exquisite, and upon opening it, they discovered a high-quality jadeite of glass type within. Zhao Min possessed a pendant of similar material, and Lu Fei felt a surge of joy. He had never bestowed such a fine gift upon Zhao Min before. This was the perfect opportunity to elevate his standing. He handed his phone number and address to Qin Hua, instructing him to deliver the jadeite directly to Zhao Min, intending to surprise her in the girls' dormitory. Zhao Min received the phone call and descended the stairs with her friend Zhang Yao. Qin Hua arrived in a luxury BYD sedan, personally delivering the jadeite. Both ladies were momentarily taken aback, and just then, they received a text from Lu Fei, confirming that the gift was indeed from him. As soon as Qin Hua departed, Zhang Yao could not restrain herself and whispered to Zhao Min, "It's a sham." Lu Fei is becoming increasingly pretentious. He buys something from Taobao and deliberately hires a luxury car for delivery just to deceive you. Did I wager that the cost of hiring that driver exceeds the worth of the jadeite itself? Chapter 2. This is not acceptable. Zhao Min's relationship with Lu Fei did not sit well with her close friends and family. Countless suitors pursued Zhao Min, including several affluent heirs. Just last month, Chen Feng, the heir of Xinxin Company, attempted to add Zhao Min on WeChat in a bid to curry favor with Zhang Yao. He lavishly gifted her a Chanel handbag worth several tens of thousands. Yet, in the end, Zhao Min did not accept his invitation due to her feelings for Lu Fei, leaving Zhang Yao infuriated. Fortunately, Chen, being wealthy and unconcerned, brushed off the incident. Why would Zhao Min forsake so many high-quality men for Lu Fei? Zhang Yao found it utterly perplexing. However, even though Lu Fei's jadeite landscape pendant was counterfeit, its aesthetic appeal was undeniable, and Zhao Min found herself inexplicably drawn to it. Both of them had a fondness for jadeite and were somewhat knowledgeable about it. Yet Zhao Min, despite her greater wealth compared to Zhang Yao, lacked her friend's expertise, as Zhang Yao frequently watched treasure appraisal shows and considered herself a quasi-expert. Seeing Zhao Min speak favorably of Lu Fei, Zhang Yao became spirited and suggested they have the jadeite pendant appraised on a treasure segment. Without waiting for Zhao Min's response, Zhang Yao connected to a live appraisal show. Welcome, treasure enthusiasts, to Daily Treasure Appraisal. The appraiser, a young woman named Zemu, greeted them. Hello, Zemu. Could you please help me determine the authenticity of this jadeite pendant? Zhang Yao beamed, directing the camera toward the piece. She eagerly anticipated Zemu revealing Lu Fei's true colors, so that the live audience could inform Zhao Min accordingly. Zemu casually glanced at the pendant. Oh dear, where did this landscape pendant come from? Zhao Min quietly replied, a male friend gifted it to me. A male friend? Surely you mean a boyfriend? Well, it's still uncertain, Zhao Min admitted, as her relationship with Lu Fei had yet to be publicly declared. Dear friend, if it's still uncertain, you ought to think carefully. This landscape pendant is not something one should wear. Zhang Yao chuckled, while Zhao Min felt a profound sense of disappointment. She had not expected Lu Fei to gift her genuine jadeite, but the exposure of a fake was embarrassing nonetheless. Still, she defended Lu Fei, saying, oh, it's fine. Let us consider it a decorative item. Are you sure it's really not good? Absolutely certain. This thickness of landscape pendant, if it were genuine, would be top tier, fetching no less than 6 figures. Most crucially, look at this. It's supposedly by Master Wenlong, yet the imitation is glaringly poor. Perhaps you should reconsider your relationship and reflect on any misunderstandings. Zemu lamented. Meanwhile, the live chat was abuzz with comments. What a scoundrel. If he can't afford jadeite, he could at least buy a lipstick for a few hundred. Gifting a fake is nothing but an attempt to deceive the girl. Clearly, this girl has feelings for him, another commenter noted. The appraiser has stated it plainly, yet she still doubts it, thinking she's found a treasure. Such pretentious men must be cut off entirely. My ex was just like that, pretending to be wealthy while gifting fake jadeite. Luckily, I later found true love, who gifted me a genuine jadeite worth nearly 6 figures. Yao Yao, you should heed the voices of the crowd. Only you remain foolishly enamored with such trash. Zhang Yao was positively elated, brandishing her phone to show Zhao Min the barrage of comments. Zhao Min wavered, her mind in turmoil as she perused the remarks in the live stream. Perplexed as to why Lu Fei would gift her counterfeit goods, it was utterly mortifying. In the Lincheng building, Lu Fei and his assistant arrived at the 16th floor conference hall, where dozens of financial professionals were busily organizing documents. Lu Fei could not yet depart. He needed to complete various handover procedures and the signing ceremony. From today onward, he would officially become the heir of Haifeng Group, inheriting shares from over 100 companies, properties across the nation, and dozens of top-tier supercars, all of which would belong to him once he affixed his signature. His hand grew weary from signing, and as he approached the final document, he suddenly faltered. This document was unlike the others. It was astonishingly a marriage contract binding him to the popular star Luo Bing. He nearly slipped and unwittingly wed the alluring goddess. I cannot sign this, he declared, pushing the engagement letter away. The entire room fell silent. Assistant Qin Yi cautiously approached, her tone deferential as she explained, Young master, this marriage contract was specified by Miss, and you must sign it. But I already have a girlfriend, Lu Fei replied, raising his hands in exasperation. Qin Yi appeared flustered, her expression troubled. Lu Fei then instructed her to contact Lu Xinru. When the call connected, he demanded, what is going on? Why must you insist that I marry Luo Bing? Isn't it obvious? The heir of Haifeng must marry Luo Bing. Do you not understand the nature of a business alliance? Lu Xinru asserted, her tone unyielding. No, I absolutely refuse to become engaged to Luo Bing. I already have a girlfriend. He insisted. You mean that common girl named Zhao Min? Is she truly your girlfriend? She looks down upon you. She merely craves your physical form, intending to discard you once she has had her fill. Lu Xinru's knowledge of Zhao Min surprised Lu Fei. He shook his head, asserting, you do not understand love. Min and I share a genuine connection that no one can sever. I will not sign this marriage contract, even if it costs me dearly. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? If you choose not to sign now, that may be permissible, but do not be naive. You and Zhao Min are not in love, Lu Xinru replied, her voice seasoned with experience. Lu Fei nearly laughed. Lu Xinru, sheltered and pampered, lacked comprehension of the profound love he shared with Zhao Min, a bond that transcended societal barriers. Just as he prepared to admonish Lu Xinru, his phone vibrated with a new message. Let's break up. It was from Zhao Min, Chapter 3, The Cold. Elegant heiress Lu Fei's mind buzzed as he questioned Zhao Min about her sudden desire to end their relationship. Zhao Min replied coldly, "We are not from the same world. It is best we part ways." A chill settled in his heart as he realized Lu Xinru had been correct. Their love was not as genuine as he had believed. Zhao Min had always harbored concerns about their disparate social standings, though she had previously concealed her feelings. "You are right. We are indeed from different worlds," he responded with a bitter smile. Upon witnessing this response, Zhao Min's irritation intensified. Lu Fei did not even attempt to retain her, which suggested a lack of genuine affection. "Farewell, then," she thought. "I can now freely interact with other young men." Lu Fei contemplated uttering something further, but upon observing her readiness to seek another companion, he chose silence. Closing his phone, he found himself engulfed in gloom. This confirmed a profound truth. Even the affluent are beset by troubles. He lacked the inclination to admire his own villa, luxury vehicles, or company. After exchanging greetings with his subordinates, he descended and summoned a ride to return to the school dormitory. In the dormitory, there were 4 occupants. The dorm leader, namely Xian, was a young heir and the de facto leader of the group. Noticing Lu Fei's dejected demeanor, he immediately became inquisitive. "What's wrong?" "Nothing much," Lu Fei replied, opting to keep his inheritance and break up confidential for the time being. From the upper bunk, the plump Zhou Wei leaned over, engrossed in his phone, and curiously inquired, "Could it be that you broke up with Zhao Min?" "Indeed, we have parted ways." Surprised by the accuracy of the guess, Lu Fei had no choice but to confirm it. Li Xian and Zhou Wei promptly set aside their activities. After a brief silence, Li Xian reassured him, "No worries. My friend, I've long sensed that you two were ill-suited. A separation is for the best. There are other, more agreeable options ahead." He patted Lu Fei's shoulder in consolation, and the roommates were not taken aback by the breakup. Lu Fei remarked, "You never mentioned before that we were incompatible." Li Xian chuckled awkwardly. "I hadn't said it before. I just found it difficult to voice. After all, our family backgrounds are evident, and anyone observing would agree on the mismatch. Brother Fei, you managed to date Zhao Min for such a length of time. That's no small feat. Look at me. I've been single for 20 years, and my hands are calloused from it." Zhou Wei sighed, lamenting the plight of a bachelor. "Enough of that. To celebrate Brother Fei's newfound single status, let us venture to a bar for some revelry. I'll treat." Li Xin, dislacing loyally, noticed Lu Fei's despondency and proposed a diversion. Initially reluctant, Lu Fei reconsidered, for Zhou Wei's enthusiasm was infectious. It was a rare occasion that Li Xian offered to pay. Declining would be a significant loss. "Xian, do bring along some lovely ladies. You're only concerned about the ladies. Hurry and get ready." They also had a roommate, Qian Kuan, a bookworm who typically preferred reading to socializing. However, upon seeing Lu Fei's heartbreak, he set aside his books and joined them. At the back street of the school, at Happy Bar, Li Xian had invited 4 young women. The girls' dormitory was conveniently close to the bar, and the 4 arrived first. "I hear Old Li has brought a handsome fellow. You all better not compete with me," teased Lu Qingqing, clad in a revealing top and exuding allure. To her right, an elegant woman smiled and replied, "Rest assured, we won't compete, unless that handsome man possesses wealth. If not, how unfortunate it would be. Attractiveness matters little to me. I seek someone affluent." Another curly-haired girl voiced her pragmatic views as the 3 chatted playfully. Meanwhile, a cool and aloof girl dressed in a black Chanel gown remained absorbed in her phone. "Yin, don't maintain that indifferent demeanor. What kind of man do you desire? Wealthy or handsome?" Lu Qingqing questioned the standoffish girl. The aloof girl replied, "Wealth and looks are secondary. What truly matters is character. Yin's realm is undeniably elevated. In any case, I am fond of the affluent." The girls were engaged in lively conversation when Lu Fei and his 3 companions arrived. Today, Li Xian was treating and spirits were high, as they were all students. The 4 girls opted only for beverages. After brief introductions, The girls maintained a temporary reserve. Zhou Wei, having sipped a couple of beers, stealthily approached the curly-haired girl, Luo Huan. Lacking Lu Fei's looks, Li Xian's wealth, and Qian Kuan's depth, he was self-aware enough to seek out the most unassuming among the four girls, Luo Huan. She smiled at him, commenting on his shoes. "Those are quite nice. Where did you buy them, and how much were they?" "I got them on Pinduoduo for just 9 yuan 90, he replied. The conversation blossomed, and Zhou Wei sought to persuade Luo Huan to download Pinduoduo to help him with a discount. The atmosphere grew more vibrant. Li Xian's primary aim was to play matchmaker for Lu Fei, nudging him to take the initiative. Lu Qingqing was an excellent choice, possessing both wealth and beauty, and importantly, an affinity for handsome men. The mere fact that they had managed to gather four girls was largely due to Lu Qingqing's influence. However, Lu Fei had no intention of seeking a new girlfriend. If he desired one, he would have simply gotten engaged to Luo Bing, the popular and alluring star. Nevertheless, appreciating Li Xian's goodwill, he did not wish to dampen the mood. It just so happened that the aloof girl, Lin Yuyan, came from a family that owned a freight company, which could potentially collaborate with Haifeng Group. Thus, he took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Lin Yuyan. "Does your freight company handle timber?" Lin Yuyan, engrossed in her phone, lifted her gaze upon hearing Lu Fei's question, but did not respond. Such a cliché question. We've grown weary of it. "If you wish to engage with our Ying, you must possess some depth." Lu Qingqing and the others chuckled from the side. Many boys who approached Su Ying often inquired about her company's operations, mentioning moving services, logistics, steel, and coal mining. Li Xin Li defended Lu Fei. Brother Fei is quite profound, undoubtedly meeting the requirements. Depth is something that can only be discerned over time. The crux lies in whether there is wealth, he added. Ying Ying's family is worth millions. If you wish to win her over, you'll need at least some assets. Upon hearing this, Li Xian and Zhou Wei scratched their heads. When it came to wealth, Lu Fei indeed fell short. Lin Yuyan was even more affluent than Zhao Min, making them ill-suited in terms of assets. Consequently, the atmosphere turned somewhat tense. Lu Fei chuckled softly. "I meant no offense. I was merely inquiring as my company is seeking partners in lynching." Upon hearing this, Li Xian became anxious, discreetly tugging at Lu Fei's sleeve. "Brother, you're overreaching. Mentioning your company sounds rather ostentatious." The girls, including Lu Qingqing and Luo Huan, wore peculiar smiles, clearly recognizing that Lu Fei was boasting. Given his attire, they could easily discern his actual standing. There was no need for him to feign superiority to pursue Lin Yuyan. Lin Yuyan's expression remained unchanged as she quietly observed Lu Fei. "A company in need of timber? Is your enterprise perhaps a branch of Haifeng Timber?" she inquired casually, aware that Haifeng Timber had only recently established a presence in Linsheng and was currently seeking partners, coinciding with her family's preparations to connect with Haifeng representatives. Lu Fei's eyes lit up. He had just signed a document at noon, granting him 51% ownership of Haifeng Wood Industry, making him the major shareholder of the company, which is under my command. Puffed. Zhou Wei couldn't contain his laughter, exclaiming, "No wonder you're my bro, Fei. Now I understand how you managed to win Zhao Min's heart." Chapter 4. Low-key luxury with substance. Zhou Wei, known for his loose tongue, couldn't hold back. The girl scoffed, secretly branding Lu Fei as a heartbreaker, relying on bravado to charm women. Li Xian quickly came to Lu Fei's defense. Fei has long broken up with his ex-girlfriend. He was just joking. However, he truly possesses an entrepreneurial spirit. Back in freshman year, he organized a group to sell used books, earning over 10,000 yuan, right? No one in our class has made as much as he has. The girls fell silent, no longer laughing. Selling used books and claiming a connection to Haifeng? Lin Yuyan nodded, considering Lu Fei's venture as mere jest. Hearing about his earnings from selling used books, she acknowledged that for a college student, it was no small feat. "How long did you sell used books to earn that much?" she inquired. 2 years, during my freshman and sophomore years, Lu Fei replied. Lin Yuyan frowned. "Only 10,000 in 2 years? That's quite poor. Why resort to selling used books?" "Because I needed money," Lu Fei blurted out, "to date Zhao Min. I couldn't even afford meals, so I had to sell used books." The girls laughed awkwardly again, while Lin Yuyan buried her head in her phone, losing interest in him. The atmosphere grew oddly tense. Li Xin turned to Lu Qingqing. Qingqing, don't you like handsome guys? What do you think of my bro Fei? Initially, Lu Qingqing had intended to flirt with Lu Fei, but seeing him attempt to engage Lin Yuyan, she lost interest. He's just average. Not nearly as charming as my family's Bo Junyi. Zhou Wei was attempting to flirt with Luo Huan, who merely chuckled foolishly, not initiating conversation. The atmosphere became stiff. At that moment, a tattooed man from the dance floor suddenly cast his gaze over, and upon spotting Lin Yuyan, he was drawn to her. He approached directly. Miss, could I add you on WeChat? Absolutely not, Lin Yuyan retorted coldly. The tattooed man squinted. What if I insist on adding you? Saying this, he reached for Lin Yuyan's phone, prompting her to slap him back. The drunken man lost his balance and fell to the ground, unable to get up for a while. Li Xin and Zhou Wei prepared to intervene, seizing the opportunity to play the heroes. However, a familiar face approached and quietly warned them that this man was not to be trifled with, advising them to leave quickly. The bar's security soon entered, and without hesitation, Li Xin urged everyone to exit. They slipped out through the back door and later learned that the inebriated man's name was Xue Chao, son of the president of Lehigh Industrial Company, with extensive connections and a history of being spoiled. Upon hearing the name of Lehigh Industrial Company, Lin Yuyan's focus waned. The group of 8, feeling uneasy, hastened back to school. Just as they reached the school gate, Lin Yuyan's father called, bluntly questioning her about a visit to the bar. Lin Yuyan's face turned pale, leaving her speechless. After hanging up, her friends inquired about what had happened. Lin Yuyan remarked that Xue Chao demanded she apologize in his hotel room. Otherwise, her father's company would suffer repercussions. She hesitated, finding him utterly repugnant. No witties. Let's seek assistance. We have done nothing wrong. However, some matters transcend right and wrong, as subtle pressures can catch one off guard. A flurry of discussion ensued, leading to the decision to contact acquaintances to explore potential aid. Initially, Lu Fei remained silent, uncertain of his ability to assist. Upon returning to his dormitory, he mentioned the incident to Qin Hua, who found it amusing. To bully the friend of Lu Xiao deserves a severe consequence. A mere slap would hardly suffice. 5 minutes later, Qin Hua responded, indicating the matter had been resolved. The following morning, around 8, Li Xin roused everyone. Wake up. Lin Yuyan is treating us to breakfast. Hurry and freshen up. Zhou Wei, still drowsy, who usually slept until noon, sprang to life upon hearing of Lin Yuyan's generosity. Lu Fei also rose, sensing that Lin Yuyan's predicament had been addressed. He felt a sense of satisfaction, recognizing the benefits of influence. Lin Yuyan's invitation likely served as gratitude towards him. Recalling her displeased expression from the previous night, he felt a twinge of discomfort. The 4 of them washed up and dressed before gathering at the breakfast shop by the school gate. Lu Qingqing, Luo Huan, and the elegant Su Ying had already ordered their meals, their faces radiating joy. It seems a significant figure intervened on Yu Yin's behalf, leaving her father astonished. Fortunately, assistance arrived. It was the first time I'd seen Yu Yin smile so brightly. This could lead to something promising. If Yu Yin were to marry into high society, we could serve as her bridesmaids and bask in her fortune, perhaps even meeting some affluent heirs. With smiles, Li Xin approached Lu Fei and the others. Has Yu Yin's issue been resolved? Everyone shared a good rapport with Li Xin and quickly replied, yes. A prominent figure helped her. It seems the girl has developed feelings. That's wonderful. Where is Yu Yin? She's waiting outside for the benefactor, apparently a senior, though he is generally low-key, yet possesses a substantial background. Lu Fei furrowed his brow, realizing Lin Yuyan likely remained unaware of his involvement. Are you certain it was the senior who intervened? Let us not misinterpret the situation. He couldn't resist interjecting. The 3 girls' expressions suddenly turned frosty. If it wasn't the senior, could it be you? Lu Fei felt an uneasy sensation. Their demeanor was akin to that of individuals who had been wronged. I was merely inquiring. Lu Qingqing retorted, you have quite the nerve. Having just broken up with your ex, and now seeking to pursue our Yu Yin. Perhaps you should assess your own worth. Presenting fake jade to your ex-girlfriend while pretending to be affluent. I've encountered some audacious characters, but you take the cake. Su Ying chimed in. I have always stated that when it comes to relationships, my sisters must seek wealthy partners. The poorer the individual, the darker their intentions. You are a perfect example. Luo Huan pointed a finger at Lu Fei. After returning to the dormitory last night, Lu Qingqing felt Lu Fei had grown more attractive and expressed interest in him, inquiring about his background, leading to the revelation regarding Zhao Min. It turned out Lu Fei's breakup stemmed from being exposed for gifting counterfeit jade, thus ending his relationship. Now, just after parting ways, he sought to pursue Lin Yuyan. They had grown utterly weary of Lu Fei. Were it not for Lin Yuyan's intention to treat, they would have been indifferent to him. Lu Fei scratched his head, disinclined to explain himself, yet he pondered the matter of the faux jade. Was it the piece that Qin Hua had given? Just as he was lost in thought, Lin Yuan entered alongside a dapper gentleman clad in Armani casual wear. Allow me to introduce our senior from the 4th year, the vice president of the student council, Wang Hao. Brother Hao, I was out at the bar with him last night, mainly to accompany my sisters. I don't usually go. Lin Yuan clarified as she summoned Lu Fei and the others, hoping to elucidate the events of the previous night to avoid any misconceptions from Wang Hao. Visiting a bar is not inherently problematic, provided one maintains decorum. It is only those who have never set foot in a bar who tend to demonize them. Assuming that all girls who go there are of ill repute, Wang Hao articulated with confidence. The girls were quite pleased. Lu Fei had learned that Xue Chao was no ordinary individual. It was remarkable that Brother Hao could handle him with such ease. Wang Hao waved his hand dismissively. It's a minor issue. I merely made a casual phone call. Brother Hao epitomized low-key elegance and sophistication, a sentiment echoed by the group. Yin, Brother Hao possesses all the qualities you desire, they teased, causing Lin Yuyan to lower her head in bashfulness. Chapter 5. Frustration. Encountering the pretentious man deceiving the goddess last night, Xue Chao had been knocked to the ground by Lin Yuyan, sustaining a cut on the back of his head that necessitated a visit to the hospital. Upon learning the truth, the Xue family was incensed. In Lincheng, it was unacceptable for anyone to lay a hand on a member of the Xue family. They quickly identified Lin Yuyan's identity, and Xue's father personally called Lin Yuyan's father, delivering a stern ultimatum that if Lin Yuyan did not promptly apologize to Xue Chao in his hotel room, the matter would not be resolved. Lin's father, while scolding his daughter, was also deeply troubled. Xue Chao was a scion of debauchery, and the implications of Lin Yuyan going to the hotel room to apologize were all too clear. However, the Xue family wielded considerable influence, and without an apology, the Lin family would find it increasingly difficult to maintain their standing. Upon grasping the situation, Lin Yuyan felt as though the sky had fallen upon her. She had never encountered such a dark moment in her life. After much contemplation, she resolved to prepare for a visit to the hotel, for the sake of her family. She felt compelled to sacrifice herself. Yet, just as despair enveloped her, a phone call from Wang Hao illuminated her path once more. Wang Hao, being acquainted with Xue Chao, offered to intercede on her behalf. Before long, the Xue family contacted them again, their demeanor having undergone a complete transformation. It was all a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding. This situation arose from my family's reckless offspring. I hope President Lin will not take it to heart. I shall personally apologize in due course, and I kindly request your assistance in pleading with your friend on behalf of my son. The voice of Xue's father was tinged with fear. Lin's father was bewildered and quickly reached out to Lin Yuyan. I know who it is now. I never imagined he could wield such influence. Lin Yuyan instantly attributed the turn of events to Wang Hao's intervention. Observing that his daughter was aware of the situation, Lin's father merely advised her to express her gratitude, refraining from further inquiries. Amidst the playful banter of the crowd, Lin Yuyan's heart raced. Not only was Wang Hao's background formidable, but his modest demeanor perfectly aligned with her idealized vision of a romantic partner. I have long admired Lin Yuyan. However, assisting her is merely a trifling matter, a duty I gladly fulfill. I do not wish to seek undue rewards for my aid, and I hope Lin Yuyan feels no psychological burden from it. Wang Hao, with his graceful demeanor, gazes affectionately at Lin Yuyan. How enviable Wang Xiao is, a figure of such charm. It leaves one in awe. The fury of the Xue family could shake the very foundations of the city, Yet how Go effortlessly resolves the situation, a testament to his immense power. Luo Huan and Su Ying are utterly smitten. Were it not for Wang Hao's interest in Lin Yuyan, they would undoubtedly take the initiative themselves. Lu Fei cannot resist interjecting. Is it truly you who dealt with Xue Chao? Although uncertain, he feels compelled to clarify, having contributed to the matter himself. Wang Hao, feeling a twinge of guilt, turns to Lu Fei. What do you mean by that? Lu Fei retorts, enough. I hope you see the reality of the situation and refrain from overthinking. Lin Yuyan stands protectively before Wang Hao, her expression icy as she regards Lu Fei, fully aware of his petty intentions, a toad yearning for a swan, clearly envious of her affections for Wang Hao. Truly, a person of humble means with inflated aspirations. Wang Xiao, do not pay him any mind. He is but a toad wishing to court our Lin Yuyan, oblivious to his own inadequacies, remarks Luo Huan, sharp-tongued as she leans closer to Wang Hao. Lin Yuyan gestures for her friends to be silent. She wishes to sever any ties with someone like Lu Fei. Yet, she cannot control her friends. Su Ying coldly addresses Wang Hao. This individual is nothing but a destitute fool, yet he dares to pursue Yuyan. The most absurd part is that he recently gifted a fake jade to his ex-girlfriend, which led to their breakup upon its discovery. Such a pretentious man is truly repugnant. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao's heart is at ease, smiling as he looks at Lu Fei. My friend, a charming lady deserves a gentleman's affections. It is not wrong to admire Yuyan, but to act pretentiously is quite another matter. Hao Go speaks wisely. He truly is pretentious, they echo. How magnanimous of Hao Gu to remain cordial with such a person. Lu Fei, why don't you take your leave? The three women glare at him. Li Xin and others sense the tension. There must be a misunderstanding, for my brother is not that kind of person. Old Li, are you still defending him? His pretentiousness is plain to see. Do not attempt to make excuses for him. Lu Qingqing chides as she pats Li Xin's shoulder, discouraging him from defending Lu Fei. Lu Fei, infuriated yet uncertain whether Wang Hao is truly pretentious or genuinely assisting Lin Yuyan, shrugs. You all continue your conversation. I'll make a call to confirm. Exiting the breakfast establishment, he contacts Qinhua, relaying the situation. Qinhua, with two phones at hand, promptly reaches out to the Xue family, inquiring whether Xue Chao is aware of Wang Hao. I hear you decided to spare my young master's friend merely out of respect for Wang Hao. Qinhua's tone drips with sarcasm. The Xue family, terrified, kneel in fear. Who is Wang Hao? They lament their ignorance in offending the young master, deserving of the harshest punishment. Qinhua, now enlightened, hangs up the call with the Xue family. Wang Hao, emboldened by audacity, dares to claim the young master's achievements. He is unaware that Wang Hao and his companions have also mocked Lu Fei. Otherwise, they would have acted sooner to eliminate him. However, Lu Fei feels relieved, as the truth reveals Wang Hao's pretentiousness, and this matter concludes without further need for his intervention. He was not inclined to explain himself. His initial intent in rescuing Lin Yuyan was devoid of ulterior motives, so he let Wang Hao continue his charade. At that moment, Lin Yuyan and her companions had finished their breakfast and encountered each other once again upon exiting. Upon seeing Lu Fei, Luo Huan and the others instantly became animated, treating Lu Fei as a source of amusement. Oh, you haven't left yet? Still hoping to wait for Yuyan? Lu Fei rolled his eyes, thinking them foolish. Is it wrong for me to wait for my friend? Li Xin and the others hastily approached him. Wang Hao maintained his cheerful demeanor, saying, Bro, I completely understand your feelings for Yuyan. We can compete fairly. I've heard you made quite a bit of money selling used books, which indicates you possess some ability, far superior to many college students. The girls erupted in laughter, while Lin Yuyan frowned. Ignore him. Let us go. During breakfast, they had been using Lu Fei as a topic of conversation. Li Xin and the others wanted to defend Lu Fei, but Wang Hao was too formidable. They could hardly interject. This predicament was indeed partly Lu Fei's fault. After suffering a significant setback with Zhao Min, he had not learned his lesson and was now fixated on Lin Yuyan. If not him, who else would they confront? Unable to restrain himself, Lu Fei fixed his gaze on Wang Hao. You're quite the actor, aren't you? Do you truly believe you have the standing to demand an apology from the Xue family? This statement caused Lin Yuyan's heart to tighten with an inexplicable unease as she glanced at Wang Hao. Wang Hao felt his heart sink. His previous interactions with Lin Yuyan had merely been polite banter. What power did he possess to wrest anything from Xue Chao? Yet, to win Lin Yuyan's affection, he had to maintain the facade. I'm truly astonished. What gives you the audacity to question young Master Wang? He is beyond reproach, yet you presume to measure up? Surely, you're not suggesting that you assisted Yuyan? The girls chattered incessantly. Lu Fei, maintaining a calm expression, replied, Indeed, it was I who offered help. Chapter 6. Rise. For kneeling is unseemly. Time seemed to freeze for a brief moment before erupting into an uproar of laughter. Luo Huan clutched her stomach, exclaiming, You helped? Impressive. Did you do so by selling used books or by gifting fake jade? Suing chimed in, Don't speak so recklessly. Perhaps he discreetly reported it to the authorities after returning home. They regarded him as if he genuinely believed he had aided Yuyan. Lin Yuyan's complexion turned frosty as she shot Lu Fei a fierce glare, internally berating herself for almost doubting Wang Hao. How could she have nearly believed a penniless individual subsisting on selling used books? She was acutely aware of Xue Chao's capabilities. It was not within Lu Fei's realm to compel an apology from him. Wang Hao chuckled awkwardly. While he was not the one who aided Lin Yuyan, neither could it be the seemingly ordinary Lu Fei. It seems you truly care for Yuyan, daring to play such a part. Hao Yi, you needn't stoop to his level. Let us depart, Lin Yuyan stated coldly. She understood Lu Fei's situation all too well. It was her exceptional nature that led many to shamelessly pursue her. Wang Hao smiled, As you wish, Yuyan. The group departed, continuing to mock Lu Fei along the way. Bro, you're not actually falling for Lin Yuyan, are you? Li Xin Sai. Lu Fei shook his head. No, ieme marelistating facts. Xue Chao doesn't even regard Wang Hao. If Lin Yuyan is to be deceived, it is inconsequential. She is simply too proud and foolish. Li Xian and Zhou Wei exchanged glances, realizing that Lu Fei might genuinely be infatuated with Lin Yuyan, seeking solace in self-deception. They chose to remain silent. With classes to attend in the morning, the four of them exchanged few words and proceeded to the classroom. By noon, Lu Fei and his companions made their way to the cafeteria. Upon arriving at the hall on the first floor, they encountered Lin Yuyan and her entourage. Lin Yuyan and Wang Hao were together, laughing and chatting, shedding their previous aloofness. After a morning of interaction, their relationship had progressed significantly. Lin Yuyan even received a phone call from her father, hinting that the friend assisting her held considerable influence. Should this relationship flourish, she was advised to nurture it diligently. Although Lin Yuyan was not fond of familial arrangements, she found Wang Hao quite appealing, which only deepened her affection for him. Luo Huan and her friends intentionally distanced themselves, waiting for Wang Hao and Lin Yuyan to officially become a couple, thus allowing them to ride the coattails into high society. They then unexpectedly crossed paths with Lu Fei. Wasn't he the young master of Haifeng Group? What was he doing in the cafeteria at noon? Luo Huan, who harbored a disdain for the less fortunate, having been one herself, felt a twinge of jealousy towards Lin Yuyan and Lu Qingqing, the affluent beauties, and thus directed her envy towards Lu Fei, who was even poorer than herself. Lu Qingqing and Su Ying shared similar sentiments towards Lu Fei. The cafeteria, serving communal meals at reasonable prices, had become Lu Fei's accustomed dining choice. Being at school, he had learned not to be picky. Meanwhile, Luo Huan and her friends basked in Wang Hao's glow, planning to dine at a fine restaurant that noon. Lu Fei momentarily felt disoriented. Had his identity been exposed? He soon understood that Luo Huan's attitude stemmed from the events at Haifeng Woodworks the previous day, which led her to believe he was boasting and to confront him deliberately. Do you think I care where you eat? He retorted, Who else worried about your dining choices? I'm saying you're pretending to be affluent despite your lack of funds. Luo Huan, fuming with hands on her hips, scoffed at the audacity of a pauper daring to challenge her. Enjoy your communal meal. Young Master Wang is treating us to a feast at noon. We're off, she declared triumphantly, preparing to leave. At that moment, a commotion erupted among the crowd. What a spectacle! The young master of Lehigh Industrial, accompanied by friends, has rolled in with over a dozen sports cars to our school. What could be the reason? Is there going to be a fight? That would be quite the event, murmured the onlookers. I heard he is here to apologize to a flower of a certain department. Could it be a confession? Alas, such a prize is about to be squandered. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Peering out the window, they indeed spotted a parking area filled with an array of luxury sports cars. Lamborghinis, Ferraris, and Porsches, each worth millions. The display was overwhelming. Oh my goodness, it's Xue Chao. He is here to apologize to Yu Yan. Luo Huan and her companions were astounded. They all knew of Xue Chao's prowess, but never anticipated such magnitude. This only solidified their realization of Wang Hao's even more formidable background than they had surmised. Setting aside the implications of mingling with the owners of these extravagant vehicles, befriending just one could prove invaluable for a lifetime. The three girls hurried off to catch up with Lin Yuyan. In their haste, they glanced back at Lu Fei, laughing. Xue Chao is here to apologize. Didn't you claim to have smoothed things over for Yuyan with him? Aren't you curious? Li Xin and the others felt a surge of anxiety. Considering Xue Chao's formidable reputation, would he retaliate if he learned of Lu Fei's pretensions? They instinctively wished to pull Lu Fei away. Lu Fei shrugged. Well, let's go see then. Without waiting for anyone else, he took the lead towards the direction of the Chinese restaurant. Lin Yuyan and Wang Hao disregarded Lu Fei and had already entered the Chinese restaurant. At that moment, Xue Chao, accompanied by his wealthy friends, also stepped into the establishment. Upon seeing Lin Yuyan, he knelt on one knee. Miss Lin, Xue Chao was intoxicated last night and may have offended you. I sincerely hope for your understanding. The patrons of the restaurant collectively rose, yet Lin Yuyan remained seated, her heart shaken while her expression remained cold and aloof. She chose silence, still harboring anger towards Xue Chao after the fright he had instilled in her the previous night. Beside her, Wang Hao fidgeted nervously, his heart sinking. He realized the gravity of the situation upon witnessing Xue Chao's demeanor, understanding that a formidable figure must have intervened on Lin Yuyan's behalf. He had unwittingly usurped the credit of this influential individual. Yuyan, please allow Xue to rise, he said, forcing himself to remain calm, playing the role of peacemaker, hoping to navigate through this predicament. Lin Yuyan, oblivious to the weight of the title Xue Chao, instead desired to act coy, wishing for Wang Hao to reprimand Xue Chao. Yet she remained silent. The atmosphere grew tense, and Wang Hao felt as though he might embarrass himself. Xue Chao, feeling anxious as well, sensed Lin Yuyan's genuine anger. He signaled to his followers behind him. The two wealthy associates, despite their affluent backgrounds, willingly played subordinate roles to Xue Chao, and at that moment, they presented gifts. This is a small token of apology. I hope Miss Lin can forgive me. I was truly in the wrong, Xue Chao stated. The onlookers were taken aback by this display. Just then, Luo Huan and her companions squeezed into the restaurant. The owner of a Lamborghini kneeling before Yuyan. What a stunning sight, so impressive. Yuyan, since Xue Chao has admitted his fault, please let him rise, Su Ying chimed in, hoping to establish a connection with the wealthy elites. Lin Yuyan remained silent, reveling in Xue Chao's submission and the envy of those around her. At that moment, Luo Huan shoved Lu Fei forward. Lu Fei, come here. Aren't you the protagonist? Why are you standing aside? Since you were the one who resolved matters with Xue Chao, why don't you ask him to rise? Luo Huan laughed heartily at her own words. Su Ying and Lu Qingqing, aware of the underlying tensions, joined in the laughter to lighten the atmosphere. Li Xin and others urged Lu Fei to leave quickly, realizing that despite Xue Chao's current demeanor, he was likely seething with suppressed rage that could be unleashed upon Lu Fei later. Instead of retreating, Lu Fei stepped forward. Xue Chao, please rise. It's rather undignified to remain kneeling. Chapter 7. The ladies' faces turned red, the air grew thick with tension, and everyone momentarily stood in stunned silence, followed by hushed whispers. What is he trying to do? Wasn't he the one selling old books before? How dare he speak now? Laughter erupted, with Luo Huan chuckling gleefully. Wow. You really think you can soar to the heavens with wings? You're quite the pretender. What place do you have here to speak? You impoverished fool. Step aside. Su Ying fumed, feeling overshadowed by Lu Fei's sudden boldness. Just as her words fell, Xueqiao rose and delivered a swift kick to her thigh, sending her sprawling to the ground. The crowd recoiled, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Lin Yuyin's eyes widened in shock as she glared fiercely at Xueqiao. Xueqiao, how dare she? She truly believed herself to be a queen, yet at this moment, Xueqiao paid her no heed. Instead, turning his sycophantic gaze towards Lu Fei. You must be the esteemed young master Lu Fei, as mentioned by Manager Qin. What is the situation with these women? Daring to show you such disrespect? Qin Hua had specifically mentioned Lu Fei's name, and with Luo Huan having just uttered it, Xueqiao confirmed Lu Fei's identity. He bent slightly before Lu Fei, casting a glance at Luo Huan, who was preparing to berate Lu Fei, her mouth agape, her throat seemingly choked, incredulously observing the unfolding scene. How is this possible? Xueqiao, you must have mistaken the person. Lin Yuyin furrowed her brow, looking towards Wang Hao, who had already retreated to the back of the crowd, staring at the ceiling. Xueqiao offered her no warmth, coldly stating, Miss Lin, it is young Master Lu speaking on your behalf that prompted my apology. Are you not aware? Young Master? What kind of young master is he? Lin Yuyin's face flushed, unable to meet Lu Fei's gaze, feeling as though she had received several stinging slaps. Xueqiao, disinclined to elaborate, realized that this group of women remained oblivious to the fact that it was young Master Lu who had rescued them, and instead, they showed him disdain. His attention was solely on Lu Fei. How foolish of me to have acted so recklessly before young Master Lu yesterday. I implore you to grant me a chance for forgiveness this time. Lu Fei waved his hand, wishing to maintain a low profile, but alas, the foolishness of a few women compelled him into the spotlight. Feeling somewhat embarrassed under the scrutiny of the onlookers, he gestured dismissively. I am not truly a young master. You may simply call me Lu Fei. They're not my friends, merely classmates. Apologies should be straightforward, without the need for such dramatics. Xueqiao immediately grasped that young Master Lu preferred to remain discreet. In truth, he was unaware of Lu Fei's true identity. But the fact that Qin Hua had intervened indicated that Lu Fei was not someone to be trifled with. Thus, he sought to ingratiate himself. As long as Mr. Lu is not offended, I shall present this gift directly to you. Xueqiao opened the gift box on the table, and a collective gasp echoed among the crowd. Inside lay the key to a high-performance sports car, worth even more than Xueqiao's own Lamborghini. This was indeed the extravagant manner in which the affluent offered their apologies. Luo Huan, Su Ying, Lu Qingqing, and others swallowed hard, realizing that had they not called out to Lu Fei, this luxurious vehicle would have belonged to Lin Yuyin. Lu Fei accepted it without hesitation, saying, All right, I appreciate your intentions. You may leave now. No need to make this more embarrassing. In the past, he would have never dared accept such an extravagant gift, but now, he possessed luxury cars worth far more than the one Xueqiao had presented, at least dozens more. Accepting it was merely a matter of course, as the Xue family clearly wished to establish a connection with him. Well then, I shall take my leave. Not wishing to disturb Mr. Lu, Xueqiao cheerfully departed, seemingly unbothered by the loss, leaving with a group of followers from Lingqing University. Lin Yuyin and her companions felt as though their throats were constricted, momentarily at a loss for words. Let's go eat, Lu Fei stated nonchalantly, calling upon Li Xian and the others to continue to the cafeteria on the first floor. Luo Huan and the others considered pursuing him, but at this moment, they knew that approaching him would only result in their warm faces meeting a cold shoulder. They all turned their gaze towards Lin Yuyin, who strode directly towards Wang Hao. Wang Hao, did you not claim to be the one assisting in dealing with Xueqiao? Why were you silent just now? He had not dared to utter a word earlier, allowing Lu Fei, that useless individual, to boast excessively. Su Ying rose from the ground, rubbing her leg while voicing her grievances. Her thoughts had yet to shift, and she still perceived Lu Fei as inferior, harboring animosity towards him. The other girls, however, were lost in their own thoughts, remaining silent and cautious with their words. Wang Hao, relieved from an unnecessary scare, replied with a smile, I did indeed call Xueqiao. Who could have anticipated such a grand display? Lin Yuyin, seething with anger, yet striving to maintain her aloof demeanor, let out a huff, declaring she would no longer eat and headed straight back to her dormitory. The three girls hurried after her. Yin, don't panic just yet. We need to carefully sort this out. If Lu Fei truly aided you, we ought to express our gratitude. Luo Huan grasped Lin Yin's arm, her mind racing. Lu Qingqing, looking disheartened, yet accepting reality, suggested, it seems we may have misunderstood him this time. Perhaps we should apologize? Lin Yuyin retorted, did you not hear him? He stated we are merely classmates. He clearly resents us now. Approaching him could lead to further humiliation. Indeed, we should refrain from seeking him out until we clarify the situation. How could a poor student possibly compel Shui Chao to kneel, even if he possesses some strength? He gifted fake jade to his ex-girlfriend and now seeks to pursue Yuyin. He is clearly a scoundrel. If we confront him, he might make things difficult for Yuyin. Su Ying remained unconvinced. The girls conferred quietly among themselves. Meanwhile, Lu Fei was utterly uninterested in their gossip, enjoying a meal with Li Xian and others. So it turns out Wang Hao was merely putting on a show. We misjudged Brother Fei. Zhou Wei, beaming with excitement, realized that Lu Fei owned a supercar, making it effortless to win over girls when he drove it through the streets. Brother Fei, what is the story? You've been so low-key. Were you pretending to be poor? No wonder you could win over Zhao Min. Li Xian felt inadequate. He had spent the previous night trying to leverage connections to plead Lin Yuyin's case, only to discover that the Shui family had extensive influence and would not relent until they had their due. He was astonished that Lu Fei had resolved the matter so effortlessly. Lu Fei continued to maintain his low profile. The identity of the heir to Haifeng was daunting, and he had yet to fully process it, deciding it best to keep it a secret from his friends for the time being. It's nothing. I just happen to know a boss and sought their assistance last night. For someone of their stature, it could be a matter of mere words. Zhou Wei marveled. What sort of boss is so impressive? Lu Fei replied, I'm not entirely sure of their specific identity. Prominent figures tend to keep their cards close to their chest. Li Xian analyzed. That must be a boss who holds sway over the Shui family's fate. Qian Kuan remained calm, quietly eating his meal. After lunch, they took a break before attending an afternoon class. Lu Fei retrieved the car keys that Shui Chao had given him. He had obtained his driver's license last year, but regrettably, he had not driven since. As a man, the allure of fine cars and beautiful women stirred his hormones. With the lively banter of Luo Huan and the others, he was beginning to emerge from the shadow of his breakup with Zhao Min and decided to take the car out for a spin. Chapter 8. Serving the supercar owner in the school parking lot, a brand new Pagani supercar stood out like a majestic swan among mere ducks. Students occasionally gathered around to admire it, snapping photos, especially the girls, who eagerly captured the moment for their social media feeds. This car was far superior to Ferraris and Lamborghinis, being a limited edition on a global scale. It was likely the only one in our city. One could only wonder who the owner might be. Perhaps a newcomer, and if so, he might still be without a girlfriend. Some of the more attractive girls found themselves lost in fanciful thoughts. On a long bench beside the supercar, a striking girl donned in a short skirt and black stockings gazed intently at the vehicle. Upon noticing Lu Fei approaching, she sprang from the bench and hurried toward him. Lu Fei, are you really going to sneak a picture of my husband's car and flaunt it on social media? Lu Fei had just intended to open the car door when he turned around to find none other than Zhang Yao. The sight of her darkened his mood instantly. She had been a persistent barrier to his relationship with Zhao Min, like a relentless demon. He stared at Zhang Yao in confusion. What are you talking about? I told you to stay away from my husband's car. If you scratch it even slightly, you won't be able to compensate for it. No matter what you do, Zhang Yao declared with an air of arrogance. After finishing her lunch, she had spotted the car and had been waiting there for 3 long hours under the blazing sun, swatting at mosquitoes, all in anticipation of the car owner's arrival. Students came and went, taking photos by the vehicle, but the owner remained elusive and her patience was wearing thin. Lu Fei, bewildered, asked, Who is your husband? Who my husband is not for you to inquire about. Just hurry up and get lost. I cannot let you ruin my plans, she retorted. Lu Fei, feeling exasperated, leaned against the car, curious about her intentions. The moment Zhang Yao saw him leaning against the Pagani, She became furious, as if he were sitting on her. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Her obsession was palpable. After Zhao Min and Lu Fei's breakup, those who had previously pursued Zhao Min had gone into a frenzy. Take Qin Feng from the New Letter Company, for instance, who had gifted Zhao Min a watch worth over 100,000. The luxury items, including bags and jewelry worth several tens of thousands, had poured in. Yet Zhao Min had refused them all. It was infuriating. Zhang Yao felt a shift in her mindset. Her own looks were hardly inferior to Zhao Min's. So why was she not receiving similar attention? After consuming some toxic self-help content, she resolved not to remain passive. Otherwise, everyone would only notice Zhao Min and overlook her. She needed to take the initiative. Before her lay a golden opportunity. She had researched that this Pagani supercar was valued at nearly 10 million. The only one in Linghai City, and its owner was undoubtedly someone of great power and prestige, likely a newcomer. Fresh-faced and naive, he would be susceptible to temptation. She had prepared her grand strategy. With her beauty, as long as she offered to serve the owner, no man would be able to resist her allure. She was determined to capture the heart of the Pagani owner. She lingered nearby, waiting to charm the owner of the Pagani. Lu Fei, startled by her sudden outburst, quickly sidestepped. Get away from here. My husband is about to arrive, and if you dare touch his car, it will be the end of you. Zhang Yao positioned herself protectively between Lu Fei and the supercar, resembling a mother hen guarding her nest. Lu Fei laughed and cried, saying, "Don't speak nonsense. I am innocent in this matter. When did I become your husband?" Zhang Yao was taken aback, her mind struggling to comprehend Lu Fei's meaning for a while. You possess such refined skills and pretense? Is this Pagani yours? Lu Fei nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it is mine." Zhang Yao burst into laughter. "I truly admire you. Please, do take a moment to search for the price of this car. You acquired your driver's license only last year and have yet to even touch a vehicle. Yet you dare boast like this?" Zhang Yao continued her tirade. In response, Lu Fei produced the car key and pressed it, causing the Pagani's doors to open gracefully like the wings of an angel. He pushed her aside and entered the vehicle. Zhang Yao's mouth gaped wide enough to fit a tomato. She could not fathom the reality. Her understanding of Lu Fei's background was profound, even more so than Zhao Min's. Zhao Min, lacking cunning, had never scrutinized Lu Fei's family situation, whereas Zhang Yao had thoroughly assessed his financial standing. His monthly living expenses barely amounted to 500 yuan. To pursue Zhao Min, he often went hungry, wearing clothes and shoes from discount retailers, totaling no more than 100 yuan. How could such a person possibly drive supercar? It was inconceivable for the poorest student in school to suddenly own a sports car. As Lu Fei pressed the accelerator, the engine roared, stirring up dust that enveloped Zhang Yao. "You poor pretender." Zhang Yao's face twisted in disbelief as she brushed off the dust while pondering the situation. If Lu Fei truly owned the car, a sudden realization hit her. This might not be entirely unfavorable. Although she had previously looked down upon Lu Fei, he was still an acquaintance. Perhaps he had befriended some wealthy individual and was merely driving for someone else, or maybe he had rented the car. Contemplating this, she called for a ride-hailing service, determined to catch up with the Pagani and uncover Lu Fei's true circumstances. Lu Fei, driving for the first time, took it slow. As he navigated the map, he discovered that a processing factory of Haifeng Woodworks was nearby. He called his assistant, Qin Yi, expressing his desire to visit the front lines and familiarize himself with the business since he had become an heir. Qin Yi promptly drove over to accompany him on the factory inspection. Haifeng Woodworks is one of the pillar industries of the Haifeng Group, which has numerous timber bases overseas. The factory they were inspecting processed, oversized timber primarily for luxury hotels, crafting items such as tea tables and conference tables. Lu Fei, without any airs, directly observed the operations alongside Qin Yi. The artisans on the floor were skilled craftsmen, wielding heavy electric saws to carve intricate woodworks. Lu Fei was captivated by their artistry. Engaging in conversation with several craftsmen, he expressed admiration for their skills. After a while, he picked up an electric saw, eager to give it a try. This moment was witnessed by Zhang Yao, who had been following closely behind. While the craftsmen could create lifelike art with their saws, Lu Fei struggled to lift it, ultimately settling for a simple painting task. "You craftsmen are remarkable. Your abilities are what drive the profits," he exclaimed in awe. The craftsman chuckled. "There is no comparison to a boss's prowess. We merely carve according to the boss's requirements. Furthermore, without the boss's sales channels, no matter how skillfully we refine these pieces, they will not fetch a good price." Lu Fei nodded. At present, the most crucial matter was his studies. Nevertheless, he was also prepared to gain experience on the front lines of the corporation, for he had no desire to be a frivolous scion, indifferent to all affairs. After inspecting the factory, he intended to return to school, and Qin Yi proactively offered to be the driver, given that his driving skills were rather lacking as a novice. He had no objections to a beautiful woman taking the wheel. Thus he handed the car keys to Qin Yi. On the way back to campus, a piece of news spread like wildfire among the female students. It was said that Lu Fei was working part-time at the factory, acquiring some skills and gaining the recognition of the senior executives at Haifeng Wood Industry. However, he was merely an employee. The car was not a gift to him, but rather a present intended for Qin Yi by the upper management of Haifeng, so one should not be deceived by him. Chapter 9. Still so aloof in the girls' dormitory. Room 302. The atmosphere was particularly somber today. Lu Qingqing, usually quite talkative, lay on her bed, engrossed in her phone. Lin Yuyin sat by the window, fuming silently, her heart in turmoil. She had always looked down on Lu Fei, yet now he had saved her. While everyone was moping, a post on the campus forum suddenly captured their attention. Does anyone know this girl? Could she possibly be Lu Fei's lover? She is stunning. He just got a sports car and immediately found himself a beautiful girlfriend? This is the advantage of having a luxury car. I must acquire one myself someday. The forum post featured a photo of Lu Fei and Qin Yi, which sparked interest. The picture was uploaded by Zhang Yao, who was eager to uncover the story behind it. Upon seeing the photo, Lin Yuyin's eyes brightened. She recognized Qin Yi as a senior executive at Haifeng Group, who had attended a gathering when Haifeng established its presence in Linhai City. The subsequent images showed Lu Fei wielding a chainsaw to carve wood and painting wooden sculptures. He was merely a painter and carpenter. Lin Yuyin then replied to the post, piecing together the events. Lu Fei worked part-time at Haifeng Wood Industry, learned some craft, and befriended the prominent Qin Yi. Last night, he must have leveraged Qin Yi's connections to pressure Xue Chao. Those from Haifeng were protective of their own. Even ordinary employees wouldn't be allowed to suffer indignities. As for Xue Chao ostentatiously gifting a sports car, it was merely a means to curry favor with Haifeng through Lu Fei. With the truth revealed, Lin Yuyin sighed in relief. So that was it. Having become a painter for Haifeng, he fancied himself a boss, parading around. Luo Huan indignantly remarked that she could once again confront Lu Fei. Suing also complained, stating he deliberately sought to see them humiliated. Lin Yuyin intervened, urging them to refrain from disparaging Lu Fei. After all, he had saved her, and she owed him gratitude. After taking a deep breath, she asked Li Xian for Lu Fei's phone number and subtly confirmed that he had indeed only acquainted himself with the bigwigs of Haifeng. Meanwhile, Lu Fei was joyfully cruising in his sports car when a notification chimed. Lin Yuyin requested to add him as a friend. He casually accepted the friend request. Lu Fei, thank you for yesterday's events. I would like to invite you to a CAF for a discussion. Lin Yuyin maintained her usual aloof demeanor. However, Lu Fei, understanding her character, surmised that she had come to apologize. An apology would suffice. He eagerly accepted the invitation from the beautiful woman. Lin Yuyin's lips curved downwards. Sensing Lu Fei's words were somewhat frivolous, as if his act of saving her came with expectations of some form of recompense. Let us meet at 6 this evening. No excuses, she declared. Lu Fei instructed Qin Yi to turn the car around and head directly to the CAF. Upon his arrival, he encountered Lin Yuyin and her companions exiting the establishment. Young master, I shall wait here for you. Later, we can visit your mansion in Lin City. Qin Yi said respectfully. Lu Fei waved his hand dismissively. The mansion isn't going anywhere. I'll be staying at school tonight. You may return home. Understood. Qin Yi acknowledged, driving off in the Pagani. He is utterly worthless, Lu Fei thought, reflecting on how Xue Chao had gifted him a supercar that he could not retain. Luo Huan and Lin Yuyin, witnessing the departure of the Pagani, were further convinced that Lu Fei was merely a subordinate. Lu Qingqing remarked, "This cannot be blamed on him. That sports car is worth millions and is clearly a gesture from Xue Xiao to curry favor with the higher-ups at Haifeng. How could he dare to keep it for personal use?" Su Ying added, "Although he cannot retain it. Knowing the higher-ups at Haifeng likely allows him to flaunt the car occasionally. We must be vigilant and ensure our friends are not deceived by him. Let us refrain from discussing this. We are here to express our gratitude." Qin Yi interjected coldly. Reflecting on Lu Fei's various actions, she viewed him as a superficial scoundrel, and the idea of thanking such a person filled her with aversion. At that moment, Lu Fei approached them. "Were you discussing, ladies?" he inquired. The three women exchanged knowing glances but remained silent. Lin Yuan replied coolly, "Let us talk in the CAF." With that, she strode ahead, entering the CAF first. Lu Fei's expression darkened. The treatment he received was far inferior to that of Wang Hao, and he could distinctly sense Lin Yuyan's continued disdain for him. Suppressing his frustration, he followed the four women into the CAF. After ordering drinks, the main conversation commenced. Lin Yuyan looked intently at Lu Fei and said, "Lu Fei, you sought the intervention of Haifeng last night to resolve the issue with Xue Qiao, did you not?" "Indeed," Lu Fei replied nonchalantly. "Thank you for your assistance. Here is 100,000 yuan for you," Lin Yuyan stated, retrieving a stack of red bills from her bag. Luo Huan and the others gazed at the money, realizing Lu Fei had struck it rich. However, Lu Fei promptly pushed the money back. "Regarding Xue Qiao's situation, I was present. You did nothing wrong, so I cannot accept this." The women looked at each other in surprise. Lin Yuyan frowned. She did not wish to owe Lu Fei a favor and believed that receiving the money would ease her conscience. Yet Lu Fei's refusal caught her off guard. "This money is rightfully yours. You should accept it," she insisted. Lu Fei shook his head, refusing to even glance at the cash. "Do you have anything else to say to me aside from offering money?" Lin Yuyan's expression darkened immediately. Luo Huan and Su Ying burst into laughter. "Goodness. Are you implying that Yuyan should offer herself in return? Did you really think you were solely responsible for resolving the issues with Xue Xiao?" The less affluent individuals tend to harbor the most fanciful dreams. Yu Yan, as the only daughter, is consumed by thoughts of marrying into wealth and inheriting a fortune, dismissing the mere 100,000 as insignificant. Lu Fei inwardly cursed his misfortune, observing that this group of women displayed no restraint whatsoever. Lin Yuyan, however, showed no inclination to deter them, maintaining her aloof demeanor. "I do not wish to owe you any favors. This money, regardless of whether you accept it, will not alter our relationship henceforth. Do you understand? Then there is no need for further discussion. Who would care to maintain a connection with you?" Lu Fei rose abruptly, arriving with enthusiasm but departing in disappointment. "How intriguing this world is." He even lost his temper. Luo Huan exclaimed. Lin Yuyan remained puzzled, wondering about his true intentions. Was it not obvious? He, like a toad aspiring to court a swan, desired her as his girlfriend. A mere 100,000 could not satiate his appetite. How greedy he was! Lin Yuyan shook her head, deciding to disregard him. Lu Fei returned to school in a gloomy mood, only to be met with rain midway. He hastily sought shelter under an awning, where the dim streetlights cast a haze of mist, enveloping the city like a vast sauna. Along the street, many vendors were akin to ants on a hot pan, hurriedly packing their goods. Lu Fei reminisced about his own days of selling books on the streets. Those financially strained times were quite miserable. Yet, now a billionaire, his spirits lifted accordingly. However, in the next moment, he noticed a girl nearby, struggling to gather her scattered wares. Her movements were clumsy, suggesting she was a novice, perhaps on her very first day of vending. As she rolled up her goods, a book nearly slipped from her grasp into a puddle. In her frantic attempt to catch it, the contents of her package spilled all over the ground. Chapter 10. You think it's expensive? I find it expensive too. The sound of clattering trinkets filled the air. Su Jianwei was selling various small ornaments, but in her flustered state, she was unable to manage the chaos. Lu Fei approached to assist her in picking up the fallen items. She called out in surprise, eyeing him warily, perhaps suspecting him of attempting to take advantage of the rain. Once he returned her belongings, her tension eased. The torrential downpour of September arrived suddenly, and by the time they gathered their things and took refuge under the awning, both were soaked through. "Thank you," Su Jianwei said as she looked up to express her gratitude. It was then that Lu Fei truly noticed her features, an exquisite oval face, large eyes, and a natural beauty that was striking. She bore a resemblance to Zhao Min, but her unmade-up complexion appeared slightly more sallow, while her features were more pronounced, making her an exceptionally attractive woman. She wore a thin, worn white shirt, now clinging to her skin due to the rain, revealing a vivid red bra beneath, which caught Lu Fei's gaze for a lingering moment. Upon noticing her appearance, Su Jianwei's expression turned awkward, and she instinctively turned to the side. Avoiding direct eye contact with Lu Fei, he momentarily froze, inwardly chastising himself for his blatant reaction, realizing he had made her uncomfortable. A gentleman ought to act more appropriately. Without hesitation, he removed his shirt, left with only a thin undershirt. Under the awning, it was just the two of them. Su Jianwei stepped aside, her voice hesitant. "What are you trying to do?" Lu Fei sneezed and felt a chill run through him. But what was worse was that Su Jianwei mistook his actions for lewdness. Truly, he had lost both his dignity and his composure. He gestured. "Why not use my clothes to cover yourself a bit?" Su Jianwei was far more alluring than Zhao Min. Her beauty enhanced by the vibrant red of her attire, dampened by the rain. Lu Fei's gestures clearly indicated this. "You're such a rogue," Su Jianwei muttered under her breath, doubting Lu Fei's intentions to help her preserve her modesty. Lu Fei, feeling helpless, realized that his reputation as a rogue was firmly established. Moreover, he was genuinely cold, so he donned his clothes again, but wearing them once more seemed to imbue them with a frigid aura. "Ashu!" He sneezed again, fearing he might catch a cold. The rain continued to pour, and neither of them had an umbrella, leaving them stranded in this predicament for the time being. The more Lu Fei pondered, the more he felt that his good deed had backfired, turning him into a rogue instead. This was a loss he could not accept. He stole a glance at Su Jianwei, who was also observing him. "Are you a student of Lin University?" He initiated the conversation. "Aren't you also a student of Lin University?" Su Jianwei replied coldly. "Do you know me? I saw you in the cafeteria at noon. I thought you were a decent person." Lu Fei felt a pang of frustration. "I'm a decent person," in Su Jianwei's eyes. His actions appeared to be an unsuccessful attempt at impropriety. Sighing, Lu Fei scratched his head and then focused on the items Su Jianwei was selling. Since he could not clarify his intentions, he decided to resort to monetary persuasion. "That ring you have is quite beautiful. How much is it?" He crouched down, fiddling with her ring. 5,000, she replied. "Is this ring made of gold or silver? Why is it so expensive?" Su Jianwei responded coolly, "It's made of show jade. Do you want it or not?" Lu Fei's gaze shifted to the bracelet beside her. "What about this one? 1,000. Goodness, is that imperial green? Why is it so pricey? It's made of by jade. If you think it's too expensive, I find it equally so." Su Jianwei's demeanor was haughty. "All right, I'll take the entire package. Just name your price." 100,000, and I won't sell for a penny less." While he complained about the price, Lu Fei took out his phone, scanned the QR code on her attire, and directly completed the payment, purchasing the entire collection. Su Jianwei was momentarily stunned, her fingers clutching her clothing, nearly tearing it apart in her agitation, her expression akin to someone desperately seeking a restroom. Lu Fei took all her merchandise and began to examine it leisurely. The trinkets she sold appeared to be jade, yet upon closer inspection, they paled in comparison to Zhao Min's pendant or the landscape card gifted by Qinhua. It was no wonder that fine jewelry could cost thousands or millions, while these ordinary stones seemed overpriced even at hundreds. "What exactly do you intend to do?" Su Jianwei asked, her gaze filled with suspicion. Lu Fei looked up at her. "What's the matter?" She continued, "The total value of these items does not exceed 1,000. Are you truly foolish enough to pay this much? Or are you planning to accuse me of fraud? I haven't deceived you. I simply didn't want to sell them to you. Why are you overthinking this? I merely wish to purchase them for enjoyment. Additionally, I'm not a rogue. I'm not a bad person. I find you to be the more dubious character here." Su Lianji replied, "Head, gaze yari." Lu Fei felt a headache coming on. "Then please return my money." Su Jianwei tightly gripped her phone. expressing her determination to sell items through her own efforts. She had no intention of returning the money. Her financial desperation led her to a state of indecision. Lu Fei remarked, "Isn't that simple? 100,000 is not an exorbitant amount. I can earn it back in the blink of an eye. Don't overthink it." He understood her plight, desiring to earn money while feeling uneasy about the legitimacy of such earnings. The more he observed her, the more he appreciated her character, resolving to support her business endeavors in the future. As the rain gradually subsided, Lu Fei returned to his dormitory. Su Jianwei gazed at his retreating figure, feeling conflicted. She recognized his kindness, yet sensed a darker side. What made him deserving of such easy wealth? Was his fortune truly acquired fairly? It seemed profoundly unjust. She pressed her lips together, contemplating the notion of fairness, before turning back to her school, Lingcheng Vocational School. The girls' dormitory was tightly shut. She attempted to push the door open, but it was locked. Standing in the corridor, a chilly draft swept through, sending shivers down her spine. After a moment's hesitation, she clenched her fists and knocked on the door. "Su Jianwei, are you insane? You're waking me up." A voice boomed from inside, reminiscent of a wild boar. Trembling, she straightened her posture. "I don't wish to disturb your slumber, but I reside in this dormitory. On what grounds do you lock me out? Dare talk back. Do you?" With a loud bang, the door swung open, and 3 hefty women emerged, charging at her like beasts, dragging her into the room. Almost immediately, a heavy dictionary struck her face, plunging her into darkness as someone seized her hair and slammed her against the iron bed-S ladder. "Why did you lock the door? Who sent you out at this hour to entice men?" They jeered. "With your charm, why hasn't anyone taken you to a hotel?" They continued their venomous tirade. Su Jianwei yearned to resist, yet she felt like a leaf tossed in a tempest, unable to contend with the 3 girls. This was the grim reality of Lingcheng Vocational School. She longed to escape this environment. Her aspirations lay in further education, aiming to transfer to Linghai University and thus alter her fate. Chapter 11. The vice president seeks another encounter. Lu Fei returned to his dormitory, arms laden with an assortment of market goods, momentarily disoriented upon entering. Wang Hao sat in his chair, grinning like a scheming minister. Upon seeing Lu Fei, he immediately rose. "Brother, did you take a sports car out for a joyride with a beautiful girl?" Lu Fei glanced at Li Xin and the others, who were present. Li Xin spoke. "Fei Gu, Wang Hao is here to apologize." Lu Fei's expression hardened as he placed the goods on the table. "Speak plainly." Wang Hao, however, chose to toy with the ring Lu Fei had purchased, a jade ring, and remarked, "You have an affinity for jade, don't you?" Zhou Wei, sprawled on the upper bunk, exclaimed, "Wow, Fei Gu, where did you acquire so much jade? That must have cost a fortune. You've really made it big." Wang Hao chuckled. He must intend to sell these items. If sold to the right person, they could fetch a handsome price. Wang Hao came to apologize, having done his homework and aware of Lu Fei's employment at Haifeng Group. However, he was not as carefree as Lin Yuyin and her group of women. After all, Shuaichao had knelt down out of respect for Lu Fei. It was only upon seeing these worthless trinkets that he felt completely at ease. Purchasing such items was a clear indication that Lu Fei remained a poor man. Lu Fei's expression darkened as he brushed Wang Hao's hand away. "Aren't you here to apologize? What is it you wish to say? If you have nothing to say, please leave." With a light chuckle, Wang Hao remarked, "It seems that Lu, you are truly upset. Allow me to clarify. I do know Shuaichao and have advocated on Yuyin's behalf. However, I did not anticipate that your influence would be greater. Indeed, Shuaichao's decision to overlook Yuyin's actions is due to your efforts. We have all misunderstood the situation." Lu Fei remained silent. Wang Hao felt a surge of resentment, but, having learned from past experiences, maintained his composure. "I specifically came to apologize and to extend an apology on Yuyin's behalf. I hope you can forgive any disrespect shown towards you. Additionally, as the vice president of the student council, there are matters in which I can assist you, such as facilitating your request to sell these items on campus, a privilege not afforded to others." He expressed his contrition while simultaneously showcasing his influence. The school had already prohibited vending on campus. "Understood. Is there anything else you wish to say?" Lu Fei responded coldly. Yet it could be interpreted as a form of forgiveness, as he had no intention of pursuing the matter further. Wang Hao realized that his display of privilege had failed to intimidate Lu Fei, which left him feeling quite displeased. I will deal with you later, he thought to himself, then smiled and said, I shall take my leave now. Upon departing Lu Fei's dormitory, he immediately called Lin Yuyan. When she did not answer, he continued to call until, on the fifth attempt, she finally picked up. As soon as the call connected, he spoke with a quivering voice. Yuyan, I am truly sorry. I made a mistake. Earlier, Xue Chao had left him bewildered, and he had merely wanted to slip away. But the more he reflected on it, especially after discovering Lu Fei's background on the forum, the more agitated he became. He had been so close to being with Lin Yuyan, only to have it thwarted by Lu Fei. He could not let all his efforts go to waste. Stop right there, Wang Hao. I have nothing more to say to you, Lin Yuyan replied coldly. Please, Yuyan, do you know where I am right now? I am outside Lu Fei's dormitory. I just apologized to him, even though he insulted me, saying I was a toad trying to eat swan meat. But I do not harbor any hatred towards him. He was right. I despise myself. Although I exerted all my connections to help you last night, I did not anticipate being able to leverage Haifeng as connections. Listening to Wang Hao's lament, Lin Yuyan's heart softened. How dare Lu Fei insult Wang Hao as a toad? The mere thought made her irate. Despite Wang Hao's shortcomings, he was the vice president of the student council, and his family owned a business. Lu Fei was merely riding on the coattails of his position at Haifeng, acting with arrogance. All right, I do not hold this against you. I understand that you also put in effort. Lin Yuyan's tone softened. Wang Hao ceased his weeping, feeling revitalized. In fact, I know people at Haifeng as well. I am aware that your family is discussing a collaboration with them. I happen to know a person responsible for that. The collaboration is nearly a certainty. Consider this my apology for today as events. Yuyan, can you forgive me? Lin Yuyan said lightly. Let's discuss it later. Shortly after she hung up the phone, her father called. Yuyan, I have good news. We've finalized the collaboration with Haifeng Woodworks, and they credited it all to you. It must be thanks to that person who helped you last night. You should give it some serious thought. Lin Yuyan was taken aback and chose not to mention the misunderstanding to her father. Nevertheless, the partnership with Haifeng was indeed a tangible development. This was certainly due to Wang Hao's efforts. It turned out Wang Hao was acquainted with someone from Haifeng. He simply had not realized the connection last night, which inadvertently led to Lu Fei saving her. The thought of Lu Fei's arrogant demeanor in front of her made her irate. That guy seemed to think that saving me once meant I should marry him. Wang Hao, on the other hand, was truly commendable. He had helped me once again. Meanwhile, Lu Fei lay on his bed, engrossed in his phone, when Xin Yi reported that Haifeng Woodworks had partnered with the Lin family's logistics. The decision was made by the company's general manager, Wu Jun, who had learned about the connection between the young master and Lin Yuyan, thus offering this lucrative opportunity to the Lin family. Lu Fei had no objections, although he had an unpleasant encounter with Lin Yuyan. The cooperation between their families involved a multi-million business deal, and he did not wish to let personal feelings interfere. Since it was a corporate decision, he had no reason to oppose it. Xin Yi further informed him that by the end of the month, all partners of Haifeng Woodworks will be finalized, and a gathering would be held. Did the young master wish to attend? Lu Fei had initially no intention of joining the festivities. But suddenly Lin Yuyan's proud visage flashed in his mind, and he found himself asking, will Lin Yuyan be there? Xin Yi, trying to gauge his thoughts, cautiously replied, the Lin family is an important partner for us. If Lin Cheng wishes to expose his daughter to the world, he would likely bring Lin Yuyan along. Lu Fei smiled. Then I shall go as well. I'll make the arrangements. Fei Ge, that bracelet of yours is quite exquisite. How much would it sell for? From the upper bunk, Zhou Wei eyed the jade bracelet with envy. Lu Fei, preoccupied with his phone call, casually remarked, if you like it, just take it. Money doesn't matter. Wow. Fei Ge has connections with big shots. That's impressive. I want hold back then. Zhou Wei, resembling a plump rat, hopped off his bed, snatched the bracelet, and scurried back. Although the bracelet was merely worth a few hundred, Zhou Wei was oblivious and assumed it was the legendary imperial green, certainly not a trivial item. Wouldn't this gift win the favor of the ladies? He pulled out his phone and began his charm offensive, hinting at a grand surprise he had prepared. Chapter 12. I simply adore wealthy individuals. The girl Zhou Wei was chatting with was none other than Luo Huan, Lin Yin's roommate. During the previous social event, Zhou Wei had added Luo Huan on WeChat. Though their offline interactions had been minimal, she had promptly replied to his messages online, fueling his hopes further. 2 days later, during the midday hours, Lu Fei received another call from Qin Yi. Young master, the Imperial Banquet Hall at Haida Restaurant is ready for official use. General Manager Chen Hong and Chef's son, Yun, wish to host a banquet in your honor. Both are esteemed figures in the group and have come from Tianjing primarily to align themselves with you, so it would be wise to foster a good relationship with them. Qin Yi has become quite familiar with Lu Fei's temperament, understanding precisely what to say and what to refrain from uttering. Her deliberate reminder to Lu Fei regarding Chen Hong and Sun Yun's identities undoubtedly carried deeper implications. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei comprehended the gravity of the situation. Within the Haifeng group, a struggle for power looms. He has inherited assets worth nearly 100 billion, and this is merely a warm-up. To solidify his foothold in Haifeng, he must forge alliances and form cliques. Thus, he pondered, when shall we meet? At 6 this evening, I shall come to fetch you. After attending his classes, Lu Fei returned to the dormitory and noticed Zhou Wei donned in new attire, sporting a flamboyant hairstyle. Fei Gu, today is Luo Huan's birthday. Do accompany me to her celebration. Zhou Wei eagerly invited Lu Fei to join the festivities. Naturally, Lu Fei declined. His previous encounter with that group had been rather unpleasant, and Luo Huan was part of the faction that looked down upon him. Attending her birthday banquet would be beneath his dignity, especially since he had other matters to attend to. At around 5 in the afternoon, Qin Yi awaited Lu Fei at the back gate of the school, driving a Pagani. Once again, it was that multi-million-dollar sports car. Students began to take notice, speculating about which affluent individual from their school owned it. When Xue Chao had apologized in the cafeteria, the buzz about Lu Fei working at Haifeng had circulated, albeit within a limited circle. With nearly 30,000 students and faculty at Lingqing University, no more than 500 were privy to this information. The car had been a gift from the wealthy heir Xue Chao to the upper echelons of Haifeng, and the owner of the vehicle was not affiliated with their institution, though the intermediary was linked to someone within their school. As they drove along, a group of boys and girls observed the sports car, while one girl indignantly explained to her companions. As she spoke, she glanced at her beautiful friend beside her, who wore a casual shirt and form-fitting jeans. Her expression, one of indifference towards the extravagant vehicle. The intermediary, she mentioned, must be Lu Fei, right? Min's ex-boyfriend? Inquired another girl clad in hot pants. Her curiosity piqued. Zhang Yao smiled, but offered no response. This group comprised Zhao Min, Zhang Yao, and others. Students of finance who had just completed a practical course and were heading to the cafeteria. The girl in jeans was Zhao Min, and upon hearing Lu Fei's name, her expression flickered with intrigue. Oh, isn't that Lu Fei? Another girl exclaimed as he approached. Lu Fei, upon hearing his name, turned his gaze towards them and immediately recognized Zhao Min. His heart skipped a beat, as if something had pulled at his very soul. Since their text message breakup, he had not seen Zhao Min and had thought he had moved on, yet the sudden sight of her brought forth a fleeting joy intertwined with lingering melancholy. Zhao Min instinctively followed the direction of the voices, and, upon seeing him, her expression darkened, biting her lip in resentment. Lu Fei considered evading the encounter, but Zhao Min and her friends occupied the only path leading to the school's rear gate. What was there to hide from? He took a deep breath and approached them directly. It has been a while. How have you been? He greeted with open sincerity. Zhao Min's toes curled in tension, her fingers gripping her clothing. She remained silent, still harboring unyielding feelings for Min. Zhang Yao approached, her disdain palpable. Do you really think you deserve to be with Min? Last time, during the Pagani incident, you made a fool of yourself in front of Lu Fei, and now you harbor resentment towards him. Lu Fei narrowed his eyes. He was no longer the ordinary youth he once was. Zhang Yao's audacity to confront him was perilous. What I discussed with Min is none of your concern, he retorted. Zhang Yao scoffed. Min has no interest in you. I advise you to give up on this futile hope. The gifts from Chun Xiao and Xie Xiao to Min start from tens of thousands. Can you afford that? Lu Fei frowned, noticing Zhao Min's discomfort as she hid behind Zhang Yao, unwilling to speak. Even a clay Buddha has its limits. He suddenly yearned to hear Zhao Min's thoughts directly. Zhao Min, what do you truly want? He raised his voice, appearing somewhat intimidating. The other girls quickly encircled Zhao Min protectively. Lu Fei, you are unworthy of Minmin. Stop your delusions, one of the curly-haired girls remarked. How ridiculous. A pauper aspiring to court Zhao Min. I wouldn't even look at him, another girl whispered nearby. Indeed, only wealth holds weight. He flaunts his poverty while pretending to impress her, offering fake jade as a gift. How pathetic. As Lu Fei listened to their murmurs, his anger intensified. Zhao Min, I want to hear you say it. Are you seeking someone wealthy? Do you despise me for being poor? It was the first time he had spoken to her with such fervor. Zhang Yao and the others laughed, recognizing his typical display of impotent rage. Zhao Min was in turmoil, her gaze meeting Lu Fei's distorted expression. The gentle Lu Fei she once knew was utterly gone. A fire ignited within her. Yes, I do despise your lack of wealth. I want someone affluent. We are not suited for each other. I've told you before. Why do you keep pursuing me? Lu Fei felt as if he had been drenched in cold water, regaining his composure. He forced a smile. You wish to find someone rich? Do you know that I am the wealthiest person in Lin City? Why would I choose you among the multitude of women seeking the affluent? At this revelation, Zhang Yao and the others were momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. So, you are the richest in Lin City? I underestimated you. Are you implying that the multi-million Pagani outside is yours? Zhang Yao pointed towards the Pagani at the school gate. Lu Fei nodded. Indeed, the Pagani is mine. You saw it last time. Haha, it truly belongs to you. How wealthy. Zhang Yao feigned enthusiasm, then turned to Zhao Min, gripping her hand. Minmin, you saw it, right? I told you he is nothing but a total fool. Now, you must see his true nature. Disappointment filled Zhao Min's eyes as she fixed her gaze on Lu Fei. I genuinely do not understand why you have become this way. Enough said. I ask you not to pursue me any longer. I intend to find a new boyfriend. At that moment, the sun began to set, casting a golden hue as the clouds parted, and the sun blazed down with an intensity that felt oppressive. Qinyi opened the car door, her legs encased in sleek black stockings, and stepped out wearing professional high heels. She approached Lu Fei, an umbrella in hand, hastily making her way towards him. Chapter 13. The Birthday Party. As the ridicule from the crowd intensified, Qin Yi hurried over, only to be intercepted by Zhang Yao. You must be Miss Qin from Haifeng Group, Zhang Yao inquired, moving closer. Qin Yi was taken aback, scrutinizing Zhang Yao, pondering the nature of the relationship between Zhang Yao and Lu Fei. Were they close friends? Lu Fei is an employee of your group. ISNT. He keeps claiming that car is his, attempting to deceive us by leveraging his identity as a Haifeng employee at our school. If this matter comes to light, it could severely tarnish Haifeng's reputation. I hope you can address this issue seriously and prevent him from exploiting the situation. The curly-haired girl and several others erupted into laughter, marveling at Qin Yi's adeptness at reporting such matters. ISNT Lu Fei just full of himself? Didn't he boast that the Pagani belonged to him and that he was the richest person in Lin City? Let us see how he explains himself in front of his superior. It was clear that for the honor of Haifeng, they would undoubtedly terminate his employment or, at the very least, prevent him from continuing his charade. Zhao Min, however, watched Lu Fei with sympathy, inwardly lamenting. Look at you pretending. Now you've been exposed in front of so many people. How humiliating. Yet, in the next moment, Qin Yi rolled her eyes, finding the situation utterly laughable. Despite her high standards, she couldn't help but utter a curse. You're such an idiot. After scolding Zhang Yao, she ignored her completely and jogged to Lu Fei's side, holding an umbrella to shield him from the sun. Young master, it's too hot outside. Let us get in the car. In an instant, Zhang Yao and the others were left speechless, as if their throats had been constricted. The breathtaking Qin Yi, clearly resembling a secretary or assistant to a powerful figure, was acknowledging Lu Fei as young master. Moreover, she was holding an umbrella for him. They were somewhat familiar with Lu Fei, understanding that his pursuit of Zhao Min was akin to a frog aspiring to eat a swan. The gifts he offered were mere imitations of jade, and he had even resorted to setting up a stall at school when he was broke. A young master? What kind of young master could he possibly be? especially Zhang Yao, shaking her head in disbelief, murmured, "Impossible, this cannot be true." Lu Fei, feeling dejected, remained silent as he walked toward the Pagani, with Qin Yi following closely behind, almost submissively. Meanwhile, Zhang Yao and the others were left bewildered under the sun. After a while, she concluded, "He's definitely pretending. He's still infatuated with Min Min and has orchestrated this whole act." Previously, he sought someone to drive a luxury car to deliver fake jade. However, the Pagani, valued in the millions, was indeed genuine, and Lu Fei must have incurred a substantial fee for the car owner's cooperation in this charade. The curly-haired girl, biting her nails, began to analyze the situation seriously, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. Perhaps Lu Fei was indeed a true young master, and maybe he had been playing the fool all along to catch the unsuspecting. Qin Yi appeared to be nothing more than Lu Fei's assistant and chauffeur. Zhao Min, momentarily lost in thought, shook her head. Could that girl be Lu Fei's new girlfriend? Perhaps she heard I was looking for a wealthy partner and is deliberately helping Lu Fei act to provoke me. This explanation seemed plausible, despite his poverty. Lu Fei possessed good looks and was a male college student, qualities that some wealthy women found appealing, herself included. Zhang Yao shook her head in disbelief, asserting that it could not possibly be true. After all, Lu Fei was merely a laborer. She had previously seen him toiling in a factory, nothing more than a typical underachiever. Yet, you speak of this underachiever now seated in the passenger seat of a Pagani, a beautiful woman at the wheel, exuding an air of grandeur. The curly-haired girl was displeased, all because of Zhang Yao. Had she not offended Lu Fei, perhaps she could have befriended him and enjoyed a ride in the luxurious Pagani. A civil war erupted among them. Inside the Pagani, Qin Yi inquired, "Young master, what is the matter with those girls? Have they upset you? Would you like me to help you vent your frustration?" She was indignant and could easily take care of Zhang Yao and her companions if Lu Fei permitted it. Lu Fei waved his hand, feeling increasingly vexed by Zhao Min. They arrived in silence at Haida Restaurant. Within one of the private rooms of Haida Restaurant, the atmosphere was lively, filled with both men and women. Lin Yuyan, the belle of the department, was celebrating a friend's birthday, and many had come to show their support. Li Xian and Zhou Wei sat in a corner. Zhou Wei's face flushed with embarrassment, unsure how to leave after presenting his gift, a bracelet procured from Lu Fei. Luo Huan glanced at it without comment. But then Wang Hao interjected, "That jade bracelet, you bought it from Lu Fei, didn't you? How much did you spend?" All attention turned to him, and a rival emerged. "Uft, that trinket is worth only a few dozen yuan at a street stall, and you dare to flaunt it?" The speaker was Zhu Dan, who had developed a relationship with Luo Huan that included exchanging risky messages on WeChat. Ironically, Zhu Dan had also gifted a bracelet, one of genuine glass jade from a brand store, valued at nearly 10,000 yuan. "Thank you, my darling Dan, for this beautiful bracelet," Luo Huan unabashedly exclaimed, recognizing its worth and affectionately addressing him as husband. As for Zhou Wei, she refrained from mocking him, acknowledging that his bracelet was also quite nice, saying, "I will cherish it." Zhou Wei felt a sense of relief. However, Su Ying chimed in, "Some people never change." Lu Fei previously gifted fake jade to a girl, and now present a counterfeit bracelet to his roommate. How shameless. Wang Hao, standing nearby, remarked sarcastically, "Lu Fei is merely trying to make a living by selling these fraudulent items." "What do you mean by making a living? Just because he lacks money, does he have the right to peddle harmful goods? Wearing such items is detrimental. Isn't that intentionally causing harm? He should be reported and arrested." Someone shouted, spreading rumors about the dangers of wearing the jade bracelet. "Wang Hao, you didn't say that when you apologized to Lu Fei in our dorm," Zhou Wei retorted, defending Lu Fei. His words felt like a slap in Wang Hao's face. How could the vice president of the student council apologize to someone selling fake bracelets? Wang Hao, with a feigned smile, replied, "What did I say? Are you not understanding? I was merely speaking in favor of your dear Lu Fei, acknowledging his financial struggles. Thus, his selling of counterfeit goods is somewhat understandable." Su Ying elegantly stood up, her stance clear. "Haha, it's amusing that some still defend that trash. He thinks he can woo our Yu Yin while being nothing but a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Zhou Wei, if you wish to remain friends with him, then you should abandon your pursuit of Huan Huan. She harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Lu Fei. The last incident involving him had left her with a significant grievance, as she had been kicked by Xue Chao, marking the most substantial loss she had endured in her 20 years of existence. Laughter erupted around her, as people mocked Lu Fei's pursuit of Lin Yuyan, while also ridiculing Zhou Wei for attempting to win over Luo Huan with mere trinkets worth a few dozen yuan. How utterly presumptuous! You think you are worthy of pursuing Huan Huan? Huan Huan even calls me husband, Zhou Dan declared, firmly grasping Luo Huan's hand in a show of possession. Luo Huan blushed and protested, "Oh, stop it, husband! Zhou Wei and I are just friends. He is quite a decent person. The real scum is Lu Fei. Last time, Yu Yin wanted to thank him, yet he turned down 100,000 yuan, merely desiring to share a bed with her. Just thinking about it is revolting. What? That impoverished wretch Lu Fei dares to pursue a goddess?" Wang Hao was oblivious to this scandal. A majority of the boys in a room who secretly admired Lin Yuyan went into a frenzy upon hearing the news. Lin Yuyan, thoroughly exasperated, interjected, "Let us not mention that person. I have no association with him whatsoever." Chapter 14. A national-level chef. Cooking personally as Su Ying, Luo Huan, and the others spoke of Lu Fei. It was as if they had discovered a source of joy. Li Xian and Zhou Wei attempted to defend Lu Fei, but they were overwhelmed by the prevailing sentiment in the private room. Thankfully, Lin Yun intervened, momentarily halting the conversation about Lu Fei. However, her intent was not to defend him, but rather to express her disdain for his name, akin to a phobia. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy, and at that moment, through the floor-to-ceiling windows, they suddenly noticed a Pagani entering the parking lot. Wow, Pagani! That car must be worth millions. I wonder whose it is. Lin Yuyan, Luo Huan, and the other three women, along with Wang Hao, felt a wave of frustration wash over them. They had seen that car before and knew it was a gift from Xue Chao to Lu Fei. Although it was later confirmed that the true owner was Qin Yi from Haifeng, it remained a sore point for them. Su Ying, feeling despondent, remarked, "That car was supposed to belong to Yu Yan. It's all that guy's fault." The group gasped in surprise. Lin Yuyan frowned. She did not see Lu Fei in the car, but the mere sight of the vehicle conjured his image in her mind, like an unshakable ghost. What on earth is Qin Yi doing here? She swiftly changed the subject, evading any mention of Lu Fei. Zhu Dan inquired, "Who is Qin Yi?" "An employee at Haifeng, rumored to be an assistant to one of the powerful figures there." A collective gasp resonated through the group. Haifeng was a leading commercial empire in the country, and its power brokers were renowned even throughout Huaxia. Zhu Dan pieced it together, explaining, "Haida Restaurant is also part of the Haifeng group, and I've heard that their Imperial Banquet Hall is officially opening today, likely hosting the influential figures of Haifeng." Wang Hao's eyes lit up. At the end of the month, Haifeng will hold a gathering at the Imperial Banquet Hall, inviting the business elite of Lin City. My family received an invitation. So the fabled Imperial Banquet Hall is right here. Zhu Dan smiled and confirmed. Indeed, the Imperial Banquet Hall is designed to the standards of state guest reception. It will become the premier venue for private banquets in Lin City. Countless celebrities will attend, and those who gain entry will not be ordinary folk. It's no wonder you are the vice president. Wang Hao laughed heartily. Yin must have received an invitation as well. Lin Yuyan responded with a simple offering no further explanation, as her father had indeed been invited and had already decided to take her along. Wang Hao remarked, "The Haida Restaurant boasts the prestigious Royal Banquet Hall, which will soon become the finest dining establishment in Lin City. Zhu Dan has invited us here for a meal today, and that speaks volumes about his influence." This meal, courtesy of Zhu Dan, was significant, especially since Luo Huan had already taken to calling him hubby. Wang Hao engaged in mutual flattery with him, while Zhou Wei's countenance darkened, drawing curious glances from the others. Only Luo Huan continued to affectionately call Zhu Dan hubby, maintaining a rather ambiguous demeanor toward Zhou Wei. Fortunately, Li Xian was there to accompany Zhou Wei. Otherwise, he would have felt utterly humiliated. The conversation shifted to the Royal Banquet Hall, and upon inquiring with the waiter, they learned that it was currently hosting a guest, none other than Shen Hong, the general manager of Haida, accompanied by Chef Sun Yun, who was personally overseeing the occasion. Chen Hong was a prominent figure at Haifeng, often appearing in financial news, and for individuals like Lin Yuyin and Wang Hao, whose families were intertwined with finance, his name resonated powerfully. Even the typically aloof Lin Yuyin could barely contain her excitement. The fact that Chen Hong was personally attending indicated the stature of the guest he was hosting. And the Royal Banquet Hall was set to become the most prestigious banquet venue in Lin City. The first to experience, it would undoubtedly be at the pinnacle of wealth and status in the region. Sun Yun? Could it be the renowned, national-level Sichuan cuisine master we saw on Huashe not long ago? Su Ying asked, astonished. She had witnessed Sun Yun's culinary prowess on Huashe, where he catered to distinguished national figures. The waiter, smiling broadly, confirmed, "Indeed, Master Sun is our head chef, and today he is personally cooking for the guests at the Royal Banquet Hall. It's quite a rare occasion, especially since Master Sun is nearly 80 years old." Su Ying pressed further. Who could possibly warrant such a personal touch from Master Sun? The waiter replied, "I'm not entirely sure, but I believe he is quite a young gentleman." At this revelation, the nerves of the young women in the private room were set ablaze, including Lin Yuyin, who thought, a young gentleman? If this could lead to a romantic relationship. Yet, everyone kept their fantasies to themselves. Meanwhile, Lu Fei had arrived at the Royal Banquet Hall. Witnessing Sun Yun cook in person, he had never seen such meticulous culinary artistry. In his excitement, he snapped a photo to share on social media, captioning it, "Master Sun is personally cooking today. I am in for a treat." Zhou Wei, upon seeing the post, gasped. Could it be that the guest at the Royal Banquet Hall is Lu Fei? It was a remarkable coincidence, as they had just been discussing Sun Yun when Lu Fei's post appeared. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Someone retorted. "Did I hear you right? He actually claims that Lu Fei is the guest at the Royal Banquet Hall? This is too amusing." Laughter erupted, and Zhou Wei quickly realized it was merely a coincidence. Lu Fei could not possibly be the guest. He promptly fell silent. At that moment, the dishes were served, and everyone prepared to eat. Just as they were about to pick up their chopsticks, Zhu Dan stood up, addressing Zhou Wei. "This meal is in celebration of Huan's birthday, and I sincerely thank everyone for coming to support us. However, I must say, one individual's presence has taken me by surprise." Everyone, except for Li Exeng, turned their smiling gazes toward Zhou Wei, who felt so embarrassed that he wished he could disappear into the ground. Awkward to the extreme, yet fueled by an unexpected courage, he suddenly rose to his feet, his face slightly flushed, and exclaimed, "Are you referring to me? Indeed, you're like a toad aspiring to feast upon a swan, possessing a certain self-awareness. I am speaking of you." Luo Huan interjected, "Oh, Zhu Dan, what are you trying to say? Zhou Wei is merely my ordinary male friend. His presence here is quite normal, isn't it?" Zhou Wei felt a jolt as he glanced at Luo Huan, realizing that his role had inexplicably evolved from an infatuated admirer to a mere male friend. He gazed at Luo Huan with deep affection, while she seemed to playfully resist, calling Zhu Dan hubby as if merely putting on an act. Perhaps her true affection lay with him? Zhou Wei felt overwhelmed. At this moment, Zhu Dan was engulfed in a blaze of fury upon discovering that Zhou Wei, this rotund fellow, was merely a male friend. He had lavished thousands on bracelets and was about to spend a hefty sum on dinner, all in hopes of winning over Luo Huan. Yet, Zhou Wei's presence always seemed to introduce an element of uncertainty into his plans. Huan, you may consider him a friend, but what of him? His purpose for being here today is undoubtedly to seduce you. Just ask him." Zhu Dan slurred, already intoxicated without having taken a sip. The crowd erupted in a chorus of jeers. Luo Huan pressed her lips together, her expression slightly awkward, and replied softly, "Oh dear, what are you saying?" Stealing glances at Zhou Wei, her eyes sparkled with flirtation. Zhou Wei, driven by passion, thought to himself, "What of it if I desire to be with Huan? I am in love with her. You and she have no defined relationship. What gives me the right? Did you not hear her call me hubby? What do you think I am? Zhu Dan sneered. Zhou Wei's face flushed with indignation. Dan, you are insufferable. Though I call you hubby, it is merely in jest." "Do not misunderstand," Luo Huan said coyly, feigning shyness while actually relishing the playful tension between Zhu Dan and Zhou Wei. She adored the spectacle of two men vying for her affection. Zhu Dan's expression darkened. Then a cold smile crossed his lips. Zhou Wei, since you also harbor feelings for Huan Huan, let us compete fairly. Tonight, we shall split the bill equally. What do you say? Split the bill? Fine. Let us do it, Zhou Wei responded, slamming his hand on the table. Waiter, calculate the total for this meal. Zhu Dan called out to the waiter. A total of 5,428, the waiter replied. Zhu Dan smiled at Zhou Wei. I'll round it down. You only need to pay 2,500. Hand over the cash. Zhou Wei trembled at the thought. Where is he to find 2,500? Li Xian interjected. I'll cover Zhou Wei as 2,005. However, Su Ying disagreed, firmly stating, that won't do. He must pay his share. If he cannot even afford 2,005, what right does he have to pursue my Huan Huan? Surely no one is so destitute as to be unable to produce 2,005. My weekly allowance exceeds that amount. A friend of Zhu Dan, a wealthy second-generation heir, chimed in. Zhou Wei stood there, utterly embarrassed. Zhu Dan burst into laughter, and the others joined in, turning Zhou Wei into a source of amusement. Li Xian frowned, sensing that Luo Huan was toying with Zhou Wei. Otherwise, why would she not intervene? He attempted to pull Zhou Wei away from the scene. At that moment, a balding middle-aged man accompanied by two stunning servers entered, pushing an exquisite dining cart. Which of you is Miss Luo Huan? A middle-aged man smiled warmly at the crowd. Luo Huan quickly stood up. Happy birthday, Miss Luo. I trust you enjoy red wine. The middle-aged man respectfully addressed Luo Huan. Some recognized him as Shun Yao, the manager of Haida Restaurant, a notable figure in Ling City. Shun's personal attendants raised questions. Was it out of respect for Yu Yin or President Wang? I am not well acquainted with Manager Shun, Zhu Dan remarked. You reserved the restaurant, didn't you? Is there a connection between your family and him? Wang Hao nudged Zhu Dan. Adjusting her collar and straightening her back, Zhu Dan replied, It's possible. My father has been quite successful in business lately and has mentioned meeting influential figures. Perhaps they are from the Haifeng group. As the crowd engaged in discussion, Shen Yao had already poured red wine. He opened a bottle of the exquisite Royal Salute worth over 10,000, honoring Luo Huan. To Miss Luo, happy birthday. Luo Huan felt a mix of awe and trepidation, having never encountered such a powerful individual before. She even entertained a fleeting thought of becoming Shun Yao's mistress, especially after noticing the luxurious watch worth hundreds of thousands adorning his wrist. After toasting with Luo Huan, Shen approached Li Xian and Zhou Wei. Dear friends of young Master Li and young Master Zhou, I, Shen Yao, consider you all my friends. Tonight's meal is on me. I hope you enjoy. It turned out Shen Yao's gesture was in deference to Zhou Wei and Li Xian, causing Zhu Dan's expression to sour. Everyone gazed at Li Xian and Zhou Wei with admiration. Zhou Wei, relieved from any awkwardness, was pulled aside by Shen Yao. Manager Shun, how do you know us? Zhou Wei and Li Xian were equally bewildered. Shen Yao smiled and said, A guest from the Royal Banquet Hall sent me. Someone with ties to you. I hope you have a splendid evening. Feel free to call on me if needed. I want to intrude on your gathering. A guest from the Royal Banquet Hall. Zhou Wei and Li Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. Although Li Xian was a wealthy heir, he couldn't fathom the caliber of guests at the Royal Banquet Hall, let alone their connection. Shen Yao offered no further explanation and bid farewell to the group, exiting the private room. The atmosphere in the room shifted immediately. Luo Huan took the initiative to sit beside Zhou Wei. Wei Wei, are you hiding something from me? How do you know someone as significant as Shen Yao? Luo Huan's proximity to Zhou Wei was not merely to curry favor. She also aimed to distance herself from Zhu Dan, ensuring Zhu Dan did not mistakenly regard her as a close confidant. She preferred affluent companions, and Zhu Dan did not meet her expectations. Only if there were no better options would she consider Zhu Dan. He would merely be a backup. As for Zhou Wei, he was merely a tool. Old Li, Manager Shen must be connected to your family, right? Lu Qingqing inquired, seating herself next to Li Xian. Shen Yao's personal visit indicated Li Xian's influence was more formidable than she had anticipated. Meanwhile, the poised Su Ying was calculating her next move, having eavesdropped on Shen Yao's conversation with Li Xian and Zhou Wei. While others assumed Shen Yao was a close friend of theirs, She understood clearly that Shun Yao had been sent by a young master from the royal banquet hall. Thus, while others were merely astonished, she felt a tumultuous storm brewing within her. I need to use the restroom. After exchanging a few words with Lin Yuyan, she hurried out of the private room to catch up with Manager Shun. Upon turning around, Shun Yao was taken aback to find a strikingly alluring woman before him. Instantly feeling a spark of attraction. "What is the matter?" she inquired. "I am Su Ying, a friend of Luo Huan." She is somewhat naive regarding social etiquette and failed to properly express her gratitude to the esteemed figure at the royal banquet hall. This is quite unacceptable. May I add this prominent individual on WeChat to convey her thanks? Su Ying suggested, subtly hinting at her desire to connect with Lu Fei. Xin Yao frowned at the thought. Su Ying wished to add the young master as a friend on WeChat. Each friend of the young master was worth their weight in gold, and he himself did not possess the young master's WeChat. However, upon further assessing Su Ying's demeanor, a quintessential mature beauty, a university student who appeared quite innocent, he pondered the possibility that the young master might indeed find her appealing. "I can inquire on your behalf," he offered, dialing the general manager, Chun Hong. At the royal banquet hall, a breathtakingly beautiful woman clad in vibrant red received the call. "Young master, it's a call from Shun Yao. May I answer?" Chun Hong's voice was exceedingly gentle, her gaze fixed on Lu Fei, brimming with desire, as if she wished to envelop him in her embrace. Lu Fei felt somewhat awkward in her presence. He had never encountered such a sultry woman, who seemed to understand the hearts of young men all too well. "It's probably something related to my classmate. Go ahead and take it," he replied. Once Chun Hong connected the call and listened to Shun Yao's report, a hint of jealousy laced her voice as she remarked, "There's a girl named Su Ying who wishes to add you on WeChat to express her gratitude. Look at these girls. They'll do anything to climb the social ladder." "Su Ying, you say?" Lu Fei mused, stroking his chin. He had a vivid impression of her. She often brought up the fake jade he had given her, and she was indeed a mature beauty. Among the 4 girls in Lin Yuyan's dormitory, her looks were second only to Lin Yuyan, her attire embodying the mature style with a unique flair. "Provide her with my WeChat ID," he instructed, sharing his secondary WeChat account. Moments later, his phone buzzed. Su Ying had added him as a friend. Chapter 16, Slander. "It was you who bumped into me." Lu Fei chuckled, recalling Su Ying's previous tirade against him. He was curious how this mature beauty would behave in front of the esteemed guests at the royal banquet hall. The table was adorned with exquisite dishes crafted by national-level chefs, and 4 stunning beauties knelt on either side, all of whom were merely servile waitresses despite being campus queens from prestigious universities. The royal banquet hall aimed to create an elite club accessible only to its members. Lu Fei had grown accustomed to such a lifestyle. Meanwhile, Su Ying's blood pressure surged as she tightly gripped her phone, her body trembling with excitement. She had succeeded. She had actually added a distinguished guest from the royal banquet hall as a friend. She maneuvered past Li Xin and Zhou Wei, directing her focus solely on the noble son of the royal banquet hall. Initially, she had little hope, but to her astonishment, he had indeed accepted her request. It seemed the esteemed figure at the royal banquet hall was quite approachable, recalling the humiliation of being kicked down by Xue Chao. With the worthless Lu Fei laughing at her misfortune, she resolved that as long as she could secure the favor of the esteemed figure, her days of hardship would soon come to an end. She would ensure that all those who had previously belittled her would be beneath her feet. There are also Lin Yuyan and Lu Qingqing, who constantly hover above her, exuding an air of superiority in her presence. This is a golden opportunity to rise above the rest. It is imperative to seize it. She took a deep breath and cautiously sent a voice message to the brother in the royal banquet hall. "I am Su Ying, Luo Huan's close friend. Huan isn't very adept at navigating social nuances and has properly expressed her gratitude to you, so I am here to convey her thanks." She crossed her legs, her voice both soft and tinged with allure, almost intoxicating. "Lu Fei, is that really Su Ying's voice? Has something happened to her throat? It sounds quite captivating." He replied through text, "That's because Li Xin and Zhou Wei are my friends. If you wish to express gratitude, you should do so to them. Of course, they should be thanked, but she couldn't let him forget that he might not yet know her. Here's my photo." Su Ying's heart raced. She had to make a bold move to captivate the brother in the royal banquet hall while the iron was hot. Thus, she sent one of her most cherished private photos, a shot she had never shown to anyone else, believing only the brother in the royal banquet hall deserved to see it. Wow, Su Ying is quite the temptress. Her appearance doesn't reveal it. Lu Fei commented, "Your figure is remarkable, especially those long legs. If you were to wear stockings, it would be extraordinary." Su Ying smiled, feeling triumphant. The first step was successful, and now she was aware of his preferences. This was immensely advantageous. "Oh my, you speak so sweetly. I'm just downstairs and would like to thank you in person at the royal banquet hall. Would that be agreeable? I can be however you desire." She boldly decided to charge ahead. If Lu Fei agreed, she was prepared to offer herself to him. After all, her greatest asset was her youthful purity. As long as he wasn't excessively callous, any man who became close to her would surely treat her well. My goodness, is she being this straightforward? Lu Fei was taken aback. Isn't this enticing crime? However, glancing at Chun Hong and the school beauties kneeling beside him, he regained his composure. He simply replied, "No." Su Ying gazed at the cold two characters on her phone, taking a deep breath. The brother in the royal banquet hall was indeed not easily won over. But that was all right. He had already bitten the bait. Her mind raced, devising ways to entice him further. "You must be busy, brother. I'm off to celebrate Huan's birthday. I hope to find you again, so don't forget about me." "Oh dear, today young girls are so competitive. What is an aging woman like me supposed to do?" Shen on lamented. Lu Fei, parched and overwhelmed, could only focus on the culinary delights before him, barely fending off Chun Hong's advances. After finishing his meal, he hurried back to school. In the stillness of the night, he needed to calm himself. Having lived at the bottom for 20 years, the extravagant lifestyle of the royal banquet hall was disconcerting. He recalled Zhao Min. It seemed there was no hope with her. Yet if he truly desired it, perhaps Zhao Min would treat him as those kneeling school beauties did. He wandered the campus in a state of melancholy, unknowingly arriving at the artificial lake within the school grounds. Not long ago, he was strolling here with Zhao Min leaning against a grand willow tree, which bore witness to their love. He reminisced about their first kiss shared beneath its branches, lost in thought. Suddenly, a startled scream pierced the air. Lu Fei felt his backside collide with something soft. Turning around, he found a girl clad in a black pleated skirt. She exclaimed, jumping back in alarm. "Lu Fei, it's you," she retorted angrily. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Lin Yuyan. A wave of irritation washed over Lu Fei as he blurted out, "What are you doing here by the lake at this hour?" Just then, Su Ying, dressed in white thigh-high stockings, approached. "Lu Fei, are you stalking us, you creep?" she said with evident disdain. Lin Yuyan, filled with fury, added, "Not only is he stalking me, but he also touched my backside. Wow, you really are something." Su Ying gasped in disbelief. In the dead of night, Lin Yuyan and Su Ying had come to the lakeside to take photographs. After the birthday celebration concluded, Su Ying had dragged Lin Yuyan away from the restaurant, her thoughts consumed by the brother from the royal banquet hall. Eagerly, she had purchased over 10 pairs of stockings and enlisted Lin Yuyan to help her capture the perfect shots. They aimed to create an artistic vibe by the lake to attract the attention of the royal banquet hall brother. Earlier, Lin Yuyan had been focused on capturing the photos, stepping back without noticing Lu Fei behind her inadvertently colliding with him. "Who touched your backside?" "Don't make baseless accusations," Lu Fei said, vexed at being labeled a pervert. Lin Yuyan's face flushed with anger. "You still want to argue? I initially thought you were just pretentious, but I never expected you to engage in such lewd behavior." Su Ying seemed even more enraged, grabbing Lu Fei by the collar. "I'm not surprised he would do this. He is only bold because he helped you once. This will only embolden his misbehavior in the future." Lin Yuyan was determined not to let Lu Fei off the hook, finding his actions repulsive, especially since it was her first experience of such an unwanted advance from a man. "I will not remain silent like ordinary girls. You should apologize to your counselor and write a reflection post on the campus forum," she declared. Su Ying added, gripping Lu Fei's shoulder, "And you must kneel and apologize." Lu Fei shot her a sidelong glance. She certainly didn't seem this domineering when she was flattering him on WeChat. "I'll say this once more. I did not touch your backside. You ran into me. Chapter 17. Expulsion. A malicious request. I didn't even move. You collided with me. Lu Fei patiently explained, despite his lack of fondness for Lin Yu-yin and Su Ying, wishing to avoid any misunderstandings. Lin Yu-yin was at a loss for words. If you continue this way, don't blame me for being impolite. Lu Fei shrugged. If you choose to be impolite, so be it. I am merely stating the truth. Still being obstinate? I'll slap you. Su Ying seethed, ready to strike Lu Fei. Lin Yu-yin waved her hand. Ying, let him go. If we resort to violence, it will only reflect poorly on us. I have my own ways of making him admit his fault. Reluctantly, Su Ying released Lu Fei. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lu Fei's phone buzzed with several photos sent by Su Ying, showcasing her striking poses by the lakeside, deliberately accentuating her long legs adorned in black stockings. To capture these images, I had to endure an encounter with a creep, which was utterly revolting. Su Ying sent a voice message. Lu Fei was at a loss for words. Realizing that the two girls had ventured to the lakeside at such a late hour solely to take pictures and flirt with him. Was this not a form of harassment? He retorted sharply, akin to a sudden blow to the head. Su Ying lay on her bed, envisioning Lu Fei receiving the photos and perhaps thinking of her. Upon seeing his response, her eyes sparkled with excitement. After a moment of bewilderment, she murmured softly, "Brother Huang Yanting is so pure. It seems I must be more subtle." But then she reconsidered. Subtlety would not win her love. After a brief internal struggle, she pitifully replied to Lu Fei, "Brother, I merely wish to tease you. Do you not like it?" Lu Fei was rendered speechless and chose not to respond, opting instead to fall asleep. Upon awakening, he was greeted by the visage of an angel. He found himself on a large round bed in a hotel room, with a woman standing on the bed, her foot resting upon his chest. She donned knee-high Martin boots, form-fitting leather pants, and a striking ensemble that exuded confidence. "Lu Xinru, what are you doing?" Lu Fei exclaimed in terror, surveying his surroundings. This was indeed a hotel room, and the floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of the city below. Yet he was certain he had been sleeping in the dormitory. He had once again fallen victim to Lu Xinru's abduction, this time without a hint of awareness. Taken while he slumbered, it was utterly surreal. Lu Xinru applied more pressure with her foot. "You ask what I'm doing? Perhaps you should take a good look at yourself." With that, she hurled a mobile phone beside him. He glanced at the screen, revealing a news article, a male student from Lincheng involved with a female classmate, who had allegedly refused to apologize. "Lu Fei, you truly are something else. You turned down a marriage proposal from Luo Bing, yet you frolic with Chun Hong, Qin Yi, and those campus beauties from Haida Restaurant. You insist on maintaining an fade of propriety while cavorting with female classmates. How disgusting. I feel utterly humiliated. Now I have to pay to suppress this trending news. If your identity leaks, do you have any idea how grand this scandal could become? I appointed you to be my successor at Haifeng, destined to lead the family, and you've managed to ruin everything. I will not spare you." Lu Xinru raised her fist, appearing ready to strike him. Lu Fei inhaled deeply. "Please allow me a moment. This is a misunderstanding. I did not engage in such behavior. And now it has escalated beyond control." His news with Lin Yu-yin was already trending in the city. Fortunately, the local trending topic had not yet caused significant repercussions. With a stern expression, Lu Xinru removed her foot from his chest and jumped off the bed, coldly stating, "Regardless of whether this is a misunderstanding, what is that girl's name? You need to silence her. If you cannot, I am more than capable of assisting with that." Her voice was chilling, suggesting she was prepared to take drastic measures against Lin Yu-yin. "This is merely a misunderstanding. I can handle it. Can you refrain from causing further chaos?" Lu Fei's head spun, overwhelmed by the absurdity of being abducted to a hotel over such trivial matters. "And you dare accuse me of causing chaos? Have you not achieved something remarkable? Now even such trivial news has surfaced. How can you still blame me? All right, I understand. In any case, please refrain from concerning yourself with my matters. I can manage perfectly well." The siblings quarreled and then fell silent. Moments later, Lu Xinru suddenly transformed into a gentle sister, approaching the bedside to tidy Lu Fei's shirt. "You must grow up quickly. I need to temporarily venture to a distant place. The Haifeng group will be entrusted to you. If you ruin it, we will both face dire consequences. Be mindful of your words and actions, and remember, when dealing with certain individuals, one must be resolute. Lu Fei was utterly bewildered. Where are you going? Lu Xinru shook her head. You will know in time. With that, she departed. It was all rather perplexing. Lu Fei, still feeling drowsy, continued to sleep for half the day, only rising at noon to find numerous messages on his phone. The majority were from Li Xin and Zhou Wei. Brother Fei, you are incredibly bold to have done such a thing. Lin Yuyin had shared last night's incident about him touching her inappropriately on her social media. She also sought to promote it among the student council, which led to the news circulating widely on social media, forums, and local trending topics. Lin Yuyin sent him a message apologizing and wrote a self-critique on the forum, expressing her concern about the potential repercussions if she did not. You are truly deluded. I never touched you. Please delete your post immediately, or you will be spreading false rumors. Think carefully, Lu Fei replied earnestly. He then went downstairs to return to school. This matter needed swift resolution. Just as he arrived back at the dormitory, his counselor, Bai Wenwen, stormed into the boys' dormitory, visibly angered. Bai Wenwen was also a graduate of Linqing University. Having not found a suitable job, she remained at the school as a counselor, making her a senior. Bai Wenwen was a striking beauty with long black hair, often dressed in a uniform, black stockings, and high heels, frequently encountering inappropriate advances from certain perverse students and teachers. Though none dared to act overtly, she took issues of male harassment towards females exceptionally seriously. Lu Fei, come to my office, she commanded, dragging him into her office. Seated at her desk, she was infuriated. Do you even comprehend the magnitude of your mistake? Ms. Bai, it's not as you think, Lu Fei attempted to explain. Are you still trying to argue your case? Let me tell you, evasion leads only to a dead end. Your situation is already precarious. Attending university is your sole avenue for success, and now Lin Yuyin demands your expulsion. Lu Fei grimaced. So it's you, Lin Yuyin. After he responded to her, Lin Yuyin, instead of reflecting on whether she had spread falsehoods, resolved to take stern action against Lu Fei, aiming for his expulsion. Concurrently, Wang Hao and others leveraged the student council's influence to create public pressure, believing that if the situation escalated, the school would undoubtedly expel Lu Fei to maintain discipline. Chapter 18. The beauty was in tears over this. It is imperative that Lu Fei be expelled. This was the conclusion reached by the 4 girls in Lin Yuyin's dormitory, especially Su Ying, who, after being scolded by her brother from the royal banquet hall, attributed the blame to Lu Fei, believing it was his fault for causing her brother to reprimand her. Look at his attitude. He clearly has no intention of admitting his mistakes. Previously, he gifted fake jade to his ex-girlfriend, and now he resorts to spying on you and even resorts to violence. If he remains, who knows what he might do next? It is far too dangerous. He must be expelled. Wang Hao knows their director, Zhang Wei, and could intercede to ensure the director expels him from school. We cannot tolerate such a scoundrel among us. Lin Yuyin also heeded her roommate's advice. Having someone as deranged as Lu Fei around poses a significant risk. An expulsion is necessary. She asserted, if he must be expelled, then so be it. Lu Fei, nonchalant as ever, felt he had done nothing wrong. While Lin Yuyin seemed intent on self-destruction, spreading rumors was one thing, but now she wanted to expel him. Observing his demeanor, Bai Wenwen was moved to tears. Her sobs cascading down her cheeks. Are you really so defiant? You take this matter so lightly? I just received a call from Director Zhang, who insists on addressing this issue seriously. Do you understand? There is now overwhelming support for your expulsion. Lu Fei was taken aback, never imagining he would face expulsion, especially witnessing Bai Wenwen in tears. Coming from a humble background, if he were to be expelled, that would spell the end for him. Seeing her weep so pitifully struck a chord within Lu Fei. He hastily offered her a tissue, saying, "Please, do not cry. I stand firm in my integrity. I did not touch her. She collided with me and then fabricated lies." Bai Wenwen, her makeup ruined from crying, wiped her tears. Her eyes now red and swollen as she looked at Lu Fei. The fallout from this incident weighed heavily on her, perhaps even more so than on Lu Fei. After all, in this era, matters between the sexes are exceptionally sensitive, and with Lin Yin being the beauty of the department, The repercussions were magnified. You truly did not lay a hand on her? She pressed. Even if I were lecherous, I would not stoop to such behavior. What could touching her possibly resolve? Lu Fei retorted, exasperated. What is Lin Yuyan even worth? Bai Wenwen frowned. Are you still jesting? Lu Fei maintained a serious demeanor. I am no longer jesting. Bai Wenwen, her brow furrowed, asked, what were you doing by the lake at night? I was out for a walk. Yet, Lin Yuyan claimed you were deliberately stalking her, and even presented evidence that you had feelings for her. I do not harbor any feelings for her. That is merely her inflated self-image. But do you have any evidence to support that? Lu Fei narrowed his eyes, realizing he indeed had none. Bai Wenwen's expression tightened further. If you lack evidence, it is akin to mud in your pants. It may not be excrement, but it is still disgraceful. Lu Fei pondered deeply. If all else failed, he might have to leverage his connections, but he could not reveal his identity. Once exposed, rumors might circulate that he was using his privileged background to harass innocent young women. Bai Wenwen sighed, glancing at Lu Fei, ultimately deciding to defend him. Regardless of the circumstances, expulsion was far too severe a consequence. I have always regarded you as an honest child. You could not possibly commit such an act. Rest assured, even without evidence to prove your innocence, I will do my utmost to advocate for you. You must not be expelled. Stand firm in your integrity. And do not wear a long face. Let me treat you to a meal. Lu Fei, filled with righteous fervor, felt unfazed by the lack of evidence. Observing his demeanor, Bai Wenwen became even more convinced of his innocence. As long as he was in the right, he had nothing to fear. You owe me a meal, indeed. After the incident came to light, Bai Wenwen was troubled for the entire morning. However, once she relaxed, a charming side of her emerged, displaying a delightful innocence. Lu Fei mused quietly to himself how endearing this was. Subsequently, he took Bai Wenwen to a Chinese restaurant for a sumptuous meal. Yet, when it came time to settle the bill, Bai Wenwen insisted on paying, declaring, "You haven't earned any money yet. Although this meal is ostensibly on you, I must insist on covering the cost." Bai Wenwen was quite principled. Unable to persuade her otherwise, Lu Fei relented, conceding to her wishes. After their meal, he returned to his dormitory to await further instructions. Meanwhile, Bai Wenwen opened the forum only to be met with shocking news. The allegations against Lu Fei regarding his misconduct towards Lin Yuyan were gaining traction, with thousands calling for the expulsion of such a detrimental figure. This was alarming enough. But what truly horrified her was the fact that the department head, Zhang Wei, had also responded on the forum, asserting that he would not tolerate such behavior and was prepared to initiate the expulsion process for Lu Fei. Comments flooded in, fervently praising Zhang Wei. We need more principled leaders like Director Zhang. He is our beacon of hope. With more just individuals like him, there would be fewer incidents of harassment against women. In his office, Zhang Wei perused the forum posts, humming a tune. By expelling Lu Fei, he stood to gain significant notoriety and support. A position for an assistant department head had recently opened up, and with such a scandal erupting within the department, this was a golden opportunity for him. As long as he garnered substantial backing, the assistant position would undoubtedly be his. He chuckled to himself. Lu Fei, you truly are my benefactor. Just then, a knock interrupted his thoughts. It was Bai Wenwen, looking anxious. Director Zhang, how could you make such statements on the forum? What statements require your instruction? Zhang Wei retorted darkly, his demeanor souring at her audacity to speak to him so. Realizing her misstep, Bai Wenwen quickly apologized, then argued her case, asserting that the department head's public declaration of intent to expel Lu Fei could easily lead to misunderstandings. What misunderstandings? Zhang Wei interjected. I stand by my words and take full responsibility. It pains me that our department harbors such a rogue, but to uphold integrity and discipline, expulsion is imperative. However, I have already spoken with Lu Fei, and this matter is a misunderstanding. He did not commit such acts. You are far too naive. Who would confess to such deeds? These youngsters are becoming ever more cunning. Leave this matter to me. I will handle it entirely. But I am Lu Fei's advocate. How can I stand idly by? I have already consulted Lin Yuyan, and the facts are clear. Lu Fei is guilty of misconduct. I will initiate the expulsion process immediately. Zhang Wei's anger flared, The decision to expel Lu Fei directly impacted his career prospects, and by Wenwen's interference, jeopardized his ambitions. He could not let her actions go unpunished. Bai Wenwen, however, was oblivious to the depths of his motivations. Hearing of Lu Fei's impending expulsion filled her with urgency. Director Zhang, this affects a person's career trajectory. You cannot act so hastily. Even if Lu Fei has erred, we must afford him the opportunity to rectify his mistakes. With heartfelt sincerity, she sought to persuade him. Yet, Zhang Wei's thoughts were consumed with the irony of her concern for another's career, oblivious to the fact that this situation was entwined with his own professional future. Chapter 19. The days of judgment have arrived. Seeing Bai Wenwen's resolute demeanor, Zhang Wei's expression darkened to the point where it seemed he might dissolve into tears. Bai Wenwen discerned Zhang Wei's intention to dismiss Lu Fei, yet she remained undaunted. Regardless of the consequences, even if she were to lose her job, she could not allow Lu Fei to be expelled. Our management will convene this afternoon to deliberate on Lu Fei's situation. You may return for now. He needed to confer with several key figures. As long as they reached a consensus, Bai Wenwen's words would hold little weight. With no other option, Bai Wenwen departed. On his way back to the dormitory, Lu Fei casually perused the forum, which was rife with calls for his dismissal. Lin Yuyan, after all, had committed a grave offense. The predicament was indeed rather intricate. Contemplating this, he strolled to the artificial lake, where a streetlight stood beside a willow tree. Glancing upwards, he noticed a surveillance camera. Damn, there's a camera that went unnoticed. Let us see what Lin Yuyan has to say now. Lu Fei immediately called Bai Wenwen. There's a surveillance camera at the incident site yesterday. If we retrieve the footage, the truth will be unveiled. Do not worry. Upon hearing this, Bai Wenwen finally exhaled in relief. Lu Fei's willingness to access the footage was a testament to his innocence. Hurry over. We must go to the security office together to review the footage and clear your name. Bai Wenwen was relentless, fearing any unforeseen complications. Conversely, Lu Fei remained calm, unperturbed by the prospect of being wrongfully accused. As he made his way to the security office, he sent Lin Yuyan a message. There's footage that can prove my innocence. Your slander has led others to believe I am a deviant. Your life is about to take a turn. Lin Yuyan froze upon reading the WeChat message. The girls in her dorm were just fantasizing about how to expel Lu Fei when this news hit them like a bucket of ice water. Yuyan, what is going on? Lu Fei claimed there was surveillance footage that could exonerate him. Could it be that we have wronged him? Su Ying, Luo Huan, and Lu Qingqing were all taken aback. This incident had nearly escalated beyond comprehension, only to reveal it was a misunderstanding. They cannot accept this. Su Ying was the most indignant. Impossible. If there's footage, it would hold even more weight. He must have deliberately touched you. Think about it. Why would he be there at night? Lin Yuyan rubbed her head in frustration. It's so annoying. Upon reflection, it does seem that it wasn't a man's hand that touched me. I'm not entirely sure why he is so confident. I can't comprehend it, she murmured. Su Ying grasped her hand tightly. Yuyan, you cannot show mercy. Everyone is currently condemning Lu Fei. If the situation reverses, we will be the ones facing the backlash. Even if the footage proves he didn't act with intent, we must staunchly deny it. His presence by the lake at night can only be interpreted as stalking us. In any case, we must tarnish his reputation and ensure he cannot continue here. Luo Huan and Lu Qingqing exchanged glances, sensing something amiss. Yet they resolutely concurred. Yes, we must proceed this way. Lin Yuyan furrowed her brows. Let us go to the security office and review the footage first. The four girls exited the dormitory together, heading towards the security office. At the security office, Lu Fei and Bai Wenwen awaited, but the security personnel were on their lunch break and would not return until 2 o'clock. Before long, Lin Yuyan and her companions arrived. Lin Yuyan, do you dare to show your face again? You slandered me by claiming I assaulted you, causing a tremendous negative impact. I have consulted the criminal law, and your actions could very well lead to a sentence of at least 3 years. Lu Fei gestured emphatically, infuriated by Lin Yuyan's audacity, not only to spread rumors but also to attempt to have him expelled. If you don't scare her, she'll never learn. Do not intimidate Yuyan. We have not spread any rumors. You secretly followed us to the lakeside. What could that possibly mean if not an attempt at misconduct. Once the surveillance footage is reviewed, you'll be finished. Su Ying stood protectively in front of Lin Yuyan, resembling a bodyguard. Lu Fei smirked. I wonder if girls like you realize that sending provocative photos to men might be considered misconduct. Should I inquire on the forum? Su Ying's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Lu Fei. Suddenly, it struck her that Lu Fei bore a striking resemblance in demeanor to the brother from the royal banquet hall. What could this imply? Her scalp prickled. The more she contemplated his words, the more she felt that Lu Fei's tone mirrored that of the brother from the royal banquet hall. Could it be that he knows him as well? After much contemplation, Su Ying arrived at this possibility, considering that the brother from the royal banquet hall was acquainted with Li Xian and Zhou Wei. Thus, knowing Lu Fei was plausible. If Lu Fei could converse in front of the brother, then caution was warranted. They could no longer be in direct opposition. However, Lin Yuyan and the other girls failed to grasp the implications of Lu Fei's statement. Once the surveillance is reviewed, the truth will emerge. So your words are futile now, Lin Yuyan retorted defiantly. At this moment, Bai Wenwen interjected, looking at Lin Yuyan with a gentle voice. Lin, Lu Fei is under my management. If he truly commits such despicable acts, I will not spare him. However, there is an overwhelming amount of public outcry against Lu Fei online, which has greatly affected his life. Could you perhaps help extinguish the flames and allow this matter to cool down? Bai Wenwen believed in Lu Fei, but also hoped to mitigate the situation. Speaking to Lin Yuyan in a conciliatory manner, the four girls ignited with indignation at Bai Wenwen's words, interpreting them as an indication of Lu Fei's guilt. Lin Yuyan straightened her back defiantly. No way. I gave him a chance, but he didn't cherish it. Now, wanting to reduce the heat is far too late. She showed no regard for Bai Wenwen, incensing Lu Fei further. Bai, you need not waste your breath on her. The more chaos this creates, the more she will suffer the consequences. Just wait and see. Just wait and see indeed. Let's see how long you can maintain this bravado, Lin Yuyan declared arrogantly. At that moment, the security personnel arrived. Having heard that surveillance footage was to be reviewed, they led them directly to the monitoring room. The truth was on the verge of revelation. Chapter 20 Battle. What does it matter if you are in charge? Everyone was tense, except for Lu Fei, who appeared relaxed. Inside the monitoring room, the large screen displayed the campus, nearly devoid of blind spots, entirely under surveillance. The staff quickly located the footage from the area around the willow trees by the artificial lake. It was around 11 p.m. last night, correct? Su Ying responded angrily, yes. The dormitory was about to close, and he still hadn't returned, clearly plotting something against us. The staff swiftly pinpointed the relevant surveillance footage for that time frame. On the screen appeared a chaotic array of garbled images. What could be the reason for this? Lin Yuyan inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. The duty officer, fiddling with the computer, eventually sighed in resignation. This is unfortunate. The surveillance system has encountered a malfunction. Bai Wenwen questioned, how could this happen? Surely the cameras were functioning properly. The officer shrugged. It just so happens that the footage from after 10 p.m. last night has issues. The storage car may be damaged. Bai Wenwen, growing anxious, exclaimed, how could it be damaged? Is there no backup? The officer seemed at a loss. At that moment, Luo Huan and several other girls turned their gazes toward Lu Fei, accusingly suggesting, did you deliberately sabotage the recordings, thinking you could deny everything in the absence of evidence? Lu Fei pondered the situation, finding it eerily coincidental, and even suspected Lin Yuyan of being involved. However, observing her demeanor, he thought that if she were indeed guilty, she could outshine even an Oscar-winning actress in her craft of deception. You are quite confident, knowing there is no footage, aren't you? Lin Yuyan shot a cold glare at Lu Fei, her disdain for him deepening. Lu Fei maintained a calm expression, choosing not to engage in their quarrel. He turned to the duty officer, asking for confirmation about the irretrievability of the footage. The officer shook his head, explaining that all recordings are stored on the card. And if it is damaged, such occurrences are not uncommon. Bai Wenwen, visibly distressed, then addressed Lin Yuyan, classmate Lin. The truth of the matter is still unclear. Do you think we could sit down and discuss this amicably? Regardless, please do not insist on his expulsion. Bai Wenwen prepared for a conciliatory approach. She clearly knows there is an issue with the surveillance, which is why she feels so emboldened. If he is not expelled, he will only become more brazen. My sole demand is his dismissal. Whether the school can deliver justice and uphold discipline is your concern. Lin Yuyin, more defiant than ever, coldly regarded Lu Fei, stating, "Did you not claim my circumstances were dire? Let us see who truly faces the consequences." With that, she turned and exited the surveillance room. Luo Huan and Lu Qingqing exchanged smug smiles, teasing, "Aren't you quite arrogant? You wanted Yu Yin imprisoned, yet now you suddenly seek reconciliation? Who would entertain you?" Lu Fei shrugged off their taunts, who said, "I sought reconciliation. The outcome of this situation remains uncertain." "Well, let us see," they replied, leaving in a triumphant manner. Public opinion seemed to favor them. Without surveillance to exonerate him, Lu Fei appeared to be the villain. Bai Wenwen recognized this reality, pleading, "Lu Fei, please refrain from provoking them any further." She spoke to him as a concerned elder. "Teacher Bai, it is not I who instigated them. They initiated the conflict. You are too young. Without evidence to prove your innocence, everyone will side with them. Sometimes, people do not concern themselves with the truth." Just then, Bai Wenwen received a phone call. Zhang Wei requested both her and Lu Fei to report to the Ideological and Political Education Office. Upon arriving at the office, they encountered Lin Yuyin and her 3 companions, who had also been summoned and had arrived first. Aside from Lin Yuyin, the other 3 wore expressions of delight. "Continue your defiance. Soon you shall receive news that will be quite advantageous for us," Luo Huan declared from the doorway, exuding a sense of triumph. Lu Fei entered the room, where apart from Zhang Wei, several leaders from the department were present. With a serious expression, Zhang Wei questioned Lu Fei. "Why did you assault Lin?" Standing to Lu Fei's left, Su Ying smiled slyly. "You might as well admit your mistake. I could consider speaking a good word for you." The situation was already determined. She aimed to portray herself as the benevolent one. It was fortunate for Lu Fei to have acquainted with the brother of the royal banquet hall. Lin Yuyin, linked arm in arm with Su Ying, looked down at Lu Fei with an air of superiority, coldly stating, "If you apologize now, considering you once helped me, I might be lenient." Upon reflection, she had no genuine desire to expel Lu Fei. Rather, she sought to see him bow in submission. She was displeased by Lu Fei's arrogance before her, as though a single act of kindness had incurred a monumental debt of gratitude. Before the school leaders, she was confident Lu Fei would yield. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Lu Fei observed the surrounding leaders, their expressions vacant, resembling robots. They appeared to operate solely on Zhang Wei's directives. With a scoff, Lu Fei fixed his gaze on Zhang Wei and said, "Director Zhang, your question is utterly foolish. I did not assault Lin Yuyin. Please ascertain the truth before interviewing me." A stunned silence enveloped the room, as everyone's shock was palpable. Not only did Lu Fei refuse to admit fault, but he also rebuked the department head. Was he courting disaster? Lin Yuyin clenched her garment tightly, astonished by Lu Fei's audacity. Did he truly fear no repercussions for potential expulsion? Ultimately, she failed to make Lu Fei submit. As for Zhang Wei and the other leaders, it suffices to say that Zhang Wei trembled, while the others' previously expressionless faces began to show signs of disturbance, but quickly reverted to their original state. "I have never encountered such an arrogant student. You can insult me, but it is a disgrace for my department to have someone like you." Zhang Wei took a deep breath, attempting to maintain an air of dignity. "Director Zhang, please do not take offense." Although Lu Fei's demeanor is straightforward, Bai Wenwen stepped forward, uncertain how to support Lu Fei. "Straightforward? Teacher Bai, I believe you're merely concerned for your student, yet some students are not deserving of such loyalty. If you continue, I may no longer be able to shield you." Zhang Wei pressured Bai Wenwen, who was desperate not to let Lu Fei down. Tears welled in her eyes as she implored, "Lu Fei, has your mind gone awry? Quickly admit your mistake and reflect sincerely. How dare you insult even the director?" Lu Fei held Zhang Wei in contempt, yet he felt pained by Bai Wenwen's distress. "Teacher Bai, while I concede that my manner was improper, the truth of the matter remains unclear. He hastily declared my expulsion online. On what grounds? As the department head, he fails to grasp even the most basic facts and stirs trouble on the forum. He is unworthy of his position. He should be the one expelled. Lu Fei spoke with righteous fervor. Faced with such unyielding integrity, Zhang Wei was gripped by intense fear, while the previously apathetic leaders were stirred. Akin to a boulder dropped into a tranquil pond. Chapter 21. Rumors. The relationship between you two appears quite abnormal, doesn't it? Exclaimed Luo Huan in astonishment. How eloquent! As if we have wronged you, Lu Qingqing scoffed. You gifted fake jade to your ex-girlfriend, sold counterfeit bracelets to your roommate, shamelessly flirted with Yu Yin, and stalked her. How can you possibly absolve yourself of such disgraceful actions? How dare you speak of the truth? Mind your own business, Lu Fei retorted, rolling his eyes. Lu Qingqing was merely casting aspersions. While he could provide explanations for each accusation, he chose to remain silent. The one who should be quiet is you. You openly molested a female classmate at school and refused to apologize. Your attitude is appalling and has caused significant repercussions. The department has discussed this matter, and this is your official notice. You have been expelled, Zhang Wei declared, clenching his fists and shouting at Lu Fei. Lu Fei narrowed his eyes, aware that Zhang Wei was resolute in expelling him, as if he had familial ties to Lin Yuyan. Director Zhang, Lu Fei is still just a child. His brazen refusal to admit fault suggests that this situation may very well be a misunderstanding. Bai Wenwen interjected anxiously. Attending university and still considered child? By teacher. Your unwavering defense of him raises suspicions about your own relationship with him, Luo Huan sneered. At that moment, Lin Yuyan, who had been engrossed in her phone, looked up and said, someone captured a photo of you both dining together in the cafeteria at noon. Your continued defense of him gives me reason to believe that there is indeed a relationship that transcends the teacher-student boundary. By teacher, is this true? Zhang Wei's anger intensified. Bai Wenwen felt as though she had been struck by lightning. She had never anticipated that a simple lunch with Lu Fei would be exploited by malicious individuals. Continuing to defend Lu Fei would only provoke further suspicion. Yet, if she remained silent, Lu Fei was likely to face expulsion. Resolute, she took a deep breath and continued. At noon, I inquired about the matter with Lu Fei, and upon arriving at the restaurant, we simply shared a meal together. What is so peculiar about that? If you wish to expel Lu Fei, you must provide evidence and adhere to the regulations. Goodness, Lu Fei, I truly admire you for winning over even the counselor with just your pretty face. For your sake, she disregards the authority of the department. How amusing it is. This young counselor and her relationship with a male college student, Luo Huan, and the other girls concluded that Lu Fei and Bai Wenwen's relationship was inappropriate. By teacher. So, your defense of Lu Fei has been for this reason? I am truly disappointed, Zhang Wei remarked, with other leaders also appearing to relish the spectacle. Lu Fei, call your parents immediately to come and handle your expulsion procedures. Our school will not tolerate someone like you. Zhang Wei pressed on, determined to resolve the matter swiftly. Very well, Lu Fei reassured Bai Wenwen. By teacher, allow my supervisor to come and speak with them. As he spoke, he dialed Qin Hua's number, requesting assistance in the matter. A moment later, the principal of Lin University hurried into the office. Zhang Wei, who authorized you to expel a student without permission? What gives you the authority to do so? Principal Zhang Tiandu, usually exuding a benevolent demeanor, now resembled a fierce deity, his anger vividly etched upon his face. Zhang Wei and several other officials were taken aback, their previously arrogant airs swiftly dissipating as they approached Zhang Tiandu. Principal, has this matter reached even your ears? You, of all people, speak of expelling a student without a thorough investigation. Do you realize that your words could irrevocably alter someone's fate? Zhang Tiandu's fury was palpable as he slammed his palm against the table. Zhang Wei lowered his head, reporting, Principal, my investigation is nearly complete. Lu Fei's misconduct toward a female student has tarnished our reputation severely. Allowing him to remain in the school would reflect poorly on us. And the regulations are clear. Lu Fei's actions constitute a serious breach of discipline, warranting expulsion. Nearly complete? How did you conduct your investigation? What evidence do you possess? As a leading figure in the department, should the school's reputation take precedence over a student's future? Zhang Tiandu's words were impassioned. Lu Fei felt a wave of relief. After all, the principal's eloquence was commendable. Lin Yuyin, undeterred, interjected, Principal Zheng, I hold you in high regard, but as the victim, I demand Lu Fei's expulsion. His actions not only violated me, but he also refuses to acknowledge his wrongdoing, displaying a deplorable attitude. He even insulted Director Zhang in a most vulgar manner. Keeping such a person in the school is a disservice to the faculty and students. Lin Yuyin's pride shone through as she believed her argument was compelling. Exactly. Yuyin is entirely correct. Principal, you cannot show favoritism towards a scoundrel. Just yesterday, he harassed Yuyin, and today he is attempting to seduce a female counselor. He is nothing but a lecherous fiend. Luo Huan and her companions chimed in, collectively disparaging Lu Fei before the principal, convinced that their words would sway Zhang Tiandu's opinion. Enough. Can you focus on the matter at hand? Regarding the allegations of misconduct, do you possess any evidence? Zhang Tiandu rebuked the girls, clearly siding with Lu Fei. The girls were left speechless. Zhang Wei, you speak of your investigation being nearly complete. I wish to understand what nearly entails. Zhang Tiandu turned his gaze upon Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei was drenched in cold sweat, feeling an immense pressure. This was unprecedented. Zhang Tiandu was never one to react in such a manner. Gathering his resolve, he replied, the incident occurred shortly after 10 o'clock at night. Our investigation revealed that Lu Fei harbored an infatuation for Lin Yuyin and had long plotted against her. Ultimately, driven by this infatuation, he extended his hand towards her. And the surveillance footage? Zhang Tiandu pressed. The cameras in that area were malfunctioning. What evidence or materials do we have? Present them to me at once. Zhang Wei and the departmental leaders exchanged anxious glances. At this moment, Lin Yuyin interjected once more. I am my own evidence, and Su Ying can corroborate my account. Lu Fei's habitual behavior further substantiates his capability to commit such acts. The entire school community desires his expulsion. If Principal Zhang insists on favoring him, I shall have no further remarks. Her arrogance remained unshaken, undeterred by the presence of the principal. Principal Zhang, Lin Yuyin's unilateral statements are insufficient as evidence. I firmly believe that Lu Fei would not engage in such behavior. To claim that all faculty and students wish for Lu Fei's expulsion. Am I not a teacher in this school? I find it hard to believe that everyone would be so rash as to condemn Lu Fei without a thorough understanding of the circumstances. Bai Wenwen, despite the pressure, spoke out, clearly opposing Zhang Wei. She felt compelled to voice her thoughts. It was akin to a merciless slap that shattered Lin Yuyin's deceit and arrogance. Chapter 22. Could the video possibly be fabricated? Bai Wenwen continued to advocate for Lu Fei, vehemently refuting Lin Yuyin's assertions. However, Lin Yuyin quickly retaliated, Your relationship with the students is questionable. You and Lu Fei are in cahoots. Does your belief even matter? Lu Qingxing added, Teacher Bai, as a fellow female. Don't you think it's tragic that we seek Lu Fei's expulsion for the protection of all female students, yet you choose to defend him? Zhang Tianduo was becoming increasingly bewildered by their arguments. Do you not know that Bai Wenwen and Lu Fei, Luo Huan interjected sarcastically. Zhang Tianduo maintained a stern expression. Teacher Bai, what do they truly mean? Bai Wenwen, feeling embarrassed, explained, I had lunch with Lu Fei today, and they're spreading rumors about an improper relationship between us. Lu Qingxing, taking the lead, insisted, you know the truth of those rumors better than anyone. Bai Wenwen's overt favoritism towards Lu Fei led her to firmly believe that there was something more between them. At that moment, Zhang Tianduo's phone rang, prompting him to step into the hallway to take the call. Lin Yuyin coldly glared at Lu Fei, declaring, even if the principal stand by your side today, he cannot protect you. Pavetitman. Lu Fei did not even glance in her direction. His gaze was fixed on Bai Wenwen, as he wished for her to remain calm. Shortly thereafter, the principal returned, stating, all of you, come with me to the security office. Zhang Wei's expression changed dramatically. While Lin Yuyin and her companions wore puzzled faces, what was the purpose of going to the security office? Before long, over a dozen individuals squeezed into the security office, with a crowd of students gathered outside. Inside the lounge, anguished cries echoed. Scream again, and I'll make you regret it. A menacing figure threatened, pointing at the bruised security director, who was rendered speechless. In the security office, Zhang Tianduo addressed Zhang Wei. Director Zhang, what is the situation? Please explain. Zhang Wei stood rigid. Principal, what do you mean by that? The principal waved his hand, instructing the duty officer to pull up the surveillance footage. Everyone was puzzled. Could it be that the footage of Lu Fei allegedly assaulting Lin Yuyin had been recovered? The security footage revealed Zhang Wei entering the security office earlier that day, before Lu Fei, Lin Yuyin, and Bai Wenwen arrived to review the video. Zhang Wei felt an impending sense of doom, but attempted to maintain his composure, stating, I came to the security office to investigate the truth of the matter, but unfortunately, the footage was damaged. Zhang Tianduo snorted derisively. Continue your fabrication. Zhang Wei shuddered, quickly moving closer to Zhang Tianduo. Principal Zhang, let us discuss this matter privately. You wish to discuss it privately? You've landed yourself in serious trouble. Zhang Tianduo exclaimed, stamping his foot. How could it be possible that a mere student could cause such turmoil? Zhang Wei was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. After a moment of contemplation, he clenched his teeth and declared, we still need to investigate further regarding Lu Fei and Lin Yuyin. Everyone, please disperse. What do you mean, Director Zhang? Lin Yuyin frowned. Are you afraid of Principal Zhang? Does he hold such power? She and her companions pressed on relentlessly. Zhang Wei erupted in anger. How dare you? You shameless lot. It is you who have wronged Lu Fei, and I am the one suffering because of it. Furious, Lin Yuyin retorted, Director Zhang, clarify your statements. Who has wronged Lu Fei? I thought you could stand by me, but it seems you are just another one of them. If that's the case, we shall escalate this matter. We will expose the dark underbelly of this school. At that moment, her mind was consumed with this thought. Once the truth was revealed, the onlookers would undoubtedly relish the spectacle. There was no chance of shielding Lu Fei now. Outside the school, students had gathered, some protesting and chanting. Lu Fei must be expelled for molesting a female classmate. Ding. At that moment, Lu Fei received a message from Qinhua, informing him that the surveillance footage had been located and the security director had a backup. Moments later, Lu Fei opened a video. The surveillance footage clearly revealed that Lin Yuyin had been backing up to take a flattering photo for Su Ying and had inadvertently collided with Lu Fei. Lu Fei had long suspected that the footage had been tampered with, which is why he had sent a message to Qinhua to investigate. To protect the identity of the Haifeng heir, Qinhua refrained from making an appearance. Otherwise, the situation would have erupted by now. Could it be that Xue Chao's influence was causing the school to hesitate in punishing Lu Fei? After all, someone had previously knelt before him, apologizing profusely, and that person was likely the one who owned a Pagani, believing that his power afforded him the privilege to act with impunity. Indeed, the power of capital is formidable. The students outside speculated wildly, fearing that Lu Fei's identity might soon be exposed. Luo Huan and others seized the opportunity to apply pressure on Principal Zhang. Principal Zhang, expelling Lu Fei is what the people demand. Just ask the students outside, who among them would willingly study alongside such scum. Expel, expel, expel. The throng of students shouted in unison. Lin Yuyin and Su Ying looked down on Lu Fei, believing that with the principal's support, they could truly suppress him. Lu Fei stretched lazily. Have you finished your baseless accusations? I have obtained the surveillance footage. Could you please play for us? He promptly sent the video to the duty officer, who then projected it onto the large screen. The footage displayed Lu Fei, oblivious to Lin Yuyin and Su Ying, simply leaning against a willow tree in a daze. It was Lin Yuyin who had collided with him. The revelation struck like a resounding slap to Lin Yuyin's face. The truth starkly contrasted with her earlier claims. A hushed silence fell over the students gathered at the security office's entrance and by the windows. As everyone grasped the reality of the situation, Lu Fei not only did not harass Lin Yuyin, but he also did not regard her at all. His presence by the artificial lake had no connection to her whatsoever. The atmosphere was suffocatingly silent. The four girls in Lin Yuyin's dormitory wore pallid expressions, as if an invisible hand had gripped their throats, rendering them voiceless. After a prolonged silence, a student in the crowd timidly remarked, regardless of the circumstances, Lu Fei's act of following two girls at night indicates ill intentions, and he ought to be penalized. They had hastily branded Lu Fei as a lecher. And even when the truth was evident, they were determined to distort reality. They were unwilling to admit their error, akin to receiving a resounding slap across the face. Lin, can you now see clearly? Did Lu Fei harass you? Zhang Tianduo inquired of Lin Yuyan. She swallowed hard, her body numb. All the perceived persecution was merely her own delusion, a devastating blow for a privileged young woman. Wait, wasn't the video damaged? How did it suddenly reappear? Moreover, it was Lu Fei who presented it. I suspect the footage is fabricated. Lu Qingqing exclaimed, her imagination running wild. Chapter 23, A Twist. Did the campus belle suddenly come to a realization? Lu Qingqing's words awakened those in a stupor. Supporters of Lin Yuyan quickly discerned the flaw in the narrative. The video was provided by Lu Fei, and he likely had substantial backing, suggesting the footage was indeed counterfeit. He had engaged in numerous unscrupulous acts, gifting fake jade to an ex-girlfriend, presenting a counterfeit bracelet to a roommate, blackmailing Lin Yuyan, and flirting with a female counselor. Who would believe he was innocent of stalking or harassing her? Anyone who did would be foolish. A fake video, undoubtedly a counterfeit. Nowadays, video technology is so advanced that altering footage is a simple task, one I could easily accomplish. Only Lin Yuyan and Suing knew the truth. The video was not false. Lu Fei had indeed not committed such deeds. Nevertheless, as public opinion still favored them, there is no need for them to bow to Lu Fei. Where did the video come from? I suspect there is something amiss with your footage. Lin Yuyan retorted defiantly. Lu Fei turned to Zhang Wei. Director Zhang, perhaps you could clarify the authenticity of this video. Zhang Wei was on the verge of collapse, his mouth opening and closing without a sound. He never imagined he would find himself in such a predicament. As the situation escalated, Lu, I admit my fault. The video is genuine. We can discuss this further in a meeting later. He approached Lu Fei and whispered, there are several slots for guaranteed postgraduate admission in our department. I wonder if you would be interested? Not interested, Lu Fei replied curtly. Zhang Tianduo then interjected, Zhang Wei, what disgraceful act have you committed? You ought to confess. Zhang Wei gazed at Zhang Tianduo in terror, his lips quivering, reluctant to reveal anything. Zhang Tianduo continued, since you wish to avoid disgrace, allow me to assist you. You are well aware that Lu Fei is innocent. The surveillance footage has captured the events in their entirety, yet you requested the security department to destroy the recording. Thankfully, there is a backup on the server. Now tell me, what was your intent in doing so, and who instructed you? The crowd was once again taken aback, for it was revealed that Lu Fei's video originated from the school server. The previous destruction of the video was orchestrated by Zhang Wei, who had acted maliciously. With a wretched smile, Zhang Wei lamented, does it even matter what I say now? Zhang Tianduo replied coldly, you need not speak. Your position is suspended. Matters involving criminal activity will be referred to the judicial authorities for investigation. At that moment, among those who supported Lin Yuyan, a few began to awaken to the truth. Whispers circulated that Lin Yuyan may have bribed Zhang Wei to frame Lu Fei. As for the method of bribery, Lin Yuyan's beauty might have been an alluring factor. This conjecture swiftly spread like wildfire, leading to Lin Yuyan's utter humiliation. After the crowd dispersed, the principal summoned Lu Fei to his office. Young Master Lu, are you satisfied with the resolution of this matter? Zhang Tianduo inquired humbly. Are you aware of my identity? Lu Fei asked calmly. The status of heir to High Feng was too sensitive. Even the principal of Lin Chung University would not dare to offend him, especially given that the university had wronged Lu Fei in this instance. President Qin has informed me, Lu Fei nodded. My identity must remain confidential. Let this matter regarding Lin Yuyan come to a close. Understood. Zhang Tianduo wiped the sweat from his brow, exhaling in relief. Lu Fei's magnanimity was remarkable. Had it been another affluent young man, Lin Yuyan and Zhang Wei would have faced dire consequences. Zhang Wei was dismissed, and Lin Yuyan faced social death. Although Lu Fei chose not to pursue her further, discussions about Lin Yuyan persisted both on forums and privately. Her self-righteousness had led to irreparable damage to the reputation of an ordinary male classmate. Initially, Lin Yuyan intended to ignore the disparaging remarks, but as the situation escalated, The forums were rife with criticism directed at her. With no other recourse, Lin Yuyin sent a message to Lu Fei. Lu Fei, I misunderstood the situation and would like to apologize. Lu Fei responded, Is that all? Lin Yuyin retorted, What do you want? Lu Fei replied, At the very least, a modicum of sincerity is required. An online apology is insufficient. The girls in dormitory 302 were in uproar. How disgusting. Look at his face. Still wanting to meet Lin Yuyin in person. He is so ordinary, yet so confident. If Lin Yuyin refuses to be his girlfriend, he probably won't let it go. The forums are filled with insults directed at her. You must have hired trolls. They projected their own actions onto Lu Fei. Having previously mobilized the student council to incite outrage when they had spread rumors about him being a deviant. Now, with the tide of public opinion shifting, they were convinced that Lu Fei had enlisted a team of trolls to attack Lin Yuyin. The most popular thread on the forums insisted that Lin Yuyin had erred, and without her apology, the public outcry would not subside. It seems we must apologize. However, if Lu Fei's request for an apology is ulterior in nature, perhaps the situation could still be reversed. Su Ying mused, her eyes darting with cunning insight. The four of them pondered this notion. Soon, Lu Fei received a text from Lin Yuyin. The usual place. Let us meet at the CAF. I wish to apologize to you in person. Lu Fei agreed, eager to see if Lin Yuyin had learned her lesson. Fei go, did Lin Yuyin invite you to meet? Zhou Wei, having heard from Luo Huan, inquired while lying on his bed. Indeed, how did you find out? Would you like to join me? Lu Fei harbored Neulintensions. He even wished to take Zhou Wei along to witness the humbling demeanor of a few haughty girls, which he was certain would be highly entertaining. However, Zhou Wei declined, saying, Fei ge, I've gathered some information. Lin Yuyin is genuinely sincere this time. She truly wishes to apologize and has requested a private meeting with you. You should seize this opportunity. Zhou Wei spoke with an air of mystery, as if he had uncovered significant intelligence. Lu Fei responded, Is she not bringing her 3 companions along? A private meeting just for me? The 4 girls from the dormitory were like conjoined twins, always deriding Lu Fei together. The notion of one of them meeting him alone felt rather unusual. Zhou Wei nodded affirmatively. Yes, Luo Huan told me that this time. It's just Lin Yuyin who wishes to see you. What does she intend to achieve by meeting me alone? Lu Fei inquired. Zhou Wei grinned. This is the classic scenario of star-crossed lovers. Lin Yuyin has softened her stance. She's currently being disparaged online, and if this continues, she might struggle to continue her studies. I have reliable information that Lin Yuyin has taken a liking to you and wants to pursue a relationship. If you two become an item, the gossip will cease. So seize the moment, Fei Ge. Who wants to be in a relationship with her? She must be overthinking things. Lin Yuyin is as flat as an airport runway. I have no interest, Lu Fei retorted. Come on, don't be shy. You need to take the initiative. If you manage to win the campus beauty as your wife, we brothers will bask in your glory as well. If you and Lin Yuyin hit it off, then I should be able to get closer to Luo Huan too. All you think about is Luo Huan, Lu Fei thought. He intended to say that Luo Huan was a gold digger unworthy of Zhou Wei, but reconsidered. Matters of the heart were not something even close friends should interfere with. When he was dating Zhao Min, his brothers had also felt they were ill-suited but had refrained from voicing their opinions. If Zhou Wei could truly win over Luo Huan and escape his lonely existence, then what did it matter who she was? Chapter 24. The subtle schemes of the campus beauty. It was not yet the time to assist Zhou Wei, so Lu Fei chose to temporarily disregard him. Instead, he sensed a hint of conspiracy among the girls from dormitory 302. He wondered what those foolish women were plotting this time. He would find out soon enough. Lu Fei stepped out, and 10 minutes later, he was nearing the CAF. The sky was darkening, and numerous street vendors lined the sidewalks. He lingered by a stall for a while, hoping to catch a glimpse of Su Jianwei, but she was nowhere to be seen. After her last venture, she likely had abandoned the street vending scene. At the CAF entrance, Lin Yuyin appeared in a light-colored dress, complemented by knee-high khaki boots and carrying a Hermes handbag, exuding an alluring charm. As Lu Fei approached, she took a deep breath and walked towards him, her tone softened. No longer icy. What would you like to drink? I can order for you. Anything is fine, Lu Fei replied. Lin Yin quickly entered the CAF and ordered a cappuccino for him. After he settled into a seat, she soon joined him, saying, Lu Fei, you helped me before, and I have misunderstood you again this time. I feel remorseful on both counts, and hope you can overlook past grievances and forgive me. Lu Fei smiled at her, noting her markedly improved demeanor. Perhaps she truly recognized her faults. Actually, you're not so bad. You are better than some of your roommates. Lu Fei commented nonchalantly that if one were to discern Lin Yin's particular merits, it might only be that she surpasses the other three in beauty. Men, after all, tend to be more forgiving towards attractive women. Lin Yin seethed internally, forcing a smile upon her face. If you truly find me acceptable, then I implore you to post a statement on the forum, clarifying that although you did not harass me, you indeed followed me, and it was your fault, not mine. Lu Fei widened his eyes in disbelief. Well, have I ever followed you? Lin Yin could no longer contain her frustration. She felt utterly wronged. To succumb to the baseless vitriol online and bend to the whims of a scoundrel was infuriating. Her expression darkened. Did that not happen? It was just the three of us by the artificial lake late at night. Do you think that was mere coincidence? Do you consider yourself worthy? Lu Fei's demeanor soured as well. Is this your notion of an apology? I've already apologized. What more do you want? I merely require you to issue a statement. Lin Yin asserted with conviction. Lu Fei found the situation laughable. Why should I? Lin Yin replied, regardless of the truth, if you do not say this, those who berate me will never cease. Lu Fei shrugged. What does that have to do with me? Lin Yin bit her lip, thinking fiercely. I have already given you a chance, and you have squandered it. I shall resort to Su Ying's methods. She then donned a charming, yet cunning, smile. Of course, this has nothing to do with you. However, your compliance would merely lessen the scorn directed at me. Lu Fei sensed that she might be playing her cards close to her chest, yet he had no evidence and was intrigued to see how she would maneuver. Why would I engage in something that offers no benefit? Benefit? What do you desire? Lin Yin asked as she casually tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her long boots deliberately brushing against Tianling's calf beneath the table, feigning nonchalance. Lu Fei glanced down. Although Lin Yin's figure was modest, her long legs rivaled those of more mature women like Qin Yi and Chen Hong. The thigh-high boots accentuated her legs, and the short skirt failed to conceal them, revealing her smooth, well-proportioned thighs clad in nude stockings. During his relationship with Zhao Min, he often fantasized about dressing her in such alluring attire. But Zhao Min preferred long pants, never fulfilling his desires. Perhaps dating Lin Yin wouldn't be so bad? This thought crept into his mind. If Lin Yin were to reciprocate his feelings, it might not be out of the question. Lu Fei's resolve wavered, despite his rational mind deeming Lin Yin lacking. His body betrayed him. Lin Yin scrutinized him, her distaste growing as she observed his bashful demeanor. To elicit his true nature, she found herself resorting to such tactics. Feeling conflicted, yet the arrow was already nocked, and she had no choice but to release it. Ahem, it depends on what benefits you can offer me, Lu Fei said with a sly smile. Lin Yin appeared aloof, yet seemed more open than Zhao Min suddenly. She grasped his hand. What is it that you truly desire? Speak your mind. Her eyes subtly urged Lu Fei, while her phone had already activated the recording function, anticipating any indiscreet remarks from him. Lu Fei fell silent. Lin Yin grew impatient, her expression flustered as she softly inquired, Do you not enjoy coffee? Shall we indulge in some other beverages? What would you like to drink? Alcohol? Lu Fei blurted out. Lin Yin replied, Are you suggesting we visit a bar? Lu Fei responded, That could be arranged. Lin Yin reluctantly conceded, Very well then. She had already prepared her excuses. Lu Fei was compelling her to the bar, and if she were to refuse, he would only unleash more vitriol upon her through his online followers, disrupting her daily life. Thus, she felt compelled to go to the bar, where she would be forced to drink, ultimately leading to being taken to a hotel by Lu Fei. It would be even better if he could not resist making advances towards her. They proceeded to a lively bar. Initially, Lu Fei intended to take his time getting to know her. However, upon entering the bar, Lin Yin immediately began to drink, and before long, she was intoxicated. She expressed her desire not to return to school and asked Lu Fei to take her to a nearby hotel. A flurry of thoughts raced through Lu Fei's mind. Did Lin Yuyin hint at something? Was it possible that she had discovered the true identity of the Haifeng heir? There was no time to ponder such matters. Seeing Lin Yuyin inebriated, he had no choice but to escort her to the nearest hotel. He booked a room and gently placed Lin Yuyin onto the bed. Though she was drunk, she was not entirely incapacitated. She clutched her phone tightly. Meanwhile, Su Ying, Luo Huan, and Lu Qingqing stood vigil at the hotel entrance. Should Lu Fei dare to act inappropriately, they would be ready to intervene, ensuring not only his expulsion, but also potential legal consequences. Lu Fei gazed at the enchanting figure on the bed, tempted to confront her and inquire whether she wished to pursue a relationship with him. Yet, Lin Yuyin remained silent. Feigning unconsciousness, he decided to let it go, squatting by the bedside to remove her boots. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yuyin's phone was secretly recording the scene. How repulsive. Such a pervert. He fancies my feet. Lin Yuyin thought to herself. However, Lu Fei was oblivious to her inner turmoil. He merely wished for her to be comfortable. After removing her boots, he gently laid her down and covered her with a blanket. Lin Yuyin's muscles tensed, her toes curling in anxiety. Surely Lu Fei could not resist taking advantage of her. If he dared to do so, it would not merely result in expulsion. Did he not desire a hopeful future? Yet, to her astonishment, after covering her with the blanket, Lu Fei exited the room. How could this be? Is my allure insufficient? She sat up and glanced toward the door, only to find that he had closed it behind him. He simply walked away. Lin Yuyin was left in a state of confusion, questioning herself. Chapter 25. The Farmer and the Snake After Leaving the room. Lu Fei sought out Li Xin for Lu Qingqing's contact information. He dialed her number. Hello, is this Lu Qingqing? This is Lu Fei. What do you want? Lu Qingqing, along with Luo Huan and Su Ying, stood outside the hotel, startled by his call, their voices tinged with anxiety. Lin Yuyin is intoxicated, and I've brought her to the hotel. It would be prudent for your dormitory to send 2 people to stay with her. Otherwise, if something were to happen, you cannot blame me. How could you be drunk? Did you do something to Yuyin? Lu Qingqing questioned suspiciously. Listening to their conversation was sheer torment. Lu Fei could not be bothered to explain. Room 202, Hanno Hotel. If you have any inquiries, direct them to Lin Yuyin. After saying this, Lu Fei hung up the phone. Still feeling uneasy, he waited in the corridor for another 5 minutes until he finally saw Lu Qingqing and her companions before he departed. The 3 ladies arrived rather promptly, leaving him in a state of perplexity. Luo Huan, still intent on causing trouble, tugged at his clothing and demanded, What exactly did you do to Yuyin? You can see for yourselves. I'm leaving now. Goodbye, he retorted, swiftly making his exit. Lu Qingqing and her companions entered the hotel room. Lin Yuyin was sprawled on the bed, munching on fruit and idly playing on her phone, enjoying a leisurely day. Yuyin, that guy didn't take advantage of you, did he? Lin Yuyin shook her head, uncertain of his intentions. He just left without doing anything. Su Ying and Luo Huan found this utterly unbelievable. Lin Yuyin nodded in affirmation. Luo Huan scornfully remarked, What a useless fellow. The goddess is right in front of him, and he doesn't dare to make a move. Purely a pathetic loser mentality. Lin Yuyin's expression remained indifferent, yet she sensed something amiss. Lu Fei had actually called Lu Qingqing and the others over, if she didn't know he was a scoundrel. His behavior today could easily be interpreted as that of a caring gentleman. Su Ying said, So, are we to believe that Yuyin has unwittingly compromised herself? We have not gathered anything beneficial for us? Lin Yuyin suddenly came to her senses. Today, she had endured much discomfort to alter the public's perception. Yet it wasn't entirely for naught. He still harbored ulterior motives toward her. I possess recordings and several photographs. If shared online, they should suffice to clear my name. With that, Lin Yuyin revealed the recordings and images. The recordings captured her enticing Lu Fei into revealing his thoughts. From the audio, it was evident that Lu Fei's demeanor was casual. He was far from victim. With a bit of interpretation, it could easily be believed that Lu Fei was an arrogant, self-important average man. How could someone so ordinary exude such confidence? Su Ying chuckled, already formulating a narrative. The university's esteemed beauty sincerely apologizes, but is met with the relentless advances of a presumptuous man who desires nothing more than her body. A heartfelt apology. Yet he forces her to drink, leading her down the arduous path of female rights advocacy. Lastly, there were photos of Lu Fei removing Lin Yuyan's shoes. Taking advantage of her inebriated state, a top student from Linqing University committing such despicable acts. This is it. We will bring Lu Fei down. Suing brimmed with confidence. Lin Yuyan contemplated Lu Fei's provocations. Without his willingness to issue a statement, she had no choice but to follow Su Ying's plan to salvage her reputation. Since you lack kindness, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. She was determined not only to tarnish Lu Fei's reputation, but also felt justified in her actions. Soon enough, new information surfaced on the forum. Lin Yuyan sincerely sought Lu Fei's apology, only to discover that he coveted her body, coercing her to drink at a bar, ultimately intoxicating her and attempting to act with impropriety. He even exhibited a foot fetish, forcibly removing her shoes while she was inebriated and unconscious. Upon regaining consciousness, she found one of her stockings missing. Behold, this is the so-called honest man you all defend. The fans of Lin Yuyan have launched a counterattack on the forum. Previously, many had taken the opportunity to claim that Lin Yuyan exploited her identity as a woman to oppress the honest. But what is the reality? Is Lu Fei truly an honest man? In truth, he is nothing but a pathetic loser. While he has indeed been wronged, his aspirations to win the affections of the goddess are naive at best. When the recordings and images were released, those who had previously used the Lu Fei incident to attack Lin Yuyan found themselves at a loss for words. Feige, why have you suddenly gone quiet? Patience is a virtue. Why the sudden confusion? In the dormitory, Zhou Wei, influenced by others, believed that Lu Fei was simply too eager and intended to intoxicate Lin Yuyan to take advantage of her. As Lu Fei skimmed through the posts, he chuckled to himself. Lin Yuyan was quite clever, resorting to extreme measures to vindicate herself. Zhou Wei scratched his head, puzzled. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that this entire situation is Lin Yuyan's scheme? Lu Fei rolled his eyes at him. Use your brain. She had this planned all along, deliberately recording and filming. It seems her drunkenness was feigned as well. Lu Fei finally comprehended the foolish trap set by the four naive girls. Zhou Wei remained bewildered, unable to discern whether Lu Fei was making excuses or if Lin Yuyan was genuinely playing a game. I'll ask Luo Huan, he decided, sending a message. Luo Huan replied that Lin Yuyan recorded and photographed to protect herself. What exactly happened that day? Zhou Wei continued to be confused. Lu Fei remarked, she sought a private meeting with me, claiming to want a date. If she truly desired that, why is she so guarded? Zhou Wei suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, exactly! They are deliberately setting a trap for you. These girls are despicable. I must speak on your behalf. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhou Wei posted on the forum to defend Lu Fei, only to be met with a barrage of insults. Be more sophisticated in your defense. Lin, as the victim of online exposure, has every right to document the situation. If we don't document it, they say we lack evidence. If we do, they accuse us of manipulation. The toxic misogynist will always have something to say. Zhou Wei was ridiculed, labeled as a paid troll for Lu Fei, which infuriated him. Lu Fei urged him to remain calm. How can I stay calm? If this escalates, you'll face social death and be ostracized at school. We must clarify this. Zhou Wei insisted they confront the issue. Don't waste your breath. It's better for Lin Yuyan to clarify herself. No matter how much we argue, those who wish to criticize us will not relent. Lu Fei squinted, initially intending to let Lin Yuyan off the hook. But it seemed she was intent on digging her own grave. Zhou Wei shrugged. How could Lin Yuyan possibly clarify herself? Lu Fei directly called Lin Yuyan. Lin Yuyan, your attempts to clear your name have only strengthened my resolve. Meanwhile, Lin Yuyan and her friend were dining, watching the tide of public opinion shift in their favor. And they were pleased. When Lu Fei called, they were not surprised. Su Ying whispered, be cautious. Lu Fei is likely recording this call. His only path to redemption lies here. In fact, it would be best not to answer. However, Lin Yuyan was quite confident, believing herself to be more astute than Lu Fei, convinced that he could not ensnare her in his words. Chapter 26. Hatred. Like a dog, It was evident that Lu Fei intended to record their conversation to retaliate later, a sentiment shared by all four women present. Thus, Lin Yuyin, feigning vulnerability, remarked, "Why do you persist in harassing me?" Lu Qingqing, Luo Huan, and Suing all chuckled, aptly impressed by Yuyin's performance. Who could resist feeling sympathy for her pathetic tone? Lu Fei, intent on a counterattack? It was utterly amusing. From the moment we met privately, you were being deliberate, weren't you? Lu Fei inquired with an air of calm. Lin Yuyin, putting on a facade of sincerity, replied, "I genuinely wish to apologize for our previous misunderstandings, only to find that your demands were rather excessive." "What have I demanded? Do you truly think I hold you in high regard?" he retorted. Fuming, Lin Yuyin nearly ground her teeth in frustration. "What are you? That you think I would ever look down upon you?" Lu Qingqing and her companions exchanged concerned glances, urging her to maintain composure, aware of the recording. Lin Yuyin took a deep breath, adopting a pitiful demeanor as she continued, "If you think so little of me, why then did you take me to a bar, ply me with drinks, and escort me to a hotel? Had it not been for my roommate's presence, what else would you have attempted?" Lu Fei chuckled. "Though I may disdain you, your feigned intoxication certainly captivated me. I genuinely considered taking you under the sun. You insufferable brute." Lin Yuyin was genuinely infuriated, nearly revealing her crass side, yet she restrained herself, continuing her lament, "You are utterly shameless." Inwardly, she mused that this statement could be shared on the forum. Previously, they had wronged Lu Fei, but now, with his own words, they would not need to twist the narrative. Any bystander hearing this would undoubtedly denounce Lu Fei as a scoundrel. She found amusement in the thought that Lu Fei was not attempting to ensnare her, but rather digging his own grave. Unfazed by her inner turmoil, Lu Fei declared, "I will grant you one last opportunity to clarify your stance on the forum. Otherwise, you shall certainly regret it. If only it were not over the phone. Had it been face-to-face, Lin Yuyin would have been inclined to slap him. How dare he threaten her?" She abruptly ended the call. "How dare he threaten me?" she vented to Lu Qingqing and the others. The four women collectively berated Lu Fei. "What a fool. If we release this recording, I will relish watching him navigate school life, truly oblivious to the numerous admirers who cherished Yuyin." Lin Yuyin contemplated her next steps, deciding to hold off on releasing the recording. If he remained unrepentant, she would unleash it later. For now, he was already in a dismal state. Presently, the girls merely vented their frustrations privately. Once the recording was made public, the school would have to intervene, especially the counselor by 1-1, who had previously defended Lu Fei. Holding the recording felt akin to grasping Lu Fei's very tail. Lin Yuyin fancied herself in control of the situation. After 2 days of silence, Lin Yuyin had yet to clarify her position, while Lu Fei's social standing at school had plummeted. During class, female classmates chattered incessantly about him behind his back. As the month drew to a close, on Thursday afternoon at 3 o'clock, Lu Fei received a phone call from Qin Yi. That evening, the financial department of Haifeng was hosting a gathering at Haida Restaurant, convening the elite of Lin City to mark their official establishment in the area, with Lu Fei as the central figure. "Young master, shall I drive over to the school now?" Qin Yi, acting as both assistant and chauffeur, was evidently delighted, having become Lu Fei's most trusted confidant. Lu Fei shook his head. "It's best if you don't come. I'll head over myself after class." At this moment, should anyone discover his identity as the heir of Haifeng, it could potentially tarnish the company's reputation. He needed to maintain a low profile. If Qin Yi drove to pick him up, it would likely cause quite a stir. After his afternoon classes, Lu Fei parted ways with Li Xian and others, making his way alone toward the school gates. Suddenly, a loud honking startled him. Turning his head, he saw a BMW with Wang Hao at the wheel. Lin Yuyin sat in the passenger seat, dressed in a sleek black dress, her long legs encased in black stockings, adorned with sunglasses that gave her the appearance of a wealthy socialite. Su Ying, Lu Qingqing, and Luo Huan occupied the back seat. "Lu Fei, where are you headed?" Wang Hao rolled down the window, grinning at him, reminiscent of a male animal boasting after a successful conquest. Lu Fei, still buzzing from the noise, felt an urge to smash the car, but recalled Lin Yuyin's ostentatious attire and suppressed his anger. Where are you all going? Wang Xiao and Yu Yin are heading to the Royal Banquet Hall at Haida Restaurant. Have you heard of it? Luo Huan chattered from the back seat. Lu Fei scoffed. I've certainly heard of it. The most upscale restaurant in the city. If you know of it, you must now realize how vast the difference between you and Yu Yin is. Lu Qingqing mocked. Stop wasting time with him, Lin Yuyin coldly remarked, not even bothering to look at Lu Fei. He glared at her, feeling a surge of anger at her haughty demeanor, recalling how he had been outsmarted by her last time. The thought was infuriating. Lin Yuyin, I instructed you to publicly clarify what transpired that day on the forum. Why haven't you done so? Lu Fei's voice was devoid of warmth, his patience with Lin Yuyin reaching its limit. Only then did Lin Yuyin turn to face him. Clarify what? I merely made public the words you spoke and the actions you took. I haven't wronged you. You haven't wronged me? Who was it that suggested I go to a bar for drinks? Who pretended to be drunk and had me take you to a hotel? Now it seems I forced you to drink and compelled you to a hotel room, and you say you haven't wronged me? Confronted with his accusations, Lin Yuyin felt a twinge of guilt. You plotted against yourself. The other students saw through your intentions, and they guessed what you were up to. I said nothing. Indeed, she had said nothing. The orchestrating of such malicious schemes was left to Su Ying and Luo Huan. She played the innocent, wishing to bear no blame, even if it meant casting Lu Fei as the villain. Lu Fei's expression darkened, as if he were on the brink of dripping with disdain. Dare you claim you didn't set me up? At this moment, Wang Hao interjected with the tone of a gallant defender. Why are you shouting? With someone like you, a worthless being, how dare you aspire to Lin Yuyin? Look at how pathetic and enraged you are. It's quite unbecoming. Like a dog, huh? Luo Huan replied from the back seat. The three girls erupted into laughter. Lu Fei clenched his fists, barely containing his anger. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of a girl standing not far away, watching the scene unfold. Lu Fei took a step back, choosing not to engage further. Wang Hao beamed even brighter, declaring that it was time to stop harassing Yu Yin, or else he would show him what he was capable of. With that, Wang Hao drove off, accompanied by a car full of beauties and high spirits. Do you think all girls are so easily deceived? A voice filled with resentment echoed in Lu Fei's ears. He lowered his head and continued walking towards the school gate, disregarding the comment. Aren't you the richest person in Lin City? Aren't you the owner of a Pagani? How could a man driving a BMW steal a woman from you? The resentful voice trailed behind him. Lu Fei turned around, fixing his gaze on the girl who spoke. Wealth alone does not guarantee the affection of a woman. Otherwise, you would already be mine. Chapter 27. Am I a dignified heir applying for a waiter position? Being mocked by 5 fools is not so terrible. What truly stings is that my ex-girlfriend witnessed it. Lu Fei was at a loss for words with Zhao Min. It seemed he had said everything that needed to be said. He hurried towards the school gate. Zhao Min stood still, watching Lu Fei's retreating figure, her eyes brimming with tears. She mumbled softly to herself, "What a scoundrel!" So quickly moving on to another, acting like a lapdog for Lin Yuyin. And now the whole school knows. As Lu Fei exited the school, he too felt confused. With wealth and power on his side, why did he still fear Zhao Min? His earlier departure had felt akin to a panicked flight. Zhao Min had likely believed the gossip circulating in the forum. It would be best to explain things to her properly at some point. This thought served as a form of self-comfort. Upon reaching the bus stop, a bus heading to Haida Restaurant arrived just in time, and he boarded it. Wang Hao and his companions had arrived at Haida Restaurant early. Wang Hao reserved a private room and invited Lu Qingqing and the other two for a meal, while he planned to meet Lin Yuyin in the Royal Banquet Hall upstairs later. At that moment, the gathering in the Royal Banquet Hall had yet to commence, so they sat together, engaging in light conversation. Lu Qingqing and Luo Huan fervently praised Wang Hao, doing their utmost to matchmake him with Lin Yuyin. Su Ying, meanwhile, was preoccupied with her phone. "Brother, I took a few new photos, but unfortunately, no one wants to see them," she lamented. Lu Fei had not contacted her for a while, leaving her feeling quite miserable. Being a lapdog was no easy task. She continually reassured herself that being the dog of the Royal Banquet Hall brother was preferable to being a goddess among the impoverished. With this thought, she sent Lu Fei a message, anxiously staring at her phone. After a considerable wait, Lu Fei finally replied, asking to see her pictures. She instantly felt an exhilarating rush. The royal banquet hall brother still wished to view her photos, indicating that he was still interested in her. Today's gathering at Haifeng would surely see him present. If he took a liking to her, perhaps she could also join him at the royal banquet hall. Taking a deep breath, she realized she couldn't send the pictures directly. She needed to tantalize the royal banquet hall brother's appetite. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Perhaps I won't send them after all. She hesitated. Never mind, I won't send them. Lu Fei sat on the bus, feeling rather discontent, contemplating the idea of blocking Su Ying. Just then, Su Ying promptly sent him a private photo, this time more revealing. Clad in a short skirt that seemed on the verge of indecency. The picture was quite beautiful, albeit rather conservative. After viewing the alluring image, Lu Fei's mood lifted, and he felt inclined to tease Su Ying once more. Upon seeing Lu Fei's message, Su Ying wore a serious expression, yet she struggled to suppress a smile, playfully chiding. Is this still considered conservative? My dear Huang Yanting, you seem a bit lecherous. A sweetness filled her heart. She feared Lu Fei might not be lustful. But since she felt she could take the reins. Lu Fei replied, it's not exactly lust. I'm merely a normal man. Su Ying Juko. Oh hot. My dear Huang Yanting, you're so pretentious. Brother, do you know about Haifeng Group? She shifted the conversation, eager to delve deeper with Huang Yanting, hoping not to merely discuss her physique. Lu Fei squinted, pondering her ulterior motives. Of course, it is the foremost commercial group across the land. Who doesn't know that? Brother, Haifeng Group is hosting a banquet at Huang Yanting today for the social elite of lynching. Are you attending? Su Ying in Guit An Xiao Li. Still unaware of Huang Yanting's true identity. I am indeed going. Have you received an invitation as well? I'm just an ordinary girl. How could I possibly be invited? However, I'm dining alone at Haida Restaurant. I wish I had someone to accompany me. She made her intentions clear. Lu Fei responded, are you truly alone? If you're lying, I might have to give you a good spanking. Su Ying got pet, realizing that Huang Yanting was far too astute to be deceived. Yet, her lips curled into a smile as she replied, I was just teasing you. I came with classmates. They're headed to Huang Yanting, but I can't get in. Are you going to spank me? Come on, I'm all ready. She playfully shifted her hips, as if imagining Lu Fei's hand had already brushed against her cheeks flushing unexpectedly. At that moment, through the restaurant's floor-to-ceiling windows, he suddenly spotted someone alighting from the bus below. Was that Lu Fei? What was he doing here? Surely he wasn't tea-stalking Yu Yin with ulterior motives. Su Ying pointed towards Lu Fei, and indeed, he had arrived near Haida Restaurant, suggesting it was no mere coincidence. Everyone turned to look, and they all recognized Lu Fei. Arriving by bus seemed rather shabby, further implying that the previous Pagani was not his. Lu Qingqing frowned, remarking what a creep. He wouldn't harbor any resentment against Yu Yin, would he? Is he looking for an opportunity to strike? Lin Yu Yin's expression remained cold, stating, if he intends to cause trouble at Haida Restaurant, no one will come to his rescue. This waste of space actually dare to follow. If he truly harbored intentions towards Yu Yin, just wait until the banquet concludes. I'll make sure he regrets it. A fierce glint flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. Lu Fei disembarked from the bus and approached the back entrance of Haida Restaurant. As he traversed the corridor, he paused before the recruitment department. Inside the interview room was yet another familiar face. Standing at the door, he observed, and soon enough, that acquaintance stepped out looking dejected. As he approached, she collided with him, flustered. What are you doing here? Lu Fei inquired with a cheerful smile, scrutinizing her. She was adorned in a flowing skirt, complemented by a light-colored off-the-shoulder top, her long hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders, exuding an air of intellectual maturity. It's you. Su Jianwei glared at Lu Fei. I haven't seen you at the market lately. Have you stopped selling goods now that you've made some money? Lu Fei replied with a playful smile. Su Jianwei's expression turned serious. I am temporarily holding on to your 100,000. If you find yourself in need of money later, you can come to me. She had taken Lu Fei's 100,000, grappling with her conscience, reluctant to return it, thus pretending it was a temporary arrangement. This person was intriguing. Lu Fei found himself more captivated by her. I don't even know your name or how to contact you. How can I ask for it back? Su Jianwei hesitated for a moment before pulling out her phone. Add me. She displayed her WeChat QR code. Lu Fei scanned it with his alternate account, successfully adding her as a friend. My name is Su Jianwei. Su from Suzhou, Jian from Sword, and Wei from Smile. I am Lu Fei. Lu from Land. Su Jianwei seemed disinterested in engaging further. Lu Fei then inquired about her purpose for being there. Her expression grew awkward, and she hesitated to respond. At that moment, Lin Yuyin and her companions emerged. What a coincidence. Ah, so he intended to apply for a waiter position. Luo Huan chuckled, immediately connecting Lu Fei's presence to his intentions. With a monthly salary of 30,000, it's certainly more lucrative than his job at the lumber factory, but dealing with elite patrons is no trivial matter. Wang Hao remarked with a smirk, casting a pointed glance at a bulletin board. Lu Fei turned his gaze towards the board and discovered a hiring notice for waitstaff. The Haida Restaurant's VIP section was seeking servers, offering a starting salary of 30,000, with high educational and aesthetic requirements, as well as social skills. In essence, Haida Restaurant aimed to establish a high-end membership club, thus recruiting only the most distinguished students from prestigious universities. Naturally, these beautiful and handsome students would be reduced to mere playthings for the club's patrons, devoid of dignity in their presence. Lu Fei glanced at the notice, then back at Su Jianwei, who stood confidently. Indeed, she had come to apply. However, the Haida Restaurant sought high-quality men, not mere pretty faces. He would not qualify. Su Jing Gonge. Lin Yuyin pouted, expressing disdain for these so-called waitstaff, essentially mere servants. She looked down upon them. How embarrassing for Lu Fei to apply, just because he possesses a bit of charm, she scoffed. What a lack of self-respect. You should watch your words. Even if I am here to apply, I do so with dignity. It has nothing to do with you, Lu Fei retorted boldly. Do you think it sounds respectable for a university student from Lingcheng to work as a gigolo? Lin Yuyin replied haughtily. Well, if someone is willing to be toyed with by wealthy women, what can we do? Everyone has their own aspirations. The party is about to start. We should hurry along. Wang Hao interjected, eager to avoid further entanglement with Lu Fei. Yes, the party is important. We shouldn't concern ourselves with him. Lu Qingqing and others rallied around Lin Yuyin and Wang Hao, moving forward. Su Ying continued to await a response on her phone. Yet it was unfortunate that Brother Huang from the banquet hall had not replied. Perhaps he had already arrived and was preoccupied. She consoled herself with such thoughts as they surged towards the passageway. Rumor had it that the heir of Haifeng Group would make an appearance tonight, a truly remarkable individual. Surely, the heir of Haifeng Group would surpass that young master from Haida Restaurant in stature. Observing the arrangements, one could ascertain that significant figures would undoubtedly be present. Inside the passage, a row of security personnel stood in perfect formation, all of them towering and rigid, akin to international mercenaries. Upon reaching the entrance, Su Ying and her companions were halted. Only Lin Yuyin and Wang Hao possessed invitations to enter. Are you here to apply for a position as a server? Lu Fei turned to gaze at Su Jianwei. With an air of pride, Su Jianwei retorted, Is there an issue? Are you implying that I am unworthy due to my appearance? You look quite fine, Lu Fei replied. Were you not hired? He inquired, perplexed. Su Jianwei exuded a certain charisma, far surpassing the campus beauties he had encountered previously. Unlike those internet celebrity-like schoolgirls, she possessed a captivating beauty that revealed itself over time. Lu Fei felt certain that her hiring would pose no problem. That has nothing to do with you. Su Jianwei was reluctant to engage further with Lu Fei, aware that he likely held her in contempt for seeking a part-time job, much like Lin Yuyin and the others. Lu Fei chuckled. If you truly wish to work here part-time, I can assist you. Su Jianwei hesitated. She indeed desired the position, as the starting salary was a staggering 30,000 a month. Why would you help me? Are we not alumni? What do I stand to gain from assisting you? Besides, it is merely a small favor for me, Lu Fei replied casually. Su Jianwei bit her lip, uncertain of how to respond. She diverted the topic, asking, Did those people have a grudge against you? Did they think you were here for a part-time job? Are you not aware of my history with them? Lu Fei assumed Su Jianwei was a student from Lingdai University. His past entanglements with Lin Yuyin had become common knowledge. So Fianbei remarked, Weren't they the same individuals from the cafeteria last time? I'm unaware of the specifics. Then there's no need for you to know. Wait a moment. I will arrange the part-time position for you, he said, dialing a number for Chen Hong. Soon, Chen Hong and Qin Yi hurried over, exclaiming, "Young master." Lu Fei pointed at Su Jianwei. "This is my friend. She is here to apply for a server position. Please assist her." Both Chen Hong and Qin Yi regarded Su Jianwei with disbelief. The young master's friend is applying for a server position? How should this be arranged? Very well. I will take care of it. Chen Hong considered for a moment before agreeing. Please follow me. She led Su Jianwei to the interview room. Qin Yi approached Lu Fei, whispering, "Young master, there are instructions from the master. Please come with me to the lounge." Lu Fei's eyes widened. The master, referring to the chairman of Haifeng Group, Lu Tianming, was his biological father. Taking a deep breath, he followed Qin Yi to the lounge on the top floor. The lounge was vast and luxuriously decorated, with Qin Hua standing at the entrance. Conveying the latest directive from Lu Tianming, it was indicated that Lu Fei's identity should remain undisclosed. Therefore, this time, only the primary partners of Haifeng would be met, allowing key individuals to recognize him as the authority of Haifeng in lynching. Lu Fei furrowed his brow, pondering the implications. Qin Hua explained, "The master wishes to protect you, and has made it clear that you are the person of influence in lynching. This city is our foundation, and your ability to smoothly take over Haifeng in the future will depend on your performance." Lu Fei inquired further about who specifically the primary partners were. Lu Tianming then presented a list, which comprised only 7 individuals, 6 of whom were heads of the top 6 companies in lynching. The 7th was Lin Yuyan's father. Qin Hua intentionally included both Lin Yuyan and her father on the list, although the Lin family's resources were insufficient to be considered partners of Haifeng. Lu Fei had previously mentioned his interest in Lin Yuyan, prompting Qin Hua to extend some consideration towards the Lin family. Lu Fei nodded, content with Lin Yuyan's presence. "Young master, why not take a bath and change your clothes? Allow me to attend to you." Qin Yi stepped forward. The lounge was equipped with a bathing pool, a dressing room, and a makeup area, all prepared in advance for Lu Fei's convenience. After Lu Fei nodded, Qin Hua discreetly exited. Throughout this time, Qin Yi attended to Lu Fei's bathing and changing needs. Lu Fei gradually began to acclimate to the lifestyle of a young master. Individuals like Qin Yi, despite their extraordinary qualities, were merely toys and did not warrant excessive reverence. In the grand banquet hall, the city's elite gathered. The Lin family was seated in the front row alongside the leaders of the 6 foremost companies. Lin's father enjoyed considerable prestige, accompanied by Shun Yao from Haida Restaurant. Lin Yuyan, however, was situated in the back row with Wang Hao, feeling a disparity when compared to the first-class young men and women around her. "Are you Miss Lin Yuyan?" Suddenly, an exceptionally beautiful heiress in a red dress approached. Her demeanor was regal, prompting both Wang Hao and Lin Yuyan to rise. The enchanting figure was Xiang Xinru, the daughter of Xiang Rong, the wealthiest individual in Linsheng, often referred to as the Princess of Lynching. She had returned from studying abroad specifically to meet Haifeng's heir. "Miss Xiang, you know of me?" Lin Yuyan stammered, feeling a sense of inadequacy in the presence of the lynching princess. Wang Hao could only stutter, unable to articulate his thoughts. While rumors suggested that the princess was cold as ice, encountering her in person revealed a gentler nature. At this moment, Xiang Xinru treated Lin Yuyan with unexpected warmth, akin to a caring older sister. "Of course I know you. Not only that, but I also envy you," Xiang Xinru replied with a radiant smile. Chapter 29. Gathering in the bamboo grove, Lin Yuyan felt dazed, suspecting that Xiang Xinru's cheerful demeanor, which resembled that of scheming green tea, might be a veiled mockery. She wondered if she had inadvertently offended Xiang Xinru. The Xiang family's assets exceeded 1 billion, while her own family barely reached 10 million, indicating a vast disparity in their standings. Wang Hao, overhearing this exchange, felt a surge of apprehension. If the Lin family had indeed offended the Xiang family, they could face repercussions, and he needed to tread carefully to avoid antagonizing Xiang Xinru on Lin Yuyan's behalf. Clueless and uneasy, Lin Yuyan timidly inquired, "Miss Xiang, why do you say that?" "Miss Xiang, you are indeed a few months my junior. If you do not mind, you may call me Sister Xinru. What do you think?" Sister Yin? Xiang Xinru maintained a gracious demeanor, genuinely wishing to befriend Lin Yuyin. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuyin forced herself to remain composed. Of course, that's perfectly fine. But what is it that Sister Xinru envies about me? I must admit I am a bit lost. Is it possible that Sister Yuyin is unaware of young Master Lu? Xiang Xinru inquired with a hint of confusion. Young Master Lu? Lin Yuyin shook her head. Xiang Xinru smiled and explained. Haifeng intends to develop Lincheng into one of the 5 major bases, using it as the focal point to dominate the entire southwestern commerce. The person dispatched to wield authority here is none other than the eldest son of Dong Lu from the Prince of Haifeng City. Information on this young Master Lu is scarce. Despite my efforts, I still do not even know his name. You mean to say that the Prince of Haifeng is coming today? Wang Hao asked, astonished. Xiang Xinru assessed Wang Hao for a moment. Sister Yin, who is this? Wang Hao hurriedly introduced himself. My father is Wang Chenggang, the founder of Weiyang Company. I am Wang Hao, a friend of Yin. However, it seems Xiang Xinru did not acknowledge his presence, continuing her conversation with Lin Yuyin. Today, aside from the 7 main heads of partner companies, only Sister Yuyin has been selected for a personal audience with young Master Lu. How can anyone not be envious? Lin Yuyin's eyes widened in disbelief. The Prince of Haifeng is personally meeting with me? No one else has the opportunity? Not even Sister Xinru? Xiang Xinru displayed a wistful expression. Ah, how I wish I could attend. At today's round table, apart from Haifeng representatives, only 8 have been invited in total. Your family, the Lin family, holds 2 of those coveted positions. Such honor is unparalleled in Lin Hai City. Congratulations to you. At that moment, Chen Hong emerged to address the gathering on behalf of Haifeng Group. Once she concluded her remarks, a young woman clad in a qipao approached Lin Yuyin. Miss Lin, the young master is ready to meet with you. Please follow me. As Lin Yuyin looked up, she noticed other women in similar qipao uniforms escorting several prominent businessmen to the front. They were about to meet the Prince of Haifeng. This was no ordinary encounter. It was a decisive meeting that would shape the flow of wealth in Lincheng for the next 3 to 5 years. Lin Yuyin felt dizzy, overwhelmed by the realization that she had been granted such an opportunity. 8 distinguished attendants guided them toward the elevator. Upon exiting, the sound of flowing water and bird song enveloped them, as if they had stepped into nature itself. The scene before them revealed a rock garden and a forest, extending as far as the eye could see, with a bamboo pavilion nestled within. In the midst of modern architecture lay a sanctuary of nature, the highest-ranking venue of Haida Restaurant, the Imperial Bamboo Grove. Once the 8 enchanting attendants seated them, they gracefully withdrew, leaving each guest with a chair and a table adorned with 10 exquisite dishes personally prepared by the national chef, Sun Yun. The 8 guests, led by Xiang Rong, sat upright, scarcely daring to breathe, fearful of disturbing the tranquility of their surroundings. From the arrangement, it was evident that the Prince of Haifeng was likely a person of refined tastes. Moments later, hearty laughter echoed from the southwestern side, and as the side door swung open, all eyes turned in unison, brimming with anticipation. Upon recognizing the newcomer, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. As they were all familiar with the individual, Qin Hua, the general manager of Haifeng in Lincheng. Please, there is no need for formality, he announced. Today is merely a meet and greet. Nothing of great consequence will be decided. Qin Hua proceeded to the front row, taking the second seat. To his left lay the empty primary position, while to his right sat Xiang Rong, the wealthiest individual in Lincheng. Mr. Qin, when is the young master expected to arrive? Xiang Rong inquired, a hint of embarrassment coloring his tone. I was only just informed that today, as host, is indeed the young master, and I had no time to prepare a gift. Several attendees were unaware that the guest was the heir of Haifeng, only recognizing him as a formidable figure. Do not worry about gifts, Qin Hua reassured him. You may make amends later. The young master is quite easygoing and will not take offense. This elicited a hearty laughter from Xiang Rong. The atmosphere began to lighten. At this juncture, a middle-aged man with a pronounced belly abruptly rose from the 4th seat on the right, holding a wine jug in his hands. He approached Lin Yuyin's father, Lin Baiwei. Mr. Lin, I have a son of little merit who previously offended you and your esteemed daughter. I have long intended to apologize in person, yet feared it might be too abrupt. Today, taking this opportunity, I wish to formally express my regret before everyone and hope for your forgiveness. This rotund gentleman was Xue Wenhai, the president of Linhai Industries and the father of Xue Chao. 2 weeks prior, Xue Chao had clashed with Lin Yuyan, prompting Qin Hua to personally call the Xue family, advising them to behave. They had planned to apologize, but after an encounter in the school cafeteria, where Lu Fei clarified that Lin Yuyan was merely a classmate, Xue Chao realized that the relationship between Lu Fei and Lin Yuyan was not as intimate as he had presumed, leading to the abandonment of their apology. Even now, they remained unaware that Lu Fei was the heir of Haifeng, assuming instead that he was merely a senior executive. Lin Baiwei stood tall, reveling in this newfound stature. Lehigh Industries ranked among the top 4 enterprises in the city, and the Xue family was comprised of billionaires, elevating their status significantly above his own. For Xue Wenhai to bow an apology was indeed a matter of prestige. Not all, Mr. Xue, Lin Baiwei replied. As the saying goes, one does not truly know another until they have had a disagreement. We will all be working under Haifeng's guidance, so there is no need for any notions of forgiveness or grievances. If you do not mind, I would gladly refer to you as my elder brother. Xue Wenhai laughed heartily. With such words from you, my heart is at ease. I toast to you. The 2 men shared a drink. Xue Wenhai then turned to Lin Yuyan. My dear, can you partake in wine? Lin Yuyan stared blankly at him. I could drink a little. Then I must raise a glass to you as well. My son, blinded by folly, dared to disrespect you. He truly deserves a reprimand, Xue Wenhai declared earnestly. Lin Baiwei interjected on behalf of Lin Yuyan. Brother Xue, your words are too harsh. As we are brothers, it is only fitting that you speak a few words to my daughter. Xue Wenhai shook his head vigorously. No, my dear brother Lin. While I can call you my brother, I would not dare to take on the role of an elder to your illustrious daughter. Today, she is the only lady present. I shall refer to her as the queen of our Linhai. Laughter spread across the faces of the attendees, and Lin Baiwei beamed, thinking how fortunate he was to have such a daughter. Yet, Lin Yuyan remained perplexed. What did Xue Wenhai mean? Was it possible that the heir of Haifeng had taken an interest in her? Chapter 30. The Queen? You are overthinking it. No one knows the true meaning behind Lu Fei's invitation to Lin Yuyan. Xue Wenhai is equally perplexed, as he praises Lin Yuyan as a queen while discreetly observing Qin Hua's expression. Qin Hua smiles enigmatically, offering no explanation, observing Qin Hua's demeanor. The crowd speculates that the crown prince of Haifeng has indeed taken a liking to Lin Yuyan, suggesting that she will likely become the future mistress of Lin City. Shouldn't they curry favor with her promptly? Xiang Rong is the first to speak up, suggesting that since Miss Lin cannot hold her liquor, she ought to refrain from drinking. Old Xue, you deserve punishment, but this matter cannot be resolved with just 1 drink. You must face 3. Xue Wenhai promptly pours himself 3 cups, refraining from insisting that Lin Yuyan drink. Others quickly join in praising her. Miss Lin, with your unparalleled beauty, even the 8 scenic spots of Lin City pale in comparison to your presence. With a gem like Miss Lin in the Lin family, greater fortunes are surely on the horizon. Amidst the flattery, Lin Yin finds herself slightly elated, her anticipation for the crown prince of Haifeng growing. She hopes he is handsome. As she contemplates this, she smiles at the esteemed guests, reminding herself that she is indeed a queen. Even Xiang Rong must bow before her, lending her an air of superiority that dispels any nerve she might have in front of such powerful figures. At that moment, Lu Fei enters through the door. The crowd immediately rises, casting curious glances in his direction. Is the young master here? They speculate amongst themselves. Lin Yuyan, however, strides forward first, regarding Lu Fei with a frosty gaze. Have you secured a position as a waiter at the restaurant? Lu Fei stares at her, as if she were a fool. Remaining silent, Lin Yuyan, irritated by his expression, retorts, You don't think it's something to be proud of that we, students of Lin University, are involved in this, do you? Lu Fei shrugs. Do you possess the right to criticize? You don't believe that your slanderous rumors damaging my reputation are something to take pride in, do you? Lin Yuyan is momentarily taken aback, feeling a twinge of insecurity, but she quickly finds it amusing. How could the illustrious queen of Lin City care about the opinion of a gigolo? Regaining her haughty demeanor, she remarks, "The Haida restaurant should be more discerning in its hiring. This individual may appear acceptable at first glance, but his lack of decorum is utterly appalling." Xiang Rong, Shui Wenhai, and the others immediately defend Lin Yuyan, suggesting that anyone who offends her should be dismissed without hesitation. Lin Baiwei then barks at Lu Fei, "Kneel and apologize to my daughter." Under normal circumstances, Lin Baiwei would not act so arrogantly, but today, Yin is a queen, a crown princess. Such dignity must be upheld. At this juncture, Qin Yi also walks in. "Miss Qin, you are here as well. Was it you who recommended Lu Fei for the position at Haida Restaurant? You ought to learn more about him." Lin Yuyin turns her attention to Qin Yi, speaking imperiously. Qin Yi is a high-ranking executive at Haifeng, someone she once feared. However, today, she stands as a queen, fearlessly aware that her status vastly eclipses Qin Yi's. "Miss Lin, what are you implying?" Qin Yi inquires, puzzled. Lin Yuyin casts her a disdainful look, recalling the rumors of Lu Fei working at Haifeng Woodworks, where he supposedly caught Qin Yi's attention due to his striking appearance. His recent application to become a waiter at Haida Restaurant, in essence, amounts to securing a gigolo position once again, likely aided by Qin Yi. "Miss Qin, you were the one who assisted with the matter regarding Shui Chao, weren't you? I'm exceedingly grateful to you, yet I feel compelled to remind you that while Lu Fei seeks to curry favor with you, he simultaneously harbors ulterior motives towards me and maintains an ambiguous relationship with our school's counselor. He is, quite frankly, a scoundrel. Do not be deceived by him." Qin Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Lin Yuyan. "Are you saying that the young master has ulterior motives towards you?" Lin Yuyan, exasperated, waved her hands dismissively. "I did not imply that the young master has any ill intentions towards me. I was referring to Lu Fei. How could the young master possibly have any designs on me?" She mused internally. If the young master were to have any intentions, I would surely welcome them, provided he is indeed handsome. Lu Fei chuckled and shook his head. "The young master you speak of is none other than I." "How shameless! You dare to impersonate the young master." Lin Yuyan raised her hand, intending to slap Lu Fei. At that moment, Qin Hua swiftly stepped forward, gripping her wrist tightly. His voice thundered in her ear, "Enough." The room fell into an immediate silence. Despite Qin Hua's benevolent demeanor, he exuded an imposing presence befitting his status as a prominent figure in Lin City. His roar rendered Lin Yuyan weak at the knees. "Allow me to introduce our esteemed heir of Haifeng Group, the eldest son of the chairman, Lu Fei. He is also the actual power behind Haifeng and Lin City, with all of the assets belonging to Haifeng now under his name." Boom! In an instant, the entire room was taken aback. Xiang Rong and Shui Wenhai had just mocked Lu Fei, while Lin Baiwei had nearly forced Lu Fei to kneel moments ago. Now, as if struck by lightning, Lin Baiwei suddenly collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, realizing the folly of his previous words. Lu Fei was indeed the young master. Lin Yuyan felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. How could this be possible? She had initially assumed Lu Fei was merely a poor student, an empty-headed pretty face. Thus, despite numerous hints about Lu Fei's true identity, she chose instead to believe in fanciful tales, such as Lu Fei working at Haifeng and befriending Qin Yi, subsequently rescuing her through their connection. That reasoning seemed flawed, yet she accepted it because Lu Fei was a poor student. Similarly, when Shui Chao had publicly made Lu Fei kneel and presented him with a Lamborghini, she thought, if Lu Fei were not the young master, how could Shui Chao have been so frightened? However, because Lu Fei was perceived as a poor student, Lin Yuyan dismissed the incident as a mere misunderstanding. In essence, she looked down upon Lu Fei from the depths of her heart, unwilling to accept that he was a person of much higher standing. "You are the young master? You are the young master?" Qin Hua glared at her. "Lin Yuyan, the young master has graciously granted you an audience, yet you fail to appreciate his kindness and show him disrespect. How utterly foolish of you." Lin Yuyan remained in a daze. Lin Baiwei crawled to Lu Fei's feet, pleading pitifully, "Young master, my daughter is blind to your greatness and has offended you. I apologize on her behalf. He bowed repeatedly as he spoke. The mere mention of Haifeng struck terror in her heart. Lin Yuyan, blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, while Lin Baiwei bore the fear etched deep within his bones, believing that Lu Fei might annihilate his entire family. After all, the Yu bamboo forest is shrouded in mystery. He realized that this meeting likely stemmed from the crown prince of Haifeng engaging in some clandestine affairs. Your daughter has spread rumors, causing me to be ridiculed at school. What do you propose we do about it? Lu Fei inquired with indifference. Lin Baiwei felt his strength wane, nearly fainting, while Xiang Rong and others were seized with terror. This was akin to a horror story. The young master summoned 2 members of the Lin family, simply because they dared to malign him. One must understand that for a colossal enterprise like Haifeng, a single rumor could result in losses amounting to billions, if not hundreds of billions. Calling upon the Lin father and daughter, it seemed, was an act to serve as a warning. It was ironic that they had just elevated Lin Yuyan to the status of a queen. Chapter 31. Learning to apologize. You are the young master. It was you who instructed Shui Chao to spare me, Lin Yuyan said, her hair standing on end. Lin Yuyan, are you not aware that the young master remains awake until midnight, specifically calling me to assist you? How dare you continue to slander him? Xinhua exclaimed, furious, ignorant of the events transpiring at the school. I don't know. Lin Yuyan cried, crouching on the ground, feeling a chill as her dress and stockings became soaked with fear. Lu Fei furrowed his brow. Enough, take her to the lounge. I shall seek her out after the banquet. Miss Lin, please follow me, Qin Yi said coldly. Seeing Lin Yuyan collapse and unable to rise, she signaled for 2 security guards to escort her out. The attendants hurried in to clean up the scene. Lin Baiwei continued to bow, his head bleeding. Rise. I will address your daughter's matters privately. They concern you and your family no longer, Lu Fei stated coolly, striding forward to take his place at the head of the gathering. Xiang Rong and the others resumed their positions. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief while casting glances at Lu Fei. At that moment, Xiang Rong felt the most elated, though he had spoken disrespectfully to Lu Fei earlier. It was of little consequence, as all blame lay with Lin Yuyan. He had always felt unjustly treated, knowing that the crown prince of Haifeng intended to establish a base in Linsheng, likely to seize control of the entire southwestern commercial landscape. With the tightening of business strategies in China, coastal regions and core cities had become stagnant, leaving the southwestern region as the most commercially promising area. Lu Fei's assignment here was clearly aimed at ascending to the pinnacle of a global commercial empire. He was determined to connect his family to this opportunity. Thinking of his daughter, Xiang Xinruo, despite being the foremost princess of Linsheng, had almost relegated herself to following Lin Yuyan's lead. Such a miscalculation. Now, Lin Yuyan had become a mere laughingstock, presenting an opportunity for Xiang Xinruo. Resolute, he decided that Xiang Xinruo would no longer study abroad. She would remain in Linsheng at all costs, determined to win over Lu Fei. Xinhua, please make the introductions, Lu Fei said calmly, undisturbed by the earlier incident. Observers admired his composure, noting how handsome and poised he appeared, executing his tasks with unparalleled efficiency, exuding the aura of a true leader. Xinhua proceeded to introduce the individuals in succession. First was Xiang Rong from Linsheng Real Estate, followed by Lu Chuanxing from Tianqing Internet Company, then Jiang Xinlong from Yinfeng Logistics, and fourthly, Shui Wenhai from Linsheng Industry, who is also the father of Shui Chao. The 5th individual was Wen Shengquan, chairman of Qianling Pharmaceutical. The 6th was Li Xianqi from Qiandu Technology, and the 7th was Lin Baiwei from Lin's Freight. Young master, I am utterly remorseful. I am willing to relinquish the company to Haifeng. I shall depart from Linsheng, pleading only for you to spare my daughter and me. Lin Baiwei, who had just risen, now knelt and crawled to the front row. Lin Yuyan was taken away by Qin Yi, and he feared that she would be toyed with by Lu Fei and subsequently harmed. Lu Fei remained non-committal to his proposal, seemingly intent on instilling fear within the Lin family. You have an injury on your forehead. Tend to it and refrain from coming here. The Lin family's collaboration with Haifeng was entirely due to Lu Fei's initial words. Given the Lin family's strength, they were unworthy to occupy this space. The remaining 6 individuals felt at ease, recognizing that the young master's combination of grace and authority was a manifestation of true power. Following the young master assuredly would elevate their status in the future. Lin Baiwei closed his eyes, feeling helpless. Even if Lu Fei were to harm Lin Yuyan, they could do nothing, as Lin Yuyan had repaid kindness with malice. How could his own daughter be so foolish? Lin Yuyan was brought to the lounge by Qin Yi. Miss Qin, what on earth is happening? My mind is still in disarray. How could Lu Fei? Lin Yuyan struggled to grasp the reality. Qin Yi's face was as cold as ice, and she dismissed her inquiry. This is the young master's exclusive lounge. You may bathe as you wish. I cannot answer your questions. With that, she closed the door and departed. Lin Yuyan stood rigidly in the center of the grand hall. The lounge, spanning 300 square meters, was lavishly adorned, radiating an ostentatious aura that belonged solely to Lu Fei. The impoverished student, Lu Fei, was indeed the heir of Haifeng, the one who gifted fake jade to his ex-girlfriend, provided shabby bracelets to his roommate, sold books at street stalls, and donned a wardrobe of mismatched brands was the esteemed young master. She felt utterly drained, wandering to the enormous bathing pool. Upon contact with the water, clarity began to wash over her. She shed her garments and submerged herself. Reflecting on the events she had undergone, she recognized her grave errors. Rumor had it that Haifeng possessed formidable strength. Would Lu Fei truly harm her? She gradually cleansed herself, musing aloud. No, Lu Fei likes me. At most he would. After finishing her bath, she dried herself and obediently awaited in bed. Contemplating whether she should kneel at the door to await Lu Fei's arrival, she dismissed the notion, deeming it too demeaning. Even if she had to submit to him, she desired a formal acknowledgement. Thus, she indulged in dreams of becoming a royal consort. Outside, silence reigned, with no sounds penetrating the stillness. Doubts crept into her mind. Lu Fei should be eager to seek her out. An hour passed. Then, too, Lin Yuyan lay on the bed, tension coursing through her, yet feeling more fatigued than ever. At last, footsteps echoed in the corridor. She tensed, recalling that this was her first encounter. Lu Fei pushed open the door and slowly entered the bedroom. Their eyes met. Lin Yuyan lay beneath the covers, her heart racing as she gazed at him. "What are you doing on my bed?" Lu Fei exclaimed, a wave of frustration washing over him as he turned and retreated to the living room. Lin Yuyan's temper flared momentarily, yet she quickly subdued it. After all, he was the heir of Haifeng, not a mere impoverished student peddling goods at school. Reluctantly, she tossed aside the covers, feeling a chill envelop her body. Taking a deep breath to steady herself against the cold, she stepped outside, where Lu Fei stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, admiring the view. This lounge offered the finest river scenery in Linsheng, and after conversing with the city's elites earlier, he felt a sense of clarity regarding his future. His spirits lifted. Lin Yin knelt on the floor, her porcelain skin radiant, biting her lip as she softly called out Lu Fei's name. He turned around, startled as if possessed by Sun Wukong, stepping back in surprise. "What are you doing?" Lin Yin's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes glistening with tears that cascaded down her face. "I have come to apologize. Do as you wish. I shall not resist." In that moment, she yearned for liberation, hoping Lu Fei would act swiftly. Lu Fei composed himself, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "An apology? Do you truly wish to apologize?" "Yes. I was wrong. Please forgive me. I am willing to comply with your desires." Lin Yin bit her lip, scrutinizing Lu Fei. She had resolved to throw caution to the wind. Lu Fei retrieved a chair, seated himself before her, and crossed his legs. "Have you learned how to apologize?" "I have mastered it," she replied earnestly. Kneeling, Lin Yin approached his feet, reaching out to touch his calf. Lu Fei grasped her hand firmly. "What is this? Are you genuinely apologizing? If I were not the heir of Haifeng, merely a destitute student, would you still act this way?" Chapter 32. Classic advantage lies with me. What do you truly desire? Lin Yin's body stiffened as she fixed her gaze on Lu Fei. He pulled out his phone and opened the campus forum, eager to see Lin Yin's clarification, yet to his dismay, there was none. His disappointment deepened. "Hurry and get dressed. The fact that I am the heir of Haifeng must remain a secret, Otherwise, rumors will circulate that I misuse my power to oppress women. You must think carefully about this. Lu Fei felt compelled to explain patiently, fearing this foolish woman might escalate the matter. I can't wear my clothes. Lin Yuyin's mind buzzed, no longer comprehending Lu Fei's intentions. He rummaged through the wardrobe, tossing her a dress, yet neglecting to provide any undergarments. Lin Yuyin couldn't help but wonder if Lu Fei was being deliberately cruel, intending for her to wear nothing else in the future. Indeed, he seemed to wish to humiliate her, and the worst part was that she could not resist. Dressed in the skirt Lu Fei had selected, she exited the lounge. Once outside the room, clarity returned to her, and she promptly called Lin Baiwei to explain the situation. Upon learning of Lu Fei's actions, Lin Baiwei exhaled in relief and immediately scolded her harshly. Returning to the banquet hall, Wang Hao approached her like an eager puppy. "Yan, how did it go? Did you meet young Master Lu? Why have you changed your clothes? Could it be?" Wang Hao scrutinized Lin Yuyin. Having changed her attire and been gone for 2 to 3 hours, could it be true that young Master Lu had taken a liking to Lin Yuyin and claimed her? Moreover, was it truly 2 or 3 hours? Lin Yuyin remained silent, her icy gaze as lethal as a dagger. At that moment, she had come to realize that Wang Hao was indeed the quintessential scoundrel. Had it not been for his incessant brainwashing, she would not have treated Lu Fei with such coldness. Regrettably, she could not disclose Lu Fei's true identity, lest it terrify Wang Hao. Yet, her mere stare was sufficiently intimidating, albeit in a different manner. Wang Hao grasped the truth. Lin Yuyin was the woman of the young Master Lu, a target forever beyond his reach. He could only force a smile, offering hollow congratulations. Lin Yuyin, disinterested, descended the stairs and returned to Lu Qingqing, Su Ying, and the others. Lu Qingqing, Su Ying, and Luo Huan remained in the private room, each harboring ulterior motives. "Yuyin, where have you been? Why have you not replied to our messages?" One inquired. "I heard from Wang Hao that you're the only girl who has met the young Master Lu. You are not actually thinking of becoming a princess, are you? The Haifeng group wields immense power. If you were to become a princess, would they not employ ruthless measures against Lu Fei? Last time we were humiliated before the principal. The truth nearly obliterated Lu Fei. Just thinking about Zheng Tianduo and Bai Wenwen's expressions infuriates me. If you become a princess, we must demand an apology from Zheng Tianduo and Bai Wenwen." The roommates chattered incessantly. Lin Yuyin suddenly awakened to the reality of her situation. Her 3 foolish roommates had played a significant role in her current predicament. Enough. Lu Fei has aided me, yet I have repaid his kindness with malice and slandered him. This is utterly unacceptable. I shall compose a post to clarify and apologize. You all need to restrain yourselves and cease provoking Lu Fei. Su Ying hurriedly approached Lin Yuyin, placing her hand on her forehead. "Yuyin, you cannot be serious. What nonsense are you speaking? Are you suggesting that Lu Fei was hired as a waiter at Haida Restaurant and has caught the eye of some wealthy woman? Perhaps it is Qin Yi. I have long suspected their relationship to be unusual. Even if Qin Yi is interested, what of it? He is merely a gigolo, so scummy that eventually Qin Yi will tire of him and discard him. Does she truly intend to marry him?" The roommates perceived Lin Yuyin as deranged. Lin Yuyin chuckled coldly. "Well, you all can do as you wish." She could not elucidate her thoughts, as revealing Lu Fei's identity was out of the question. She could only allow them to continue their folly. Just then, Lin Baiwei summoned her to return home that night, prompting her to abandon her 3 roommates and flee. Upon returning home, she recounted the entire saga to Lin Baiwei. Lin Baiwei listened as if captivated by a ghost story, detailing how they attempted to humiliate Lu Fei for money in a CF, subsequently slandering him with accusations of indecency, only to be refuted by surveillance footage, and then concocting a scheme to entrap Lu Fei, culminating in fabricating claims of coercion against him. "Lin Yuyin, you are truly remarkable," Lin Baiwei exclaimed, infuriated. She meticulously crafted a statement to aid Lin Yuyin in issuing a public clarification and apology. At midnight, Lu Fei perused some books before glancing at the school forum. To his astonishment, the forum was ablaze with activity in the dead of night. Lin Yuyin had uploaded a video, solemnly apologizing to Lu Fei and elucidating the entire sequence of events, detailing how she and her roommates had plotted against him. All the specifics, including chat logs and recordings, were included in the video. Those who had previously berated Lu Fei were left utterly dumbfounded. Su Ying is undoubtedly the most unfortunate, sold off and branded as the foremost schemer, while Lin Yuyan can merely be regarded as the second. Yuyan, have you truly lost your mind? Su Xing, in fu zaitet, seethed at Lin Yuyan. Lin Yuyan, with an air of indifference, retorted, I am not mad. I merely spoke the truth. It was indeed my fault. Su Ying, cursing under her breath, contemplated a public severance of ties with Lin Yuyan. However, considering Lin Yuyan's illustrious background, she might need to seek her assistance after graduation. Thus, she resigned herself to a forced smile, conceding, You are right. It was our error. After perusing the forum, Lu Fei felt a surge of delight and snapped a few photos to share on social media, posing as the epitome of leisure. Soon enough, Su Ying liked the post. What a foolish girl, Lu Fei chuckled. I'm still at the Haida restaurant. Is your lounge on the 30th floor? With Wang Hao, Luo Huan, and Lu Qingqing having departed, Su Ying lingered, awaiting news from the brother at the royal banquet hall. Today, Lin Yuyan had thoroughly vexed her, and she was eager to capture the attention of the brother from the royal banquet hall. Alone in the private room, she relished the opportunity to forego typing and instead employ her charms to engage with the brother. The brother's residence was akin to a palace, and she surmised it was most likely the enigmatic VIP lounge on the 30th floor. She had heard from Wang Hao that Lin Yuyan seemed to have caught the eye of Prince Haifeng, potentially engaging in some thrilling escapades, which could explain her drastic change in demeanor. Prince Haifeng resided in the VIP lounge on the 30th floor. Perhaps the brother from the royal banquet hall and Prince Haifeng were acquainted or even the same individual. She needed to clarify this matter. Should they indeed be one and the same, she would have to employ some courtly cunning and ensure she rose above Lin Yuyan. Ding dong. A WeChat message arrived. Lu Fei's lips curled into a smile. This promised amusement. Has Su Ying not left yet? He replied, Yes, I'm on the 30th floor of the restaurant. In the stillness of the night, when emotions often overflow, the brother from the royal banquet hall responded, and Su Ying instantly brightened like the dawn, filled with hope. Do you know Yuyan? She is my roommate. She was also present at Huan Huan's birthday party last time. What do you wish to convey? It appears Yuyan is dating Prince Haifeng. You're aware of him, correct? I am Prince Haifeng. Do you have any further inquiries? Lu Fei replied with a grin, envisioning the splendid expression on Su Ying's face at this revelation. Su Ying's reaction was nothing short of spectacular. She was nearly propelled to her feet in astonishment. The person she had conversed with for so long was none other than Prince Haifeng, one of the wealthiest individuals in the nation. Recently, Prince Haifeng had allocated a portion of his assets to this young prince for practice, his fortune now exceeding 1,000 billion. However, a wave of concern washed over her. If the prince knew Lin Yuyan and possibly regarded her as a girlfriend, would he still accept her? Men are often fickle. How could a man like the prince remain tethered to a single tree? In comparison to Lin Yuyan, Su Ying felt she held no advantage before the prince. Swiftly, Su Ying reassured herself, allowing the flames of hope to blaze brightly within her. Chapter 33. Share your wealth with me. Su Ying mused that after Lu Fei's intimate encounter with Lin Yuyan, the sage period must have passed, and she could not afford to miss this opportunity. It turned out that the brother was indeed Prince Haifeng. No one expected that just moments ago. They had seen Yuyan, who could barely stand, indicating how formidable the crown prince truly is. Su Ying tightly crossed her legs. Her cheeks flushed as she sent a voice message to Lu Fei. Her embarrassment was not due to shyness, but rather anxiety. If the crown prince was not upset, their relationship could advance further. Was that the case? She had seemed quite normal when exiting my room. Lu Fei returned, exclaiming yay. Su Ying, in her delight, formed a peace sign, realizing that the crown prince's lack of anger meant they could discuss topics reserved for adults in the future. That foolish woman, Lin Yuyan, had indeed entered the crown prince's room to attend to him, yet it was evident she failed to please him, as he appeared so sullen. Su Ying scolded Lin Yuyan, but then recalled something about Lu Fei. He had previously hinted that he knew the brother from the royal banquet hall, and it now seemed highly probable that Lu Fei's dorm mates had a good relationship with that influential figure. How could four underachievers have connections with such a powerful person? Perhaps they met through gaming. My goodness, they might be playing ranked matches together every day. Su Ying entertained this possibility, uncertain of its validity, but choosing to believe it nonetheless. Crown Prince, you know Lu Fei, right? He is a friend of Li Xin and Zhou Wei. Yes, Lu Fei is also my friend. You don't have any grievances with him, do you? Su Ying shuddered. How infuriating that such a worthless person had become friends with the Crown Prince. She quickly replied, No, I have always thought he was quite nice. He even helped Yu Yin before, but I don't understand why Yu Yin keeps trying to oppose him. Perhaps they are simply playful rivals. I couldn't persuade her. After sending the message, she felt like a genius, skillfully shifting all the blame onto Lin Yu Yin. She then brought her phone to her mouth. Oh dear, I'm sorry for speaking ill of Yu Yin. I was too presumptuous. Yu Yin is your girlfriend, right? I hope you're not upset with me. This plastic sisterhood made Lu Fei chuckle. He replied, Not at all. A smile danced on Su Ying's lips. The Crown Prince was still young and easily swayed by such tactics. How did Yu Yin leave? Doesn't she know to keep you company? Living alone in such a large house, doesn't it make you lonely? Lu Fei responded, Now that you mention it, I do feel a bit lonely. Despite being no longer young, his thoughts turned to women, and the first image that surfaced was of Zhao Min, his first love. They had held hands, shared kisses, and even nearly spent nights together at a hotel, yet that final step had always eluded them. There lingered a sense of unfulfilled longing, perhaps stemming from not having obtained what he desired. Shaking his head, Lu Fei knew he could not dwell on Zhao Min. He had no intention of being a lovesick fool. Moreover, Zhao Min's vanity and preference for wealthy men only added to his frustration. As his former goddess seemed to have changed, he resolved not to think of Zhao Min anymore. The second woman who entered his mind was surprisingly his counselor, Bai Wenwen. This was unacceptable, especially with the current rumors circulating in school suggesting an inappropriate relationship between them, which had made both of them quite uncomfortable. He needed to change his thoughts. At that moment, he suddenly recalled someone, Su Jianwei. To elaborate, Chen Hong had taken Su Jianwei to apply for a waitress position. He felt a pang of sympathy for those waitresses. Despite their high wages, they were devoid of dignity. Moreover, according to Chen Hong, those college beauties working as waitresses had to prepare contraceptives daily, for who knows when a boss might take a fancy to them, leaving them unable to resist. If luck favored them, they might become the boss's mistress. If misfortune struck, they could be discarded without a second thought. Most likely, they would indeed be cast aside. After all, such a high salary certainly came at a cost. He couldn't allow Su Jianwei to be thrust into such a perilous situation. He quickly sent her a message. Are you asleep? It's so late. Why are you still awake? Are you resurrecting? Su Jianwei replied promptly, her tone quite fierce. Lu Fei frowned. Su Jianwei's words still carried an edge. Had she not gone to sleep? She responded, I was about to sleep, but you woke me up. Now I can't fall asleep. What do you want? Lu Fei inquired. I just wanted to ask how the job application went. I succeeded. Hongjie asked me to learn etiquette from her. Well, that's good. Just do your job as a waitress normally. If you encounter anything you're uncomfortable with, you don't have to do it. If there's an issue, mention my name. Lu Fei intended to provide her with a protective shield. Su Jianwei lay in bed, her eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling. She was uncertain how to respond. She always felt that Lu Fei was not a good person and wanted to confront him. Yet, he had treated her exceedingly well. Their chance encounter was not merely financial support, but had also led her to a commendable job. Was it possible that Lu Fei had ulterior motives? She did not wish to be pursued by him. After a moment of hesitation, she sought to confirm Lu Fei's identity and boldly asked, Are you the Prince of Haifeng they speak of? Lu Fei instinctively denied it. Had Chen Hong told her? That shouldn't be. The identity of the Prince of Haifeng needed to be kept secret. Otherwise, there would be no need for clandestine meetings at Yuzulin. Those aware of this identity had been strictly instructed not to divulge it. However, Su Jianwei was astute, denying it wouldn't suffice. You needn't deceive me. The way Chen Hong treats you, who else could it be but the Prince of Haifeng? Moreover, your surname is Lu, and Lu Tianming shares that surname. You must be Lu Tianming's eldest son, right? Deciding to abandon the pretense, Lu Fei, who had indeed favored Su Jianwei, ultimately confessed, "All right, I am the Prince of Haifeng. But this matter must remain confidential." "Wow, you are incredible. You have taken over many of Haifeng's enterprises. How much wealth do you possess now? Is it close to 10 billion? Approximately. Lu Fei chuckled, recalling that the wealth he had acquired was nearing 1,000 billion. Yet to him, it was merely a figure devoid of significant meaning. That is so much. Do you think that is fair? Why are you so wealthy? Su Jianwei blurted out, leaving Lu Fei momentarily speechless. Fair? Do you believe there is absolute fairness in this world? Perhaps not now, but isn't our purpose in this world to make it fairer? Would you be willing to contribute to making the world more equitable? Su Jianwei pondered, lost in her thoughts. Lu Fei felt a wave of frustration. Tell me, how would you propose we make this world fairer? Su Jianwei remarked, if you divide your money with me, it would be fair. I am in dire straits. Lu Fei chuckled, dream on. Is Su Jianwei truly fixated on wealth? Brother Taizi, I am feeling quite lonely. I find myself alone in this private room, and the dormitory doors are locked. I am uncertain where I shall spend the night. A message arrived on WeChat from another individual. Su Ying had waited for a considerable time, hoping Brother Taizi would summon her due to his own loneliness. With just a word from him, she would be willing to do anything. Unfortunately, Lu Fei paid her no heed, forcing her to take the initiative and drop subtle hints. There's another one. Lu Fei laughed. Why not sleep on the street then? Su Ying's expression darkened as she bit her nails, but then her eyes lit up with an idea. Chapter 34. Why not sleep at my place tonight? In the dead of night, Su Ying ventured onto the streets, taking a series of selfies to send to Lu Fei. It seems I truly have no choice but to sleep on the streets tonight. I encountered a homeless man who kept leering at me. It's quite frightening. Brother Taizi, could you come to fetch me? I am too scared to wander around now. She feigned vulnerability, knowing if Lu Fei remained indifferent, she would have to concede defeat. What does it matter if Prince Haifeng has some money? I must awaken. Lu Fei responded, don't you think Lu Fei is rather good? I can have him come to pick you up. Ah, Lu Fei must be asleep at this hour. Let us not disturb him. He's not asleep. He was just gaming with me and mentioned that you were quite impressive. He would surely be delighted to come and get you. Su Ying felt deflated. Lu Fei was indeed the prince she had met through gaming. After being cozy with Lin Yuyan, had the prince been gaming with Lu Fei as well? With this connection to the prince, Lu Fei must have successfully secured a position as a high-end gigolo at Shanghai restaurant. Lin Yuyan suddenly went on a wild apology spree, likely realizing the strong rapport between the prince and Lu Fei. What if Lu Fei speaks ill of me in front of the prince? I cannot afford to offend him any longer. A sudden thought struck her. Even Lin Yuyan had come to her senses, and she needed to follow suit. Su Ying quickly responded, then I would appreciate it if Brother Taizi could have Lu Fei come to get me. After saying this, she perked up, considering that entering Brother Taizi's circle through Lu Fei would be a splendid opportunity. Given time, the prince would surely recognize her worth. Lu Fei, unable to sleep, decided to seek amusement and sauntered downstairs. Su Ying had not strayed far. He approached her and assessed her. This generation of homeless individuals seems lacking. How could they not seize the chance with such a fragrant beauty? Su Ying bit her lip, recalling how she had sold a watch last year. Is this even a sensible conversation? She thought to herself, I must not argue. Lu Fei has the prince backing him, a man at the pinnacle of wealth in all of China. A moment of impatience could ruin grander schemes. Lu Fei, I have always thought quite highly of you. But unfortunately, Luo Huan and Lu Qingqing constantly speak poorly of you. If I do not agree with them, I risk being ostracized. You're not upset, are you? Lu Fei grimaced. Your 4 plastic sisters are quite the handful. Lin Yuyan had shifted the blame onto Su Ying in her clarification statement. And now Su Ying was passing the buck entirely onto Lu Qingqing and Luo Huan. Did Lin Yuyan not speak ill of me? Lu Fei smirked cunningly. Su Ying, with her artful flattery, dismissed the notion, asserting that Yu Yin never spoke ill of others. She maintained a facade of naturalness, despite harboring a deep-seated disdain for Lin Yuyan, who was now the paramour of the crown prince. For the time being, it was imperative to maintain a cordial relationship with Lin Yuyan, biding her time until she could fully win over the crown prince, and then gradually weave her own influence. Lin Yuyan was merely a sheltered heiress, oblivious to the intricacies of court intrigue. She was no match for Su Ying, who reveled in her perceived advantage. Lu Fei scrutinized her, having failed to appreciate the allure of this enchantress before. Upon closer inspection, he discerned her undeniable allure: long legs, a curvaceous figure, and a delicate waist. While she may not have appeared as striking as in photographs, her authenticity was captivating. This brought to mind her bold remarks on WeChat, stirring within him a tantalizing temptation that was difficult to resist. Su Ying, sensing his gaze, felt a surge of revulsion, yet remained apprehensive. What if the crown prince insisted on pairing them together? She had no desire to be linked with a mere gaming enthusiast. Yet, if she cultivated a relationship with him, it could provide her with further opportunities to approach the crown prince. Perhaps she could play the role of his girlfriend while secretly being the crown prince's lover. After all, the wealthy often engaged in such games. Torn in her thoughts, she found herself in a quandary. Lu Fei, shielding his chest, questioned her expression. "What are you planning?" Su Ying rolled her eyes internally, forcing a smile. "Lu Fei, do you all know the crown prince?" "Indeed," he replied. "How did you come to know him?" She inquired. "The crown prince is remarkably kind. He even had the manager of Haida restaurant present at Huan's birthday. We met through gaming. Why don't you join us?" "Sure," Su Ying exclaimed with delight. Lu Fei had an unexpected advantage. He was inviting her to play games, which meant she could infiltrate the crown prince's inner circle. Although she had previously looked down upon those who played games, she suddenly realized the folly of her past judgments. Had she learned to play sooner, perhaps she could have caught the attention of many a crown prince. "I've never played before. Will I be scolded for being inept?" she inquired timidly, knowing full well that a stunning beauty like herself would hardly face reprimand while gaming with a group of unremarkable players. Lu Fei's expression darkened. "Oh, you'll definitely be scolded." Su Ying's demeanor soured in response. Men like him were destined to remain single. "What should I do then?" she retorted coolly. "You should come back with me." "Do you really intend to sleep on the street?" Lu Fei countered. "Then where will I sleep?" she asked. "How about the 30th floor?" he suggested. Su Ying's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Are we going to stay with the crown prince? His lounge looks enormous. Have you been there?" Lu Fei had posted pictures of the lounge, which occupied half a floor. Su Ying envisioned a grand space where they could rest. "You certainly have a vivid imagination. You'll be sharing with me," Lu Fei clarified. Her emotions oscillated like a roller coaster before she regained her composure and asked with irritation, "You, a gigolo, reside on the 30th floor?" The truth slipped out inadvertently. Gigolo? Lu Fei realized that in their eyes, he had been labeled thus. Well, who would he love a wealthy woman? He mused. Su Ying, conceding, replied, "Very well, I shall stay with you tonight. There is no way around it." Without the prince's words, she is unworthy even to ascend to the 30th floor. The royal banquet hall resides on the 29th floor, where Wang Hao attended a gathering without ever having the chance to reach the 30th floor, while Lu Fei, a mere purveyor of flesh, managed to ascend. There is no need to look down upon those who sell their bodies. Ultimately, entry to the 30th floor serves as a symbol of status. For without this mindset, she would find it exceedingly difficult to accept cohabiting with a useless man late at night. It was a boon for that rascal Lu Fei. Yet if he dared to lay a hand on her, she would sue him for assault, ensuring his ruin. Even the prince would be unable to save him. The elevator ascended directly to the 30th floor, and upon exiting, the decor was entirely distinct from that below. Resembling two disparate worlds, this was indeed the realm of the elite. Lu Fei ushered her into the staff lounge, where the most stunning attendants, including Su Jianwei, resided. Though merely a staff area, each individual enjoyed a lavish suite. Lu Fei found an unoccupied room to settle in. "Is this your lounge?" Upon entering, Su Ying was taken aback. Chapter 35. The dog Lu Fei, clueless the staff lounge, though not vast, was adorned opulently, harmonizing with the overall aesthetic of the floor, complete with floor-to-ceiling windows revealing a panoramic view of the river. Su Ying was consumed with envy. And suddenly a thought struck her. Why had she not considered applying for a position as an attendant? In her previous mockery of Lu Fei, she had overlooked the remarkable benefits of working here. a monthly schedule of no more than 5 days, only required to attend when distinguished guests arrived, with a starting salary of $30,000 and free accommodation in Riverside Suites. Most importantly, one would have the opportunity to cater to various prominent figures. Furthermore, residing here, she would be in close proximity to the prince's lounge, increasing the likelihood of a chance encounter during meals. Yet, there was the matter of reputation, which held a somewhat unsavory connotation. But what was reputation compared to mingling with the upper echelons of society? She silently bolstered her resolve. Lu Fei, how did you manage to land a position as a top attendant? Was it Qin Yi or the prince who assisted you? She perched on a chair, crossing her legs, her long legs encased in black stockings swaying gently, causing Lu Fei to feel flustered. Su Ying observed his reaction, secretly amused. He was such a pitiful creature, clearly inexperienced with beauty. Had he been the prince, he would not have behaved in such a manner. Lu Fei took a sip of the exclusive mineral water. I entered on merit. Relying on connections would not suffice. What merit do you possess? She inquired. Good looks, Lu Fei replied confidently. Su Jing Bao Set, Moment dia bui. Before realizing that her primary criterion for assessing men was their financial standing. Thus, she regarded the impoverished as unattractive. However, with her perspective shifted, Lu Fei's monthly income of $30,000 placed him among the higher earners. Reflecting again, she noticed that he was indeed quite handsome, though still merely a pathetic sycophant. She leaned slightly forward, removing her small leather boots to reveal her toes, reinforced by stockings, continuing to sway her legs. Now that Yu Yin is with the prince, should you consider setting your sights elsewhere? To be frank, you and Yu Yin are ill-matched. Despite your $30,000 monthly salary, you remain at the bottom of the social ladder in her eyes. Her thoughts became increasingly animated. Lu Fei has indeed transformed remarkably. He may be entangled with Qin Yi, having infiltrated the circle of the crown prince. Most importantly, he receives a substantial monthly income of $30,000. A far cry from the days he gifted his girlfriend with counterfeit jade due to financial constraints. Moreover, having learned from past experiences, he is likely to exercise more restraint in the future. If he could be nurtured into a devoted admirer, it would mean an endless supply of luxury items each month. An iPhone 13, an Hermes handbag, a Chanel dress. These are all within my grasp. Su Ying perceives a clear path ahead. Lu Fei twitched his lips, wondering when he had ever taken an interest in Lin Yuyan. Even Su Ying surpasses her. It baffles him what she has to boast about. Although Lin Yuyan possesses beauty that exceeds Su Ying's figure is undeniably more appealing, particularly after she shared her private photos, which accentuated her advantages. Most significantly, Lin Yuyan's cold demeanor is off-putting. She resembles a lifeless fish, which Lu Fei finds unappealing. Su Ying, on the other hand, might exhibit a different warmth if she were aware of his status as the heir of Haifeng. Su Ying's pleased that Lu Fei recognized her superiority over Lin Yuyan. Compliments on her beauty no longer affect her, but being acknowledged as better than Lin Yuyan is gratifying. Yet, it is unfortunate that the crown prince has chosen Lin Yuyan over her. TSK. Now that Lin Yuyan has caught the crown prince's eye, Lu Fei seems to dismiss her. But why did he flirt with her that night at the bar? This predicament is genuinely vexing. Lu Fei has been unjustly labeled as having ulterior motives towards Lin Yuyan simply for engaging her in conversation. What flirtation did I engage in? The Haifeng lumber mill is mine. I was merely seeking a business partner because I heard her family is involved in freight. You four truly are foolish to insist that I have feelings for her. Su Ying huffed, as if Lu Fei was merely making excuses, yet it was all insignificant now. A matter of the past. You really know how to put on airs. A mere lumber worker daring to impersonate the owner of Haifeng Lumber? The lumber business constitutes the bulk of Haifeng's revenue. Although the lumber mill is merely a subsidiary, its scale is considerable, and it is likely to be regarded as a primary processing base in the future, with its owner being a figure of high society. Lu Fei chuckled. The crown prince appointed me as the manager to oversee the lumber mill. Is there a problem with that? Manager? Su Jing Fawen, get the goal. You, an undeclared university student, barely managing as a worker, aspire to be a manager? She suspected Lu Fei was boasting but saw no need to expose him. Instead, she aimed to entice Lu Fei, molding him into her devoted admirer. Very well then, Manager Lu, should you wish to pursue me, is not out of the question. However, I have my standards for men, and you must meet those for us to have a chance. Lu Fei felt a wave of frustration. You need my approval to like you? The truth is, I don't even fancy you. I'm merely a bit tempted by your figure. Who would want to be with you? Don't flatter yourself too much. Su Ying laughed heartily, having fully resolved to train Lu Fei as her devoted admirer. She knew she could no longer confront him as she had before. At times, she must toss him a bone. In a commanding tone, she said, disliking me is fine, but I'm currently keen on finding a boyfriend. If you fail to seize this opportunity, you have no one to blame but yourself. Casually uttering such words to any impetuous young man would surely lead him to lose his composure. Lu Fei observed her with a knowing smile. Are you still gaming? Su Ying jolted, nearly forgetting her purpose. She sought to mold Lu Fei into a devoted admirer to draw nearer to her royal brother. Yes, I'll download it first. Lu Fei replied, all right, go ahead. How about a shower first? As Su Ying opened her phone to download the game, she proudly declared, sure, I'll take a shower. Want to see how I smell after? She had discerned Lu Fei's intentions and decided to tease him further, leaving him craving while granting him a mere glimpse. Soon after, she emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a bathrobe, her fair shoulders and slender calves exposed. Lu Fei rubbed his hands together, genuinely yearning. What are you staring at? Aren't you going to play games with me? Su Ying asserted with an air of dominance. Lu Fei reclined on the large bed, patting the empty space beside him. Come sit here and play together. Su Ying's expression turned icy. You want to sleep with me? Despite the playful banter, Lu Fei's intentions were clear. He desired her proximity, but that was not an option. There's only one bed. If we're not sharing it, where do you intend to sleep? Su Ying replied coldly. Naturally, I'll sleep in a bed, and you can take the floor. Lu Fei chuckled. What a delightful dream you're having. Sleep wherever you please. Su Ying's face darkened. This insufferable man was utterly oblivious. No, this repugnant straight man was not to be underestimated. She suppressed her anger, nearly choking on it. If you wish to share a bed, that can be arranged, but not just yet. We have only just begun our courtship. Show me your sincerity. And I assure you, I am not a conservative woman. Chapter 36. Is he a man? Su Ying unveiled her trump card, offering Lu Fei a glimmer of hope. He pulled up a blanket and turned off the overhead light. I'm going to sleep now. Find your own place to rest. Su Ying's eyes widened, furious at this dense man who failed to comprehend a woman's heart. How could such foolish men exist? It was no wonder his ex-girlfriend had left him. Su Ying stood awkwardly by the bed. With only one bed in the room, it was evident Lu Fei had plotted this all along. Did he intend to take advantage of her? She realized Lu Fei was not easily fooled. He was indeed a rogue. However, she had no intention of retreating. A rogue was merely a challenge, and she found that enticing. Although the thick wool carpet lay below, sleeping on it was out of the question. The bed was spacious enough for 4 or 5 people, with its own blankets. If they were to share a bed, so be it. If Lu Fei dared to overstep, she had means to defend herself. She placed her handbag by the bed, containing pepper spray, ready to deter him at any moment. Once prepared, her anger dissipated, replaced by a flicker of anticipation. If Lu Fei had the audacity, let him come. Why be upset about sharing a bed? Hurry up and take me to play games. Su Ying teased, the situation undeniably thrilling. The bed was large enough for them to keep a considerable distance, yet Su Ying intentionally nestled closer to Lu Fei, eager to witness his yearning, all while he refrained from touching her. She aimed to hone her skills before partnering with her royal brother in a match. Wow, the prince is online. Lu Fei stuck out his tongue, having mistakenly logged into the wrong account. He quickly logged off and switched to his main account. He added Su Ying as a friend and invited her to duo rank, yet, predictably, he was unable to carry her, although Lu Fei refrained from reprimanding her. One teammate could not contain his frustration and ended up scolding her to tears. Su Ying, So Bing, questioned Lu Fei as to why he did not defend her against their teammate. Lu Fei, exasperated, replied that he had not berated her, which was a feat in itself. Had it been Prince's brother, he would have likely logged off while berating her mercilessly. Su Ying frowned. Is Prince Brother truly that fierce? She decided to cease playing, turning her back to Lu Fei as she messaged Prince Brother. Are you awake? This lounge only has one bed, and I have no desire to sleep here with Lu Fei, yet he insists on keeping me here. It's utterly annoying. What do I rely on to play games? My looks, she mused, staring at the bedside lamp, tears glistening in her eyes. She hastily snapped a selfie, a photo that would evoke sympathy from anyone who saw it. Upon receiving her message, Lu Fei replied, Why not come and sleep with me? Sure, I'm game. Prince Brother, however you sleep is fine by me. Su Ying exclaimed with excitement. Lu Fei retorted sternly, Anything goes, is it? Then allow me to kick you out the window for disturbing my sleep at this late hour. Do you think I have an excellent temper? Su Ying shuddered, frozen in place. If an ordinary person had made such a remark, it would surely have been a jest. Yet, he was the heir of Haifeng. What if he were truly sinister enough to throw her out? Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming sense of security lying beside Lu Fei. She quickly replied, I'm sorry, Prince Brother, for disturbing your rest. Please go to sleep. Since you are with Lu Fei, make sure to keep him company. If you two become a couple, I'll gift you a Rolls Royce. Su Ying glanced back at Lu Fei, who also faced away from her. The insufferable nerd, too timid to approach the goddess. How generous of Prince Brother to act as a matchmaker. A Rolls Royce, worth at least 5 million, would mean 250,000 for each of them. A windfall from the heavens. Su Ying could hardly contain her excitement. After being scolded by Prince Brother so many times, she realized that being the favored one of a wealthy individual was not an easy task. She must seize this opportunity. Is that true? Lu Fei is indeed handsome, gentle, diligent, and ambitious. I have always had a fondness for him. Prince Brother, you wouldn't deceive me, would you? You truly mean to give me a Rolls Royce? Su Ying sought confirmation. Lu Fei promptly sent her a photo of the Rolls Royce in his garage, stating that as long as they got along well, the car would be hers. After all, it was rarely used. Su Ying felt a surge of enthusiasm. Quickly researching the car's price, even a used one would cost 8 million. More astonishingly, that car had a license plate featuring 3/8. Driving that car around Lincheng would undoubtedly elevate her status, making her the envy of Lin Yuyan. Then I must thank you, Prince Brother. Su Ying et Galim in Vigot. The Rolls Royce is as good as mine. She reached out and hugged Lu Fei from behind. Lu Fei, caught off guard, instinctively kicked out, sending her tumbling off the bed. She was still wrapped in a bathrobe, nearly revealing herself. What are you doing? Lu Fei exclaimed, jumping out of bed. Though he had intended to tease Su Ying, he never anticipated her quick response. He had not braced himself and reacted on impulse. Su Ying bit her lip and glared at him fiercely. This wretched man. The prince insists on bringing us together. Alas, all for a Rolls Royce. She rubbed her leg, feigning delicacy. Ouch, that hurts. What are you doing? Lu Fei retorted. Why are you touching me? And what do you mean by that? I want to know what you're doing. I'm lonely and wish to be in a relationship. Su Ying stated bluntly, all for the sake of the Rolls Royce. What does your desire for a relationship have to do with me? Lu Fei asked, puzzled. Su Ying, Bui, exclaimed, Are you a wooden man? Can't you comprehend my meaning? You are handsome and ambitious. I have fallen for you. Why pretend to be coy? You want me in your bed, don't you? Lu Fei replied, I get it now. You want to kiss me. Unfortunately, you're not my type. Just go to sleep. Disregarding his words, Su Ying shed her robe and embraced him. Are you pretending? You lured me to your bed, and now you hesitate? Today you must touch me. Lu Fei was taken aback, his heart racing. He never expected that a Rolls Royce would awaken Su Ying's true nature. It was far more exhilarating than Lin Yuyan's indifference. It was nearly unbearable. However, being a traditional man, he knew that if something were to happen with Su Ying, he would have to take responsibility. Moreover, he couldn't go back on his word. He had to gift her the Rolls Royce. To him, it was a trivial matter. But why should Su Ying receive such a luxury for nothing? If she truly loved him, that would be one thing, but it was clear she was after the car. No, I must endure this. He pried Su Ying's hands away, conceding, I'm afraid of you. This room is yours. Lu Fei dashed out of the room, leaving Su Ying in disarray as she pursued him in a robe. Lu Fei, stop. Are you incapable? Are you even a man? Su Ying chased him into the corridor, causing commotion. The door of a staff lounge swung open, and Su Jianwei peeked out, coincidentally locking eyes with Lu Fei. She then noticed the disheveled Su Ying. "You scoundrel," Su Ying accused, and Lu Fei felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. Chapter 37. An unexplainable situation. Su Ying was determined to catch Lu Fei, throwing caution to the wind for the sake of the Rolls-Royce. However, the security swiftly intervened, forbidding her commotion. With no other option, she retreated into her room. From Su Jianwei's perspective, it was evident that Lu Fei was using his power to oppress Su Ying. "This young master is indeed a villain." She glared at Lu Fei before closing the door. "Wait, it's not what you think." Lu Fei hastily grabbed the door to prevent her from shutting it, but it slammed against his hand, causing him to cry out in pain. "What do you want?" Su Jianwei asked in fear, worried he might lose control. His hand swelled, resembling a bear's paw. "I don't want anything. I merely wish to explain, lest you believe me to be a rogue." He was accustomed to being wronged, but Su Jianwei was different. She knew his identity. If word got out that the heir of Haifeng emerged from a female classmate's room in the middle of the night, it would have significant repercussions. "There's nothing to explain. I'm not concerned with who you are," Su Jianwei replied coldly. Lu Fei was simultaneously pained and amused, his expression contorted. "Did you not wish to claim half of my wealth? Why the sudden disinterest in who I am?" Su Jianwei retorted, "I merely act in your best interest. You do not deserve such affluence, yet you remain unwilling." Lu Fei was taken aback, pondering whether Su Jianwei was jesting or genuinely intent on seizing half of his fortune. What was she thinking? Coughing, he remarked, "You wish to claim half of my assets? Only if you were my wife. Care to test that?" He scrutinized Su Jianwei, who donned sleepwear and appeared stunning without any makeup. She was exceedingly appealing. If he were to select a girlfriend from among his acquaintances, she would undoubtedly be the ideal choice. However, Lu Fei was not dwelling on such thoughts at that moment. Su Jianwei instinctively wanted to decline, but was suddenly reminded of the 50 billion. Being Lu Fei's wife would mean sharing that immense wealth. Few women could resist such an offer, especially someone from a modest background. "Are you serious?" Her earnest expression struck Lu Fei as unexpectedly charming. "Yes," Fei replied. "I merely wish to clarify that the woman you saw earlier is a classmate, and nothing transpired between us. She has been pursuing me for a romantic relationship. Please do not misconstrue our interactions." "She pursued you? Wasn't she your classmate? Prior to knowing your status, she was constantly at odds with you. How can you tarnish her reputation by claiming she wished to court you?" Su Jianwei's eyes widened in disbelief. The events of the evening clearly illustrated how Lu Fei had leveraged his prominent status to intimidate Su Ying, who sought accountability after he had hastily distanced himself from her. Lu Fei maintained his composure, saying, "This may sound implausible, but I assure you it is the truth. You have challenged me repeatedly, yet you too expressed a desire to be my wife just moments ago." Su Jianwei, indignant, replied, "That was merely your seduction. Who could refuse 50 billion? She asserted confidently. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fei continued, "I did indeed entice you, but I did not seduce her." "You did not seduce her, yet you went to her room?" "That was not her room. It was originally mine. She chose not to return to her dormitory late at night, and out of courtesy for our shared academic connection, I allowed her to stay for the night. Unexpectedly, she became overly familiar, and when she attempted to violate my boundaries, I hastily exited." Su Jianwei paused for a moment, considering the implications. "That is an employee lounge. You assert as your room?" Lu Fei faltered, realizing his explanations were becoming increasingly flawed. "I merely wish to assess the living conditions and identify areas for improvement." Su Jianwei countered, "With so many vacant rooms, could you not have assigned her one of them? Why must you share space with her? Even if your intentions were innocent, few would believe it. Are you suggesting that sharing a room was her coercion?" Lu Fei scratched his head, finding his arguments ineffectual. "Well, perhaps I need not explain myself to you. However, for your own safety, please refrain from discussing this matter. While I hold no ill intentions toward you, Haifeng may not be so forgiving." Su Jianwei displayed a look of disappointment. "There was no need for you to explain anything to me. How could I possibly divulge your indiscretions? I still owe you money, and I am currently your employee. Were it not for you, I would have returned to the dormitory tonight." Lu Fei chose not to elaborate further and, feeling dejected, retreated to his lounge. Upon reaching the doorway, he encountered Chun Hong emerging from the elevator. On this late night, Chun Hong was adorned in a backless dress, the hem of which revealed her alluring long legs clad in black stockings. Like a cat, she approached Lu Fei swiftly and silently, her exquisitely mature face now facing him. "Young master, your hand." "Oh, it's nothing serious. Why aren't you asleep yet?" "It's quite swollen. It's not just a trivial matter. Come inside, and I shall help reduce the swelling," Chun Hong said tenderly. Lu Fei nodded, accompanying her back to the lounge. Chun Hong immediately retrieved a first aid kit, filled with specialized ointments for healing. She gently took Lu Fei's hand, meticulously applying the medicine, her delicate lips blowing softly on the back of his hand, as if teasing Lu Fei's heart. She crossed her legs, the skirt lifting slightly to reveal her long legs. "Young master, what do you wish to indulge in tonight?" Chapter 38. Tonight again, Chun Hong was one of the earliest employees of Haifeng Group, having risen from the lowest ranks to become a core executive of the company. She was well acquainted with the myriad secrets surrounding the rise of Haifeng Group. Despite its current status as one of the top enterprises in Huaxiao, the group faced unprecedented internal and external challenges, reaching the pinnacle meant becoming a target for all. Meanwhile, the chairman of the group and Lu Fei's father had lost his youthful brilliance, becoming increasingly inept and developing certain vices. Observing this, Chun Hong could not persuade him to change, and thus chose to leave Tianjing voluntarily. As a central figure in the group, many sought to poach Chun Hong to uncover the secrets of Haifeng's success and to defeat it. However, Chun Hong was unwilling to betray Haifeng, especially since those wishing to conquer it were predatory wolves. Collaborating with them would lead to betrayal once her value was exhausted. Therefore, she sought someone reliable and principled. Her gaze fell upon Lu Fei. The simplest way to bind herself to him was to become his partner. Moreover, at 35, she had remained virtuous. From the moment she laid eyes on Lu Fei, she found him quite appealing. Even if he were not the heir of Haifeng, she would have sought a way to make him her attendant, always at her service. After tending to Lu Fei's wounds, she continued to hold his hand, her slender, fair fingers gliding along his arm. "Young master, those Na'vi young girls know nothing. The taste of an older sister is truly incomparable. Just think, you can savor it any time you wish." Lu Fei felt a rush of confusion. Tonight was far from ordinary. From Lin Yuyin to Su Ying and now to Chun Hong, was he encountering a series of troublesome romances? How was one to cope with this? He grasped Chun Hong's fingers, his throat dry. "What does this mean, Hong Jia? What do you hope for me to understand?" Lu Fei felt a surge of energy coursing through him. His skin flushed with a vibrant hue, and a singular thought echoed in his mind. Charge forth. Yet, his thoughts lingered on Chun Hong. He had only encountered her twice, and she was significantly older, a true elder sister. This was unacceptable. He dashed into the restroom, splashing cold water on his face. At that moment, Chun Hong appeared behind him, calm and graceful, like a guardian angel. "Young master," she said, "you know little of Haifeng. To establish your footing here, you must understand its history, and only I can impart that knowledge. If you fail to grasp this, I may be taken away by someone else." "Are you threatening me?" he asked. "Not at all. I merely state the facts. My actions stem from a desire to find my next master." "Master?" Lu Fei felt a shiver run down his spine. "Yes, master." Chun Hong's voice was soft and magnetic, akin to a celestial melody. There was a hint of tenderness in her submission. Without further hesitation, Lu Fei turned and embraced Chun Hong. The flames of passion that had been smoldering within him finally ignited. The following morning, as he gazed at the bloodstains on the bed, confusion clouded his mind. He was a traditional man, bearing a sense of responsibility, and he was taken aback to discover that, despite her age, it was Chun Hong's first experience as well. He stepped down from the bed, finding Chun Hong at the vanity, already dressed and adorning herself with earrings, her appearance exquisitely refined. Upon seeing her, Lu Fei felt a twinge of awkwardness, hesitant to meet her gaze. She turned slightly, her expression that of a gentle elder sister, and remarked, "What is this? Feeling shy? You certainly were not like this last night. I will take responsibility. Will you be my girlfriend?" Chun Hong's heart fluttered. He truly was an innocent young master. She too longed for romance, yet such a pursuit was not her primary aim. Her expression remained unchanged, as if she viewed Lu Fei merely as a means to an end. Approaching him, she wrapped her arms around his neck and bestowed upon him a deep, lingering kiss. Lu Fei was lost in the moment. The sensation was exquisite, yet distinctly different from his kiss with Zhao Min. "You are my master. You are the heir of Haifeng. If you wish to avoid a fate without a grave, consider me merely as your servant. Not just me, but those other ladies, Lin Yuyin, Su Ying, Su Jianwei, and your lingering affection for Zhao Min are all suited to be your servants. Your romantic partner should be none other than a regal princess. Luo Bing would be an excellent choice. Miss Xinru will assist you in selecting her. She possesses great foresight." Lu Fei was taken aback by the gravity of her words. "Is it truly that severe?" "Indeed, it is difficult to fathom the seriousness of the situation," Chun Hong affirmed. "All right, I understand then. In any case, you are a very special and important person to me." Chun Hong smiled. "Young master, you truly possess a sense of gratitude. However, this may not necessarily bode well." Lu Fei sighed. "I must return to school. I have classes soon." The sky was just beginning to lighten, barely past 7 o'clock. He typically slept until at least 8, and after the night's fervor, he felt quite fatigued. However, after conversing with Chun Hong, he found himself inexplicably reluctant to leave. "Are you not having breakfast? Come with me. I'll ask Old Sun to prepare something for you. Why trouble the elderly man for just a meal?" Old Master Sun has achieved national recognition, largely thanks to Mr. Liu, who once relished the dishes prepared by him. However, of late, Mr. Liu's palate seems to have shifted, and Old Master Sun is unable to create the culinary delights that please Mr. Liu. Thus, if one enjoys Old Master Sun's cuisine, it would surely bring him joy. Even dining reflects the warmth and coldness of human relationships. Lu Fei inhaled sharply. His inexpensive father had yet to seek him out, and he had no desire to approach Lu Tianming. After all, he had navigated 20 years in this manner, so it hardly mattered. According to Chun Hong, something felt amiss. A shadow loomed over Lu Fei's thoughts, prompting him to dismiss that troubling matter. It was still too early. "Inform Old Master Sun that I hold great fondness for his cooking, and perhaps I shall seek him out when the opportunity arises. For now, I will dine at the school cafeteria." Chun Hong replied, "Very well. I shall have Qin Yi escort you." Lu Fei shook his head, stating, "Having Qin Yi accompany me to school would be too conspicuous. It is best I maintain my anonymity for now. I can manage on my own." Shenong hesitated, seemingly grappling with words unspoken. Lu Fei inquired, "Is there something else on your mind?" Chun Hong's cheeks flushed inexplicably. "Will you be able to come over tonight?" Lu Fei suddenly felt lighter, as if he were recognizing Chun Hong as a living being rather than merely a tool. He smiled. "I shall indeed come over tonight." After saying this, he gave Chun Hong a gentle kiss before departing. Upon descending the stairs, he made his way directly to the bus station. The bus from Haider Restaurant to Lynching University was not a popular early morning route, leaving the vehicle rather empty. From a distance, Lu Fei spotted Su Jianwei at the bus stop as well. An awkward tension arose, prompting him to consider hailing a ride to school. At that moment, Su Jianwei also noticed him. She clenched the hem of her clothing, torn between fear and the urge to confront him. Lu Fei mused, "Since Su Jianwei has seen me, there is no escaping now. Oddly, why should I be the one to evade her? It seems she ought to be avoiding me instead." With this thought, he approached her directly. "Are you following me?" Su Jianwei confronted him as they met. Chapter 39. Sweet Cousin? Another Lin Yuyan? Previously, after exchanging just a few words with Lin Yuyan, he was misjudged by many as someone attempting to woo her. Now it appeared that Su Jianwei was facing a similar fate. The difference lay in his lack of interest in Lin Yuyan, while he harbored ulterior motives regarding Su Jianwei, which invariably made him feel a sense of guilt in her presence. However, this time he felt no such guilt. "Do not presume too much. I'm merely catching a bus back to school and happen to encounter you." "You're taking a bus? Does your company no longer provide drivers?" "Your concern is unwarranted. Is it so wrong for me to prefer public transport?" He relished the opportunity to spar with Su Jianwei and found amusement in the exchange. Just then the bus arrived, and he boarded. As expected, there were hardly any passengers early in the morning, leaving the bus nearly vacant. He settled into the back row, spacious and bright, hardly inferior to a Pagani. Su Jianwei followed him onto the bus, and upon seeing him in the back, she chose to sit beside him. Now it was Lu Fei who was taken aback. With so many available seats, why must she sit next to him? Could it be that she has an interest in him? Su Jianwei gazed at him earnestly and questioned, "You truly are not following me?" Lu Fei, feeling exasperated, thought, "If I were following you, would you still choose to sit beside me?" Su Jianwei scratched her head. "If you're not following me, what a remarkable coincidence this is. Could it be fate?" Lu Fei gazed at her and remarked, "If you say so, it seems we might indeed be fated. Why not become my girlfriend?" Su Jianwei stared at him, their eyes locking once more. A shiver ran down Lu Fei's spine. "What kind of expression is that? Do you think I'm a bully forcing you?" "I was merely jesting." Su Jianwei continued to scrutinize him for a moment before diverting her gaze elsewhere. "Do you joke like this with other girls too? Does it lead you to the same room?" Lu Fei's countenance darkened. Why bring up such matters? However, he chose not to elaborate. Although he had not been intimate with Su Ying the previous night, he had indeed been with Chen Hong. It was precisely as Su Jianwei imagined. Su Jianwei shook her head, ignoring him, and retrieved a book from her bag, engrossing herself in rote memorization for her upcoming examinations. Lu Fei turned his attention to the window, and silence enveloped them until they arrived at Linqing University Station. They disembarked together and walked towards the university. Just as they were about to enter the campus gate, a voice called out, "Wei Wei?" Suddenly, a meticulously dressed girl in a black leather skirt and white knee-high boots stopped Su Jianwei. Su Jianwei paused for a second, a fleeting look of embarrassment crossing her face. "Chi-Chi, what brings you to our school so early? And with a boy? Could it be that you too?" Luo Chi-Chi, with a mischievous smile, scrutinized Su Jianwei and Lu Fei. She was Su Jianwei's cousin and a student in the Performing Arts Department at Linqing University. Su Jianwei's mind went blank. Unsure of what to say, she harbored a certain apprehension towards Luo Chi-Chi. Noticing Su Jianwei's silence, Luo Chi-Chi turned to Lu Fei. "Are you Wei Wei's new boyfriend?" "Quite handsome." Lu Fei was observing Su Jianwei, whose expression was quite intriguing. She seemed both shy and anxious. Why wasn't she providing an explanation? Moreover, Lu Fei recalled something else. "Aren't you a student at Linqing University?" He had always believed Su Jianwei was his fellow student, selling goods at a market stall to support herself, much like he once had. Thus, aside from his less honorable intentions, he felt a tinge of sympathy for her. "What? Did Wei Wei deceive you into thinking she attends Linqing University?" "Oh dear, there's nothing wrong with vocational schools. I find my studies dreadfully dull. I would relish the experience at a vocational school. Why does she always claim to be a Linqing University student?" Luo Chi-Chi expressed her confusion. Su Jianwei, however, turned pale, as if her deception had been unveiled. She indeed wished to mislead Lu Fei. Like all girls, she possessed a sense of vanity, feeling ashamed of attending a vocational school, dreaming of becoming a student at a prestigious 211 university. Moreover, since Lu Fei was a Linqing University student, she felt she could only engage with him on equal footing if she shared the same educational background. I did not deceive you. You merely assumed I was a Linqing University student," Su Jianwei stammered. "I must return to school." In her haste, she forgot to clarify her relationship with Lu Fei. After a brief word with Luo Chi-Chi, she turned and hurried towards Linqing Vocational University. As she walked away, her eyes reddened and tears threatened to spill. She was determined to gain admission to Linqing University. Luo Chi-Chi shook her head at Su Jianwei's retreating figure, then turned her cheerful gaze towards Lu Fei. "Dear brother-in-law, you must cherish Wei Wei dearly. Should you dare to wrong her, I shall not hesitate to bring you to your knees." Her playful demeanor, coupled with the suggestive phrasing of "bring you to your knees," inadvertently directs attention to her long legs, prompting thoughts of "sister, tread upon me." Lu Fei scratched his head, wondering if Su Jianwei was all right. Which school does Su Jianwei attend? It hardly matters, yet he was curious about her background. It was not unusual to fabricate a little. However, it was Luo Chi-Chi's attitude that intrigued him. Lu Fei scrutinized Luo Chi-Chi. "Are you Su Jianwei's sister?" "Indeed." I am her cousin, Luo Chi-Chi of the performance department, she replied, Luo, as in Luo Xiong, and Chi-Chi with the Wang radical plus another Chi. Luo Chi-Chi studied Lu Fei. Though he donned ordinary attire, he was undeniably handsome, and his authentic Lingqing accent was a notable charm. Both she and Su Jianwei hailed from rural origins. Although Lingqing was merely a second-tier city, to the eyes of their village, it was a bustling metropolis, and locals from such cities were regarded as treasures. Lu Fei preferred to remain incognito. Perhaps Luo Chi-Chi was already aware of his identity. You misunderstand. I am not Su Jianwei's boyfriend. We merely know each other by chance. Moreover, she has not deceived me. It was my misinterpretation, believing she was a student from Lingda. Is that so? Or are you simply embarrassed to admit it? No need for concern. We are all adults here, and it is quite normal to date and spend the night together. Luo Chi-Chi smiled, resembling a wise older sister. Lu Fei felt a pang of irritation, reiterating, I have stated that we are not romantically involved, nor have we spent the night together. Please refrain from such insinuations. With that, he made his way directly to the cafeteria. Luo Chi-Chi's expression darkened. How could he be so brusque towards a lady? He was the epitome of a blunt man. Su Jianwei's taste in men was evidently lacking, seeking a partner without a shred of responsibility, unable to even acknowledge their time spent together. Dejected, she returned to her dormitory, where several roommates were already engaged in conversation. A scandal had erupted. The department beauty, Lin Yuyin, publicly admitted her mistakes and even posted a video on the school forum. Lin Yuyin's dorm comprised 4 members, all from the performance department, albeit in different grades. Lin Yuyin was already a third-year senior, while Luo Chi-Chi was in her second year. She had long heard of the department beauty's name, but never deemed her particularly impressive. Her legs were not as long, nor her figure as curvaceous. Why should she be the belle of the department? Hence, she had typically disregarded Lin Yuyin's news. However, the situation had escalated dramatically. The department was in an uproar, especially since Lu Fei had previously been the target of resentment, with a significant portion of onlookers siding with Lin Yuyin against him. Suddenly, Lin Yuyin took the lead in apologizing, claiming it was all her fault for spreading rumors, leaving those who had defended her feeling utterly humiliated. Among them were 2 of Luo Chi-Chi's roommates. Chapter 40. Intrigue. The complexity of female relationships. Luo Chi-Chi's roommates staunchly refused to admit their errors. One roommate speculated, could this be the power of capital? I heard that the Pagani parked at the school belongs to Lu Fei. Perhaps Lin Yuyin was compelled to claim that she had schemed against him. Luo Chi-Chi's ears perked up. While she had little interest in Lin Yuyin, she had indeed seen that Pagani at school and had even taken photos to share on social media. A multi-million-dollar Pagani, one of a kind in Lingqing. It was undoubtedly a symbol of the elite class. Who is Lu Fei? And the Pagani is his. She found herself drawn into the fray. Another roommate immediately countered, asserting that the Pagani could not possibly belong to him. I inquired and discovered it was a gift from the Lingqing Industrial Group, presented by the esteemed Xue Chao to the higher-ups at Haifeng. He was merely an intermediary. Lin Yuyin apologized, likely under pressure from school. Although the institution did not expel Lu Fei, they wished to prevent the public from perceiving their students as deviants. Hence Lin Yuyin's forced apology. Yes, that seems the most plausible explanation. That Lu Fei is nothing but a depraved, lowly individual, previously gifting fake jade to his ex-girlfriend and hawking goods at school. What a disgraceful character. Our university is rife with such detestable individuals. At this moment, someone unearthed a photograph of Lu Fei. Luo Chi-Chi leaned in, examining it 2 or 3 times. "Isn't this my cousin S' new boyfriend?" she exclaimed in astonishment. The photo, taken surreptitiously by Zhang Yao, depicted Lu Fei applying lacquer to a wooden sculpture at a lumber yard, likely an apprentice under a master craftsman. Do city dwellers lead such arduous lives? Even while attending university, you must work part-time. Luo Chi-Chi couldn't help but grin. No way. Your cousin chose him as her boyfriend? Is she unaware of his notorious reputation? Her roommates gasped, turning their gazes towards Luo Chi-Chi. Luo Chi-Chi pondered. It made sense that Lu Fei and Su Jianwei would shy away from admitting their romance. With such a tarnished reputation, How could they dare to acknowledge it? However, the fact that the two were not residing in the dormitory early in the morning, having disembarked from the bus together, spoke volumes about their relationship. Who knows what my cousin is thinking? She went to a hotel with him last night, and she is not even 20. What can one say? Is it possible that someone like him could still attract affection? What kind of person is your cousin, blind to such obvious flaws? Her roommates expressed disbelief. Luo Chi-Chi feigned exasperation. My cousin attends a vocational school across the street. Oh, a vocational school? That is understandable. I have a classmate from a vocational school. She treats abortion like a casual affair. A man like Lu Fei is only worthy of someone from a vocational school, another roommate commented. Regardless, he is still your cousin's boyfriend, Chi-Chi. You should warn her about Lu Fei's past of gifting fake jade to his ex and engaging in dubious activities with female bosses and classmates. It would be wise for her to end things before it's too late, her roommates advised collectively. Luo Chi-Chi felt a surge of delight. It turned out Su Jianwei's boyfriend was such a disreputable character. It made sense, as Su Jianwei had been so intent on pursuing the affluent and handsome from our university, only to encounter a scoundrel. Was it not a twist of fate? I will definitely talk to my cousin, she sighed. In truth, she and Su Jianwei seldom crossed paths throughout the year, despite their schools being in close proximity. Unless by chance, she would not bother with Su Jianwei. Naturally, Su Jianwei would not seek her out either. Their relationship had soured deeply. They had once attended the same village school, sharing years together in middle and high school, initially enjoying a cordial bond. However, Su Jianwei, being more beautiful and academically gifted, had always been the pride of the village, while she often faced admonishments to emulate her cousin. What infuriated her the most was that the charming boy from her middle school class had taken a liking to Su Jianwei. This boy, hailing from a large city, had been expelled from his school for violating regulations and was reluctantly attending the local middle school in their town. Coming from a wealthy family, he was the object of admiration for Luo Chi-Chi. Look at the woman you fancy, Luo Feng. How pathetic. Should I emulate her? Become a wretched woman? Absurd. Luo Chi-Chi mused silently, her thoughts lingering on the affluent air of the Luo family from her middle school days. Meanwhile, Lu Fei purchased 2 meat sandwiches and a bowl of egg soup from the cafeteria. As he pulled out his phone to message Su Jianwei, he realized that Su Ying had bombarded his secondary account with numerous messages the previous night. Su Ying was on the verge of a breakdown. Her anticipated Rolls-Royce had slipped away. Brother Prince, first give me the Rolls-Royce, and I'll chase after Lu Fei. I refuse to believe I can't catch him, she thought, lost in her unrealistic fantasies, shamelessly pursuing everything for the sake of a luxury vehicle. Lu Fei shook his head, thinking how foolish she was. Yet, from another perspective, few could resist such temptation. Reflecting on his past, he pondered that if someone had offered him a Rolls-Royce to date Su Ying, he would have gladly complied. The jest had gone too far. All right, Lu Fei, if you don't wish to be with her, then don't. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. Don't get carried away, he calmly replied while sipping his egg soup. Su Ying, still in a lounge of Haida restaurant, lay on her bed, clutching her phone. Utterly obsessed, after a sleepless night, she awaited a response from Brother Prince. When he finally replied, she feared he had rejected her. Overwhelmed with despair, she thought, Lu Fei is just shy. He needs more time. I'm sure I can win him over. Oh dear, she is going to keep bothering me, Lu Fei thought, reaching his limit. Don't go after him. Let me send you a gift instead. We want something within 100,000. Lu Fei's heart softened. Now, 100,000 seemed trivial. After teasing Su Ying for so long, he felt a twinge of guilt. Su Ying paused for a moment, finally coming to her senses. The Rolls-Royce felt like a distant dream, but a gift worth 100,000 was no small matter. She promptly sent Lu Fei a shopping link. Unapologetically, she chose a new Hermes handbag, precisely 100,000, tightly priced. Lu Fei purchased it for her. Upon receiving the shipping notification, Su Ying's eyes widened. A handbag worth 100,000. Countless suitors had pursued her over the years, showering her with love letters. Yet the most extravagant gift she had ever received was merely an iPhone. The disparity was staggering. This was the epitome of a high-quality man. Suddenly, she felt all her previous suffering had been worthwhile. Brother Prince bought me a bag. It signifies his affection for me. How foolish I was to pursue Lu Fei. She smacked her forehead in realization. Then, an idea struck her. She quickly got up, placed her phone on the nightstand, and began recording a video, determined to create one exclusively for Brother Prince that would surely please him. After finishing his breakfast, Lu Fei headed straight to the classroom, where Li Xian and Zhou Wei had already taken their positions, still discussing the incident regarding Lin Yuyan's apology. Due to Lu Fei's absence from the dormitory last night, speculation arose among his peers regarding the nature of his relationship with Lin Yuyan. Could it be that they have begun dating? Previously, it seemed Lin Yuyan was merely feigning modesty. After all, it is entirely reasonable for someone as striking as Fei Gu to garner her affection. With both of them missing from the dormitory last night, could it be that they stayed together? Did he become more subdued after winning her over? Chapter 41. An apology? Will you be my girlfriend? Lin Yuyan's clarifying video failed to yield the desired effect, with even her roommates misinterpreting the situation. Lu Fei, feeling helpless, recognized that he could not reveal his identity as the heir of High Phone. Fei Gu, you're quite the charmer, Zhou Wei teased with a mischievous grin. You all are overthinking this. Nothing happened between Lin Yuyan and me, so please refrain from spreading rumors. Nothing at all. That seems rather out of character for Lin Yuyan. Li Xin Bonde. Lu Fei retorted, what is so out of character? She merely spoke the truth herself. It's far better that she reveals it than have it uncovered by others. Indeed, the truth has come to light, which is quite reassuring. Li Xian nodded. This matter was bound to reach a conclusion. Lu Fei had been wronged previously, and as roommates, they could only feel anxious while engaging in online disputes, enduring insults. Now, with Lin Yuyan's apology, those who had criticized them were the ones in the wrong. Lu Fei settled into his seat and began scrolling through his phone. He discreetly opened a video sent by Su Ying. Oh dear, he quickly closed it, alarmed by its risky content. Should anyone see it, his innocence would be compromised. Fortunately, no one was watching. He decided to ignore Su Ying and messaged Su Jianwei instead. So, you're for vocational school? I'm misunderstood. Are you free this morning? His concern stemmed from noticing Su Jianwei's unusual behavior around Luo Qiqi. However, Su Jianwei did not respond. Could she possibly perceive me as a sycophant? He wondered. After all, the encounter at the bus station earlier that morning had yet to be clarified. As the heir of High Phone, it would be prudent to avoid public transport in the future, as such news could easily make headlines. At noon, he accompanied his roommates to the cafeteria, just as he received a message from Su Jianwei. Can you come down to meet me? I want to apologize. Lu Fei lost his appetite. Shu Wei remarqued, Fei Yi. Where are you off to? Aren't you going to eat? I have a date with a girl, he replied, unbothered by any potential misunderstanding, deliberately hinting at the nature of his engagement. As expected of Fei Gu, his roommates cheered. Lu Fei descended the stairs with purpose. Su Jianwei was once again at Lingxing University, waiting at the entrance of the Chinese dining hall. The student cafeteria was open to the public, allowing outsiders to dine within. Last time, Su Jianwei had come to the cafeteria and witnessed the scene of Xue Chao apologizing to Lu Fei. You took your time responding, Lu Fei remarked as soon as they met, unable to suppress his irritation after waiting all morning, eager to learn about Su Jianwei's situation. Su Fianbei yapirdagarth. With an expression that suggested she had been crying. Lu Fei furrowed his brow. Su Jianwei typically exuded an air of self-importance, and despite her distress, she maintained a sense of pride. Although she often clashed with him, he found it rather endearing, particularly after discovering his identity, as she did not capitulate as Lin Yuyan had. Now, Su Jianwei is entirely different from the impression he had of her. He refrained from any sarcasm and cheerfully suggested, You haven't eaten yet, have you? Allow me to treat you to a meal. How about a Chinese restaurant? Su Jianwei looked at him in astonishment. After a moment, she lowered her head, her hands nervously fidgeting with the hem of her clothes. I came to apologize to you. Let me treat you instead, she suddenly insisted, displaying unexpected generosity. All right, Lu Fei replied without hesitation, leading the way to the Chinese restaurant. With a beautiful companion by his side, his appetite seemed to flourish, though he felt a twinge of discomfort when they encountered a few people along the way who shot them odd looks. In school, A pair like them walking together typically suggested a romantic connection, and being a public figure, it was only natural to attract attention. It was all the fault of Lin Yuyin and her group of foolish friends. He felt mortified. However, Su Jianwei remained oblivious to this embarrassment. Lu Fei ordered the signature dish, old pickled cabbage beef, presuming that Su Jianwei might be unaware of it and eager for her to try it. She had no objections and joined him in the meal. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have deceived you. I'm not a student of Lin University," she said, her voice trembling with discomfort, nearly choking on her words. "Is that what you are apologizing for? You haven't deceived me. It was my misunderstanding. Moreover, your status as a student has little bearing on our relationship. I wanted to deceive you. You bought my products and had me work as a waiter at Haida Restaurant. All because we are alumni, right?" Su Jianwei lowered her head, feeling a deep sense of shame. Furthermore, she had hoped to leverage her identity as a Lin University student to cultivate a relationship with Lu Fei, but her cousin had exposed her intentions. Lu Fei scratched his head, perplexed by the situation. The reason he generously gifted Su Jianwei 100,000 yuan and facilitated her entry into Haida Restaurant stemmed from his own ulterior motives. He felt embarrassed and wished to make amends. Ultimately, both acts were trivial to him. He could easily buy a 100,000 yuan handbag for Su Ying, let alone for Su Jianwei. "You're overthinking it. These two matters have nothing to do with your student status. I simply acted out of goodwill. Please stop apologizing. It's making me feel unwell. You truly don't care? Why should I?" Su Jianwei stole a glance at him, perhaps realizing that Lu Fei truly was a good person. "There's one more thing for which I must apologize," she continued. "What else is there?" Lu Fei, unhurried in his meal, attentively observed her. "About last night, Hong Jie informed me that your relationship with that girl is not as I had presumed. I even hurt your hand, and you have been so forgiving, yet I—" She struggled to articulate her feelings, overwhelmed by guilt towards Lu Fei. Having encountered many ill-intentioned individuals, she found it difficult to comprehend how someone like Lu Fei could be so kind. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Fei had no idea of her past. Nevertheless, hearing her words brought him joy. Being misunderstood was a bitter experience. Su Jianwei's apology felt sincere, especially in stark contrast to her previous apology to Lin Yuyin. All right. You sound as though you're about to cry. Let's eat. These are mere trifles, and I don't take them to heart." Lu Fei waved his hand generously. He reciprocated to others as he wished to be treated. Had Lin Yuyin offered her apology in this manner, he and Lin Yuyin might have become good friends. "How is your hand? I truly should not have behaved that way. You assisted me, yet I consistently treated you poorly." Su Jianwei grasped Lu Fei's hand, which was still wrapped in bandages. The blow from the door had indeed been excruciating, but he bore it stoically without a sound. Later, Chen Hong applied some ointment, and whatever it was, it alleviated the pain instantly. Remarkably, after a night of intense struggle, he felt no adverse effects. Lu Fei smiled brightly. "If you genuinely wish to make amends, why not consider being my girlfriend?" He wished to play the role of a rogue. Having suffered significantly, while also being enticed by Su Jianwei's charm. Su Jianwei paused, contemplating. Is Lu Fei truly a scoundrel? This morning, Chen Hong had personally visited her at school, sharing details about Lu Fei and clarifying misunderstandings, which prompted her to apologize. If it were anyone else in Lu Fei's position, they would have faced dire consequences. "I'm merely jesting. Do not overthink it. Let's have our meal, shall we?" Lu Fei quickly waved his hands, suddenly anxious that Su Jianwei might actually agree. He was not quite prepared for a new romance. Unexpectedly, Su Jianwei clenched her fists. "If you are sincere, it might not be out of the question." Chapter 42. The birthday party and a mischievous cousin's invitation. It might indeed be feasible. Once the arrow is loosed, there is no turning back. Lu Fei froze, realizing that his desire for a girlfriend stemmed from a period of emotional void. Those accustomed to romance find sudden singlehood challenging. Among the girls he knew, Su Jianwei was the most suitable. Although unprepared, if she were to express similar sentiments, it would be a perfect match, leaving him unsure how to retract his feelings. Ahem, is that so? He nervously pinched his nose. "Even if I were to become your girlfriend, I would not seek your wealth. Although your fortune is immense, it does not concern me. Even if we were to marry, I would not demand a single penny from you, nor would I require your assistance in my career. We would be equals, Su Jianwei asserted resolutely. Lu Fei felt as if Su Jianwei had developed a split personality. Had she suddenly become fiercely independent? Or was she deliberately crafting a persona? Just last night, didn't you express a desire to claim half of my assets? That was merely jest. You cannot take it seriously. No, I did not take it to heart. I will forge my own path. Even if we were to marry, I would not seek your wealth. Even if we were to have children, I could independently support them without your obligation. Su Jianwei continued, already contemplating the notion of children. Observing her seriousness, Lu Fei straightened up, realizing that he could no longer afford to make lighthearted jokes. Last night, the banter with Su Ying had ended well, but he was now the heir of Haifeng. With a fortune in the billions, even jest could yield unforeseen consequences. Even if you do not desire my aid, must we delineate everything so meticulously? You would not expect me to raise the children? Su Jianwei nodded, emphasizing the necessity of clear boundaries to avoid misunderstandings. You are you, and I am I. My affection for you is not rooted in your wealth, and if you doubt that, so be it. She directly laid bare her intentions. Lu Fei replied, very well. We may consider giving this a try. Su Jianwei nodded thoughtfully, then lowered her gaze to her phone. Moments later, a notification shimat. She had received a transfer of 100,000 yuan intended to repay him. This sum felt like a hot potato in her hands. On one hand, she yearned to keep it for herself, yet on the other, her conscience weighed heavily. Now that Lu Fei was her boyfriend, it seemed only natural to return the money. Wealthy individuals could be taken advantage of, but one must not exploit a boyfriend's finances. Lu Fei felt a bit awkward, insisting that it was unnecessary to return such a trivial amount. However, Su Jianwei firmly rejected his suggestion, asserting that even though he was affluent, he should not squander his money in that manner, especially since she was not in dire need of funds at the moment. She even began to lecture him. Lu Fei felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if he had unwittingly acquired a maternal figure who dictated how he should spend his money. His expression darkened slightly. After all, his feelings for Su Jianwei were not as profound as he would have liked. I'm not controlling you, Su Jianwei explained. It's acceptable to spend on others. But when it comes to me, it feels as though you are pitying me, or worse, treating me like a mere object. Lu Fei's eyes widened in surprise at her words. That is not my intention. I'll take the money for now, he conceded, thinking that he could always find a way to assist Su Jianwei if she ever found herself short on cash. All right then, we are both independent, but as my girlfriend, shouldn't you offer me some benefits? Lu Fei grinned playfully, teasing that the perks of being in a relationship included certain advantages. He had learned to be more charming in his demeanor. Su Jianwei immediately tensed, realizing they had just begun their relationship and were not yet at that stage. Without hesitation, Lu Fei leaned in to kiss her. Had it not been for the crowded restaurant, he would have gone for a full kiss. Having been enlightened by Chen Hong, kissing no longer seemed a daunting act. After all, it was Su Jianwei who had initiated the control. This was merely a form of retaliation. Taken by surprise, Su Jianwei felt Lu Fei's lips brush against her cheek, drawing the attention of those around them. Were they truly in a romantic relationship, kissing so openly in public? After the kiss, Lu Fei felt a twinge of regret, fearing that Su Jianwei might be upset. Yet, his desire for her was undeniable. With newfound wealth, his mindset had shifted. He no longer wished to dawdle, but rather sought to advance their relationship with urgency. Su Jianwei remained momentarily stunned, but soon collected herself. Taking a deep breath, she boldly grasped Lu Fei's head and kissed him on the lips. Once they broke apart, their eyes met once more. While Su Jianwei appeared domineering, she trembled with nervousness. It was her first kiss, and she had no idea how to navigate such intimacy. Meanwhile, Lu Fei felt dazed. This was a cafeteria, after all. Part of him was elated, yet he couldn't shake thoughts of Zhao Min. They had yet to sever ties completely. And here he was kissing Su Jianwei. What would Zhao Min think if she found out? He was equally astonished by Su Jianwei's response. You were the one who kissed me first, Su Jianwei retorted coolly, justifying her actions. Lu Fei chuckled, recognizing that they were now somewhat bound to each other. I have no classes this afternoon. How about we go to my place and discuss life? Su Jianwei's eyes widened in disbelief. You must be joking. Absolutely not. I have classes this afternoon. With that, she dismissed Lu Fei, turning her attention to her meal as she had been quite hungry all along. Yet, Lu Fei felt as if someone were teasing him. If only Su Jianwei had no classes that afternoon, they could have gone home together. He had been in a relationship with Zhao Min for so long, without crossing any significant boundaries. As he was lost in thought, he noticed Luo Qiqi approaching with a radiant smile. I saw you two kissing just now. Did you think you could hide it from me? Luo Qiqi said with a sense of triumph, clearly delighted by the fact that Su Jianwei had chosen a scoundrel as her boyfriend. What amused her further was the knowledge that Su Jianwei had spent the night with Lu Fei the previous evening. If this news reached the village, the entire community would surely mock Su Jianwei. Faced with her cousin, Su Jianwei felt a wave of anxiety. Lu Fei, unaware of the familial tensions, understood that, as relatives, they needed to maintain a semblance of decorum. Thus, he graciously admitted, "We have just confirmed our relationship. This morning we were not yet lovers." Luo Qiqi beamed, "I see. So this is a case of trial before love. In any case, your relationship is now established, and you'll certainly become my brother-in-law in the future, right?" Lu Fei glanced at Su Jianwei, who remained impassive. He realized that explanations would be futile, so he continued without hesitation, "I am Lu Fei, a third-year mechanical engineering student. I apologize for my poor attitude this morning. I hope you won't hold it against me." Earlier, when Luo Qiqi introduced herself, he had been impatient and did not engage with her seriously, never anticipating that his relationship with Su Jianwei would progress so swiftly. He now sought to rectify their earlier conversation, relieved that Luo Qiqi did not seem upset. Luo Qiqi, exhibiting a magnanimous demeanor, reassured him, "It's perfectly fine. If you wish to keep your romance under wraps, I understand. However, being open about it can be quite beneficial. We will all be family from now on. This weekend, I have a friend celebrating a birthday, and I would love for both you and Wei Wei to join. This friend is quite important to me, and Wei Wei is my only relative in Linsheng. I would like to introduce you." Chapter 43. Prince? Am I, the heir of Haifeng, to be on the verdant pastures? Sister Qiqi, I have matters to attend to this weekend, so I want to be able to go. Su Hianbei finally spoke, expressing her reluctance to attend Luo Qiqi's friend's birthday celebration. Although they were cousins in name, their relationship was more akin to that of rivals. Her academic performance had once been stellar, but after facing difficulties in the college entrance examination, she had planned to retake the year. However, her father's illness forced her to seek financial help from Luo Qiqi's family, only to be met with rejection. Consequently, she had to suspend her studies to work for a year before enrolling in a vocational school, while Luo Qiqi, after retaking her exams, was accepted into Linsheng University. At every family gathering, Luo Qiqi would taunt her about attending a vocational school, and over time, Su Jianwei realized that Luo Qiqi was intentionally targeting her. At any gathering involving Luo Qiqi, she would feel overwhelmed, especially since these were all events orchestrated by Luo Qiqi and her friends. Yet, Luo Qiqi persisted, smiling as she said, "Wei Wei, it seems we have grown quite distant. We haven't gathered much since coming to Linsheng, mainly because I've been so busy. This is a perfect opportunity, especially since you've finally found a boyfriend at our school. We should celebrate together." Su Jianwei clenched her small fists. During family gatherings, Luo Qiqi would spread rumors about her trying to pursue boys from Linsheng University, leading to whispers and pointed fingers from the villagers. Su Jianwei found herself at a loss for words. She had mentally prepared numerous retorts against Luo Qiqi, yet whenever she spoke, her words would invariably be twisted. Ultimately, her struggle with articulation led her to refrain from engaging in arguments. "I truly have matters to attend to. Let us plan to meet another time." Luo Qiqi gazed intently at Lu Fei, suggesting, "If you have no desire to attend, let your brother-in-law take your place. My friend E's birthday banquet will host many distinguished seniors from our university, some of whom could undoubtedly assist you. After all, we are all students of Linsheng University, and we should support one another." A birthday banquet is not merely a celebration. It serves as an invaluable opportunity to expand one's network and forge meaningful friendships. With unwavering confidence, Luo Qiqi believed her words would sway Lu Fei. If he wished to attend, what was there to fear about Su Jianwei's absence? Lu Fei understood her underlying message. Her incessant references to Linqing University implied a disdain for Su Jianwei, who had attended a vocational school. Since Wei Wei was reluctant to go, he felt no obligation to attend either. Stretching lazily, Lu Fei felt indifferent. Luo Qiqi's expression darkened. It was evident that he was lacking ambition, failing to seize an opportunity to broaden his connections. The absence of both Lu Fei and Luo Qiqi would significantly diminish the enjoyment of the event. The birthday celebrant, Qian Kuan, was the son of the manager of the Licheng Gold Exchange and had pursued Luo Qiqi for some time. She had learned that Qian Kuan planned to orchestrate a grand confession during the celebration, and she was inclined to accept his proposal. She wanted Su Jianwei to witness what genuine romance entailed, contrasting it with her secretive relationship with someone as unremarkable as Lu Fei. It infuriated her that the villagers had once held Su Jianwei as a role model. She was determined to demonstrate what a true exemplar should be. Regaining her composure, she pondered the situation. If Wei Wei was not attending, neither would her brother-in-law. What could possibly warrant such an absence? Couldn't he request a leave of absence for a mere dinner? I have a part-time job at the restaurant tonight, Su Jianwei replied coldly, though she could indeed take a day off if she wished. Is that so? Aren't you eager to enroll in the philosophy department? The philosophical prince, Wang Wenfeng, will be present at the banquet. I had hoped to introduce you to him. Are you certain you want to attend? Luo Qiqi unleashed her trump card. Su Jianwei's eyes widened. She genuinely wished to meet Wang Wenfeng. Having applied for Linqing University's independent admissions with hopes of studying philosophy, she envisioned him as her senior, if successful. Wang Wenfeng hosted live streams online to teach philosophical concepts, and she was a devoted follower. Lu Fei, do you wish to go? She inquired, seeking his opinion. Lu Fei replied, I suppose I could go. I can assist you in requesting time off in the restaurant. He recognized her desire to meet that so-called prince, yet he was wary of Luo Qiqi. As her unofficial boyfriend, he felt it was his duty to alleviate her apprehensions. Avoidance was not a solution. If Luo Qiqi truly wished to reconcile and treat Su Jianwei as family, it would be prudent to keep an eye on her intentions, lest she harbor ulterior motives. Su Jianwei bit her lip. Her curiosity piqued about Wang Wenfeng's true character. Additionally, she had some academic questions she wished to discuss with him. Very well, I shall make time to attend, she finally conceded. Agreed. I will inform you of the specifics later. Enjoy your meal. I won't intrude on your little TT. Luo Qiqi remarked with a smirk, hastily departing to ensure Su Jianwei wouldn't change her mind. She needed to prepare thoroughly for Qian Kuan's birthday celebration. She departed, and the atmosphere finally lightened. Lu Fei sulked, asking, who is Wang Wenfeng? A prince? Isn't that nickname rather awkward? Su Jianwei replied, what is awkward about it? He is indeed a prince. And you still refer to Hai Feng as a prince, right? He possesses far more depth than you. Lu Fei's expression darkened. Evidently, he found Wang Wenfeng quite appealing. Su Jianwei teased, are you feeling jealous? You have so many women around you, and I Haven T felt a shred of jealousy. Who you fancy is your prerogative. I want to seek to restrain you just because we are in a relationship. Wang Wenfeng has influenced my views on this. Lu Fei remarked, I see. So this so-called prince is merely a playboy and a scoundrel, surrounded by numerous women who can easily justify his actions. Su Jianwei gently ruffled Lu Fei's hair, chuckling, all right. Rest assured, I would never allow you to be the center of chaos. Primarily, I aim to gain admission to your university and must write a thesis. If it passes, everything will be secure. I want to inquire about the thesis with him. Understanding dawned on Lu Fei, and he felt reassured, even playfully tousling Su Jianwei's hair. You look exceptionally beautiful when you smile, though I seldom see you do so. Su Jianwei's expression faltered. It had been ages since she had genuinely laughed. Faced with numerous challenges, her ability to maintain resilience was already remarkable. Finding joy amidst adversity was no easy feat. Am I truly beautiful? She asked, lacking confidence. Yes. You must smile more often, Lu Fei replied, smiling back at her, feeling an inexplicable lightness in his heart, sensing the stirrings of romance. Su Jianwei was indeed lovely. Though rather plain compared to the sophisticated beauties of the city, she lacked that dazzling allure. Yet, she had an enduring charm, and most importantly, she radiated a refreshing spirit. Enough with the smiles. It's utterly exhausting, Su Jianwei said, her cheerful demeanor fading as she faced Lu Fei with a cooler expression. This change in countenance brought forth a striking grace reminiscent of plum blossoms, setting her apart from the likes of Lin Yuyan, Su Ying, Qin Yi, and Chun Hong. In truth, she merely spoke her mind. The frustrations were indeed overwhelming. Unlike before, when she had no one to confide in, she could now share her thoughts with Lu Fei. She suddenly recognized the merits of being in a relationship, yet new anxieties surfaced. What if Lu Fei genuinely liked someone else? Was it possible that he had no real affection for her, merely wishing to engage in a fleeting dalliance? She found herself caught in a web of uncertainty. Chapter 44. Exclusion. The portrait of Luo Qiqi's roommate group. Unbeknownst to Lu Fei, her troubles ran deeper. He believed she was simply being playful. After their meal, the two strolled around the campus. Through their conversation, Lu Fei learned that Su Jianwei was quite the busy individual, reading even while taking the bus, as she aimed to gain admission to Lincheng University through independent enrollment. Additionally, she was to undergo training at Haida Restaurant. Lu Fei wished to dissuade her from attending the training, yet she remained resolute, refusing his assistance. She explained that her intention to work at Haida Restaurant was not solely for financial gain, but also for practical experience. Unfortunately, Lu Fei, being in a different field of study, could not offer her much academic support. With her schedule so packed, there was hardly any time for romance. In the afternoon, they parted ways, and when school was out, Lu Fei had Qin Yi drive a regular car to pick them up, and together they headed to Haida Restaurant. Su Jianwei was there for her training, while Lu Fei had made a promise to Chen Hong. At 11 o'clock in the evening, the training concluded. Tonight, they primarily focused on dance, leaving her utterly exhausted, yet she had also learned various methods to appease the powerful. Lu Fei suggested that she join him in the lounge for a shared stay. Su Jianwei shook her head, stating, "I am currently an employee, not the mistress of the establishment." Lu Fei, with an innocent smile, replied, "Then I shall reside in your lounge." Su Jianwei clenched her fists, exclaiming, "No, this is only our first day of dating. Is your mind solely occupied with that notion?" Lu Fei, momentarily taken aback, assured her, "I truly won't. I promise not to lay a finger on you." Su Jianwei shook her head again, responding, "You certainly cannot control yourself." Realizing further entanglement would render him a rogue, Lu Fei refrained from pressing the matter. His desire to reside with Su Jianwei stemmed not from any intention to take advantage of her, but from a pure curiosity about cohabiting with a girlfriend. Upon returning to his own lounge, he was surprised to find Chun Hong waiting for him. Dressed in an oversized hoodie paired with black shorts and sheer tights, the hoodie obscured her shorts, giving the impression that she wore nothing beneath. Coupled with knee-high boots, she exuded an alluring presence that ignited a sense of mischief within him. Lu Fei dared not meet her gaze, asking Sister Hong, "I am now in a relationship with Su Jianwei. Will you strike me?" He recalled the previous night's events, where Chun Hong had awakened his desires. Although she was older, she was hardly inferior to younger women. Dating Chun Hong would not have been a problem. Yet, in the morning, she had conveyed that their relationship was impossible, merely a transaction based on mutual benefit. Perhaps dating Su Jianwei also served as a means of avenging his feelings towards Chun Hong. Chun Hong wore a knowing smile, subtly touched within. Deep down, she too harbored a wish to marry Lu Fei, yet she no longer sought love. As a young master, you ought to be a bit more domineering. I hope you and she can forge a beautiful relationship. Lu Fei felt a flicker of disappointment. Well then, you should leave, he declared, having resolved that since he was now dating Su Jianwei, he must sever ties with Chun Hong. He turned to gaze at the city's nightscape. Yet the reflection in the floor-to-ceiling window revealed Chun Hong's figure. He could not quell the restlessness within him. His lack of emotional foundation with Su Jianwei left him susceptible to other women. However, Chun Hong did not depart. Having finally tasted the sweetness of intimacy, She had been restless all day in anticipation of this evening. "Are you leaving just like that?" she asked, embracing Lu Fei from behind. "Young master, I can offer you what Su Jianwei cannot. You deserve to possess everything as a winner in life." Her magnetic voice lingered in his ears, and Lu Fei, ultimately a normal man, turned once more and embraced Chen Hong. After their tender moment, Chen Hong inquired about his relationship with Su Jianwei. Upon learning they were attending a classmate's birthday party, she offered to help him prepare a gift, suggesting, since it is a typical college birthday gathering, let us choose something with special significance. Additionally, as you are courting Su Jianwei, it would be wise to prepare a gift for her as well. With Chen Hong managing the arrangements, Lu Fei felt a sense of relief. The weekend arrived swiftly, and around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Luo Qiqi called to invite Su Jianwei to gather at Linqing University. Qian Kuan's birthday celebration was set to take place, with around 50 students from Linqing University in attendance. These students were no ordinary individuals, aspiring entrepreneurs even in their college years. Qian Kuan's family operated a gold business. Establishing a good relationship with him could open doors for potential investments. At the entrance of the girls' dormitory, a group of over a dozen young women gathered, chatting animatedly in clusters. Luo Qiqi, adorned in an off-the-shoulder lace top paired with a khaki-pleated skirt, stood out remarkably. Today, she was the center of attention. Her 3 roommates accompanied her, chattering about the boys of the day. "Are we all cramming into the less-than-ideal Mercedes?" one asked. Indeed, Qian Xiao specifically mentioned he wanted Qiqi in the front seat. "But won't it be a bit cramped with 4 of us?" another replied. Just as they were engaged in conversation, Su Jianwei appeared in their line of sight, prompting an excited wave from Luo Qiqi. "Over here." The expressions of Luo Qiqi's roommates soured instantly. They had already been informed of Su Jianwei's situation through Luo Qiqi. She was not only romantically involved with Lu Fei, but also working in a high-end club, effectively serving as a waitress. To put it bluntly, she was mingling with unsavory company, and Luo Qiqi seemed powerless to change that. "Isn't this a matter of social standing?" one roommate remarked. Su Jianwei's intention to bring Lu Fei along only added to their discontent. Not only did they dislike Lu Fei, but Qian Kuan, the main host of the evening's festivities, also harbored a distaste for him, having previously aided Lin Yuyan in disparaging him. However, as the evening's protagonist, Luo Qiqi had already consented to allow her cousin to attend the birthday celebration. Why does it suddenly smell so foul? Is someone's attire in disarray? One of Luo Qiqi's roommates pinched her nose, distancing herself from Su Jianwei. At that moment, someone unexpectedly shoved Su Jianwei from behind. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I lost my balance." Su Jianwei cast a cold glare at them. Compared to her former classmates from vocational school, these individuals seemed trivial. She had grown accustomed to such antics and recognized Luo Qiqi's mischief, but it mattered little to her. Her sole aim for the night was to meet Wang Wenfeng. Whatever Luo Qiqi intended to do, she would merely observe. "Please be mindful, everyone. This is my cousin. I expect you all to look after her," Luo Qiqi remarked with a smile, ostensibly defending Su Jianwei while actually enabling her roommate's antics. At that juncture, 4 cars rolled up, the lead vehicle being a Mercedes driven by none other than Qian Kuan, the celebrant. Qian Kuan, a slick young man clad in a suit reminiscent of an office worker, alighted and immediately approached Luo Qiqi, ushering her into the front passenger seat. Without waiting for formalities, her roommates hurried into the back seat. "Oh dear, it's too cramped. Perhaps the cousin should take the other car." Her roommates chuckled to one another. "This is your cousin who studies at a vocational college?" Qian Kun inquired, casting his gaze upon Su Jianwei. Suddenly, he was captivated. Though she had not made a particular effort to dress up, her understated beauty was unforgettable. She possessed an alluring figure that was hard to overlook. "Qian Kunis nutze, lingid on sununtai yin vestist, intransit." By the way, Lu Fei hasn't arrived yet. If you don't mind taking the back seat, let him take public transport. Luo Qiqi nudged Qian Kuan, gently reminding him that Su Jianwei was Lu Fei's girlfriend. Chapter 45. Coincidentally, the 300 million villa Luo Qiqi had also informed Qian Kuan that her cousin would be attending his birthday celebration. Su Jianwei, eager to meet high-quality gentlemen, was determined to be present. "Isn't your cousin dating Lu Fei?" Qian Kuan casually inquired, harboring a deep concern within. After all, in the wake of Lin Yuyan's incident, he had vehemently condemned Lu Fei as a pariah, asserting that Lu Fei tarnished the image of male students at Lingda, a stance that resonated well with the girls. Regrettably, despite his valiant defense of Lin Yuyan, he ultimately felt betrayed when she apologized to Lu Fei, leaving him with a swollen face. He was convinced that there was a conspiracy behind Lin Yuyan's apology, possibly involving the school shielding Lu Fei. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed demeanor. Whenever Lu Fei's name arose, he would amiably remark that perhaps he had misjudged Lu Fei. Luo Qiqi remarked, "Let's not mention that Lu Fei. I heard he desperately wants to attend your birthday party, especially since Senior Wang Wenfeng, Xiang Xiao, and Li Xiao will be there. Perhaps my cousin will find herself a tall, rich, and handsome man, and that would excite him." Qian Kuan chuckled, realizing this was the case. "Since she is your cousin, it will be delightful for her to attend. After all, you are the belle of the evening." "Stop it. Just tell me what you want to do," she teased. "No, you'll find out in due time," Qian Kuan replied. His pursuit of Luo Qiqi was largely due to her rural background. He felt experienced with such girls and had no intention of taking things seriously. His plan was to seduce her and then concoct an excuse to part ways. However, upon discovering Su Jianwei's allure, he began to entertain ulterior motives. Such a beautiful woman. It's a pity she's with Lu Fei, he mused, concealing his thoughts behind a facade of casualness. Doesn't Sister Su have a boyfriend? Doesn't he drive? Qian Kun inquired nonchalantly. The boys attending his birthday party all came from families with some financial means, and although they were university students, most owned cars. Qian Kun aimed for Su Jianwei to recognize their affluence. In contrast, she would surely covet such a lifestyle, making it easier for him to win her over. Especially since there was tension between Su Jianwei and Luo Qiqi, which he could exploit later. Su Jianwei felt awkward, realizing Qian Kuan's intention to show off was rather juvenile. "He doesn't have a car, right? That's all right. You can take the BMW in the back. It's my roommate's," he offered, leading her to the BMW and exchanging pleasantries with the owner before returning. His attentiveness to arranging transport for Su Jianwei drew a chorus of praise from Luo Qiqi's roommates. After all, she is Qiqi's cousin. It is only right to look after her, Qian Kuan smiled. Standing beside the BMW, Su Jianwei noticed the owner's indifferent demeanor. He was more than willing to drive a beautiful woman, but only if she were single. Learning of her relationship with Lu Fei, he felt 100 pangs of displeasure. "You can sit in the back, see if there's any space available." Two heavily made-up girls occupied the rear, their faces reminiscent of internet celebrities. The cramped space left little room for anyone else. "Sorry, I have a bit of a cleanliness obsession. I prefer not to squeeze in," one of the girls told the BMW driver. Luo Qiqi shared Su Jianwei's situation with the others, who were already aware of her job at a high-end club and her romance with a scoundrel like Lu Fei, much to their disdain. "I'll be fine. I know the address. I'll just go with my boyfriend later," Su Jianwei responded with resignation. "Then we'll wait for you," they replied. The BMW driver, without uttering a word, pressed the accelerator and sped away. It is truly disheartening. The demeanor of the vocational schoolgirls is rather lacking. With a mere connection, they shamelessly arrive to partake in our gathering. As the car distanced itself, two girls began to gossip about Su Jianwei. Lu Fei, with no obligations in the afternoon, awaited news in his dormitory. Feeling the time was right, he messaged Su Jianwei, inquiring whether she was ready to depart. "I've arrived at the boys' dormitory. Please come down." Su Jianwei approached the entrance of the boys' dormitory alone. Lu Fei hurried downstairs and asked, "What brings you here?" "I was planning to pick you up from your school." Although the vocational school and Lingda are merely separated by a street, walking over takes more than 10 minutes. With a bright smile, Su Jianwei replied, "It's nothing. I thought of it as a leisurely stroll." Lu Fei took her hand while simultaneously calling Qinyi to drive over. The birthday party's venue was at the Yunqi Valley Villa district. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei felt fortunate. When Lu Xinru had bestowed her fortune upon him, he had received several luxury cars and mansions, among which the largest was the Villa No. 1 in Yunqi Valley, valued at 300 million. After the gathering tonight, he could take Su Jianwei to see the villa, which he had yet to visit. Before long, Qin Yi arrived at her car. It was the weekend, and the campus was relatively empty. Lu Fei, in a moment of indulgence, requested Qin Yi to bring the most expensive Rolls-Royce from the garage. This car, worth 20 million, was spacious and akin to a royal chamber. Lu Fei was eager to let Su Jianwei experience it, and it was his first time as well. With the curtains drawn, the front and rear seats were completely separated, creating an intimate little haven where they could engage in whatever they desired. Lu Fei tentatively wrapped his arm around Su Jianwei's shoulders, testing the waters. "Are you hoping to do something here?" he asked playfully. Su Lianji, maintaining her seriousness, replied, leaving him uncertain whether she was resisting or perhaps contemplating the same ideas. Lu Fei, feeling shy, waved his hand dismissively, saying, No, I just want to hold you." "Then go ahead," Su Jianwei responded, becoming still like a wooden figure, her gaze fixed on her book, allowing Lu Fei to embrace her. Sensing her lack of reaction, he realized her reluctance and decided against holding her further. The striking Rolls-Royce glided toward Yunxi Valley, boasting a unique license plate that made other vehicles yield. With time pressing, Qin Yi drove swiftly, ultimately overtaking Qian Kun's convoys. "Wow, a Rolls-Royce. That car must be worth millions. I wonder whose it is," remarked Luo Qiqi and her roommates, as well as the two internet celebrity girls in the BMW, who gazed at the Rolls-Royce with envy. Though Qian Kun and the BMW owner felt a twinge of displeasure, they each conceded, that car is indeed impressive. Chapter 46. Care to visit my home? Just to watch a movie. Today, Qian Kun was the center of attention, driving his luxurious Mercedes, the finest among the group of students. The girls were enamored with extravagant cars, and now, a top-tier Rolls-Royce had stolen the spotlight, though thankfully, it did not concern them. "By the way, Chi-Chi, your cousin is waiting for Lu Fei. She didn't tea-ride with Lu Yu. I wonder when they will arrive," Qian Kun remarked as he glanced at his phone before speaking to Lu Qiqi. Lu Yu, the owner of the BMW parked behind, messaged Qian Kun to inform him that Su Jianwei had not traveled in his car. Luo Qiqi remarked, "They probably took the bus. It seems they might not arrive until 7 o'clock. Qian Kun responded, "Then we will need to send someone to the entrance to greet them. Outsiders are not permitted in our community." The girls in the back seat became increasingly animated, exclaiming about Yunxi Valley, the premier villa district in Linqing. "Qian Xiao is truly impressive. He actually purchased a villa in Yunxi Valley. If only my boyfriend would buy a property there, I wouldn't mind his shortcomings at all. Honestly, I once dreamed of love, but now all I desire is a home. I would be content even with a modest apartment in the city. Brother Kun, your house must be worth several tens of millions, right?" The roommates expressed their envy, while Luo Qiqi remained silent, secretly reveling in the fact that such a wealthy young man was interested in her. Wasn't this reason enough to celebrate? In contrast, Su Jianwei seemed laughable. Despite having a boyfriend, she was taking the bus. This was the stark difference in their circumstances. Qian Kun remained composed, casually stating, "My family's house isn't particularly expensive. It's merely around 50 million. The main issue is its distance from the school. Otherwise, I wouldn't need to stay on campus." The roommates gasped in astonishment. 50 million for a house is not expensive? They exclaimed. Brother Kun is too modest. Surely, a 50 million house must be among the city's top villas. Brother Kun, you are an eternal legend. Qian Kun chuckled. In Yunxi Valley, it can only be considered a mid-range villa. The pinnacle residence is valued at 300 million, and only influential individuals can purchase it. The 300 million residence is another matter, but a 50 million villa is certainly within the first tier. Wouldn't your family find it a bit too spacious? Luo Qiqi interjected, both complimenting Qian Kun and probing for more information. She was cunning. Although satisfied with Qian Kun, she was wary of potential difficulties with his parents. Qian Kun observed her keenly, finding amusement in her foresight. This country girl was no fool, already contemplating future living arrangements. My parents still reside in Modu and will eventually move there for development. Yunxi Valley is reserved solely for me and my princess. The property title will bear only our names. With that, he gazed tenderly at Luo Qiqi, momentarily distracted from driving. Together. Luo Qiqi's roommates teased playfully. Luo Qiqi maintained a composed facade while her heart raced at the prospect of owning a 50 million villa. Although her family was relatively affluent in the village, it paled in comparison to city dwellers. However, she resolved not to make it easy for Qian Kun. That which comes too easily is seldom cherished. You are incredibly fortunate, but I still believe one should be self-reliant. I will certainly be able to purchase an apartment in Linching on my own someday, and then our names will be on the property deed together. I just hope no one has a villa and looks down on my home. She cast a flirtatious glance at Qian Kun, aspiring to be an independent woman. Inwardly, Qian Kun felt a surge of irritation. How dare you presume to lecture me? Do you truly think you deserve to dwell in my villa? I merely view you as a plaything. Yet, he masked his thoughts, revealing nothing of his true feelings. Who would look down upon the house that Qiqi purchased with her own efforts? I certainly would not. In the future, I too shall acquire a home through my own strength. The villa in Yunqi Valley is merely a guarantee, and the girls who accompany me shall never suffer. Qiqi, do you know what I admire most about you? It is your independent and self-reliant character. He spoke thoughtfully. Luo Qiqi felt a surge of pride. She had successfully crafted her image as an independent woman. Brother Kun truly possesses a sense of responsibility, unlike my cousin Su Jianwei, who has to rely on her charm to attract a man who doesn't even own a car. Sigh, I wish I knew how to help her. As the group engaged in conversation, they gradually distanced themselves from the city, the air becoming crisp and the surroundings increasingly serene. Although Yunqi Valley is situated in the suburbs, it is not far from a scenic area and offers convenient transportation. However, fewer people traveled in the direction they were headed. Before long, the villa nestled against the mountains and by the waters came into view. This is indeed Yunqi Valley. I had only heard tales of it and never had the opportunity to see it with my own eyes. The girls were all aflame with excitement. Yunqi Valley is the premier villa district in Lincheng, inhabited by influential figures. The security at the entrance stood gallantly, akin to special forces, causing the girls to gawk in admiration. From the entrance, the most striking sight was a 3-story white building in the center, standing out like a crane among chickens. It was the crown jewel of Yunqi Valley, Villa Number 1. Wow, how beautiful. Whose is that building? Its design is so unique. That is the Crown Villa. The residents can be regarded as the royalty of our Lincheng. I might have the opportunity to pay a visit, as they are my neighbors, Qian Kun introduced. Though he was reluctant to do so, Villa Number 1 overshadowed his own home. Yet, he maintained his poise, concealing any hint of jealousy. The group of 4 vehicles proceeded directly to Qian Kun's residence. Shortly thereafter, they arrived. Lu Fei and Su Jianwei were already waiting at the entrance. Inside the villa, more than 10 guests had already gathered, with Qian Kun's sister, Qian Muyun, attending to them. Lu Fei and Su Jianwei could have entered, but they chose to exit the Rolls-Royce at the entrance, allowing Qin Yi to drive it to Villa Number 1, both preferring to remain low-key and avoid drawing attention. They walked over, waiting for Qian Kun's group. Lu Fei held a gift box containing a Cartier watch, which, while not expensive, costing only a few thousand, was an exclusive gift for members of the Haida restaurant. With this watch, one could freely access the members-only club on the 30th floor and enjoy its privileges. Mingwei, I also have a house here. After the banquet, would you like to come see it? I have yet to visit that house myself. Feeling a bit bored, Lu Fei proposed once more to take Su Jianwei to his home, leaving the possibilities of what might unfold there to the atmosphere. Reflecting on his previous relationship with Zhao Min, he found it rather bland. He had matured and was now more eager for intimacy. Su Jianwei shot him a glance. Don't think I am unaware of your intentions. Oomph. Lu Fei's expression stiffened. I only want to watch a movie with you. I heard my house has a private cinema. All right then, I'll go home with you, and I will stay over tonight. Su Jianwei pinched him lightly, seemingly reluctant. But in truth, she yearned for a source of support. Chapter 47. Can you really pretend? Are you the owner? Lu Fei and Su Jianwei were engrossed in their conversation when suddenly, the blaring of a horn shattered the moment. Qian Kun, driving behind, honked. The 5 individuals in Qian Kun's car were astonished to see Lu Fei and Su Jianwei arrive so swiftly. How could they have made it here so quickly? Did they encounter multiple red lights on the way? Or did they take a taxi? Qian-kun kondirith. Taking a taxi from school would cost over 100. Would he really spend that much? Li Yunji's kufa. She was the one who loathed Lu Fei the most in Luo Chi-Chi's dormitory. She had posted on the campus forum upon hearing that Lu Fei set up a stall at school, questioning if he thought that playing the victim could shield him from public scrutiny. A loser attempting to flirt with Lin Yuyin was a crime in itself. For Qian Kuen's birthday, she was quite eager, initially unaware that Qian Kuen would be driving to pick them up. She had intended to take a taxi to Yunxi Valley, but hesitated upon seeing the fare. Thus, the notion of Lu Fei taking a taxi was unacceptable to her. If a loser was willing to spend more than she was, would she not be relegated to the lowest tier? It's possible that Lu Fei, wishing to leave a favorable impression on Kuen Ge, intentionally took a taxi to avoid being late. If he wished to befriend us, he would naturally be willing to spend money, Luo Chi-Chi remarked. She had initially planned to mock Lu Fei for taking a bus, considering he had been too stingy to take a taxi when he and Su Jianwei went to a hotel last time, and now he had taken taxi. This time, her opportunity to ridicule him vanished, leaving her feeling displeased yet only capable of rationalizing it this way. The girls chattered, convinced that these little losers were indeed willing to invest heavily to befriend their Kuen Ge. Qian Kuen, however, was troubled by another question. How had Lu Fei and Su Jianwei managed to enter? The security in their community was exceedingly strict. Without the owner's prior notice, it was impossible to gain entry. You are Lu Fei, Su's boyfriend, correct? Qian Kuen rolled down the car window to greet Lu Fei, noting his ordinary attire. Among tonight's guests, he had never interacted with someone of such low status. Indeed, and may I ask who you are? I am Qian Kuen. Welcome to my birthday party, Qian Kuen said graciously. Happy birthday. We are all students of Linda. Since you're a friend of my cousin, you are also a friend of Lu Fei's, and we can look out for each other at school from now on, Lu Fei responded generously, noticing Qian Kuen's affability and choosing not to dwell on it. Meanwhile, laughter erupted from within the car. Wow, his face is quite thick. No wonder he dares to harass the campus beauty, Li Yunjie commented. He truly knows how to climb the social ladder. Does he really think he is worthy of being friends with Kuen Ge? Another roommate brazenly remarked, unafraid of Lu Fei overhearing. Lu Fei frowned, puzzled by their hostility towards him despite having no prior grievances. Qian Kuen paid no mind to the voices within the car and continued smiling at Lu Fei. Of course. Since you're here for my party, you are good friends. By the way, how did you get in? We just walked in, Lu Fei replied. Didn't the security give you any trouble? Lu Fei paused, then understood Qian Kuen's confusion. Ordinary people could not enter this community. Not wishing to flaunt his wealth, he casually remarked, we took a back road. A back road? Qian Kuen was relentless, with no alternative paths in sight. Suddenly, he realized that the Yunxi Valley was vast, surrounded by mountains. Although the outer perimeter was encircled by walls and iron fences, it was inevitable that some areas would have vulnerabilities. Lu Fei and Su Jianwei must have exploited one of these gaps, which were likely shortcuts, thus explaining their early arrival at the villa. Was there a breach in the wall somewhere? Did you enter through a damaged section? His curiosity piqued regarding where the flaw lay. Lu Fei replied, something like that. Huh. Your conduct is rather lacking, isn't it? Essentially, you climbed over the wall to get in? Li Yunjie laughed out loud. Qian Kuen quickly waved his hand, remarking that even if they did climb over, it was a matter of poor management by the community. However, he shifted his tone, noting that it was one thing for a boy like Lu Fei to come in this way, but it was somewhat inappropriate to do so with a slight breach. He advised them to be more cautious next time. Lu Fei did not catch the mockery in his words. He simply felt that maintaining the lie was becoming difficult. Therefore, he decided to be honest. Actually, we just walked in. I'm also a resident here, and the security wouldn't trouble me. The moment those words left his mouth, laughter erupted in the car. Even Qian Kuen couldn't suppress his amusement. A resident? The Yunxi Valley only has villas, and the cheapest one goes for at least 20 million. What a tall tale. To pretend to be a homeowner just because you were called out for your lack of decorum? Chi-Chi, your cousin's boyfriend, is quite the actor. I've never met someone so adept at pretending. Wow, I didn't realize you were a homeowner. With such wealth, I might just consider marrying you, Li Yunjie exclaimed joyfully. Lu Fei thought it was absurd that a poor student peddling goods at school could claim to be a resident of Yushi Valley. Casting a glance at her, he retaliated. Excuse me, but I have no appetite for certain things. Li Yunjie was momentarily taken aback, her face twitching as if her makeup might fall away. How dare a poor loser insult me? I was merely jesting, and you took it to heart. You should take a good look at yourself. Only a desperate girl would see any value in you. Not only did Li Yunjie ridicule Lu Fei, but she also took a jab at Su Jianwei. Lu Fei's expression turned icy. How audacious to insult my wife. As the tension escalated, Qian Kuan intervened. Li Yunjie, it's my birthday today. Please don't cause a scene. Li Yunjie immediately complied, respecting Qian Kuan's wishes and falling silent. With a smile, Qian Kuan turned to Lu Fei. You two go inside and take a seat. My sister will attend to you while I park the car with my friends. With that, he drove off, and several cars followed him to the parking lot. Once the crowd dispersed, the surroundings fell into silence. You needn't mind them. They're just a group of mediocre individuals and rather pitiable too. Lu Fei gazed at her, realizing she wasn't genuinely angry. Moreover, she was certainly not the type to feign indifference. What experiences had this girl endured to remain so unperturbed? Well, let's go inside and take a look, he suggested, taking Su Jianwei's hand and leading her directly into the villa. The villa was already bustling with guests when a casually dressed woman stepped forward to greet them. You must be A Kuan's classmates, am I right? I am his sister, Qian Muyun. Qian Muyun exuded an air of grace and sophistication. Her attire elegant yet devoid of makeup, embodying the demeanor of a well-bred lady, which left a pleasant impression. Su Jianwei and Lu Fei introduced themselves. Unbeknownst to Qian Muyun, Luo Qi had sent Lu Fei and Su Jianwei to humiliate him. Instead, she warmly ushered them into the inner courtyard, offering insights into the various scenes of the villa. In the living room, a group was engaged in board games, while others huddled in smaller clusters, absorbed in their own activities. Su Jianwei surveyed the room. Sensing her curiosity, Qian Muyun inquired, "What is it that you seek, dear Xiao Wei?" Su Jianwei replied, "Has Senior Wang Wenfeng arrived? I would like to meet him." Qian Muyun exclaimed, "Ah, you wish to meet young Master Wang? How unfortunate. But he just informed me that he cannot make it. However, I can facilitate an introduction." A wave of disappointment washed over Su Jianwei as she glanced at Lu Fei, contemplating leaving. Chapter 48. A declaration. Is it really that dramatic? With Wang Wenfeng's absence, Su Jianwei lost all interest in the gathering. Nevertheless, Qian Muyun was quite amiable. She promptly sent a WeChat message to Wang Wenfeng to introduce Su Jianwei to him. Wang Wenfeng had become a social media sensation, particularly in academic circles, making introductions to him highly coveted. Lu Fei observed that the Qian family held considerable standing. He hasn't responded yet. He is likely preoccupied. But do not worry. I am well acquainted with him. He will reply, and I will ensure you can add him as a friend, Qian Muyun reassured Su Jianwei gently, aiming to make her guests feel welcomed. Thank you so much. Su Jianwei expressed her gratitude, developing a favorable impression of Qian Muyun. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Fei presented a gift. You are far too kind. Allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of my brother. Qian Muyun accepted the gift, inscribing her name on a note to place with it. Soon, new guests arrived, prompting Qian Muyun to greet them. Lu Fei and Su Jianwei found a spot to sit and occupied themselves with their phones. Among the guests were many students from Linda University, who occasionally cast glances at Lu Fei and Su Jianwei, whispering among themselves, yet none approached them directly. Eventually, a group of over 10, including Qian Kuan, Luo Qi, Li Yunjie, and Lu Yu, entered the room. As the servers began to bring out the dishes, everyone gathered around the round table. Although Lu Fei and Su Jianwei were rather inconspicuous, Qian Muyun had thoughtfully arranged seats for them. The table was filled with amiable company, most of whom were not from Linda University. At that moment, Qian Kuan stood at the forefront, addressing the crowd. "Thank you all for attending my birthday celebration today. This occasion is not merely about my birthday. More importantly, I am about to undertake what may be the most courageous act of my life." A hush fell over the crowd, as Qian Kun intentionally built suspense. The eyes of the guests followed his gaze, converging on Luo Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, I love you, and I wish to confess my feelings, Qian Kun declared with deep sincerity. Was momentarily taken aback, although she was aware that Qian Kun intended to stage a confession ceremony. She had not anticipated such a solemn presentation. With all those affluent young ladies and gentlemen fixated on her, she was the sole heroine of the evening, and it filled her with immense joy. Most importantly, Qian Kun's elaborate gestures implied that he was indeed serious about inscribing her name on the property deed of the 50 million villa. Oh, she was finally on the verge of becoming a winner in life. Su Jianwei was no longer worthy of being her rival. And that middle school heartthrob, Luo Feng, he could vanish. Thankfully, Luo Feng was blind to her charms, or else how could she have encountered such a splendid man as Qian Kun? Unbeknownst to her, many of the young elites in attendance were secretly amused. Qian Kun had indulged in such antics before, leaving numerous blossoming young girls heartbroken. They too aspired to be like him, but alas, none possessed his audacity. I'm not sure, Luo Chi-Chi stammered, her eyes glistening with tears as she attempted to maintain her composure. At that moment, others presented her with flowers and gifts. Chi-Chi, you need not concern yourself with anything. Just know that you're my princess. Here's a gift for you. Open it and see, Qian Kun said, personally handing her the gift box. Trembling, Luo Chi-Chi opened it under the opulent chandelier, revealing a stunning emerald ring that sparkled magnificently. Wow, it's so beautiful. This is far too precious. I cannot accept it, Luo Chi-Chi protested, waving her hands to decline the gift. Qian Kun chuckled. Is it truly valuable? In comparison to you, it is utterly worthless. You're the most precious gift in this world. Luo Chi-Chi covered her mouth in disbelief. Would you be willing to be my girlfriend? Together, the crowd urged. After a moment's hesitation, she finally nodded. Qian Kun took the opportunity to embrace her and slipped the ring onto her finger. The crowd then urged for a kiss. Without hesitation, Qian Kun leaned in for a passionate French kiss, savoring Luo Chi-Chi's naivety. This was undoubtedly her first kiss. Moreover, he intended for her to stay the night. Without a doubt, as the kiss concluded, Luo Chi-Chi did not forget about Su Jianwei. I am so happy. Thank you, Kunge. However, I would also like to express my gratitude to someone else. Oh, who? My cousin, Su Jianwei. Come here, Wei. Luo Chi-Chi excitedly beckoned, maintaining her composure and not forgetting Su Jianwei. Opposite Su Fianbei approached. Luo Chi-Chi embraced her with excitement. Cousin, did you see? I agreed to be Kun Ji's girlfriend. He is now my man. You're my only family in this city, so you should be thrilled for me. Su Jianwei understood that Luo Chi-Chi was merely showing off, akin to flaunting wealth in front of the less fortunate. How childish. She replied coolly, I'm very happy for you. Congratulations, Chi-Chi. Is that all? What does my cousin mean by that? Is she jealous? With wealth comes opportunity, and her path is now broadened, yet it seems she is completely oblivious. The crowd disparaged Su Jianwei, feeling that she was out of sync with the joyous atmosphere. Only Luo Chi-Chi was truly elated, believing that Su Jianwei must be suffering greatly inside at this moment. Releasing Su Jianwei, she addressed the crowd once more. I am immensely grateful to Wei Wei. In the past, I was overweight and struggled academically. It was Wei Wei who guided me through my weight loss journey and assisted me with my studies. Ultimately, I successfully entered Lynching University, while she enrolled in Lynching Vocational School. Our serendipitous reunion here is all thanks to her. Su Jianwei's heart quivered, and for the first time, she truly felt the pangs of anguish. She nearly lost her composure. Whispers fluttered among the onlookers. A vocational school? I've heard they can be quite chaotic. Su Jianwei appears so pure and lovely. I wonder what her experience there has been like. The reality was far more sordid. She wasn't merely leading a dissolute life at school, but was also involved in unsavory activities at upscale clubs. To add insult to injury, her boyfriend not only failed to intervene, but depended on her for support. The cacophony of voices grew increasingly grating. Lu Fei turned to follow the source of the noise, spotting Li Yunjie and two internet celebrities in a luxury car. Meanwhile, Su Jianwei on stage was on the verge of tears, feeling utterly wronged. Lu Fei recognized her strength. Yet at that moment, she was being subjected to public humiliation. Luo Qiqi is rather cruel, he thought. Rising to his feet, he made his way to the stage. Enveloping Su Jianwei in an embrace, disregarding the gazes of the crowd, and reassured her, Wei Wei, you are exceptional. There are many things you need not concern yourself with. His words specifically referred to the vocational school, as he held no shame in attending such an institution. He could not fathom the depths of her despair. Having fallen from the heights of being an exemplary student to facing the disappointment of her family when she unexpectedly faltered in her college entrance exams. However, he could offer her solace, ensuring she knew that not everyone was mocking her. Chapter 49. Identification. I truly do not wish to showcase my gifts, Lu Fei. Let us depart. Su Jianwei clung tightly to him, as if she had discovered a lifeboat while drowning. In that moment, she realized how comforting Lu Fei's presence was. Given his status, he could easily retaliate against Luo Qiqi, but she had no desire to emulate her, relying on a boyfriend for a sense of superiority. It's all right. I will make Luo Qiqi regret her actions. Lu Fei whispered softly in her ear, his voice discreet, yet audible enough for Luo Qiqi to hear. She smiled, unfazed, for she was the victor now, indifferent to the taunts of the underdogs. Qian Kun, oblivious to Lu Fei's remark, furrowed his brow, irritated that Lu Fei had swooped in and stolen his spotlight, making it appear as though they were two couples. Just as he was about to voice his discontent, his phone suddenly rang. Someone was calling him via video. All eyes shifted back to him. Ah, it's Teacher Zimu calling. Let me take this. Qian Kun informed Luo Qiqi before answering the call. The crowd exhibited expressions of shock. Teacher Zimu? The one from Daily Appraisal? Especially the girls, who were left in awe. A girl of noble bearing, adorned with a green bracelet, turned to her companions and said, Yes, that's the Teacher Zimu from Daily Appraisal. Since he is friends with Qian Xiao, he must be calling to congratulate him. For those within their circle, Teacher Zimu is indeed a celebrated icon. Zimu, a master of luxury goods authentication, is remarkably knowledgeable at a young age, excelling in jewelry, handbags, apparel, and cosmetics. To befriend Zimu signifies one's expertise in the luxury domain. It is likely that Qian Kun is a frequent visitor to Zimu's live broadcasts, often bringing exquisite items for evaluation. Oh dear, Qian Xiao, I sincerely apologize. I am currently in Shidu and have a live broadcast tonight, leaving me with no time to attend your birthday celebration. I can only call you to extend my wishes. Came Zimu's voice over the phone, instantly recognizable and laced with flattery towards Qian Kun, highlighting his esteemed status. Such treatment is typically reserved for the elite patrons of live streaming. Everyone watched as Qian Kun conversed with Zimu. With a smile, he replied, It is no trouble at all. I am truly honored that Teacher Zimu took the time to call. Just look at how many friends have gathered today. He panned his phone around to showcase the attendees. Zimu laughed heartily, remarking, Qian Xiao's friends are all so distinguished. I noticed several items worth over 10,000 at a glance. I hope to see more friends supporting my live broadcast in the future. It would certainly broaden my horizons. Laughter erupted among the crowd, especially from the few ladies adorned in Hermes handbags and Chanel dresses, whom Zimu was referencing. However, he continued, Not everyone here is clad in authentic luxury. Some prefer to wear domestic fakes. Li Yunjie chuckled, prompting everyone's attention to Lu Fei and Su Jianwei. The only guest dressed rather ordinarily. Lu Fei's expression hardened as he glared at Li Yunjie. He would not allow anyone to ridicule him and retorted loudly, Are you referring to me? Wow, you possess such self-awareness. Li Yunjie, uninterested in subtlety, shot back at Lu Fei. Lu Fei scoffed, What I wear is of no concern to you. Surely, no one genuinely believes that attire or accessories confer superiority. His words were a broadside aimed at the entire gathering. Yet he felt secure in his stance. The elegantly poised lady was the first to take offense, casting a disdainful glance in his direction. Dressing well is a fundamental courtesy. While we do not claim to be superior, there is certainly a distinction in taste. If you are impoverished, perhaps you should simply remain silent, rather than justifying your lack of wealth. A murmur of approval rippled through the crowd. Miss Wen spoke wisely. Lu Fei sneered, Taste, you say? Hearing you utter such words makes me doubt your own taste. The noble lady, named Wenwan, had an impressive background and was one of the most distinguished guests of the evening. The sheer cost of her stockings alone was in the thousands, with her shoes being extravagant luxury items worth over 100,000, far beyond what Lu Fei could challenge. Qian Kuan, sensing the rising tension, intervened. Lu Fei, Wan is my esteemed guest. Apologize to her. The atmosphere grew tense. Qian Yun quickly stepped in to diffuse the situation. Let's not jest, everyone. Teacher Zemyuk is still present. Qian Kuan, however, had no intention of letting Lu Fei off the hook. He sought to coerce Lu Fei into an apology. The atmosphere was charged with indignation, as everyone felt that Lu Fei was excessively arrogant, having disparaged them all with indiscriminate remarks. Only Luo Qiqi was reveling in delight, thinking to herself, is this the boyfriend Su Jianwei found? A mere nobody, and yet a brute. Qian Muyun wished to come to Lu Fei's aid, but she could not rein in her younger brother. By the way, I recently purchased a handbag from a WeChat merchant, but something feels amiss. I wonder if teacher Zhe Mu has the time to help me authenticate it? Qian Muyun inquired. The crowd's attention was instantly captured. Was it a counterfeit handbag? The prospect of treasure appraisal was quite delightful. They momentarily set aside their grievances with Lu Fei, eager to see Zhe Mu authenticate the bag, as everyone had a fondness for handbags. Zhe Mu smiled and said, of course, I have some free time now. Please bring it to me, Mu Yun. I appreciate it. Teacher Zhe Mu, I shall certainly support your live stream later, Qian Mu Yun replied, being a person of principle, ensuring she would compensate for the authentication service later. Zhe Mu remarked, there is no need for such formalities. At that moment, Qian Mu Yun produced a clutch. After a brief examination, Zhe Mu expressed regret. Indeed, it is a counterfeit. Such a pity. A collective sigh arose. Having purchased a fake handbag, she likely incurred a loss of thousands. However, Qian Mu Yun seemed unconcerned, accepting the truth of the counterfeit without distress. Just then, another voice chimed in. By the way, the gift I presented to Qian Xiao was a glass pendant. And I am somewhat worried it might also be fake. Could teacher Zemu take a look? The speaker was a senior finance student preparing to invest in a startup. She retrieved her gift from the pile. The gift had cost her several tens of thousands. Had it not been for her desire to secure investment from the Qian family, she would have hesitated. Hence, she aimed to impress Qian Kuan. After Zhe Mu's inspection, she showered praises upon it, declaring it exquisite and valuable, worth over 10,000. The wealthy young woman beamed. Is it suitable for wearing? Absolutely, it is indeed suitable, Zhe Mu affirmed. The atmosphere brightened with joy. At that moment, all those who had given extravagant gifts hoped for Zhe Mu's appraisal to showcase their own standing. Others even brought forth gifts from Wenwan. This is a gift from Miss Wen. Let us have teacher Zhe Mu take a look. Though Wenwan was still miffed at Lu Fei, she did not wish to flaunt her gift. Yet upon others' insistence, she consented to have it unwrapped for Zhe Mu's admiration. Chapter 50. The noble lady's heart throb. Let me see what Wenwan gifted. Qian Kuan personally unwrapped the gift from Wenwan, revealing a pair of designer shoes. Gasps of awe erupted from the crowd. Wow, they're stunning. I wish I had a pair too. Whoever gives me these shoes, I would instantly become their girlfriend. Wenwan secretly reveled in her triumph. Yet the flatterers missed the mark. They recognized the shoes but failed to grasp their true worth. Let us see what teacher Zhe Mu thinks, she said nonchalantly. Qian Kuan promptly directed the camera toward the shoes for Zhe Mu's appraisal. Incredible. No wonder it's from Miss Wen. It's a limited edition collaboration. With only 8,000 pairs produced globally, Zhe Mu's envy was palpable. Her tone and manner were uniquely soothing, endowing the moment with an air of prestige. Wenwan had grown accustomed to being lauded in such a manner. With a smile, she remarked, Teacher Zemyuk is truly remarkable. He recognized the origins of shoes at a glance, displaying such exquisite taste. She emphasized the phrase exquisite taste, drawing the attention of others towards Lu Fei, aware that Wenwan was directing her words at him. Nevertheless, she could not be bothered to glance at Lu Fei even once. Zemyuk continued, Master Qian, what does it feel like to wear shoes worth 100,000 yuan? To tread upon such an extravagant amount? How blissful it must be. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Although many affluent individuals were present, such as Luo Qiqi and Li Xinjia. The notion of shoes costing that much was beyond their comprehension. They were accustomed to prices in the thousands, which, albeit steep, were within their reach. However, a pair of shoes priced at 100,000 yuan was far beyond their financial capabilities, highlighting the disparity between individuals. When one interjected, "It's not that expensive. I actually only spent a little over 10,000. A pair of shoes costing over 10,000, yet Zemyuk claimed it was 100,000? Could it be that Zemyuk's appraisal had faltered? The birthday party fell into a hushed silence, but Zemyuk wore a mischievous smile. The official price was indeed just over 10,000. However, this was a limited edition. If memory served correctly, one could only qualify to purchase these shoes after spending $1 million at their exclusive store, right? Now, if these shoes were sold individually, they would undoubtedly fetch a six-figure sum. $1 million in consumption. A limited edition. What constitutes a socialite? Some attendees, previously unaware, were now exposed to the true lifestyle of the elite. Zemyuk continued. Miss One has gifted such a precious present to Master Qian. Huh? Surely there's a story behind it. Zemyuk's style was such that when someone presented a lavish gift, it implied a profound connection between the parties involved. She might as well have announced their relationship live on air. At that moment, Luo Qiqi's expression darkened. When one quickly defended herself, Teacher Zemyuk has misunderstood. I happened upon these shoes by chance. Master Qian has a girlfriend, and this is Miss Luo. I too have someone I admire. The gift I presented to Master Qian is rather ordinary. As she spoke, Wen Wan gazed through the floor-to-ceiling window towards Villa Number 1, her heart leading her thoughts to its owner, a strikingly handsome male college student with an impressive background. A pair of shoes worth 100,000 yuan, yet deemed an ordinary gift. The crowd was once again filled with envy. Realizing he had misspoken, Zemyuk hurriedly complimented Luo Qiqi on her beauty. Luo Qiqi became the center of attention once more, her previously darkened expression transforming into one of pride. At that moment, a long-haired internet celebrity noticed Lu Fei's gift. Haha, it turns out Lu Fei also brought a present. Come, let's have Teacher Zemyuk appraise it. The crowd stirred with excitement. Was it true that Lu Fei had brought a gift? Lu Fei's present was placed behind Wen Wan's, which surely would be a source of embarrassment. Qian Kun Diaklith. Not having anticipated that Lu Fei would contribute a gift. It was likely not anything impressive. Oh, Lu Fei's gift? Thank you. I should indeed prepare something for my cousin as well. I'll make up for it next time. But for now, let me see what my cousin's husband has gifted. What could Lu Fei possibly have given? As the crowd eagerly anticipated his embarrassment, Qian Kun felt compelled to play along. He cast a glance at Wen Wan, who smiled subtly, evidently eager to witness Lu Fei's folly. You claim my taste is low? I am curious to see just how refined yours is, he mused. With a flourish, Qian Kun seized Lu Fei's gift box and unceremoniously tore it open. Inside lay a palm-sized box, and upon opening it, a watch was revealed, appearing rather impressive at first glance, yet likely sourced from a discount site. Oh, a watch. How delightful. Qian Kun Kompeth. As the saying goes, the poor play with cars, while the wealthy adorn themselves with timepieces. It seems Lu Fei has bypassed the automobile phase and ventured into horology. How amusing. Laughter erupted among the onlookers. They marveled at the audacity of gifting a watch. Little did they realize, the modest price of the timepiece betrayed its owner's lack of sophistication. True watches start in the tens of thousands. And only then can one truly claim to be a connoisseur. Qian Kun, who had yet to don a watch himself, was still in search of one that symbolized his status. Let us have Teacher Zemyuk appraise it. Li Xinjia chimed in with playful mischief. The amusement of watching the less fortunate flaunt their counterfeit goods in a public forum was a source of entertainment far superior to the ostentatious displays of the affluent. It was in witnessing the ridiculousness of those less fortunate, proudly presenting their possessions, that they found a sense of superiority. Tonight, Lu Fei was set to fulfill this role perfectly. Compared to the gifts from individuals like Li Xinjia, whose offerings paled in comparison to Wen Wan's, the watch suddenly elevated their status. It's just a watch. No need for appraisal. Lu Fei interjected with a frown. He found the idea of having gifts appraised rather distasteful. Gifts were tokens of sentiment, and to rely on their worth to gauge another's feelings was rather foolish. Nonetheless, he refrained from interfering in others' desire for validation through appraisal. He merely despised the notion of his own gifts being subjected to such scrutiny. His thoughts drifted to Zhao Min. Though their breakup was attributed to his gift of a faux jade, he had never cared whether it was genuine or not. If a fake jade is grounds for our separation, what do we truly share? He lamented. It's merely for fun. What exactly are you afraid of? If you dare to gift, why fear appraisal? That mindset is rather amusing. Such an intriguing piece. Let's see what teacher Zemux thinks. Everyone is awaiting the chance to mock Lu Fei. Ignoring Lu Fei's protest, Qian Kuan produced the watch and insisted. Let us have teacher Zemux take a look. It's a Cartier watch, Zemux announced after a brief inspection. The crowd fell silent. A genuine Cartier would not come at a trifling price. Teacher Zemux, please verify if it's authentic. Li Xinjia Urja, unable to fathom Lu Fei's gift being of substantial value, especially since her own had barely exceeded 1,000. Zemux confirmed it is indeed real. What is its worth? The crowd inquired eagerly. Zemux's expression turned uncertain, eliciting knowing smiles from the audience. Surely, even among Cartier watches, there existed the most affordable options, perhaps a few hundred? Was the teacher too bashful to reveal the truth? Qian Kuan calmly addressed Zemyuk, stating, "Let us speak candidly about the price. We are all aware of Lu Fei's circumstances. Even if it is inexpensive, I would still accept it. After all, a gift merely represents goodwill, and I am quite fond of this watch." Qian Shao exhibited remarkable generosity, seemingly unfazed by the modest value of gifts from others, to the point where Li Xinjia was nearly moved to tears. With a sigh, she remarked, "Given that Lu Fei's affordable item does not concern Qian Shao, he will surely understand my modest offering as well." While everyone praised Qian Kuan, their attitude towards Lu Fei was markedly different. It was said to befriend Qian Shao while presenting a cheap gift. If you cannot afford a worthy present, perhaps you should not attend this banquet. Qian Shao had hosted a lavish meal prepared by a professional chef, costing thousands. Thus, presenting a gift worth only a few hundred seemed akin to taking advantage of the hospitality. Meanwhile, Zemyuk appeared troubled, not due to the price, but rather her inability to discern the watch's true origin. Chapter 51. Not expensive, yet unattainable for the ordinary, could it be that she could not ascertain its provenance? Zemyuk, known for her expertise in appraising treasures, had never before encountered an object she could not identify, making it seem remarkably enigmatic. Even when one had to regard Lu Fei with newfound respect, was he perhaps playing the role of a simpleton concealing his true prowess? Observing the lively discussions around her, when one interjected coldly, "The most affordable Cartier watches still command prices in the tens of thousands. Since teacher Zemyuk has confirmed its authenticity, this watch is undoubtedly valuable. Even if it were a counterfeit, it could easily deceive many connoisseurs." A sudden silence enveloped the room. Lu Fei's gift was worth several tens of thousands, rendering their own presents mere trifles in comparison. Qian Kuan squinted at Lu Fei, contemplating, "This fellow seems to comprehend the situation, presenting me with a gift worth tens of thousands. He might as well offer his wife for my enjoyment," his thoughts wandering. Lu Fei cast a glance at Wen Wan, acknowledging her capacity for self-reflection. He took note of her. Yet Wen Wan continued, "The gift you presented to Qian Shao befits his status and exhibits a certain taste. However, I believe you need not feel compelled to such extravagance. A gift is merely a token of your regard. You may bestow something simple, and no one would think less of you. With such resources, you would be wiser to invest in your own development, honing your skills. Relying on others will never lead to success." She encouraged him to reconsider his intentions, asserting that an expensive gift did not obligate Qian Shao to reciprocate. Her remarks led her to perceive Lu Fei as someone shamelessly attempting to ingratiate himself within their circle, mistakenly believing that a watch would suffice. Such behavior, in her eyes, was even more disconcerting. Her pointed critique left Lu Fei momentarily speechless. He had to admire her tenacity. To the onlookers, Wen Wan's arguments were both logical and compelling. Some gifts worth only a few $100s were imbued with genuine sentiment, Qian Shao being magnanimous. would not concern himself with the monetary value of such tokens. However, Zemyuk found herself in an awkward position. Under normal circumstances, she would have simply agreed with Wenwan's statements to deflect the conversation, yet the watch bore peculiar traits. Its craftsmanship was somewhat crude, yet the intricate details unmistakably echoed Cartier's style. There was no way it could be a counterfeit, as any knowledgeable enthusiast would certainly avoid such a fake. This one holds me in too high regard. In truth, I too have moments of uncertainty, particularly since watch appraisal is not my forte. Zemu interjected, drawing the attention of the crowd once more. Misjudgment? It must be a case of misjudgment. After all, a gift worth tens of thousands of yuan is not something Lu Fei would readily part with, even if he sought Qian Kuen's assistance. That is indeed a substantial sum. Should Qian Kuen overlook it, those tens of thousands would be lost in vain. Who could be so generous? Wenwan felt somewhat bewildered, pondering whether it was indeed a misjudgment or if there was truth to it. Zemu suddenly called out to a passerby on the phone, "Teacher Niu, come over here. Take a look at this watch." Teacher Niu Xinyu, a renowned expert in watch appraisal and a master watchmaker in his own right, whose timepieces often command prices in the millions, with 2 instances of auctions exceeding 10 million. He does not make a habit of appraising casually. He happened to pass by, as he was due to appear on a program with Zemu shortly. It was quite a compliment for Zemu to invite Teacher Niu to evaluate Lu Fei's watch. On air, Niu Xinyu always maintains an air of mastery, yet he is quite approachable in private. Upon hearing of the watch appraisal, he donned his spectacles. Qian Kuen promptly presented the watch to the camera. "Excuse me, Teacher Niu, this is a gift from a friend." Niu Xinyu cast a glance at it, his demeanor suddenly turning solemn. "Dear friend, do you truly have such acquaintances? I would love to be introduced. I wouldn't mind having a whole basket of friends like that." The crowd's expressions shifted as they understood that Teacher Niu's remarks indicated the gift's immense worth. Only a close relationship would warrant such a generous offering. Qian Kuen was taken aback as well. "Teacher Niu, how much is this watch worth?" "I would like to reciprocate," Niu Xinyu replied. "This watch is priced at just over 5,000. It is not expensive." A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. It turns out Cartier offers such affordable timepieces. Niu Xinyu continued, "This is a collaborative limited edition gift watch from Cartier and Haifeng, given as a small token to high-tier members. Moreover, each individual is permitted only one. If this was gifted to you, the giver himself would have none left. This watch is a key to entering the exclusive circle of Haifeng's upper echelons. It is nearly impossible to obtain outside, even at a 6-figure price. It seems your friend holds a distinguished identity. Could you introduce me? Perhaps I might glimpse some extraordinary timepieces through him." The crowd exchanged glances, pondering Lu Fei's deep connections with Haifeng. At that moment, Qian Kuen and Wenwan exchanged knowing looks, realizing the significance of the key to the upper circle of Haifeng. They had received word that Haifeng had taken charge of Lin City, which would henceforth serve as one of its primary bases. Establishing connections with Haifeng now was akin to being at the forefront of opportunity. They were certain to soar. Furthermore, Wenwan had heard that the young master of Villa No. 1 was none other than Haifeng's heir. Should this watch be gifted to her, she could send a message to the young master, initiating conversation through the watch itself. What a splendid opportunity to become acquainted. Just as the crowd fell into contemplation, a laughter broke the silence. "Cousin, how thoughtful of you. This watch must have come from that boss of yours, right? Are the bosses of Haifeng truly this generous? You make me want to become a server myself." She covered her mouth with laughter as Su Jianwei sought to steal her limelight. But that was not going to happen. The crowd quickly regained their composure. Indeed, Su Jianwei, serving as a high-end escort at Haifeng, must have acquired the watch through dubious means. Whether her methods involved theft or the barter of her own body was all too apparent, prompting subdued laughter among the assembled. However, this time their mirth was restrained and hesitant. Wenwan shivered slightly, nearly losing her composure, to approach the young master of Villeneuve. One with such a gift would surely make her appear desperate. She had no intention of playing the sycophant. Her family was among the most promising in the city, and she aspired to be the rightful partner. Lu Fei felt a surge of anger as Luo Chi-Chi continued her snide remarks, wishing he could retort sharply. Yet, Su Jianwei grasped his hand and shook her head, not wanting him to stoop to Luo Qiqi's level. After all, this was someone else's birthday celebration. And despite their familial ties, causing a scene would only bring shame to both of them. At that moment, Chimyun stepped in to mediate. On the other end of the video, Teacher Nyo seemed equally dismayed by the childish antics, departing in irritation. Zimu returned to the screen, also attempting to ease the tension. By the way, let us have Teacher Zimu take a look at the ring Qian Xiao gifted to Qiqi, someone suddenly suggested. Luo Qiqi's cheeks flushed with shyness. Oh, there's no need for appraisal. Since it was a gift from Kuan Ge, even if it turns out to be a fake, I will cherish it. My affection for Kuan Ge is not contingent on his gifts. In truth, she yearned to showcase the ring, but was more concerned about Kuan's potential displeasure. What truly preoccupied her was not the gift itself, but rather the villa, which bore her name on the title deed. Chapter 52. The bangle worth millions. Luo Qiqi was eager to ascertain the true value of the ring bestowed upon her by Qian Kuan, yet she felt it impolite to have it appraised directly. Qian Kuan smiled reassuringly. It's quite all right. Let Teacher Zimu take a look. I too worry about acquiring a counterfeit, as I am merely a novice in the realm of jade. With his encouragement, Luo Qiqi confidently presented the ring to the camera. Wow! Zimu exclaimed dramatically, her face alight with envy and admiration. The very expression on her face signified the appraisal of a top-tier jewel. In reality, the ring gifted by Qian Kuan did not reach the pinnacle of high jewelry, but Zimu was keen to elevate Qian Kuan's stature. The others, unaware of the truth, were equally envious, questioning how Luo Qiqi had earned such a precious gift from Qian Xiao. Teacher, this ring is impressive. I assenti it? Luo Qiqi shyly inquired. Ice-type imperial green, flawless, absolutely stunning. If my boyfriend were to gift me something like this, I would be overjoyed. The mention of imperial green left the crowd in awe. It represented the highest echelon of jadeite hues, often starting at $1 million, with $10 million variants not uncommon. Was it possible that the ring Qian Kuan gifted to Luo Qiqi was worth a fortune? Qian Kuan chuckled, pleased with Zimu's flattering remarks. In truth, imperial green is categorized into grades, and this ring had a market value of merely over 100,000, purchased through connections for just a few tens of thousands. Upon hearing Zimu's introduction, Luo Qiqi's gaze towards Qian Kuan transformed entirely. The care Qian Kuan exhibited towards her was indicative of genuine affection. She resolved to reward him this evening and solidify their relationship. Truly, the exquisite, pristine jadeite ring with its smooth, icy texture was a rarity in the market. Zimu continued to extol its virtues, further enhancing Luo Qiqi's sense of pride. Yet, she felt an insatiable need to deliver a final blow to Su Jianwei. Miwei, you two are in a romantic relationship. I wonder if Lu Fei has presented you with gifts. If he hasn't, you ought to be straightforward with him. I certainly approve, she declared, adopting the demeanor of an older sister concerned for her younger sibling. Su Jianwei, however, maintained an indifferent demeanor, perceiving Luo Qiqi's antics as mere folly. I have yet to gift Miwei anything, but I am planning to do so, Lu Fei stated calmly. Initially intending to present the gift to Su Jianwei after the banquet, the incessant buzzing from the crowd irritated him, and he felt compelled to silence them. Oh, what gift might that be? I've heard you gifted a fake jade to your ex-girlfriend. If you bestow a counterfeit upon Miwei, I shall certainly advocate for your separation, Luo Qiqi remarked with a sharp edge. She aimed to undermine both Su Jianwei and Lu Fei. Even preparing to capture a photo of the gift Lu Fei was to give Su Jianwei, intending to broadcast it on social media, leading to Su Jianwei's embarrassment among her friends and family. Lu Fei chose to ignore her, retrieving a bracelet from his pocket. Miwei, here is a gift for you. Consider it a playful trinket. As his words settled, laughter erupted throughout the room. Only when Wan remained aloof, her expression steely as she retorted. Such a tactic is utterly shameless, preying on naive girls. What do you mean by a playful trinket? You are implying it is not mere glass, but genuine jade. Wait, let me see that bracelet. Zimu, still on a video call, suddenly grew animated upon glimpsing the bracelet Lu Fei possessed. Teacher Zimu, what is the matter? Qiankun inkuret, putzlet. Quickly, let me see that bracelet. Zimu insisted. Her urgency palpable. The bracelet had already been handed to Su Jianwei, who understood its considerable worth and hesitated to showcase it, not wishing to draw attention. However, Lu Fei pressed, "Mi Wei, let her have a look." Reluctantly, Su Jianwei bit her lip and decided to present it to the camera. "Wow, I've never seen such a stunning snowflake cotton glass bracelet before. It's extravagant. Is it customary to gift such a precious item to a girlfriend at this stage? This gem enthusiast must be a true tycoon. Could you share your WeChat? I'd love to learn about other exquisite pieces in the future," Zemu exclaimed with fervor, immediately seeking Lu Fei's contact information. She was astute enough to realize that Lu Fei, Su Jianwei, and the ambience of the banquet were starkly mismatched. Yet now, she recognized Lu Fei as the genuine affluent individual, presenting a bracelet worth millions to his girlfriend while gifting a Cartier watch to his adversary. Such a move was indeed a dagger to the heart. If she did not continue to extol Lu Fei, she might miss the chance to forge a connection with him entirely. She spoke, and the room fell silent. This was the first time Zemu had asked someone for their WeChat. Lu Fei replied nonchalantly, "No problem. You can add me." "Thank you so much. We can chat on WeChat then," Zemu responded joyfully. At that moment, Luo Chichi's face turned pale. What did Zemu mean? She indignantly remarked, "Although I am an outsider, I know that the color of jadeite, particularly imperial green, is the most precious. The bracelet Lu Fei gifted to Su Jianwei is white. Could it possibly surpass the ring Kuinge gave me?" She was genuinely distressed, intending to humiliate Lu Fei, only to find Zemu extolling him instead. Indeed, Zemu should be more reserved. A transparent bracelet cannot possibly compare to imperial green. The crowd nodded in agreement. While Lu Fei's bracelet might not be ordinary, it certainly could not rival the imperial green ring from Qianshao. Yet Zemu, fully aware of the mockery directed at Lu Fei, reacted even more strongly than when she first saw the imperial green bracelet. Had she lost her senses? Zemu retorted decisively. "Its value far exceeds that of Qianshao's ring. I have never seen such a stunning old pit glass-type snowflake cotton bracelet. It starts at $1 million and has no upper limit. In terms of similar bracelets, I have never encountered one better than this. As for Qianshao's ring, despite its imperial green, it lacks in clarity and structure. At most, it can only be considered a small 6. Zemu, known for her high emotional intelligence and understanding demeanor on the show, was now unreservedly undermining Qian Kun. She firmly believed that Lu Fei's status far surpassed that of Qian Kun. She had to make a choice, or how could she befriend Lu Fei? "Teacher Zemu, I have always respected you, but this time you seem to be mistaken." Qian Kun was also rattled, having his birthday banquet turn out like this. A heartfelt gift for his girlfriend had been overshadowed by a poor man's broken bracelet. He could not accept it and feigned indifference. "My ring may not be exceptional, but I spent a substantial 6-figure sum to acquire it. Your estimation is erroneous." Anger surged within him, prompting him to confront Zemu directly. The term substantial 6 refers to a range between 60 and 100. He was indeed boasting, especially as he relied on that ring to win over Luo Chichi. However, Zemu was no fool. If it truly were a substantial 6, then he had made a significant miscalculation. As for that bracelet, Miss Wen was also an expert in jadeite. He could inquire how much she would be willing to pay for it. Chapter 53. Introducing the new girlfriend to the villa, Wan appeared anxious. Having initially presumed that Lu Fei was a poor fellow who could not afford jadeite, leading her to disdain him without examining the bracelet's quality. It was only after Zemu's appraisal that she scrutinized it closely and discovered the exceptional quality of Lu Fei's bracelet. The size and spacing of the cotton spots seemed artificially crafted with remarkable precision. As an aficionado of bracelets, she had never encountered one so exquisite. Such a bracelet could fetch a market price of $1 million, and it would not be surprising to see it reach $10 million at an auction. Could it be that Lu Fei was merely playing the fool? She trembled, feeling the weight of social embarrassment. However, she soon composed herself, preparing to reconcile with Lu Fei. After all, they were all connoisseurs of bracelets, and having more friends than foes was preferable. Just as she was about to alleviate the awkwardness, Lu Fei turned his gaze toward her. "Miss Wen, please tell me, is this bracelet truly remarkable?" He bore a grudge against her. She furrowed her brow. Taken aback by Lu Fei's blatant lack of gentlemanly decorum, his tone replete with accusation. Anger surged within her. No, it is indeed a fine bracelet, but you, in your entirety, do not quite compliment it. Lu Fei chuckled, his retort unwavering. What do you mean by not complimenting? In your eyes, it may be a fine piece. Yet to me, it bears little distinction from mere glass. It only holds significance as a gift for Wei Wei. Frankly, I find your taste rather unrefined. When Wan felt her entire being stiffen, Lu Fei's words were too blunt to counter, leaving her in stunned silence. The effect of such a conversation varied vastly depending on the speaker's status. A mere commoner would sound bitter, while a wealthy individual like Lu Fei spoke truths. Moreover, regarding this watch, it was not a gift obtained from Wei Wei. I merely took a small token from Haida Restaurant. Since you do not appreciate it, I shall reclaim it. There is no need for us to attend this birthday celebration any longer. With that, Lu Fei retrieved the watch with determination. Qian Kuan suddenly realized that Lu Fei, capable of gifting a bracelet worth millions, was likely a high-ranking member of Haifeng. Though the watch held little monetary value, its significance was profound. More alarming was the fact that Lu Fei's act of taking it back signified a rift with the elite members of Haifeng. I actually quite like the watch. He attempted to salvage the situation. Yet, Lu Fei seemed oblivious, clutching the watch in one hand while leading Su Jianwei out the door. Qian Kuwen, Luo Kiki, Vin Vioen, and Li Xinjie remained frozen, resembling statues. Moments later, realization dawned upon them. Could it be true that he was indeed a high-ranking member of Haifeng? Was that the reason Lin Yuyin had apologized under pressure? Previously, the heir of lynching industries, Xue Chao, had even knelt before him. This could not have been a misunderstanding. Xue Chao might have genuinely bowed to him. What? Xue Chao knelt before him? Wen Wan's complexion turned pale. Her standing could not compare to Xue Chao's. If he was reduced to kneeling, how could she dare to belittle him? Why do you persist in targeting him when even Xue Chao kneels before him? Wen Wan nearly resorted to foul language, desperately clinging to her noble image. The crowd felt a chill of fear as they recalled the scene of Xue Chao arriving at the school with a convoy of luxury sports cars. Miss Wen, you are unaware that Xue Chao knelt to the wrong person. Lu Fei is merely an agent, a worker at Haifeng Timber Factory. And that bracelet? He may have borrowed it from Qin Yi just to show off at the gathering. He clearly harbors discontent towards us and aims to intimidate us. What a small-minded individual. My cousin has doomed herself by associating with such a man. When Wan scoffed, incredulous. Borrow a bracelet? He must share an incredibly close bond with Qin Yi for her to lend him a bracelet worth millions. Just to help him impress women? You are all so naive. The room fell silent, the air thick with disbelief. There seemed to be but one reasonable explanation. Lu Fei was indeed a genuine tycoon. Luo Qiqi's face shifted between hues, akin to receiving a slap across the face. After Lu Fei led Su Jianwei away from Qian Kuan's residence, they proceeded directly to Villa No. 1. This villa, a grand estate, boasted ample space, numerous rooms, and even a dedicated butler, a young woman in uniform named Cheng Su. Alongside Qin Yi, Cheng Su guided Lu Fei through the various amenities of the estate, including a swimming pool, a cinema, and a golf course. Everything one would expect from a luxurious mansion. After exploring the outdoors and then the interiors, they eventually arrived at the study, where Su Jianwei paused, approaching the bookshelf. Whose books are these? They all seem to be the finest translations, she inquired. Cheng Su replied, These are all Mrs. Books. She resided here for a period prior. Su Jianwei turned to Lu Fei, Miss? To which Lu Fei responded, My sister. Su Jianwei then expressed, I would like to read here for a while. Lu Fei teased, While we are dating, you wish to read. Is a book more entertaining than I am? A hint of jealousy tinged his tone. Of course. How could you compare to a book? She retorted, causing both Cheng Su and Qin Yi to exchange glances, taken aback by her audacity in speaking to Lu Fei in such a manner. Yet, to their surprise, Lu Fei merely sulked, refraining from countering her words. Very well. Read your book, but once you finish, come to the master bedroom. We shall sleep together, he instructed. Alright, Sufyanbeagrev. A smile blooming on Lu Fei's face in response, pleased with the arrangement. He felt invigorated, increasingly eager to engage in a genuine romantic relationship this time, having learned from previous experiences not to keep things too superficial. Let's go, everyone. Allow Wei Wei to read in peace. She still has exams to prepare for, he declared, deciding not to interrupt Su Jianwei, recognizing the importance of her studies. The three of them stepped out, giving Su Jianwei the space to read. Lu Fei made his way to the bedroom, while Qin Yi prepared to take her leave. I'll come by tomorrow morning to pick you up, young master. You still have school, right? She asked, a hint of envy coloring her tone as she noted that Su Jianwei could occupy Lu Fei's study and later share his company for the night, while she had to depart alone in the evening. What are your plans so late? There are plenty of rooms here. Feel free to stay anywhere you like, Lu Fei suggested. Instantly, Qin Yi's spirits lifted. Thank you, young master, she exclaimed. Lu Fei added, please find me a driver as well. Having you as a chauffeur feels like a waste of talent. You should return to the company to assist in its operations. After all, Qin Yi was a senior executive at Haifeng. However, she was more than willing to play the role of driver, understanding that Lu Fei was destined for greatness, and anyone associated with him would surely rise to prominence. Young master, my duty is to care for your needs. Since you have no pressing matters at hand, all I can do is drive you around. I implore you not to replace me, she pleaded, recognizing his compassionate nature. This tactic proved effective, and Lu Fei decided not to change drivers. After taking a shower, he returned to the bedroom, lying quietly as he awaited Su Jianwei's return. Chapter 54. A minor dispute. Lu Fei was quite exhilarated. Although he had already received enlightenment from Chen Hong, his relationship with her felt somewhat unorthodox, leaving him unable to fully relax, akin to consuming fast food. In contrast, Su Jianwei was like a gourmet dish to savor. His thoughts were completely liberated as he pondered how to establish a connection with Su Jianwei and how she might respond. However, as time passed into the late hours of the night, he grew drowsy from scrolling through videos while waiting for her arrival. With no alternative, he ventured into the study to find Su Jianwei, only to discover her asleep at the desk. Lu Fei furrowed his brow, wondering if she was deliberately avoiding him. Was he truly that intimidating? Had she chosen to sleep in the study just to evade his presence? His desire for intimacy with Su Jianwei stemmed from the belief that it would be a natural progression. He assumed she harbored similar sentiments and was not pressuring her in any way. Su Jianwei, he called softly, and she immediately stirred awake. Oh dear, what time is it? I'm so sorry, I was so tired that I fell asleep, she apologized. Lu Fei forced a smile, sensing that Su Jianwei was perhaps making excuses. If you don't want to sleep in the master bedroom, you could choose another room. She paused, taken aback. Are you upset? I promised to sleep with you tonight, but I ended up dozing off here. Lu Fei replied, I'm not angry. However, you seem exhausted. Perhaps you should skip the shower and just go to bed. Su Jianwei contemplated collapsing onto the bed. The philosophical texts she had been poring over were exceedingly dense and almost hypnotic. Yet she had gleaned significant insights from her readings that evening, with numerous annotations that broadened her perspective. Don't you want to sleep together? Su Fianbei inquired. Looking at him, Lu Fei suddenly felt a bit flustered. Expressing his desire to directly felt overly candid, and he too felt shy. With a playful smile, Su Jianwei said, I'll take a quick shower and be right out. By the way, here, pass that bracelet back to you. She returned the exquisite bracelet worth $1 million that Lu Fei had gifted her, wanting to clarify that her interest in him wasn't merely about the jewelry. Yet upon receiving the bracelet, Lu Fei's thoughts diverged. This was his first gift to Su Jianwei, and her returning it felt disheartening. This was meant for you. What do you mean by returning it? He exclaimed. It's too precious. I cannot accept it. If I take this bracelet, it would create an imbalance in our relationship, she stated with a hint of pride. Lu Fei struggled to comprehend her perspective. Didn't I say it's just a bracelet? You treat it like a mere trinket. What is the significance of equality in this? But it is not just a trinket. To me, it is just that, merely a bracelet. Its meaning lies in the act of giving. In my eyes, it is insignificant. Within the framework of this world, it holds no weight. Your personal views do not dictate reality. Such self-righteousness is quite naive. Su Jianwei became spirited, engaging in a debate with Lu Fei. He felt a surge of frustration. He didn't hold any particular attachment to the bracelet, yet it seemed as though Su Jianwei was persistently opposing him. Even if they were to share a bed, it felt as if she were doing so out of reluctance, rebelling against him in these trivial matters. All right, if my opinion matters not, then so be it. If you don't want the bracelet, then you shall not have it, he retorted, reclaiming the bracelet in a huff and heading back to his bedroom. At the end of the corridor, he spotted Qin Yi, who appeared to be awake or perhaps roused by their earlier commotion, peering at him in her nightgown. A sudden vindictive thought crossed Lu Fei's mind. Since Su Jianwei was not interested, why not gift it to Qin Yi instead? He was well aware of her hidden affections. Presenting this bracelet to her would surely elate her beyond measure. Qin Yi, come here, he beckoned. She emerged from behind the door clad in a semi-transparent nightgown and cozy slippers, looking quite alluring. It seemed she too was restless, having been fixated on the developments between Lu Fei and Su Jianwei. Unbeknownst to her were the complexities surrounding Lu Fei and Chun Hong. She mistakenly believed this was a significant moment for the young master. In a fit of pique, Lu Fei averted his gaze, suppressing any inappropriate thoughts. Here, take this bracelet. Consider it a mere trinket for your amusement. Qin Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. She could immediately discern the bracelet's considerable worth. Lu Fei's sudden act of generosity piqued her curiosity. Young master, you and Miss Su. She hesitated, eager to gossip. There is nothing between us. Do you not desire it? I do, thank you, young master. Without hesitation, Qin Yi nearly snatched the bracelet from his hand. This gift from a young master symbolized power, and she intended to wear it daily. Once the bracelet was given, Lu Fei sensed an underlying discord but dismissed it, heading directly to the master bedroom, where he collapsed onto the bed, surrendering to sleep. If Su Jianwei was unwilling, so be it. He was exhausted and soon fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Su Jianwei, having finished her shower, meticulously selected a seductive nightgown and slipped into a new pair of stockings from her wardrobe. She was filled with anticipation for a deeper connection with Lu Fei. This was not about their social standings. She simply believed it was time for her to indulge, and Lu Fei seemed a fitting partner for mutual pleasure. Cautiously, she approached the slightly ajar door of the master bedroom, assuming Lu Fei awaited her. Biting her lip, her body tingled with nervous energy as she entered the room. Despite her preparations, as the moment drew closer, she realized she was still deeply influenced by traditional values. She cherished this evening, a primal instinct perhaps. Lu Fei, she called, her voice barely above a whisper, feeling a wave of shyness wash over her. However, he did not respond. She lingered by the bed for 2 minutes, then, like a cautious cat, circled to the other side to observe Lu Fei's peaceful slumber, stealing glances for a while. Suddenly, tears welled in her eyes. He had fallen asleep, deliberately not waiting for her. Was he upset, or had he never intended to be intimate with her? After gazing at him for an extended moment, she wiped her tears and quietly retreated from the room. Perhaps it was meant to be this way. They were never truly from the same world. He regarded her as a mere plaything, and should she resist, he would become angered. This was not love. How could there ever be love between them? How foolish she felt. Engulfed in self-pity, Su Jianwei traversed the corridor, changed back into her clothes, and stealthily made her way to the living room before finally stepping outside into the night. Late at night, she relied on her phone's navigation, walking for half an hour before finally exiting the residential complex. After much effort, she managed to hail a taxi. Initially, she intended to return to the Haida restaurant, but after some contemplation, she ultimately decided to head back to her dormitory at the vocational school. After all, she had classes the following day, and she needed to confront the fears instilled by her roommates. It was this very fear that grounded her in the reality of life and inspired her to seek out its meaning. This was her chosen field of study. Upon returning to the dormitory, she found her roommates already asleep. However, just as she climbed on her bed, a girl from the adjacent bunk awoke. What the hell? Coming back late after your escapades and disturbing our sleep. Do you think this is a chicken coop? Chapter 55. Bullying the dark side of vocational school. Her roommate, with fiery red curls, resembled a lioness. She leaped from her bed, seizing Su Jianwei by the arm and emitting a strange screech akin to a wild beast. With a forceful yank, she pulled Su Jianwei down from the elevated bed, which was nearly 2 meters high, causing her to crash to the floor with a resounding thud. The other two girls in the dormitory awoke and turned on the light, their laughter erupting as they beheld Su Jianwei curled up on the ground. "You went out to sell yourself, didn't you? Did you end up with a migrant worker tonight? Refusing to stay overnight? Keep pretending, as if you could ever aspire to Lin University. Just look at what you are." With her arm throbbing in pain, Su Jianwei gazed at her 3 roommates and thought, "How pitiable you all are, resorting to such bullying. Us pitiable? Do you look down upon us? How noble you are. A scholar destined to be the pride of Lin University," they mocked, grinning. All 3 roommates descended from their beds. One with a prominent nose stepped onto Su Jianwei's chest, while another, clad in white panties, began kicking her head. After several kicks, still unsatisfied, she switched to a pair of pointed boots, directing another blow towards Su Jianwei's arm. "Continue to act noble. You look like a dead dog to me." Su Jianwei could only shield her head with her arms to fend off their assaults, the pain in her arm intensifying as though the bones were fracturing. Gritting her teeth, she mustered the strength to stand and bolted from the dormitory. She needed to go to the hospital. Otherwise, she feared she might perish there. She could not die. She had too many dreams to fulfill. Her roommates considered chasing after her, but upon remembering the surveillance cameras in the corridor, they ultimately relented. What a pathetic girl. She can't go a day without being beaten. How dare she come back and disturb my sleep in the dead of night? At the hospital, after registering, the doctor conducted a brief examination and preliminarily diagnosed her with a comminuted fracture of the right arm, recommending further imaging for a comprehensive assessment. Holding the examination slip, Su Jianwei faced another dilemma. The imaging would cost over 600 yuan, yet she had less than 500 on her. She had refused the money offered by Lu Fei, and her part-time job at Haida Restaurant had yet to reach payday. Now, she wished to sever all ties with Lu Fei, and given her current condition, returning to the restaurant was no longer an option. The doctor advised her to report the incident to the authorities and undergo a disability assessment to seek compensation from her classmate. However, it would be prudent to address her arm injury promptly, as missing the optimal treatment period could lead to permanent damage. Naturally, immediate treatment necessitated upfront payment, which she could not afford, compelling her to contact the police first. Lu Fei was still deep in slumber, awakening only after 8 o'clock. Upon realizing that Su Jianwei was absent, he searched the premises frantically, yet found no trace of her. Checking his WeChat, he was taken aback to discover that Su Jianwei had blocked him. He could not reach her by phone either. What had transpired? He was bewildered. Although their relationship had not progressed further the previous night, he still considered her his girlfriend. How could she block him? Reflecting on the events of last night, he concluded that it was not a significant matter. She had merely returned his bracelet. Had Miss Su truly vanished? Perhaps we should check the surveillance footage, suggested Chung Su. Lu Fei quickly accessed the room surveillance. Witnessing Su Jianwei in her pajamas and stockings exiting the bath, making her way to the master bedroom. The clarity of the footage was almost embarrassing. He asked Chung Su and Chini to leave so he could watch it alone. He noted that Su Jianwei appeared cheerful at first, indicating her anticipation for intimacy with him. He realized it was just a misunderstanding. Su Jianwei returning the bracelet held no ulterior motive and was not meant to antagonize him. "I have overthought this," he mused, fast-forwarding through the video. While there were no cameras in the master bedroom, he could easily imagine what had transpired there. Did she think I was indifferent because I was asleep? Surely that must be the case. About half an hour later, Su Jianwei emerged from the master bedroom, looking utterly worn out, and then vacated the villa like a mere shell of her former self. Subsequently, she blocked Lu Fei, severing all ties with him. Her temperament is rather extreme, he reflected. This is all my fault. Why did I have to fall asleep? Lu Fei chastised himself, realizing he needed to find Su Jianwei quickly to clarify the misunderstanding. Although he had felt slighted by her the previous day, he was not entirely angry, yet he had inadvertently caused her to become fully upset. "Prepare the car. I'll freshen up, and we can leave," Lu Fei instructed Chini. "Should we take the same car as yesterday?" she inquired. Lu Fei shrugged it off. Finding Su Jianwei was the priority. Chini proceeded to the garage and brought out the Rolls-Royce, parking it at the entrance. Meanwhile, in Qian Kuan's villa. He and Luo Qiqi had engaged in a night of fervent passion. Upon waking, Qian Kuan sought further indulgence, pinning Luo Qiqi against the window. Suddenly, Luo Qiqi noticed the Rolls-Royce parked at the entrance of the adjacent villa. A Rolls-Royce. It overtook us on the road, she remarked, her keen eyesight catching the detail. Qian Kuan, intrigued, retrieved his high-resolution smartphone with a telescopic function to capture the moment. To his astonishment, standing next to the Rolls-Royce was Qin Yi, a vision of beauty beside the luxurious vehicle. She was the epitome of an exquisite woman, the kind Qian Kuan dreamt of marrying. As for Luo Qiqi, she was merely a plaything in comparison. He chuckled, realizing that the first villa belonged to this captivating woman. Which woman is that? Qian Kuan presented the photograph taken on his phone to Luo Qiqi. At a glance, she recognized it was Qin Yi, the high-ranking individual in Haifeng who was financially supporting Lu Fei. Enlarging the image, she suddenly gasped and turned away. What are you doing? Qian Kuan playfully smacked her baxil. She immediately slowed her movements, laughing heartily. I knew it. Yesterday, the million-yuan bracelet that Lu Fei flaunted was indeed lent to him by Qin Yi. It's utterly hilarious. Qin Yi must be oblivious to the fact that Lu Fei used her bracelet to deceive other women. Upon closer inspection, Qian Kuan also noticed the bracelet on Qin Yi's wrist. Instantly elated, he realized that Luo Qiqi's deduction was spot on. Lu Fei had indeed been showing off with Qin Yi's bracelet. After the pretense, it would simply be returned. Lu Fei even pretended to be a member of Haifeng. One audacious charlatan. He had spent the entire night worrying about offending someone influential. In hindsight, he found it laughable. If Lu Fei were truly a person of significance, how could he have remained unknown at the same school for so long? One must understand that the elite offspring often gather for social events, and these upper-class individuals certainly would not overlook a capable benefactor. Lu Fei was merely a duck in a pond. How dare such a duck disrupt my birthday celebration? He must be tired of living. Just wait and see. Qian Kuan, gritting his teeth in anger, contemplated revenge against Lu Fei while reveling in his triumph with Luo Qiqi. Chapter 56. Could you lend me some money? Lu Fei called Chun Hong and, upon learning that Su Jianwei had not returned to the restaurant, promptly instructed Qin Yi to drive him to the vocational school. It was his first visit to such an institution, and, upon arrival, the gates of the vocational school stood firmly shut. Qin Yi parked the car by the roadside. As Lu Fei exited the vehicle and approached the entrance, he was stopped by the security guard. Explaining his purpose, he stated that he was there to find someone. The guard brusquely replied, "If you wish to locate someone, you must first contact a teacher or student from the school to come and escort you. Otherwise, by regulations, I cannot allow you entry." Lu Fei was taken aback. Wasn't the school open for visitors? It was a university, after all. Why did the vocational school resemble a military installation? I am searching for my girlfriend, but I've been unable to reach her, which is why I need to go inside. Don't you understand? By the rules, you cannot enter. If something were to happen while you're here, who would be responsible? If you can't reach anyone, you should just go back, the guard replied irritably, clearly unimpressed by the romantic pursuits of these young female students. Lu Fei's expression darkened. If a student were to encounter trouble within the school, would parents also be denied access if they were unable to make contact? He was at a loss, not knowing how to proceed. Just then, Qin Yi drove up in a Rolls-Royce. Upon seeing the luxurious vehicle, the guard immediately straightened up and approached with a bow. "Miss, do you wish to enter the school?" Without responding, Qin Yi called out to Lu Fei, "Young master, get in the car. I've already contacted the principal to assist us in locating her." The principal of the vocational school would refer to himself as a subordinate in her presence. Lu Fei returned to the vehicle, while the guard watched in awe as Lu Fei entered the Rolls-Royce, marveling at the ethereal beauty of the driver who addressed him as young master. They are also acquainted with the principal. If he were to mention this in front of the principal, would he still be able to attend classes? Although his position appears trivial, it comes with a substantial salary and was secured through numerous connections. Alas, he slapped himself hard, realizing that one should not judge by appearances. That lad turned out to be from a prestigious family. Qin Yi drove directly onto the campus, leaving the vocational students in astonishment at the sight of the Rolls-Royce. Lu Fei was unperturbed by the possibility of being recognized and directly inquired about the girls' dormitory. He approached the dorm matron, who scrutinized him and asked, "Who are you to Su Jianwei? What do you want with her?" "I am her boyfriend. I couldn't reach her, so I came to find her." "Boyfriend?" The dorm matron glanced at Qin Yi, who followed Lu Fei with an air of elegance, revealing Lu Fei's distinguished status despite his ordinary attire. "You are Su Jianwei's boyfriend? Ha! Do you even know what your girlfriend does?" At that moment, 3 girls appeared at the dorm entrance, one with curly hair covering her mouth in mockery. They were Su Jianwei's 3 roommates, with the curly-haired girl being Zhang Wan, the vice president of the student council and the ringleader of bullying Su Jianwei. After Su Jianwei reported them to the police, they were detained for 6 hours and had just been released. Su Jianwei had gone to assess her injuries, while the 3 girls insisted she had merely fallen from her bed, leaving the police unable to take further action against them. "They are your girlfriend's roommates. Feel free to ask them whatever you need." The dorm matron regarded Zhang Wan with trepidation, for she wielded considerable influence at the school. Lu Fei's gaze turned icy as he fixed it on Zhang Wan. "What do you do?" he demanded. "We're just working girls, haha. She went out selling herself last night. Probably encountered some migrant workers who didn't have the money to keep her overnight. She returned in the dead of night, fell, and now claims we assaulted her. Your girlfriend is truly shameless. The young man is decent looking. You should break up with her. I wouldn't mind dating you instead. You're quite the seductress. You dare to pursue a used man?" The 3 girls chimed in, one after the other. Lu Fei, already in a foul mood, could no longer contain his anger and seized Zhang Wan's clothing, delivering a punch to her face. Zhang Wan screamed in agony and attempted to retaliate. The 3 girls, robust in stature, lunged at Lu Fei, one attempting to pull down his trousers, causing him to tumble to the ground. Qin Yi, horrified, shouted, "Stop! Please stop!" while also preparing to join the fray. Fortunately, Lu Fei managed to rise, kicking the girl with a prominent nose in the chest, sending her sprawling. He then pounced on Zhang Wan, delivering a flurry of blows. Zhang Wan cried out in pain, and seeing Lu Fei's fierceness, the other girl hesitated to approach. Lu Fei grasped Zhang Wan by the neck, demanding, "Where is Su Jianwei?" "In the hospital, at the City First Hospital for injury assessment." "Su Jianwei is injured?" Lu Fei recalled the words of the 3 girls and realized that Su Jianwei had likely been assaulted by these 3 hefty bullies. He forcefully kicked Zhang Wan twice, then seized Qin Yi and dashed out. Qin Yi drove, and the 2 hastened to the first municipal hospital. In the injury assessment room, Qin Yi sat alone on a long bench. The corridor was desolate, with only her present. She clutched the payment slip. The police investigation results had yet to be released, preventing a determination that her 3 roommates had harmed her. The cost of the injury assessment was to be borne by her alone. Even if the results were favorable, it did not guarantee compensation from Zhang Wan and the others. Su Jianwei, clad in thin clothing, shivered slightly, lacking the funds for the assessment or treatment. Time dragged on, and she slowly retrieved her phone from her pocket, contemplating sending a message to Lu Fei, the only one she felt she could turn to. However, after a moment of hesitation, she set the phone down. Even if her hand were broken, she would not seek help from Lu Fei. A deep-seated resentment for him suddenly welled up within her. Cursed Lu Fei, making me believe he cared for me, when in truth, I did not occupy his heart at all. Tears shimmered in her eyes, yet she resolutely refrained from crying. Lu Fei finally located the injury assessment room and was relieved to see her seated on the long bench. Her arm was in a cast, her face swollen in places, and blood marked the corner of her mouth. Lu Fei clenched his fists, his eyes reddening with fury. "I will make those 3 fat pigs pay. I will make them pay." Qin Yi trembled slightly. "Very well, young master, I will arrange it immediately." Lu Fei rushed towards Su Jianwei. Upon meeting his gaze, she could no longer contain her tears, which flowed abundantly. "Lu Fei, why are you here?" She had intended to sound resolute, but recalling Lu Fei's actions from the previous night ignited her anger, and yet her voice emerged with tenderness. Deep down, she had come to rely on him, though she was not prepared to acknowledge it. "How could this happen? Did those 3 fat pigs do this to you?" Lu Fei inquired, his eyes brimming with emotion. Su Jianwei lowered her head, tears streaming down her face for a long while. After some time, as her tears ceased, she lifted her gaze and said, "Please don't ask why I'm like this. Could you lend me 1,000 yuan? I am in urgent need." Lu Fei and Qin Yi exchanged bewildered looks. As Lu Fei's girlfriend, Su Jianwei asking to borrow only 1,000 yuan seemed to belittle him. Upon noticing the payment slip in her hand, realization struck Lu Fei. She was without funds even for the assessment. Suddenly, his heart ached intensely and tears streamed from his eyes. Chapter 57. Compensation. Those who harm my daughter must pay. "Show me," Lu Fei said, taking the medical report from her. The injury to her arm was the most severe, and a definitive diagnosis could only be established post-assessment. Upon understanding the situation, Qin Yi immediately called the hospital director, urging them to arrange for treatment. Soon, a specialized team for such injuries arrived with a stretcher. The leading doctor assured Lu Fei that they would provide the best treatment for Su Jianwei. "Su Jianwei demanda obstinate. I don't need it. I only need to borrow 1,000 yuan from you. Enough of that. If you utter another word, I will go and deal with those fat pigs right now." Lu Fei's eyes blazed red. For the first time in his life, he was consumed by such fury. Su Jianwei fell silent, inexplicably feeling a sense of security. The doctor swiftly carried her into the room, eager to obtain the X-rays and report results with utmost urgency. Lu Fei sat on a long bench, engulfed in deep self-reproach, feeling that Su Jianwei's suffering was inextricably linked to him. "Young master, I just contacted Qin Hua. He will handle those 3 hefty pigs," Qin Yi whispered, suddenly realizing that the young master possessed a somewhat terrifying demeanor, though this might prove beneficial. Lu Fei, regaining some composure, remained silent, his mind a whirlpool of thoughts. At that moment, the tranquil entrance of the Injury Assessment Center was suddenly inundated with a throng of people. Among them, the trio leading the charge were none other than Su Jianwei's 3 roommates. "That's him. He struck me," Zhang Wan shouted, pointing at Lu Fei. "You brat. You assaulted my daughter, didn't you?" A burly middle-aged man with a blue tattoo on his arm strode menacingly towards Lu Fei. "Stop wasting time. Just hit him." Another bald man interjected, charging directly at Lu Fei, ready to strike. As they drew nearer, the situation seemed dire. Suddenly, a massive figure barreled down the corridor. With resounding thuds, both the tattooed man and the bald man were sent sprawling to the ground. The crowd, taken aback, beheld a towering giant. Standing at a remarkable height of 2 meters and wearing camouflage attire, his physique as solid as steel. "Young master, I am your bodyguard, Shifeng. I apologize for my tardiness. I hope I did not startle you," the imposing man declared, resembling an immovable wall before Lu Fei. After Lu Fei's altercation with Zhang Wan, Qin Yi had informed Qin Hua, who dispatched Shifeng to protect Lu Fei, as he could not engage in physical confrontation himself given his status. Zhang Wan and her companions were momentarily dumbfounded. "Young master? A bodyguard? What is Lu Fei's true identity?" The parents of the 3 girls, initially furious and intent on avenging their daughters, were now filled with doubt. Among their group was a responsible party, realizing that brute force would yield no advantage. Zhang Wan's parent urged the representative to negotiate with Lu Fei. "If he truly is a young master, let him compensate us, or we will make him pay dearly." The head of security, clad in a suit, stepped forward. "Hello, you are Su Jianwei's boyfriend, correct?" He directed his attention to Lu Fei, avoiding Shifeng. The bodyguard's eyes widened, as if ready to strike the director, who appeared unsteady on his feet. Lu Fei shot Shifeng a glance, prompting him to take a step back. "And who might you be?" Lu Fei retorted. "I am Jiang Wenyu, the head of security. We have recorded footage of the altercation, and the 3 individuals you assaulted have sustained significant injuries. How do you propose we address this matter?" Jiang Wenyu blustered. Lu Fei coldly replied, "What do you believe should be done?" Recognizing he had encountered a formidable opponent, Jiang Wenyu, realizing further bravado could lead to repercussions, lowered his voice and approached Lu Fei. "You've struck a troublesome individual. Their parents are entrenched in the underworld, making negotiations difficult. Given your apparent means, perhaps it would be prudent to settle this financially. Is that what you want?" Lu Fei inquired, casting a glance at the tattooed man. The man's expression darkened, Do you think this can be resolved without compensation? How much do you demand? At least 100,000. The tattooed man declared menacingly. 300,000. My daughter was also assaulted by him, and our family must compensate 100,000. The bald man shouted. 100,000 is insufficient for the three families to share. Zhang Wan's mother sarcastically remarked, You, a young master who can afford bodyguards, surely can't be unable to produce 30,000. Can you? At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a blue jacket approached the bald man and said, This bodyguard seems rather formidable. He is not an ordinary person. Perhaps we should let this matter rest. The man speaking was the father of the girl with a prominent nose, whose family's financial situation was relatively modest among the three young women. The girl cast a glance at her father, feeling embarrassed by his cowardice. Dad, could you please refrain from speaking? You're pathetic. Let Zhang Wan and Zhou Li handle this. The man in the blue jacket pursed his lips and stepped back. In truth, both the bald man and the tattooed man felt apprehensive. Lu Fei's bodyguard was exceedingly intimidating, capable of overpowering all 10 of them. Such an extraordinary bodyguard was beyond the means of an average person. Someone else chimed in, What is there to fear? Brother Zhang is under the protection of Master Shui. Who cares about the young master? If he owes money to Master Shui, does he dare not repay? They purposely invoked Master Shui's name to intimidate Lu Fei into paying up. In Lin City, those who were moderately well off had likely heard of Master Shui's reputation. Master Shui is Shui Wenbin, the brother of Shui Wenhai, the owner of a debt collection agency. Qin Yi whispered into Lu Fei's ear. Do not speak, I, Zhang Yunxiang, am in the debt collection business. I need not trouble Master Shui. The tattooed man interjected threateningly. You better think this through. 300,000, not a penny less. Hand it over, and today, this incident will be forgiven. Otherwise, his predatory glare revealed he could not show weakness. He intended to confront Lu Fei head-on. Very well. 300,000 it shall be. I shall give it to you, Lu Fei replied without hesitation. The faces of the tattooed man and his companions lit up with unexpected joy. They had stumbled upon a Na'vi target. A daughter was beaten, and they would profit 300,000. This transaction was remarkably lucrative. Zhang Wan and the others also chuckled, thinking, that cunning Su Jianwei truly knows how to ensnare a fool. Had I known there was money to be made, I would not have struck Su Jianwei. Fool, if you give us an extra 100,000, we will ensure Su Jianwei is protected, guaranteeing that no one dares to bully her. Lu Fei suddenly jolted. The implication of those words indicated that Su Jianwei had suffered more than he had realized. At that moment, footsteps echoed in the corridor as Qin Hua approached, flanked by a group of individuals clad in black suits. Upon spotting Lu Fei, he quickened his pace and jogged over. Young master, as per your instructions, I went to find them. When I discovered they were at the hospital, I hurried over too. It is indeed them. Isn't it? Qin Hua glanced at Zhang Wan and the other two, having swiftly gathered their information after receiving Lu Fei's orders. Chapter 58. Enjoying the pretense? Allow me to unmask you. Dressed in ordinary attire, Lu Fei initially gave the impression that he would not stir up much trouble. However, upon seeing Qin Hua, Zhang Wan and her companions felt differently. While they did not recognize Qin Hua, he exuded an aura of authority, and, more importantly, he was accompanied by over a dozen professional enforcers, far beyond the capabilities of petty thugs. Lu Fei nodded. They are demanding 300,000. Take them to collect the money. Qin Hua cast a sidelong glance at the tattooed man and his companions. The tattooed man swallowed hard and stammered. Your young master assaulted my daughter, and he himself agreed to a settlement of 300,000. What is your opinion? Qin Hua replied coldly. I have no objections. Whatever the young master decides is final. If you seek compensation, follow me. Qin Yi approached and whispered to Qin Hua. These individuals may be acquainted with Shui Wenbin. Qin Hua nodded, now more informed. The tattooed man and his group, observing the exchange, felt a wave of anxiety, yet a glimmer of hope lingered in their hearts. Perhaps this esteemed family wished to resolve the matter with monetary compensation? Follow me, Qin Hua commanded, turning to exit without sparing a glance at the tattooed man and his associates, while his subordinates, resembling formidable sentinels, fixed their steely gazes on the intruders. Reluctantly, The tattooed man and his entourage of over 10 followed Qin Hua outside. Meanwhile, Lu Fei and Qin Yi remained in the hospital, watching over Su Jianwei, who had just completed her examination and was undergoing a cardiopulmonary function test in preparation for surgery. After escorting the tattooed man and his group from the hospital, Qin Hua pointed to Zhang Wan and the other two, stating that only they were required to stay. The rest could leave. "Aren't you here to give us money? Where do you intend to take my daughter?" The tattooed man glared at Qin Hua. Qin Hua looked up at the sky. At that moment, a large Mercedes sped towards them, and a figure emerged, glancing at the tattooed man before hastily approaching Qin Hua and kneeling before him. "Boss Qin, I am to blame for the humiliation endured by the young master. Rest assured, I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution." The sight of this man kneeling, none other than Shui Wenbin, sent shockwaves through the tattooed man and his gang, who regarded Shui as a godlike figure. To behold their deity bowing before a subordinate was utterly bewildering. "This is not a place for discussion. Take them to your company. I wish to oversee your handling of this matter," Qin Hua declared before entering his Qian. Minutes later, Zhang Wan and her companions found themselves confined in a dark room, while the tattooed man, the bald man, and a middle-aged man in a blue jacket knelt before Qin Hua, pleading desperately. They had already received the 300,000 but dared not take the money or return home. "I implore you, Great One, do not hold the small against the great. Spare them. They are but children," the tattooed man's father begged. "Please spare my daughter. She was coerced." Zhang Wan's father began to shift blame, asserting, "My daughter is usually well-behaved. It was those two who led her astray and dared to act against the young master's girlfriend." "How can you say that, Zhang Yunxiang? Your daughter has always been a bully. Our daughter was forced into wrongdoing by yours." Another voice chimed in. "Indeed, we are an honest family," they insisted. In the intensive care unit, Su Jianwei lay weakly on the bed, eliciting deep sympathy. Lu Fei apologized. "I was not angry last night. I should not have fallen asleep. I should have waited for you. It was my fault." He comforted Su Jianwei, who gazed at him in silence. Later, Qin Yi reported that Zhang Wan and 2 other girls had been detained. "Should we make them disappear immediately?" Lu Fei clenched his fists, a fierce glint in his eyes. "You have captured Zhang Wan and her companions?" Su Jianwei finally spoke, her voice trembling with fear. Lu Fei replied, "They have bullied you so mercilessly. To eliminate them would not be unjust. You cannot do this. It is against the law," Su Jianwei said, her expression tense, more afraid than if she were the one being detained. While she secretly wished for the demise of Zhang Wan and the others, she could not allow Lu Fei to tarnish his reputation over this matter. Lu Fei remained silent. "Please release them at once. I have already called the police, and they are investigating the case. I am certain they will deliver justice," Su Jianwei urged, employing both soft and hard tactics to compel Lu Fei to let Zhang Wan and the others go, or she would refuse treatment. At that moment, the examination results were released, and the medical team needed to prepare for Su Jianwei's surgery immediately. If Lu Fei did not heed her request, she would not undergo the procedure. Ultimately, Lu Fei relented and called Qin Hua, agreeing to release the 3 girls, but insisted they pay a hefty sum. "You still have a soft heart," Qin Hua sighed, instructing Zhang Yunxiang to pay the compensation. Upon hearing that monetary restitution was possible, Zhang Yunxiang finally breathed a sigh of relief, but was dismayed when he learned the sum he was required to pay. Given the financial status of the 3 families, Zhang Yunxiang and the bald man S family were to compensate 1 million, while the high-nosed girl S family was liable for 300,000. Totaling 2,300,000. "Boss, I truly cannot afford such amount. Could it be reduced?" Zhang Yunxiang continued to plead. Shui Wenbin rushed over and kicked him. "Do you think this is a marketplace? How dare you bargain? If you utter another word, even if Qin Boss spares you, I will not." Thus, they agreed upon the terms. The 3 families scoured for funds and managed to gather the money within a day, transferring the entire amount to Su Jianwei's account. After her surgery, Su Jianwei was groggy for an entire afternoon, but when she awoke that evening, she discovered an additional 2,300,000 in her phone. "Did you transfer money to me?" She stared wide-eyed at Lu Fei, unwilling to accept any funds from him. Lu Fei replied, It was your 3 roommates who compensated you. Did you coerce them? Sufyanbe questioned. You cannot refuse any longer. It would be quite embarrassing for me. I can forego my dignity, but my subordinates cannot. Lu Fei insisted. Reluctantly, Su Jianwei accepted the money, feeling a sense of satisfaction in receiving the ill-gotten gains. She had suddenly become a millionaire. Contemplating her newfound wealth, she pondered purchasing a nice gift for Lu Fei to formally pursue him. Whether Lu Fei harbored feelings for her, she could not ascertain. Yet her affection for him was genuine. The two enjoyed a nutritious dinner before taking a stroll down the corridor. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the staircase. Su Jianwei? Both Su Jianwei and Lu Fei turned around in surprise to find Luo Qiqi and Qian Kuan, who had been admitted to the hospital around noon and were in the same high-level care ward as Su Jianwei. What a twist of fate. What are you doing here? Lu Fei glared at them coldly, not wishing to extend any courtesy. As Luo Qiqi and Qian Kuan exchanged glances, a knowing smile graced their faces. They had witnessed Lu Fei bestowing the bracelet intended for Su Jianwei upon Qin Yi, leading them to conclude that Lu Fei's display last night was merely an act of bravado. However, they were in no rush to expose him. If he relished in his pretense, they would allow him to indulge in it further. Chapter 59. A shopping expedition. Lu Fei, my brother, we had a slight misunderstanding before. I hope you won't take it to heart, Qian Kuan proclaimed, adopting an air of magnanimity, seemingly eager to rekindle their friendship. Luo Qiqi, with a cheerful demeanor, appeared unperturbed. The previous night's commotion had indeed been rather unbecoming. Her intentions were straightforward. She simply wished for him to treat Wei Wei well. As long as he cared for her, she would be at ease. Both Lu Fei and Su Jianwei were rendered speechless. Were these two intimidated by Lu Fei's status? Yet it did not seem so. Their overtures masked an underlying arrogance. Wei Wei, what happened to your hand? Luo Qiqi inquired, her attention drawn to Su Jianwei's injured hand. It's nothing. Su Jianwei instinctively attempted to retract her hand, wishing to conceal it if not for the brace supporting her arm. Luo Qiqi stifled a laugh. It seems our brother-in-law is quite the player. Surely, last night's excitement led to this mishap, didn't it? An injury is not without its silver lining, as it spares you from wearing that exorbitantly priced bracelet. In a moment of realization, she glanced at Qian Kuan, contemplating the possibility that Su Jianwei's injury might have been intentional. Of course, another theory lingered. Perhaps Lu Fei had clandestinely taken Qin Yi's bracelet without informing her, leading to an unfortunate confrontation. Lu Fei fixed his gaze on Luo Qiqi. Do you ever consider your words? I apologize, I truly misspoke. It seems my tongue is not my ally. I shall refrain from further commentary, she replied, feigning innocence. Qian Kuan chuckled, coming to Luo Qiqi's defense. I heard that Wei Wei is seeking to connect with Wenfeng. He is a dear friend of mine, and I shall facilitate an introduction. Su Jianwei's eyes sparkled. Although Wang Wenfeng was merely a student, he had already published several papers in journals, emerging as a rising star in academia. Establishing a connection with him would greatly benefit her aspirations at Linchin University. Shortly after Qian Kuan's words, Su Jianwei received a friend request. Wang Wenfeng had added her. How does it feel? Wenfeng has added you, hasn't he? Qian Kuan inquired with satisfaction. In truth, after Qian Miyun had spoken to Wang Wenfeng the previous day, he had already intended to add Su Jianwei as a friend. Qian Kuan, merely nudging the situation, had facilitated the connection seamlessly. For Qian Kuan, the disruption caused by Su Jianwei and Lu Fei at his birthday celebration was a source of considerable ire, yet his animosity was directed solely at Lu Fei. As for Su Jianwei, introducing her to a broader circle of acquaintances aligned perfectly with his desires. For once he grew weary of Luo Qiqi. His sights would inevitably turn to Su Jianwei. Thank you, Su Jianwei murmured softly. Qian Kuan immediately responded. In a couple of days, when Qiqi is discharged, I plan to take her to the Guanmao Mall for some shopping. Would you care to join us? After all, if Lu Fei can afford to gift $1 million bracelet, one cannot perpetually don mere street market attire. I know a few reputable brand stores to recommend for your shopping pleasure. Lu Fei squinted, sensing that they remained unconvinced. Still regarding his generous gift of the $1 million bracelet, as mere posturing. Very well, in a couple of days, Wei Wei's hand should be on the mend. The team responsible for treating Su Jianwei is the most elite medical group in the country, employing methods typically reserved for athletes and utilizing top-tier global pharmaceuticals, which accelerates her recovery. In contrast, an ordinary person would require at least 10 days to 2 weeks before being discharged. Su Jianwei shot a glare at Lu Fei. She had no desire to engage in a competition with Luo Qiqi. It seemed rather childish for someone of Lu Fei's stature to squabble with Qian Kuan and Luo Qiqi. Unfortunately, Lu Fei had already spoken. Luo Qiqi immediately seized the opportunity, decisively stating, "It's settled then. 2 days from now, Qian Kuan will drive us to the Guanmao Mall." "Very well," Lu Fei replied succinctly, leading Su Jianwei back to her hospital room. She shook her head at the thought of shopping with them. Lu Fei remarked regardless, "Once you're discharged, I intend to buy you something nice." Su Jianwei pouted. Despite Lu Fei's impressive background, he often gave off the impression of being rather unremarkable, which was partly due to his plain attire. If he was going to buy new clothes, it was time for Lu Fei to undergo a transformation. He could not continue to disguise his true potential. Su Jianwei pondered this, but chose not to voice her thoughts further. She discreetly communicated with Wang Wenfeng, sharing her thesis with him, which he greatly admired. "Your ideas are highly innovative and have reached a publishable standard. I know some people in the editorial department and can recommend you. However, it would be best if we could discuss this further. I wish to collaborate with you on research." Naturally, Su Jianwei was delighted by the invitation from the senior scholar and agreed to meet once she was well. Understanding her background, Wang Wenfeng recognized that her capabilities would easily allow her to join the philosophy department at Lincheng University and thus offered to recommend her to the department's advisors. "I will speak to Professor Zhang about your situation, and you can become his student, effectively my junior." The Professor Zhang he referred to is a distinguished figure at Lincheng University, Zhang Jinhua, the deputy director of the college, wielding considerable authority. Zhang Jinhua was also Su Jianwei's idol, and upon hearing this, she incessantly expressed her gratitude to Wang Wenfeng. Meanwhile, Lu Fei reflected on how unsuitable vocational schools were, especially as Su Jianwei had been bullied by Zhang Wan and her associates, which was not an isolated incident. In such institutions, Zhang Wan wielded her student council power like a tyrant. Su Jianwei had incurred their wrath at the beginning of the semester when she refused to submit to their demands for subservience, leading to a proliferation of malicious rumors about her supposedly courting students from Licheng University. The environment at the school was already deplorable, with chaos unchecked. Lu Fei was determined to find a way to expedite Su Jianwei's transfer to Lincheng University. She had a passion for learning, and there was no need for her to take up part-time work. She deserved an enriching academic environment. An idea struck Lu Fei. He thought of Zheng Tiandu, the president of Lincheng University. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was past 10 in the evening. Zheng Tiandu would likely still be awake. He dialed the number directly. The call from Zheng Tiandu appeared as an unfamiliar number. Lu Fei had obtained his private contact through Qinhua. Nevertheless, the call was answered promptly. Typically, such unfamiliar calls are from students, and it is quite unusual for a student to reach out at this late hour unless there is an urgent matter. He is a personable and approachable principal, always willing to communicate with students when there are no pressing issues. "Principal Zheng, I am Lu Fei, a student from Lincheng University. Do you remember me?" "Lu Fei, you say?" Zheng Tianduo pondered for a moment, then suddenly exclaimed, Lu, is that you?" Chapter 60. Prevent her from entering Lin University. Lu Fei briefly explained the situation regarding Su Jianwei. Initially, Zheng Tianduo was somewhat reluctant, as arranging for Su Jianwei to attend his school would seem like favoritism. However, upon reviewing Su Jianwei's academic records, he discovered that she had consistently performed well in high school. Most importantly, despite attending a vocational institution, she had demonstrated remarkable self-discipline and had already published several professional papers in minor journals. Given time, she would undoubtedly be able to publish in more prestigious journals. If other universities were to learn that such talent was currently enrolled in a vocational school, they would likely have already begun to recruit her. After investigating Su Jianwei's circumstances, Zheng Tianduo immediately contacted the deputy director of the philosophy department, Zhang Jinhua. Zhang Jinhua went directly to the hospital to meet Su Jianwei in person. After assessing the situation, she decisively decided that Su Jianwei would forego the written examination and join her college directly, as she intended to personally mentor Su Jianwei. Su Jianwei mistakenly believed that Wang Wenfeng had recommended her to Zhang Jinhua. This felt like a meteoric rise for Su Jianwei, filling her with immense joy. Just then, her mother called, and she eagerly shared the news with her. Su Jianwei was transferring from her vocational school to Linqing University. The impact of her initial failure to gain admission had been profoundly disheartening for her family. And now, with the prospect of re-entering Linqing University, the joy she felt was unparalleled, transcending what most would experience upon gaining admission. Unable to contain her excitement, Su's mother shared the good news with their extended family and friends. In a luxurious hospital room, Luo Qiqi lay on a large bed akin to a hotel suite. Alongside Qiankuwen, having just engaged in an intense battle, they were both absorbed in their phones. How could this be? Su Jianwei is transferring to our school? Luo Qiqi exclaimed, suddenly sensing that her nightmares were returning. In their village, anyone who could gain admission to Linqing University would undoubtedly bring honor to their family. Having grown accustomed to city life, she had ceased to regard the prospect of attending Linqing University as significant. Yet, Su Jianwei's return felt like a harbinger of change. For the past 2 years, she had kept Su Jianwei suppressed, elevating herself higher, while Su Jianwei seemed to be rising as well. The thought of Su Jianwei standing on equal footing with her was unbearable. If Su Jianwei attended Linqing University, how could Luo Qiqi continue to mock her regarding her vocational school background? Transferring to our university? Qian Kuan squinted, having grown weary of Luo Qiqi. He now turned his attention to Su Jianwei, contemplating how to manipulate the situation to his advantage. Luo Qiqi, startled and agitated, leapt to her feet. I must go and inquire. She headed straight for Su Jianwei's room. The door was ajar, and Su Jianwei was bent over her desk, preparing her thesis. Luo Qiqi appeared at the doorway with an ominous expression, resembling a specter. Lu Fei, seated on the sofa and engrossed in his phone, turned to see her and was startled. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Luo Qiqi, standing at the entrance like a specter. What are you doing here? She asked. Luo Qiqi smirked slightly and turned to Su Jianwei. I heard you were transferring to our school? Su Jianwei replied, yes. And I must thank you and Qian Kuan for this. It was Senior Wang Wenfeng who introduced me to Professor Zhang. Luo Qiqi clenched her fists secretly, realizing that Qian Kuan had indeed facilitated her ascent by introducing her to Wang Wenfeng. It was infuriating. Such connections should never have been made. With gritted teeth, she spoke sarcastically. Isn't it curious how Senior Wang would go out of his way to assist you? Such a favor, I fear, will not be easily repaid. There's no need for you to worry about such matters, Su Jianwei retorted, and don't throw veiled threats my way, or I want to hold back. At that moment, Lu Fei stood up, positioning himself between Luo Qiqi and Su Jianwei. He assumed Su Jianwei had received assistance from Wang Wenfeng, and he was unconcerned. Although he did fret that Su Jianwei might become obstinate if she discovered he had sought the principal's favor. However, he would not allow Luo Qiqi's snide remarks to go unchallenged. Luo Qiqi bore no animosity towards Lu Fei. Rather, she regarded him amiably. Her true ire was directed at Su Jianwei. Transferring is a significant event, and not everyone can gain entry into a school like ours. Do you truly believe Senior Wang would lend his support without reason? While I am genuinely happy for her, I can't help but be concerned. And for you as well, you ought to ponder this carefully. She smiled at Lu Fei, aiming to sow discord between him and Su Jianwei. Su Jianwei was merely a vocational schoolgirl before. Now that she has arrived at our institution and become a celebrated figure, do you think she would still regard you with the same esteem? Furthermore, she will certainly cling to Wang Wenfeng's influence and may not wish to pursue a relationship with you. Having said her piece, she left Lu Fei to ponder her insinuations. Upon returning to her hospital room, she encountered Qian Kuan, her frustration boiling over. This is all your fault. Why did you really introduce Wang Wenfeng to Su Jianwei? That cunning vixen has already ensnared Senior Wang, and now he has introduced her to Professor Zhang. Wang Wenfeng's assistance has enabled her transfer to our school. Qian Kuan, slightly irritated by Luo Qiqi's audacity, contemplated something else entirely. If Su Jianwei had indeed gained admission through Wang Wenfeng's connections, it would be quite intriguing. Externally, Wang Wenfeng presented himself as a respectable individual, boasting numerous followers online, with an image of the philosophical prince, intellectual, cultured, handsome, and virtuous. Yet, in reality, he was just as much a libertine, and Su Jianwei's entry into their circle could render her vulnerable. This presented a prime opportunity to unlock Su Jianwei's heart. Be patient. I will inquire with Wang Wenfeng, Qian Kuan resolved, promptly contacting him. Wang Wenfeng had already heard about Professor Zhang Jinhuan taking Su Jianwei as a disciple. Zhang Jinhuan, originally his mentor, had intended to recommend him for graduate studies. With Su Jianwei now his junior, his initial plan to co-author papers with her and appropriate her work had been thwarted, as she had directly connected with Zhang Jinhuan, leaving his ambitions in tatters. I did not assist her. Whether she can join Lin University remains uncertain. Professor Zhang seems to merely appreciate her academic capabilities. But gaining entry to Lin University is no trivial matter. Her previous publications appeared solely in obscure journals, and the validity of her articles is questionable. So, there is still uncertainty. I comprehend now, thought Qian Kuan. Luo Qiqi leaned against Qian Kuan's back, observing. It is perplexing that she hurried to announce something still in doubt. If the endeavor ultimately fails, it would indeed be amusing. Luo Qiqi chuckled. Qian Kuan stroked his chin, pondering whether she truly yearned to join Lin University. Would she be willing to sacrifice everything for that ambition? Luo Qiqi replied, of course. She dreams of being admitted to Lin University. She understands that if she merely attends a vocational school, her life would be over. What are you thinking? Qian Kuan remarked. Although her transfer to Lin University is not confirmed, Professor Zhang has shown interest in her, which significantly increases her chances of success. If you wish to thwart her, I could contemplate some strategies. Chapter 61. Chanel shoes. Should we not make a display of that? Luo Qiqi's eyes widened. Indeed, even if Wang Wenfeng did not exert effort, the professors at the school have now taken notice of Su Jianwei. Clearly, her entry into Lin University is no longer a formidable challenge. We must intervene. Darling, do you have a plan? She absolutely cannot be allowed to join Lin University. She is utterly unworthy. Letting her in would corrupt the ethos of our institution. Luo Qiqi insisted fervently. Qian Kuan chuckled. Preventing her admission is rather simple. Zhang Jinhua is merely a deputy director of a department. There are numerous leaders within the school, and if they learn she gained admission through improper means, do you think they would allow her transfer? Luo Qiqi pondered. Indeed. The most ridiculous part is Lu Fei, who wears countless green hats yet remains blissfully unaware. What kind of worldview do these two possess? Qian Kuan frowned inwardly, wondering if Su Jianwei was truly so debased. If that were the case, it would indeed concern him. He preferred virtuous women. Birds of a feather flock together. With such ample material, if it were to surface on our school forum, even if she were to join, her reputation would be tarnished. Luo Qiqi bit her nails and shook her head. Although she was indeed inappropriate, she lacked evidence. Without proof, the school's leaders would not contravene Zhang Jinhua's wishes. Qian Kuan laughed again. What need is there for evidence? To ruin someone is not primarily about proof. Without evidence, can we not still apprehend wrongdoers? Since we speak the truth, as long as everyone resists her, the school leadership cannot disregard the collective will. Luo Qiqi gazed at him. Darling, are you suggesting? Qian Kuan smirkade mivoslu. Luo Qiqi glared at him. Qian Kuan extended a finger to her bright red lips, and she understood immediately. She promptly posted on the campus forum about the uncertainty surrounding Su Jianwei's transfer, using Lu Fei as a focal point. Lu Fei was indeed a well-known figure on the forum, especially since he had a falling out with the campus belle, Lin Yuyan. However, once her post was published, it quickly sank without garnering any attention. Darling, no one is responding. What shall we do? She sought Qian Kuan's counsel once more. Qian Kuan remarked, there's no rush. The matter of Su Jianwei transferring schools remains uncertain. I will act when there is some indication. Timing is crucial. In truth, The reason for the post's decline was due to Qian Kuan's machinations. He harbored ulterior motives that he could not disclose to Luo Qiqi. That evening, all was calm. The following day, both Luo Qiqi and Su Jianwei were ready to be discharged from the hospital. After completing her discharge procedures, Luo Qiqi hurried to find Su Jianwei. "Wei, you'll ride in my car later. We are heading directly to the Guamao shopping mall for a delightful shopping spree. It has been ages since we sisters enjoyed a shopping outing together. Let us have Qian Kuan and Lu Fei accompany us." Su Jianwei had already agreed to this plan, and given her belief that Qian Kuan was assisting her with the school transfer, she felt it was only fitting to express her gratitude through this shopping excursion. "All right," she replied. Luo Qiqi beamed with satisfaction, urging Qian Kuan to drive, and the four of them set off to the Guamao shopping mall in his car. The Guamao shopping mall is the largest in Lincheng, home to numerous prestigious brands. Upon entering, one is greeted by the stores of Chanel and Gucci, exuding a sense of luxury. Luo Qiqi grasped Su Jianwei with one hand and Qian Kuan with the other, fearful of losing one of them, while Lu Fei trailed behind, waiting for Luo Qiqi to show off. Luo Qiqi's gaze was immediately drawn to a handbag displayed at the central counter, priced at 68,000. "Wow, this bag is stunning. Darling, I want it." Qian Kuan smiled, having already spent a considerable amount on Luo Qiqi, and was not inclined to indulge her whims. If Luo Qiqi played her cards right, he might still bestow upon her minor favors, but a 68,000 bag? That was wishful thinking. However, he remained unhurried. His primary intent for bringing Luo Qiqi and Su Jianwei to the mall was to make Su Jianwei confront the reality of her differences with Lu Fei. His target was Su Jianwei. "Indeed, it is beautiful. If you desire it, then purchase it," he said generously, while discreetly assessing Su Jianwei. Women are quite alike. If Luo Qiqi fancied the bag, Su Jianwei would likely appreciate it as well. Given their rivalry, presenting the bag to Su Jianwei might compel her to develop feelings for him. However, to his disappointment, Su Jianwei paid little attention to Luo Qiqi's bag. It appeared that Su Jianwei did not admire it. He needed to observe her closely to discern her true preferences, so that he could later procure something she genuinely liked. He was well versed in this area. "Is it truly feasible? Then I shall purchase this bag, but isn't it a bit excessive? Perhaps I should reconsider. It is rather pricey." Luo Qiqi mused, also gauging Su Jianwei's reaction. While the bag was indeed attractive, the key was to evoke envy in Su Jianwei. Alas, Su Jianwei completely ignored their exchange, perceiving them as foolish. "You both can enjoy the bags. I wish to shop for clothes and shoes. Lu Fei and I will head to other stores," she declared, tugging at Lu Fei to leave. "Hey, wait. Don't go. There are clothes and shoes here too." "What kind of clothes and shoes do you desire?" Luo Qiqi insisted. Lu Fei interjected, "These shoes are quite nice." He had spotted a pair of black and white sneakers prominently displayed at the entrance, alongside a pair of pink ones. The two pairs were displayed together without a price tag. Following Lu Fei's gaze, Luo Qiqi also noticed the sneakers. "Wow, they are absolutely beautiful," she exclaimed sincerely. The shop assistant approached, introducing the two pairs of sneakers as Chanel's Valentine's Day limited edition, with only this pair remaining in the entire city. Luo Qiqi's eyes brightened. "Darling, this is a couple's edition. Let us buy it." Qian Kuan observed Su Jianwei and noticed her expression had shifted. She too was enamored with that pair of shoes. He smiled faintly, noting that it was the last pair, and wondered if it would fit. Moreover, it was initially spotted by Lu Fei and Wei Wei. Perhaps it would be better to let them purchase it. Luo Qiqi was taken aback. Why should they yield to Su Jianwei and Lu Fei? "Darling, I really want it." "Don't worry, they cannot afford it," Qian Kuan whispered in her ear. Although the price tag was absent, the shoes were displayed prominently, indicating their status as coveted items. Priced above 200,000. He awaited the moment when Lu Fei would be unable to make the purchase. Luo Qiqi considered this as well. After all, Lu Fei had once pilfered Qinyi's bracelet for show. She thought to herself, how would he flaunt today? "Oh, they're truly beautiful, but unfortunately." Wei Wei and Lu Fei noticed them first. "Let them have the opportunity to buy them," Luo Qiqi graciously remarked. Chapter 62, The Break. The farce of a luxury store. Lu Fei disregarded Luo Qiqi and Qian Kun, proceeding directly to try on the shoes. The women's size was 38, a perfect fit for Su Jianwei, while the men's size was 41, which was a size smaller than Lu Fei's feet, making it potentially unsuitable. Unable to try them on, Lu Fei expressed his disappointment, stating, "What a shame. They look good but are impractical. There are no other sizes, so I shall pass." Luo Qiqi immediately laughed, but they would fit Wei Wei perfectly. Who truly buys shoes at a luxury store solely for wearing them? Lu Fei, be generous and buy both pairs. You truly seem unwell. Buying shoes is not merely for display, but for actual use. You can buy them yourself, Lu Fei retorted directly. Luo Qiqi's facial muscles twitched in exasperation. She was merely jesting. If you cannot afford them, so be it. Darling, let's buy them. She sought to avoid a confrontation with Lu Fei and instead aimed to have Qian Kun purchase them, thus placing Lu Fei and Su Jianwei in an awkward position. Qian Kun glanced at Su Jianwei, noticing a hint of disappointment on her face. She genuinely liked that pair of shoes. I happen to wear size 41. These shoes seem quite suitable for me. Brother Lu Fei, do not hold it against me for seizing your opportunity, he declared as he stepped forward. Captivated by the men's shoes, Luo Qiqi, feeling triumphant, turned to Su Jianwei. Wei Wei, let this pair be mine. Although my feet are only size 37, this pair may not fit me perfectly, but I am not purchasing them for wearing. Excuse me, how much for both pairs? We shall buy them. She insisted on knowing the price. The shop assistant replied, the total for both pairs is 200,000. Please wrap them up, we want them. No need to try them on. Luo Qiqi felt no remorse, as it was not her money being spent. The assistant wrapped the shoes. Miss, please swipe your card here. Darling, go ahead and process the payment, Luo Qiqi directed Qian Kun. However, Qian Kun wore a broad smile, yet remained unmoving. Darling, Luo Qiqi called again. Qian Kun responded, did you call for me? Luo Qiqi was momentarily bewildered, awkwardly laughing. Who else could I be calling darling? Qian Kun replied, oh, what do you need me for? Let's use the card. We are purchasing shoes. Don't you adore this pair? Qian Kun nodded, saying, indeed I do, but I only fancy men's shoes. Women's shoes do not suit you. Perhaps we should reconsider? Luo Qiqi felt as if struck by lightning. Had she not just stated that the shoes were bought, not for wearing? Although they were a size larger, she simply desired them. Darling, do you find them a bit pricey? 200,000 for two pairs is indeed exorbitant. However, they are quite befitting of our status. Luo Qiqi, feeling increasingly uneasy, sensed something amiss. Qian Kun shook his head, insisting, not expensive at all. I can afford shoes worth millions. But since these are your chosen pair, naturally, you should use your card. Do you wish for me to purchase them for you? Luo Qiqi was left speechless, gazing at Qian Kun in disbelief. Purchase them myself? Use my card? I only have 20,000 for living expenses. You want to charge my card? Aren't we in a relationship? For a pair of shoes. You expect me to pay? Qian Kun replied. What you desire, you should certainly buy for yourself. Do you expect me to pay? We are in a relationship, but we are not married. Such luxuries are better left for those who can afford them. Surely, you can manage? The store, initially empty, began to fill with onlookers due to the commotion. Qian Kun showed no embarrassment. Instead, he relished in Luo Qiqi's discomfort. Her mind was buzzing. Never did she envision that Qian Kun would speak so openly in public. She helplessly turned to Lu Fei and Su Jianwei. Tell me, is it reasonable for him to expect me to pay for a pair of shoes? Su Jianwei, with a cold expression, replied, quite reasonable indeed. Lu Fei, what do you think of this pair? I shall purchase them for you. Noticing Lu Fei's interest in another pair, Su Jianwei promptly used her card to buy them. Luo Qiqi was left aghast. Su Jianwei had just bought Lu Fei a pair of shoes costing 38,000. Meanwhile, she was embroiled in a dispute over a pair of shoes with Qian Kun. He was openly complicating matters for her. She could hardly believe it. Qian Kun, equally astonished, glanced at Su Jianwei, surprised she would actually spend money on Lu Fei's shoes. Where could one find such a woman? He resolved to win her over. Miss, do you still wish to purchase these two pairs of shoes? Su Jianwei had concluded her transaction, while Qian Kun and Su Jianwei's shoes remained unresolved. The staff appeared bewildered. Qian Kun, what is your intention? Over a pair of shoes, you create such a scene? How did I satisfy you last night? What did you say to me? Luo Kiki, overwhelmed, shouted at Qiankun. His expression darkened. How dare she cause a ruckus? Did she think herself irreplaceable? 2 nights with me warrants an expenditure of 200,000? Both Su Jianwei and Lu Fei felt the tension, wondering how a mere shoe purchase could escalate to such a degree. Qian Kuan remained composed. Do you truly believe that being my girlfriend entitles you to demand a pair of shoes? It is only natural that you purchase what you desire. If you continue this uproar, we shall have no choice but to part ways. Part ways. Luo Qiqi's mind went blank once more. A grave situation unfolds as Qian Kuan unexpectedly decides to part ways with her. Does this mean her name will be absent from the title deed of the villa? As she regains her composure, she wonders if perhaps she has overstepped her bounds. Were the shoes, priced at 200,000, excessively extravagant? Or did her insistence on purchasing ill-fitting footwear provoke Qian Kuan's ire? Brother Kuan, I was wrong. What do you wish for me to do? Shall we forego these shoes? We could select another pair, or perhaps I could simply take that bag from earlier. She diminishes her demands, hoping to surpass Su Jianwei. Qian Kun responds. If you desire that bag, then by all means, acquire it. Surely you can muster 68,000? A murmur of surprise ripples through the vicinity. The sales attendant swiftly comprehends the situation. This couple seems to be jesting, so she removes the shoes from view. It appears that today, these 2 pairs of 200,000 shoes will remain unsold. Luo Qiqi feels a wave of despair. If Qian Kuan cannot even part with 68,000, what a bracelet he gifted her! What the sweet nothings he uttered in front of so many during her birthday banquet. She never anticipated that Qian Kuan could possess such a facet. You too deliberate at your leisure. Lu Fei and I shall peruse other shops, Su Jianwei insists. Pulling Lu Fei away, feeling a sense of embarrassment on behalf of Luo Qiqi. Luo Qiqi feels icy dread envelop her. She cannot afford to dwell on Su Jianwei any longer. Brother Kuan, I was wrong. Please do not be angry. Should we not simply cease our shopping? Qian Kuan, however, is not finished. Purchase whatever you desire. Why would we stop shopping? Su Jianwei and Lu Fei disregard them and proceed on their way. Su Jianwei intends to assist Lu Fei in acquiring clothing, and Lu Fei does not hesitate. Garments priced in the tens of thousands are quite comfortable to wear. Chapter 63. Undermining young Master Lu? Su Jianwei does not wish for Lu Fei to gift her anything, yet she readily indulges him with a plethora of items. The two meander through the evening, eventually watching a film together before returning home. Meanwhile, Luo Qiqi desperately implores Qian Kuan not to abandon her. She refuses to play the fool, determined to cling to Qian Kuan. Ultimately, Qian Kuan reluctantly concedes, stating that if she is willing to be subservient, he might consider keeping her. Otherwise, their discussion is moot. The effort he expended to pursue her initially must now be repaid. After much contemplation, Luo Qiqi realizes she cannot exist without Qian Kuan. Her name must be inscribed on the title deed of his villa. Being a pet to a wealthy man is far superior to being with the impoverished. She acquiesces to Qian Kuan's demands. That evening, Lu Fei and Su Jianwei return to the Yunxi Valley Villa. Upon arrival, Su Jianwei immediately retreats to the study, where invaluable rare books await, essential for her academic pursuits. However, this time Lu Fei is determined not to let her go easily. So, you enjoy sequestering yourself in the study? Then let us play here. Like a ravenous wolf, Lu Fei pounces, pinning her against the desk. It seems you owe me something, does it not? Su Jianwei, undeterred, straightens her back despite being trapped on the desk. What do you mean? You owe me. You promised to wait for me in bed, yet you fell asleep first. Their misunderstandings have been resolved. And with Su Jianwei gaining recognition from Zhang Jinhua, she is poised to join Linqing University, her future prospects boundless. No longer feeling inferior, she exudes confidence akin to a queen, and as they converse, she deftly flips the situation, now pinning Lu Fei beneath her. Lu Fei felt an inexplicable thrill, seemingly captivated by Su Jianwei's assertive demeanor, while he increasingly found Chen Hong's incessant attempts at flattery rather tedious. Just as he contemplated kissing Su Jianwei to align with the moment, her phone suddenly vibrated. Upon glancing at the screen, Su Jianwei was momentarily taken aback. It was a friend request from Qian Kuan. Lu Fei expressed his displeasure. What does he want by adding you? Su Jianwei replied, I'll ask him. What if my cousin has encountered some trouble? After all, given the commotion between Luo Qiqi and Qian Kuan earlier at the mall, anything could have happened. Although she and Luo Qiqi did not share a good relationship, she felt compelled to intervene if her cousin faced any adversity. After adding Qian Kuan as a friend, he promptly sent a voice message, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Surprised that I added you. Aren't you? What is it? Su Jianwei typed back, momentarily setting aside her thoughts of Lu Fei. Lupi votshed intentlu, curios torstai uncover Qian Kunes intens. I wanted to clarify the situation from earlier with Qiqi. Qian Kuan stated earnestly. I fear you may misunderstand, and I wish to explain. I genuinely enjoy buying shoes and bags for the woman I cherish. And the reason I refrained from purchasing those 2 pairs for Qiqi is somewhat related to you. Su Jianwei and Lu Fei exchanged glances. It seemed Qian Kuan was attempting to undermine their relationship. Lu Fei grimaced, you should question him. Su Jianwei retorted, what does this have to do with me? You see, Qian Kuan continued, I have pondered this matter extensively and have come to realize that Luo Qiqi is not a virtuous woman. Despite being her cousin, she wishes to bring you harm. If she can betray her own kin, how can I continue to associate with her? Thus, when she deliberately tried to embarrass you at the Chanel store, I could no longer contain myself. Both Lu Fei and Su Jianwei were on the verge of exasperation. It appeared as though Qian Kuan intended to discard Luo Qiqi after using her, while now feigning righteousness. He seemed utterly oblivious to his own lack of self-awareness, believing it commendable to ridicule Luo Qiqi in the store. Su Jianwei chose not to expose him, responding coldly, while I have some conflicts with Qiqi, it has nothing to do with you. Qian Kuan insisted, previously it may not have involved me, but after today, it bears significant relevance. I have resolved to part ways with Luo Qiqi. You cannot fathom the extent of her malice toward you. With her around, transferring schools will not be so simple. If possible, we should find a time to discuss this privately. Sensing Su Jian's unyielding demeanor, Qian Kuan decided to cut to the chase and sought a private meeting with her. Su Jianwei narrowed her eyes. Ordinarily, she would not agree to meet Qian Kuan alone. However, the matter of transferring schools was paramount to her. Education now held a deeper significance, as it represented the foundation for her equitable relationship with Lu Fei. She had become increasingly focused on her academic pursuits. Lu Fei stretched lazily, remarking that Qian Kuan was courting disaster. You should agree to meet him, and we can go together. Su Jianwei fell silent for a moment, then set her phone down. Let's not pay him any mind. Don't you wish to keep your identity concealed? If this commotion continues, I fear it will be impossible for you to maintain your anonymity. She was determined to prevent Lu Fei from involving himself in the matter. Lu Fei, unperturbed, surmised that Qian Kuan was merely interested in Su Jianwei. And since there had yet to be any tangible actions, he decided to bide his time. Indeed, it was prudent not to stray far from him, as they had pressing matters to attend to. Lu Fei embraced Su Jianwei tightly, reigniting the flames of passion. This was the first time Su Jianwei had been caught off guard by Lu Fei's sudden embrace. She felt a delightful warmth envelop her, and in turn, she retaliated with affection. The two became entwined, unable to restrain themselves. After having breakfast, Qin Yi escorted them to school. Lu Fei had classes in the morning, while Su Jianwei proceeded directly to complete her enrollment procedures. They parted ways. The enrollment process required the approval of various departments within the school. Su Jianwei first visited the student registry and the security office, where a greeting from Zhang Jinhua ensured she faced no obstacles. Upon exiting the security office, just as she was preparing to check on her dormitory, another message from Qian Kuan arrived. I apologize, Wei Wei. Last night, when I suggested a private meeting, I may have caused a misunderstanding. It was not meant to be a solitary encounter. When phone will be accompanying me. We both wish to discuss the transfer with you. After sending the message, Qian Kuan began to play a game of cat and mouse. Suspecting that the matter was related to the transfer and anticipating that Su Jianwei would reach out to him. However, as the night wore on, he received no response from her. Regretting his hasty approach, he enlisted Wang Wenfeng, who also wished to meet Su Jianwei. After a discussion, They discovered their mutual interest in Su Jianwei. Qian Kun was drawn to her personally, while Wang Wenfeng was captivated by her academic work. Eager to mold her into a valuable asset, they quickly agreed to meet with her together. Su Jianwei mistakenly believed that Wang Wenfeng was assisting her with the transfer, which eased some of her reservations, though she still wished to avoid any interaction with Qian Kun. I am currently finalizing my transfer procedures at school and have nearly completed everything. If you have something to say, please do so directly. Qian Kun replied. This matter cannot be succinctly explained. Since you are at school, let us discuss it at a CF. I will invite Wenfeng to join us. Chapter 64. Encrypted conversations within the circle. Su Jianwei was nearing the completion of her enrollment process and had intended to express her gratitude to Wang Wenfeng. She reached out to him, and Wang Wenfeng's words echoed Qian Kun's, leading the three to agree to meet at the CF. Before heading out, mindful that she would be in the company of two men, she sent a message to Lu Fei to keep him informed. Lu Fei responded, "A CAF, you say? I shall send someone to check it out." Su Jianwei replied, "Is that really necessary?" "No," Lu Fei insisted. "I have a feeling that Qian Kun and Wang Wenfeng are not to be trusted." Although Lu Fei had not interacted with Wang Wenfeng, he had developed an inexplicable animosity towards him based on Su Jianwei's descriptions. Perhaps it was a manifestation of male possessiveness, but it mattered not. He simply did not want Su Jianwei to be alone with Wang Wenfeng. Though Su Jianwei held no reservations about Wang Wenfeng, her growing intimacy with Lu Fei made her more attuned to his feelings, leading her to acquiesce to his suggestion. She proceeded to the CAF, while Lu Fei dispatched his bodyguard, Shi Feng, to observe the situation there. Shi Feng now remained within 1,000 meters of Lu Fei at all times, ready to act swiftly to protect him in any situation, while ensuring that Lu Fei's daily life remained undisturbed. Upon receiving his orders, he promptly made his way to the CAF where Wang Wenfeng and Qian Kun were already present, though Su Jianwei had yet to arrive. Shi Feng took a seat beside the two, looming over them like a great mountain, effectively obstructing their view, although he faced away from Qian Kun and Wang Wenfeng. You'll need to rely on your charm to win over Su Jianwei. After all, you are her idol. Please do speak on my behalf when the time comes. Qian Kun urid Wang Wenfeng. Wang Wenfeng, who bore an unremarkable appearance topped with a messy hairstyle, replied somberly, "I will certainly speak for you. But Su Jianwei is unlike the other girls you've toyed with. She possesses immense potential for future growth. You would do well to seize this opportunity. Even if you were to marry her, it would be a wise investment." Qian Kun was taken aback. "Really? I merely wish to have some fun. She's just a country girl, and I've heard her family is quite impoverished. Why would I marry her?" Wang Wenfeng snorted in derision. "You truly are naive. Do you really think that Zhang Jinhua is interested in her for no reason? I can assure you, she is destined for graduate school and may very well become a leading figure in our academic circle." Qian Kun remained unconvinced, as he was unfamiliar with Wang Wenfeng's social circle. Even if Wang Wenfeng's acquaintances were prominent, it seemed of little significance to him. As for graduate studies, they were plentiful, and he envisioned a future in business, where graduate students would merely serve as subordinates. Haha, but that would earn quite a bit, wouldn't it? Wang Wenfeng shook his head. "You are profoundly ignorant. Su Jianwei is unlike any girl you have encountered. Your usual tactics will not work on her. However, I do have a strategy that could make your approach effective." "What strategy?" Qian Kun inquired. "Isn't Luo Chi-Chi essentially your pet now? Have her entice Lu Fei and ensure that Su Jianwei is aware of it. She will undoubtedly be unable to tolerate it, and then you would have your chance." Qian Kun declared obviously. "Surely it won't come to that. Just wait and see. I refuse to believe that after witnessing my true self, Su Jianwei will remain devoted to that mediocre guy." As the two conspired, Su Jianwei arrived. They hurriedly adjusted their demeanor and approached the entrance together. "Wow, you look absolutely stunning today. Like a celebrity," Qian Kun exclaimed, his flattery both a tactic and a genuine compliment. A closer inspection revealed that Su Jianwei was indeed striking and possessed a remarkable figure. "Thank you," Su Jianwei replied, her gaze shifting to Wang Wenfeng. "Mr. Wang, it's a pleasure to meet you. I often watch your programs. Your insights are exceptional, and you truly are a leader." There was a hint of admiration in her eyes. In the online realm, Wang Wenfeng presented a vastly different persona than in reality. He showcased his profound knowledge, continuously innovating theories while vociferously critiquing the sordid behaviors of scholars who grovel before power and wealth. "I merely expressed the truth of the matter," Wang Wenfeng stated. "When I expose the current ugly phenomena, it is simply a matter of conscience. If no one more attuned to the world's realities steps forward to guide the masses, I am willing to assume that role of leadership." His words carried a rather juvenile tone, prompting Qian Kun to stifle a laugh nearby. However, Su Jianwei nodded in agreement, declaring that as long as one seeks happiness for the future of all humanity, she would resolutely pledge her loyalty, proclaiming herself as his staunch supporter. Qian Kun was taken aback. Was Su Jianwei truly so easily swayed? She appeared to be a fervent admirer. He turned to Wang Wenfeng with a grin, only to find him utterly serious. "Having perused your papers, I find them profoundly enlightening. They have clarified numerous confusions I harbored. With further systematic study, you embody the future. Perhaps, one day, I might even sacrifice myself to protect you." Su Jianwei fell silent, seemingly in agreement with Wang Wenfeng's words. Qian Kun was dumbfounded. Were these two genuinely sincere? He could hardly discern which version of Wang Wenfeng was the authentic one. "By the way, I haven't yet thanked you for recommending me to Professor Zhang. Otherwise, things would not have progressed so smoothly." Su Jianwei expressed her gratitude. Wang Wenfeng replied calmly, "It was nothing, merely a trivial act. The credit primarily lies with your own capabilities. Professor Zhang is a person who values wealth. She is unlike many scholars from the economics department. Keep up the good work. You will soon be my junior sister." Qian Kun chuckled to himself, noting how Wang Wenfeng remained unchanged, effortlessly taking credit for something he had not done. This was splendid. With the two masters united, perhaps their institution would gain worldwide fame. Qian Kun interjected, prompting both to turn their attention back to him. Su Jianwei's demeanor grew cold once more. "Do you need something from me? Is there still an issue regarding my transfer?" Qian Kun hastily produced a gift box. "Here, take a look at this." It was the size of a shoebox, wrapped in gift paper. Su Jianwei promptly tore off the wrapping and opened the box, revealing a pair of shoes, the one she had seen at Chanel yesterday. A Valentine's Day limited edition, 2 pairs costing 200,000, not sold separately. She felt an inexplicable urge to smile. Qian Kun was rather intriguing. With a sentimental expression, Qian Kun declared, "These shoes will suit you perfectly. I purchased them for you, hoping you understand that I can afford them. The reason I refrained from buying them for Luo Qiqi was that I did not wish to be a fool." She insisted on a pair that clearly did not fit her, merely viewing me as a gullible benefactor. Su Jianwei closed the box, "But we are not even friends. By gifting them to me, are you not the one being taken for a fool?" Qian Kun stubbornly retorted, "A treasured sword for a hero, flowers for a beauty. Even if we are mere strangers, gifting them to you is not foolish, especially since these shoes truly compliment you." Su Jianwei sighed. "Unfortunately, they are a couple's edition. If you had gifted me both pairs, I would have gladly accepted, but alas, you only present one." Qian Kun paused, confused. "What do you mean? Do you also fancy the men's shoes? If you like them, I could gift you both pairs. I have already purchased them." Chapter 65. Proud as a princess, Su Jianwei was not joking. She replied earnestly, "You misunderstand. I do not desire them for myself, but wish to give them to Lu Fei, as he seems quite fond of that pair." Qian Kun's expression darkened. It was unexpected. This pair of shoes was worth 100,000. Yet Su Jianwei, a girl from the countryside, showed no interest whatsoever in such an expensive item. The muscles on his face twitched. Wasn't it inappropriate for Lu Fei to wear those men's shoes? "They fit me quite well. I shall keep this pair for myself and gift you the other," he declared. "Aren't these couple shoes? What do you intend to keep them for?" "We are not a couple," Su Jianwei retorted. However, Qian Kun interpreted her words differently, thinking she was teasing him and attempting to coax a confession from him. Just as Pan Jinlian once spoke to Xi Minqing, she had her Wu Dalong. Without further ado, Qian Kun stated plainly, "I have come to realize what kind of woman Luo Qiqi is, and I've completely severed ties with her. In hindsight, I see you for the remarkable woman you truly are. Not only are you stunningly beautiful, but your talents are equally impressive. I have a great fondness for talented women. Professor Jean has taken notice of you. You will undoubtedly secure a place in graduate studies. You are truly exceptional, a top scholar, and I adore scholars. He confessed directly, confident that he had a trump card and had no need for concern. Su Jianwei scoffed, barely sparing him a glance. Unless you give me the men's shoes as well, I'll have no use for them. Do you have anything else to discuss? Qian Kuan furrowed his brow. Do you truly wish to give that pair of shoes to Lu Fei? It is clearly unsuitable for him. His words held a double meaning. What does it matter if they're suitable? Who says shoes are merely for wearing? Is it wrong for me to want to gift them to my boyfriend? She echoed her earlier reasoning with Luo Qiqi. Qian Kuan felt a prickling unease. Su Jianwei was exceedingly dismissive. Why do you still think of Lu Fei? He is nothing but a pretentious fool, entangled with numerous women. The bracelet he gifted you belonged to Qin Yi from Haifeng's upper echelons. Do you know who she is? A man like that is truly unworthy of your affections. My decision to part ways with Luo Qiqi stemmed not only from realizing she was not a good woman, but also from genuine concern for you. You deserve a true gentleman who will cherish you. Qian Kuan's greasy nature was laid bare. The patrons in the CAF would surely find her a source of amusement. Wang Wenfeng frowned, feeling embarrassed for him. Su Jianwei replied, "You are truly deluded." With that, she ignored him and turned to Wang Wenfeng, saying, "Brother Wang, I must head back to the dormitory to sign in. Once classes officially commence, I will reach out to you again. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Wang Wenfeng chuckled awkwardly. Wait, Qian Kuan may appear greasy, but deep down, he is not a bad person. He has yet to mention something important. Qian Kuan, could you refrain from being repulsive? She has a boyfriend. How could she possibly entertain you? You truly are deluded. Wang Wenfeng kicked Qian Kuan lightly, ostensibly scolding him, but in truth, he was trying to speak well of him. Startled, Qian Kuan realized that Su Jianwei was not easily swayed. A pair of shoes worth 100,000 could not buy her affection. It was truly disheartening. He needed to cultivate some feelings first. His impatience had been excessive, so he quickly regained his composure. I apologize for my earlier behavior. It was uncharacteristic of me. The truth is, I invited you out to discuss something important. What is it? Qian Kuan lowered his voice, adopting an air of mystery. You wish to transfer here, but it's not as simple as it seems. Our school's ideological department conducts thorough character assessments. If your character is found wanting, even if Professor Jean holds you in high regard, the ideological department's disapproval would thwart your transfer. Su Jianwei clenched her fists. Who is to judge my character? Surely not you? Qian Kuan replied. Ah, you misunderstand. I lack such influence. What I wanted to convey is that Luo Qiqi has a devious side. I had no idea she would stoop to spreading rumors about you. Look for yourself. He presented a post from the campus forum to Su Jianwei. The post accused her of leading an improper private life, alleging that she had entangled herself with teachers at her vocational school, insinuating that her transfer was facilitated by unsavory connections with the school's hierarchy. It claimed she worked as a waitress in a high-end establishment, and that her transfer to Lingda was a disgrace to the institution. Su Jianwei's expression hardened. Is it possible the school would believe such unfounded slander? Even if, for argument's sake, these rumors hold some truth, is it within Lingda's rights to interfere in my private matters? Qian Kuan exchanged glances with Wang Wenfeng, finding her words amusing. Was she truly so insecure? Was Luo Qiqi's accusation not without merit? Could Su Jianwei really be the kind of woman lacking in decorum? How ironic, he sighed, to act so virtuous in front of me. The real world operates on different principles. Rights and wrongs are but illusions. You must understand, Luo Qiqi is scheming against you. Once these rumors circulate, the school, under pressure, will undoubtedly seek to undermine you. Your private life will inevitably be scrutinized. Luo Qiqi has gone too far. It was her shamelessness that compelled me to end our relationship. I realized I could not bear to see her harm you. Perhaps I have truly fallen for you. He professed his feelings again, this time with a sense of yearning and solitude, devoid of any overt insincerity. It was a declaration that might stir the heart of any woman, even if she did not accept it outright. He assumed she was moved and pushed a gift box towards her. This is for you. Please accept it. If you wish to gift the men's shoes to Lu Fei, I can deliver them later. I only regret not meeting you sooner, allowing Lu Fei to get to you first. But rest assured, my feelings for you remain unchanged. If Luo Qiqi seeks to defame you, I have connections on the forum and will do everything in my power to assist you. There's no need for that. Keep the shoes for yourself. I don't require your assistance. You merely wish to inform me of this? Su Jianbei replied coldly. A flicker of malice crossed Qian Kuan's eyes. Su Jianwei was too frosty. Indeed, this matter is crucial. It pertains to your transfer. Therefore, I wanted to express my gratitude for your insights. However, they hold little significance for me. I am indifferent to what others say. With that, Su Jianwei turned and exited the CAF. Qian Kuan struggled to contain his frustration. What was this? A country girl, carrying herself with the pride of royalty? Wang Wenfeng, however, wore a smile at the corners of his mouth, finding the situation quite amusing. He was utterly fond of her character. If it weren't for her lack of wealth, he would have been tempted to pursue her. Qian Kuan remarked, "Once I've had my fill of fun, I will gladly offer her whatever she desires." Wang Wenfeng silently cursed him, but chose not to engage in a debate with Qian Kuan. "What are your plans moving forward?" he inquired. Qian Kuan replied, "Just wait and see. Soon she will be the one seeking my attention. Her current arrogance is of no consequence. Once she faces reality, she will naturally think of me." Chapter 66. Let my boyfriend speak with you. Su Jianwei turned back to sign in at the dormitory. After registering, she would be assigned a room and have the opportunity to meet her fellow classmates, a prospect she eagerly anticipated. Fortunately, the sign-in process went smoothly. However, after signing in, she still needed to report to the Academic Affairs Office. Upon preparing her materials, she was informed that they required further review. During this period, she technically was not yet a student of Lin University, but she could attend classes alongside its students. She felt a twinge of unease at the thought of Qian Kuan's words. After attending class in the morning, Lu Fei joined her for lunch at the cafeteria. The cafeteria at Lin University was, in principle, not open to outsiders. Nevertheless, as meals could be purchased with cash, many individuals from outside the school frequented the place. Su Jianwei had often traveled between the two campuses just to enjoy a meal. In the past, she had felt guilty about it. But today she was finally able to dine there openly. They ordered the signature pickled cabbage beef dish. "What did Qian Kuan want with you?" Lu Fei asked casually. "He gifted me shoes from the store yesterday. He deliberately chose not to buy them for Luo Qiqi and instead presented them to me, perhaps thinking I would be touched by his gesture." "Quite the puzzling move," Su Jianwei replied, feeling speechless at his ridiculous antics. Lu Fei was already aware of the situation, but hearing it from Su Jianwei's lips still amused him. What a foolish dog Qian Kuan was. Su Jianwei refrained from mentioning the rumors spread by Luo Qiqi, wishing to keep Lu Fei out of that matter, and merely vented her frustrations about Qian Kuan. Lu Fei, too, opted not to bring it up, determined to discreetly resolve the issues posed by both troublemakers. As evening approached, the matter indeed escalated, with discussions about Su Jianwei proliferating on the school forum. As various commentators emerged, all the remarks were directed at attacking Su Jianwei. Let us expose how a vocational schoolgirl managed to seduce high-ranking officials to transfer to a prestigious 211 university. Su Jianwei from Lin City Vocational University is a promiscuous woman, having started her entanglements with teachers while still in vocational school. Now, she has audaciously ensnared a leader from our institution who, absurdly, has allowed her to transfer here to study philosophy. This is an utter disgrace to the Humanities College. Post 1. I know this matter best. I am a student from the vocational school. Su Jianwei is notorious in our institution. Her roommates are aware that she goes out every night with different men. How can someone like her possibly attend Lin City University? It defies all reason. Post 2. Which Su Jianwei? Is she Lu Fei's new girlfriend? TSK. Post 3. Indeed, she is Lu Fei's girlfriend. What a bizarre couple. It's truly astonishing. Post 4. I was present at the scene. Last time, at a friend's birthday party, they shamelessly hoped to ingratiate themselves with influential figures, only to be publicly embarrassed by them. It was absolutely hilarious. In the girls' dormitory, room 611, 3 young women sat on a small bench, engaging in idle chatter. They were the new roommates of Su Jianwei, who had recently joined their four-person accommodation, which had previously housed only three, creating a sense of comfort among them that was now disrupted by her arrival. Upon learning that Su Jianwei had been a vocational school student, they felt a twinge of discomfort. Among the trio, one girl with long hair clad in tight-fitting pants, named Su Ruchio, wore her discontent on her face. As the eldest and the dormitory leader, she managed the affairs within their living space. It was rather amusing that such an incident occurred in their midst. They believed Su Jianwei had transferred to their school by seducing a school official. How audacious of that official to allow someone from a vocational background to infiltrate their esteemed university. Upon first glance, Su Ruchio sensed something amiss. Su Jianwei seemed to fit the stereotype they had formed. How telling. The most entertaining part was her association with Lu Fei, a notorious figure among them known for his reckless romantic choices. They speculated he must be a true embodiment of a bull-headed man. As their gossip reached a fervent pitch, Su Jianwei returned, instantly silencing the room. Noting the peculiar atmosphere, she greeted the three with merely faint smiles in return. Choosing to disregard their demeanor, she settled into her seat to read. Not long after, her phone rang. She initially presumed it was Lu Fei calling, but to her surprise, it was Zhang Jinhua reaching out. "Miwei, you must check the school's forum," Zhang Jinhua urged. Having just received a barrage of messages from colleagues and students alike inquiring about Su Jianwei. After perusing the forum, her head spun with the overwhelming content. The previously solitary post shared by Qian Kun had now blossomed into a plethora of discussions and images detailing her past at the vocational school. "Teacher Zhang, there are many things I need not clarify, but the notion that I gained admission to Lingda through improper means is something you're most aware of. If you believe I am unworthy, you are free to expel me at any moment." Su Lianji asserted, "Maintaining her composure." She was convinced that it was Wang Wenfeng who had recommended her to Zhang Jinhua, and her transfer was a direct result of Zhang Jinhua's support, making her inquiry quite unnecessary. Zhang Jinhua felt slightly bewildered. While Su Jianwei had indeed been recommended by the principal, she now bore the responsibility for her as a teacher. She valued Su Jianwei's talent and saw her potential for growth. However, if her personal life were to tarnish her reputation, she could not offer her protection. "Miwei, you must understand that attending different schools can alter one's destiny. This is a pivotal moment in your life, and you must take it seriously. An unexplanatory attitude is not acceptable. I hold high hopes for you, but the school will still scrutinize your qualifications. Should any issues arise, I will be powerless to assist." After imparting this message, Zhang Jinhua ended the call, leaving Su Jianwei feeling a sense of unease. Shortly after the call, she received a message from Qian Kun, who exclaimed, "Luo Qiqi has truly gone mad. Miwei, rest assured, I will do my utmost to clarify things for you. I am well acquainted with the forum administrators, and I'll have them remove the posts." Before long, the number of posts on the forum indeed diminished. "Wei, my assistance to you is limited. Could you possibly step out and engage in a conversation with me? I yearn to understand you more profoundly, for only then can we navigate this public relations crisis effectively. Otherwise, the repercussions could be dire." Qian Kun began to dream, convinced that Su Jianwei would certainly agree to meet him. Attending university is a pivotal turning point in life. Those who opt for vocational schools are destined for the lower echelons of society. However, studying at Linqing University presents the opportunity for ascension to a higher social stratum. If Su Jianwei possesses any sense, she ought to meet with him. "I will have my boyfriend speak with you." Su Jianwei clenched her fists, her irritation growing. Initially, she had no intention of leveraging Lu Fei's influence, yet Qian Kun's repulsiveness compelled her to reconsider. He was undoubtedly fanning the flames behind this incident. This revelation left Qian Kun's mind buzzing with confusion. "Boyfriend? Lu Fei? You wish for Lu Fei to converse with me?" Chapter 67. Interest above all else. Qian Kun was perplexed. What was going on with Su Jianwei? Was she so stubbornly fixated on Lu Fei? That should not be the case. Lu Fei, a mere poseur, gifted $1 million bracelet that originally belonged to Qin Yi, even if he was not her paramour. He was certainly no gem. Did Su Jianwei truly remain oblivious to Lu Fei's true character? Qian Kun was tempted to slam the phone down. Thinking who she believed she was, acting so arrogantly before him. Yet, he refrained. He had invested considerable effort into stirring up the forum, not to mention the 2 pairs of shoes that had cost him a staggering $200,000. He could not let this slide so easily. Dealing with women demanded patience, a lesson he had learned through experience. He rubbed his face, forcing himself to regain composure and don a serious facade. Wei, I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to understand you better to assist with your public relations. Please come to my residence, the villa from the last birthday party. I will drive to pick you up, so you need not walk much. You are still at school, I presume. Having Lu Fei speak with me will yield no results. His tone was earnest, convincing even himself. He took special care to emphasize his villa, knowing that most young women are enamored with luxury homes and cars. Surely, Su Jianwei would comply. Unfortunately, she was not so easily swayed and responded with palpable impatience. I can only imagine how my boyfriend would react to what you just said. Damn it, Qian Kuan wanted to curse. The mere mention of boyfriend was nauseating. He continued to endure. I understand your concerns, but truth be told, Lu Fei's issues are far more grave than yours. The numerous detrimental messages regarding you on the forum are significantly tied to him. I wish to speak with you privately. Focusing on him. After our discussion, you might gain an entirely new perspective on him. If coming to my home is inconvenient, we could meet elsewhere. How about the Tianxiong restaurant in Linqing? The Tianxiong restaurant is a landmark establishment situated atop the Linqing building, featuring a revolving dining area that offers a stunning view of the city's nightscape while one dines. The prices are exorbitant, averaging around 2,000 per person. For many young women, the dream is to dine at the Tianxiong restaurant at least once in their lifetime. Qian Kuan was now pulling out all the stops. Fearing that Su Jianwei might be unaware of the Celestial Dome restaurant, he elaborated, the Celestial Dome restaurant is a revolving dining venue high above, offering breathtaking views of the night skyline. Reservations are typically hard to come by, but thanks to my membership card, I can secure a table at any time. I have yet to bring any other girl there. Su Jianwei couldn't help but laugh. He truly resembled a simpleton. Do you truly have a serious ailment? Who would wish to dine out with you at such a late hour? If you wish to disparage Lu Fei, I can summon him to confront you directly. Spare me your feigned innocence. I see through your intentions. You perceive me as the villain, hence your constant vigilance against me. In that case, I shall render my assistance quietly. Just wait and see. I shall resolve this forum fiasco for you. Qian Kuan, in a fit of anger, found his mindset shifting. Su Jianwei was undeniably different from other girls. Her ability to counter him invigorated his desire to conquer. Unlike previous girls, such as Luo Qiqi, whom he had pursued for quite some time, he sensed from their very first encounter that they were inherently smitten with him, drawn to the allure of wealth. Su Jianwei, however, was an enigma. Damn it, you truly regard Lu Fei as a treasure, don't you? With a fierce glint in his eye, he realized that employing Wang Wenfeng's tactics might be necessary. Wang Wenfeng had indeed been correct. Su Jianwei was distinct, and the approach must begin with Lu Fei. Su Jianwei chose not to respond, opting to withhold information from Lu Fei. After all, Lu Fei was the heir to Haifeng. Should his identity be revealed, it could spark a torrent of scandal. She merely wished to focus on her studies. The tree wishes for tranquility, yet the wind does not cease. Su Jianwei had no desire to provoke Lu Fei, while Qian Kuan was determined to pursue him, understanding that to win Su Jianwei's affection, he must first deal with Lu Fei. He called for Luo Qiqi. Luo Qiqi, feeling despondent in her dormitory, had confided in her roommate about her conflict with Qian Kuan. While her roommate feigned sympathy, she secretly criticized her for her vanity, claiming that it was her own fault for feeling dissatisfied after receiving such a precious ring from a man of modest means, and that she deserved the breakup. Perhaps Qian Kuan prefers girls who are frugal. They're the ones who truly know how to manage a household. Luo Qiqi felt utterly disheartened, pondering her next steps. She had to keep Qian Kuan interested. If she broke up with him outright, she would gain nothing. Upon receiving Qian Kuan's call, her spirits lifted. Perhaps he still harbored feelings for her. What could this be about? Kun Yi, come to my house. I have a task for you. Qian Kuan's tone was icy. Luo Qiqi felt a flicker of displeasure, but had to endure. She needed to find a way to retain his affection. Perhaps she had previously made it too easy for him to possess her. and now she must employ the art of seduction and restraint, drawing on the wisdom of Sun Tzu. I apologize, Kungu, but I'm feeling a bit unwell today. Let us postpone for tonight. I can come another day. Are you truly unaware of how to behave? Be a good dog, and you might just earn a bone. If you continue to hesitate, do not bother me. Qian Kun was not one to linger on trivialities. What bone? Luo Qiqi bit her lip, finding Qian Kun's domineering nature somewhat acceptable. At least he was preferable to those less fortunate. If the meat is delectable, what harm is there in being a dog? Qian Kun sneered. You truly are shameless. Don't you desire a pair of Chanel shoes? If you accomplish this task, I shall buy you those shoes. Luo Qiqi's eyes sparkled. A pair of shoes would be splendid, particularly for showing off to her roommates. Those roommates were currently reveling in the anticipation of her breakup, eager for her downfall. Imagining their expressions upon discovering that Qian Kun, despite his frugality, gifted her Chanel shoes filled her with inexplicable joy, and she willingly accepted the role of the wealthy man's dog. All right, then come pick me up. She replied, Can't you just take a taxi? Must I come fetch you? Do you see yourself as a princess? Remember, you're merely a dog. Qian Kun retorted imtatently. Luo Qiqi paused, then sighed. This was the harsh reality of society. She no longer had the capital to be proud before him, and could only submit, gradually extracting benefits from him. A light bulb went off in her mind. Profit was paramount. As long as she could siphon off Qian Kun's wealth, what did it matter if she played the role of a dog? At least she possessed the jade ring he had gifted her. Unlike Su Xianbei, who had chosen a man like Lu Fei, a mere pretender, only to find $1 million bracelet returned to another woman, she felt fortunate in comparison. With this thought, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Taking a taxi to meet Qian Kun was certainly preferable to being with Lu Fei, who could only afford public transport. Chapter 68. A Task or Revenge? Luo Qiqi compared herself to Su Jianwei and found herself feeling superior. Though Qian Kun was despicable, at least he was wealthy. Being Qian Kun's dog was far more enjoyable than dating a pauper like Lu Fei. She touched up her makeup in the car, feeling exquisite and as if her life had regained its purpose. Half an hour later, she arrived at Qian Kun's villa. Gazing at the residence anew, she found herself enamored. Stay strong. Serve Brother Kun well. Even if I cannot be the mistress of the villa, living here is a privilege. I certainly do not wish to rent a place in Lin City after graduation. She encouraged herself before knocking and entering. Qian Kun pulled her inside and, upon entering, tossed her onto the bed. After a rough encounter, he swiftly assigned her a task. Go and seduce Lu Fei. If you can manage to sleep with him tonight, I will buy you a Chanel bag and shoes. Luo Qiqi was taken aback. What? You want me to seduce that loser and sleep with him? Qian Kun was pushing the limits, and she was nearing her breaking point. However, upon reflection, it didn't seem so bad. She could use Qian Kun's money to steal Su Jianwei's man. Besides, Lu Fei wasn't unattractive, even if it meant benefiting that insufferable loser. She steadied herself. Brother Kun, what exactly do you want? Isn't this just giving Lu Fei an advantage? Qian Kun yanked her hair. Do you honestly believe you are of such high status? I relish seeing you being bullied by Lu Fei. Understand this. This is your assignment. Perform well, and there will be rewards. Fail, and prepare for punishment. Luo Qiqi's body tensed at the mention of punishment. She shivered, feeling both respect and fear towards Qian Kun. At last, she realized that she and Qian Kun belonged to entirely different worlds. From beginning to end, she was merely a plaything for him, and now she had to adapt to the rules of this game. Shall I go now? But how do I invite him? Don't you know how to entice a man? Would you like me to teach you? Yes, I would. Luo Qiqi pondered for a moment and decided to call Lu Fei. Lu Fei was staying in the dormitory that night, lying in bed watching videos. Upon receiving Luo Qiqi's call, he recalled the content of Shi Feng's report. Lu Fei. It's me. Oh, it's you. What's up? Lu Fei remained cautious, wanting to see what she intended. I want to meet you. Now, just the two of us? Yes. Right now, just the two of us. Luo Qiqi's voice took on a seductive tone. She was quite adept at captivating men, having previously used the same tactic with Qian Kun, playing hard to get. No. Lu Fei flatly rejected her. Luo Qiqi frowned, thinking to herself, does he really think so little of me? Not going to meet? I was just planning to go to Happy Bar for a drink. I merely wanted some company. Are you really not coming? Her insinuation was clear, suggesting that she would be drinking alone and that Lu Fei could take advantage of her intoxication. What man could resist such temptation? You're truly unwell. I suggest you skip the bar and consult a psychiatrist. Luo Qiqi was furious, tears welling up as she felt wronged. All the grievances she endured with Qian Kun seemed to point to Lu Fei as the culprit. Clenching her fists, she bit her lip in anger. At that moment, Qian Kun tugged at her hair again. She immediately recalled Qian Kun's task, forcing herself to suppress her fury. I just want to discuss Su Jianwei with you. Don't you care about her? I can inquire about her if I wish to understand something. Everyone has secrets, especially Su Jianwei. No one knows her better than I do. I can tell you everything about her. If you don't want to come, that's fine. But if you do, I'll be waiting for you at Happy Bar. A cold smile graced Luo Qiqi's lips. All men were the same, and she was convinced Lu Fei would bite. Lu Fei narrowed his eyes, a man of principles. Since he had chosen Su Jianwei, he trusted her completely. Moreover, he had been intimate with Su Jianwei. He was her first man, and he felt a slight guilt for not being pure himself. Thus, he had no reason to doubt her. Nevertheless, he decided to check it out. He wanted to see what kind of game Luo Qiqi and Qian Kun were playing. I'm stepping out. I won't be staying in the dorm tonight. He bid farewell to a few roommates. Zhou Wei sighed dramatically. Fei Gu runs out every day. P.S. Truly fortunate. We're well fed on dog food. He was still pursuing Luo Huan, who maintained contact with him, but unfortunately, she wouldn't go out with him alone. He envied Lu Fei, who could roam freely every night without returning to the dormitory. Lu Fei left the campus directly. Happy Bar was nearby, just a 10-minute walk away. Luo Qiqi had already arrived, driven there by Qian Kun. She was wearing an ultra-short spaghetti strap dress that barely covered her thighs, and with the slightest movement, it could reveal more than intended. Her legs were adorned with sheer black stockings, and as she sat in the bar, she irresistibly attracted the gazes of men. In truth, Luo Qiqi felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, she was not the kind of woman who frequented bars carelessly. It was Qian Kun who had insisted on her current attire, leaving her with little choice. Yet, her adaptability was remarkable, and she soon found herself relishing this new persona. Was this not the life she had longed for? Unfettered, reveling in the night? As soon as Lu Fei entered, she waved him over. He caught sight of her and couldn't help but feel a jolt. Luo Qiqi, when she exuded allure, was truly exceptional. Her sultry figure was undeniably captivating, drawing the attention of many who gazed at her in awe. Lu Fei, this is your first time here, isn't it? Luo Qiqi donned a seductive smile, clearly untroubled. In his mind, Lu Fei was merely a loser, certainly unfamiliar with such places. Lu Fei's demeanor was icy. What do you want? Luo Qiqi snapped her fingers, summoning a drink for him. Please have a drink. We can discuss matters afterward. Lu Fei took a seat opposite her, abstaining from alcohol. Aren't you the one being played by Qian Kun? Why come here seeking validation? Luo Qiqi winced at the truth of his words, her face paling as she struggled to regain her composure, forcing a smile. Indeed, I was deceived by Qian Kun. I loathe him now and seek revenge, which is why I thought of you. Lu Fei's lips twitched. What do you expect me to do in your vendetta against him? What do you think is the best way to retaliate against a man? Lu Fei replied, I have no idea. Suddenly, Luo Qiqi twisted her body, curling up against Lu Fei like a cat. With the way Qian Kun treated you, surely you wish to retaliate against him as well. He is so full of himself. Wouldn't it be amusing to place a grand green hat upon him? As she spoke, her delicate hands began to wander over Lu Fei's body. Had it not been for the intel from Shi Feng, he might have believed her intentions. He grasped her hand firmly. Have you been drinking? Just a little. She reassured him. Worry not, I am not intoxicated. Do as you wish, as long as it serves to avenge Qian Kun. Luo Qiqi was becoming increasingly engrossed in her role, blurring the lines between seeking revenge against Qian Kun and fulfilling his tasks. Or perhaps, she genuinely desired to possess Lu Fei? The thought of claiming Su Jianwei's boyfriend was indeed intriguing. Chapter 69. Terror. Lu Fei's identity is frighteningly powerful. Luo Qiqi perched herself on Lu Fei's lap. Her arms wrapped around his neck, her lips, adorned with lipstick, whispering sultry breaths against his ear. If anyone from school were to witness this scene, her reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, sitting on her cousin's boyfriend's lap, and that man being Lu Fei. However, Luo Qiqi's audacity was rapidly increasing. She had decided to go all in, indifferent to the possibility of encountering schoolmates in the bar. All that mattered to her today was to be with Lu Fei. Nothing else mattered. We can't just engage in indiscriminate antics here, Lu Fei remarked, his voice calm as still water. Luo Qiqi chuckled lightly. The novice of a loser was so easily manipulated. Su Jianwei, look at the man you chose. How easily I can summon him with a mere beckoning. She thought to herself, playfully tracing Lu Fei's face with her finger, and said with a teasing smile, "Take me to a hotel." Lu Fei replied, "Going to a hotel is rather troublesome. Fear not, I shall cover the room fee. That should suffice, shouldn't it? Pathetic loser, can't even afford the hotel fare." As she contemplated, Lu Fei suggested, "Come to my house." Luo Qiqi was taken aback. Lu Fei's residence? He seemed to be a local. Surely his family owned a home, which was an advantage. Being born in the bustling metropolis was certainly better than her own background. Your home? Where is it? Are your parents not at home? I live alone. I had my subordinate drive over. Subordinate? Drive? Luo Qiqi chuckled, amused by Lu Fei's pretense. Did he genuinely wish to win her over? With a playful grin, she remarked, "You needn't put on airs. I'm only with you to get back at Qiankun. Do you think I'm like Su Jianwei? Did she sleep with you for your $1 million bracelet?" She felt enlightened, considering Su Jianwei foolish for being deceived by Lu Fei, believing herself to be above such trivialities. Lu Fei disregarded her comments, determined to showcase his prowess that evening. After all, she intended to act as Qiankun's pawn against him. He would show her whether it was worthwhile to acknowledge Qiankun as her master. He instructed Luo Qiqi to have her driver pick them up. Soon, the singular Rolls-Royce of Lin City arrived, stirring excitement among the patrons of the bar. Whispers filled the air, for this establishment primarily catered to students, and none could ascertain which affluent heir was indulging within. Upon hearing the murmurs, Luo Qiqi recalled the Rolls-Royce she had encountered on her birthday. She promptly rose from her seat beside Lu Fei and peered out the window. The owner of the Rolls-Royce must be reveling inside the bar. Perhaps her dazzling appearance would attract attention. If she caught the eye of the Rolls-Royce owner, she might not have to deal with Qiankun at all. Straining her neck, she finally spotted Qin Yi stepping out of the car. The wealthy woman involved with Lu Fei, her gaze fixated on Qin Yi's wrist, noting the $1 million bracelet still adorning it. Lu Fei stood behind her, his voice icy as he commanded, "Follow me." He then led the way to the bar's back entrance. Luo Qiqi, perplexed by Lu Fei's furtive behavior, wondered if he feared Qin Yi would catch him. Nevertheless, she trailed after him. Qin Yi awaited at the back door, her face lighting up upon seeing Lu Fei. "Young master." Lu Fei nodded and proceeded towards the vehicle. Luo Qiqi followed closely, her mouth agape as she processed Qin Yi's affectionate address, stunned into silence. As Lu Fei entered the car, she remained outside, lost in thought. "Get in," Lu Fei called out, prompting her to hurriedly scramble inside. The moment she stepped into the vehicle, he shut the door. She was immediately taken aback by the exquisite interior and spaciousness. This was the epitome of luxury. Compared to Qiankun's Mercedes, this was nothing short of sublime. Lu Fei reclined casually, his expression as impassive as a placid lake. Suddenly, a bold thought crossed her mind. What if she were to flirt with Lu Fei here? She had yet to try such an endeavor. With that, she gracefully knelt beside him, her hands gliding over his shins. Dressed in jeans, she slipped her fingers from the pant cuffs, teasingly caressing his calf muscles. Lu Fei leaned forward, gripping her wrist firmly. "Do not move. I have no interest in you." She gazed intently at Lu Fei, only to realize the magnitude of her error. She had gravely misjudged him. Lu Fei was not merely putting on airs. He was genuinely impressive. His demeanor and tone were traits befitting a true authority. A slight shift in her perception of Lu Fei's status would reveal that all his previous actions were entirely natural and reasonable. "Your family resides in Yunqi Valley? The #1 villa?" Luo Qiqi's voice trembled, her entire body shaking. Lu Fei had mentioned that his home was in Yunqi Valley, but at the time, everyone assumed he was merely boasting. Yet, Qin Yi was not Lu Fei's lover. She was his subordinate. This realization struck Luo Chi-Chi, reminding her of the last time she saw the same Rolls-Royce with Qin parked in front of the #1 villa. Qin was merely Lu Fei's driver. Regret washed over her. How could she have failed to realize that true men of power always hire drivers instead of driving themselves? It was terrifying. The previous rumors had all been erroneous. Everyone had misunderstood. Qin Yi, a high-ranking member of Haifeng, was simply Lu Fei's subordinate. You guessed correctly. The #1 villa is indeed mine, Lu Fei admitted candidly, with nothing to conceal. Luo Chi-Chi bit her lip, inexplicably gripped by fear. The enormity of Lu Fei's identity was unfathomable. If he were merely enamored by her physical appearance, that would be one thing, but what if he harbored darker intentions? She suddenly felt the world was irreparably divided. In the eyes of the wealthy, they were as insignificant as ants. How could she have once looked down upon Lu Fei so disdainfully? It was akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Chapter 70. A paradigm shift in perspective. The true aristocrat seeing Lu Fei's indifference only intensified Luo Chi-Chi's terror, prompting her to weep, trembling on the carpet. The owner of the #1 villa was the king of Lincheng. Although she could never hope to intersect with someone of his stature, she was not a woman easily satisfied and often fantasized about earning his favor. This was one of the reasons she had relentlessly sought to submit to Qian Kun. Even as his subordinate, residing in his villa would provide her countless opportunities to mingle with high society. Who would have imagined that the illustrious king of Lincheng was actually her cousin's boyfriend, the very person she had scorned? She sobbed, "Lu, what do you intend to do with me? Wasn't it you who sought me out tonight? That question should be directed at you. What do you wish to do?" Lu Fei observed her with amusement. Luo Chi-Chi, biting her lip, was consumed by fear. If Lu Fei were to learn that this was merely a task orchestrated by Qian Kun, a ploy to toy with her, she feared for her life. That wretched Qian Kun truly knew how to court disaster. What was I going to say? Yes, I wanted to tell you about Su Jianwei. Don't you wish to know about her past? Go ahead. Do you not know who her first boyfriend was? Luo Chi-Chi suddenly recalled Luo Feng, who had first introduced her to the reality of a true second-generation wealthy individual. When she first encountered Luo Feng, she was utterly astonished, realizing that such people existed in the world. At this moment, the shock Lu Fei evoked was akin to the astonishment she had felt upon meeting Luo Feng. Lu Fei's eyes flickered with intrigue. Her first boyfriend? He had yet to inquire about Su Jianwei's past, yet there was no doubt that he was her first man. As for Su Jianwei's first boyfriend, his curiosity was piqued. The rumors circulating on the forum, were they fabricated by you? Lu Fei suppressed his curiosity, first confronting Luo Chi-Chi about the matters discussed on the forum. The campus forum alleged that Su Jianwei led a dissolute private life and transferred schools through inappropriate relations with the school authorities. Holding his phone, he scrolled through the posts once more. It seemed there were fewer than before. Nonetheless, the forum was rife with chaos. This evening, he had deliberately revealed his identity in front of Luo Chi-Chi to address the turmoil ignited by the forum, launching a full-scale attack. He himself had been subjected to social death due to the forum and was still misunderstood by many. Now, they were targeting Su Jianwei. The depths of the school forum were indeed treacherous. Luo Chi-Chi felt a jolt of fear, lowering her head in a daze. The post exposing Su Jianwei's scandalous private life was authored by her, sparking widespread discussion and attention, and it was currently the hottest topic on the campus forum. She firmly believed the content of the post. If Su Jianwei had not bribed the school officials, how could she have transferred to Lincheng University so easily? If she was not out entertaining men, how could she afford to buy luxury items for Lu Fei? She was well acquainted with Su Jianwei's background. Yet now, her entire world was turned upside down. Lu Fei's identity was both mysterious and low-key. How could he possibly be attracted to a woman of such ill repute? Did you post that? Lu Fei demanded, fixing her with a stern gaze as he presented the phone displaying her post. Luo Chi-Chi dared not meet his eyes and began to cry. "I was wrong. Fei Gu, please forgive me." "Forgive you? You spread rumors with a mere tongue. Yet when it comes to refuting them, you run away as if your legs were broken. How can I forgive you?" Lu Fei's demeanor remained cold. Luo Chi-Chi pondered for a moment before retorting. "Actually, I heard it from others. it may not all be slander. Why you trust Su Jianwei so much? She merely enjoys playing a role. I'm not that different from her, Lu Xiao. Just look at me. You can do whatever you desire. What man doesn't stray? Luo Qiqi twirled her hair, adopting a seductive expression. Lu Fei smirked. Do you still wish to toy with me? Are you not afraid of the consequences? Luo Qiqi's body recoiled. Her hand, which had intended to make a gesture, froze mid-air. Had Lu Fei truly discerned her intentions to play him? No. She had once sought to manipulate him, but at this moment, she genuinely wished to submit to him, to be his loyal servant, to switch masters. Yet, could she articulate this clearly? Fear gripped her once more. Lu Fei, however, chose to ignore her, turning his gaze to the window. Moments later, the vehicle entered Yunxi Valley, finally pulling into the garage of Villa No. 1. The first villa was a true estate. Chang Su was currently recruiting gardeners, all of whom were strikingly beautiful women. The villa gradually became lively, and upon Lu Fei's return, 7 or 8 maids rushed over, greeting him with a chorus of master. They all bowed in unison, welcoming Lu Fei. Luo Qiqi was utterly astounded by the maids' appearances. Each one possessed the beauty of campus belle. If Lu Fei wished to indulge in affairs, he could do so with a mere flick of his finger. How foolish of her to think she could toy with Lu Fei. She felt a tingling sensation in her legs, immobilized within the car. Aren't you getting out? Lu Fei looked at her with a devilish charm. If he were to eliminate her here, who would seek justice for her? I was wrong, Lu Xiao, truly wrong. Please spare me. I wish to go back. Can you let me return? She pleaded desperately, gripping the car door, fearing that stepping out would lead to her demise at Lu Fei's hands. I will send you back to school tomorrow morning. I still have questions for you. Lu Fei's tone softened slightly. Although Luo Qiqi was bothersome, there was a certain tragic quality to her. Luo Qiqi stared blankly, realizing that Lu Fei was not as terrifying as she had imagined. Surely, a person of his stature would not make empty promises? If he was indeed sending her back tomorrow, then she could spend the night at Villa No. 1. Could it be that Lu Fei still wished to indulge her? Renewed with a semblance of strength, she grasped the car door and stepped out. What is wrong with you? Lu Fei observed her limping gait, his brow furrowing slightly. A flutter of emotion stirred within her. Was he genuinely concerned for her? With a pitiful expression, she replied, I can hardly walk. My legs feel weak, boo-hoo. She secretly hoped Lu Fei would offer her support. As she envisioned him doing so, her perception of him shifted, increasingly seeing Lu Fei as a good man, low-key, affluent, and charming. It seemed as if every beautiful word could be attributed to Lu Fei. Assist her to the guest room. I need to freshen up before speaking with her, Lu Fei instructed the maids, who promptly moved to support Luo Qiqi. 2 other maids approached Lu Fei. Young master, we are here to assist you with your bath. Lu Fei accepted without hesitation and walked directly into the house. After his shower, Lu Fei settled onto the living room sofa, instructing the maids to bring Luo Qiqi to him. Luo Qiqi had also refreshed herself. The maids treated her with utmost courtesy. Revitalized, she approached Lu Fei silently, kneeling before him and leaning closer, ready to serve him. Previously, she had been quite reserved. During her flirtation with Qian Kuan, despite knowing of his privileged background, she had played hard to get, ultimately compelling him to make grand gestures on his birthday before yielding to him. After her experience with Qian Kuan, she realized that being reserved was futile, especially when dealing with someone of Lu Fei's caliber. There was no need for pretense. She ought to be direct. If Lu Fei enjoyed being attended to by her, then she would gladly oblige. Chapter 71. The fruit grows larger. Lu Fei took a deep breath, grasping Luo Qiqi's hand firmly. Do not move. Yes, I want to. Luo Qiqi retorted playfully. Let me move. I must atone for my mistakes. I am undoubtedly better than Su Jianwei, and I can certainly outperform your maids. Just give it a try, and you will see. Having been with Qian Kuan, she felt she had become an experienced player, confident that she could offer Lu Fei an unparalleled experience. Lu Fei let out a cold laugh. Is this task also arranged by Qian Kuan? You truly are his lapdog. Luo Qiqi's body jolted as if struck by lightning. She fell back and sat on the ground, her spirit crushed. In abandoning her dignity, she found herself subject to the whims of others. As if Lu Fei and Qian Kuan were colluding, united in their efforts to humiliate her. Indeed, Lu Fei and Qian Kuan belong to the same elite class. While she remains merely a commoner at the lower strata of society, she clenched her fists, suddenly overwhelmed by a surge of madness. Leaping towards Lu Fei and pinning him down on the sofa, declaring her intent to bully those of the upper class. Her mental state seemed somewhat askew. In a moment of negligence, Lu Fei found himself unable to resist as she pinned him down, the situation precariously tilting towards her dominance. Aren't you seeking revenge on Qian Kuan? Completing his tasks won't allow you to retaliate against him. Only by adhering to my plans will you achieve that. Unable to muster any strength to resist, Lu Fei entered into negotiations with Luo Qiqi. Luo Qiqi, regaining some composure, felt a rising tide of fear and began to tremble as she stepped back. Lu Fei straightened himself, adjusting his disheveled clothing, noting that Luo Qiqi appeared to be on the brink of unraveling. He chose not to provoke her further and calmly inquired, "Tonight, Qian Kuan sent you, did he not? Do you intend to toy with me as if I were a fool?" With a hesitant nod, Luo Qiqi quickly shook her head in fervent denial. "Initially, it was indeed Qian Kuan who instructed me to come, but that is no longer the case. I wish to be with you. I will do anything you desire. Please believe me, I can sever ties with him at any moment. I long to be yours. Will you accept me as your own?" As she pleaded, she knelt down, wrapping her arms around Lu Fei's legs. Lu Fei's lips twitched. Luo Qiqi's audacity was unexpected. Initially, he had only intended to use her against Qian Kuan, yet now, witnessing her kneeling and calling him master, stirred something dark and primal within him. Although the villa had recently hired numerous stunning maids, and Hyder restaurant boasted an array of captivating waitresses, the reality of the situation felt distinctly different. "Enough, get up at once. Lin Yuyin was even more alluring than you, and I never laid a finger on her," Lu Fei declared with a hint of pride. Reflecting on Lin Yuyin allowed him to regain composure. He could not afford to act recklessly. Luo Qiqi's eyes widened in shock as she recalled the tales of Lin Yuyin and Lu Fei. Rumors circulated that Lu Fei, a mere impoverished student, had sullied Lin Yuyin's reputation, culminating in her humble apology, an enigma that lingered. Now, she comprehended the truth. Lin Yuyin, a flower of her department, came from a respectable background, rivaling that of Qian Kuan. The realization that even a paragon like Lin Yuyin had a humbly appeal to Lu Fei brought a sense of equilibrium to her heart. What exactly does Qian Kuan intend? Speak freely. Qian Kuan. He merely sent me to find you, to share your bed with me, promising to buy me a Chanel bag if I succeeded, Luo Qiqi replied, an air of dismay crossing Lu Fei's face. Was a mere handbag of such importance? I simply like it, and besides, I cannot survive without completing his tasks. Unless you save me, Fei Gu, she implored, her eyes pleading as she looked at Lu Fei, igniting a flicker of hope within her. A wave of disdain washed over Lu Fei as he contemplated Qian Kuan's true motives. What did they possibly be? Perhaps it was merely for amusement. Did Lu Fei not harbor any peculiar interests of his own? Luo Qiqi, casting flirtatious glances, seemed to embody the notion that no cat would refuse fish. Now, inform him that your task is complete and see what he requires of you, Lu Fei commanded. Luo Qiqi hesitated. Fij, given your status, you could easily have him eliminated with a mere flick of your finger. Why not take a more direct approach and have someone do away with him? She gritted her teeth, realizing her intense loathing for Qian Kuan, wishing she could personally end his life. If he sought his own demise, so be it. A fierce glint flashed in Lu Fei's eyes. If he desired someone's death, he would not need to utter a word. There would always be someone willing to carry out his wishes. Luo Qiqi's excitement surged. Then I will contact him right now to see what he intends to do. He is bound to act recklessly. Afterward, she sent a message to Qian Kuan. I succeeded. I have secured Lu Fei. Excellent. Now post on the forum, claiming that Lu Fei assaulted you while you were intoxicated, came Qian Kuan's directive. Luo Qiqi was taken aback. Looking at Lu Fei, he wants me to post that you assaulted me. Lu Fei chuckled, recognizing that Qian Kuan was setting a trap. Let him handle it himself. Luo Qiqi nodded and replied to Qian Kuan, you can post it yourself. I will cooperate with whatever you decide. Qian Kun appeared displeased. Do you dare to resist me? Do not forget, you are merely my pawn. Lu Fei is still waiting for me. Go ahead and post. Once he is asleep, I will send you the photos. Luo Qiqi aimed to lead Qian Kun to his own downfall. In a moment of excitement, Qian Kun, eager to impress Su Jianwei, quickly took advantage of the situation. As the fervor of the moment persisted, and Su Jianwei was monitoring the forum, he immediately posted. He recounted the events from a bystander's perspective, initially stating that he had seen Luo Qiqi intoxicated at the Happy Bar, where Lu Fei approached to harass her. He then created a secondary account, questioning, isn't Luo Qiqi Su Jianwei's cousin? Is Lu Fei really such a scoundrel, even messing around with his girlfriend's cousin? Su Jianwei seemed to be led astray by Lu Fei. Oh, it's them. I believe I saw them enter a hotel together. At first, I thought I was mistaken, but it seems to be true. Just 7 days ago, I stayed there too. In the dead of night, the post gained traction, attracting numerous onlookers. Noticing that public sentiment was turning in his favor, Qian Kun quickly messaged Su Jianwei. Wei, are you asleep? Su Jianwei had also seen the post. Lu Fei and Luo Qiqi are together? She sensed a conspiracy brewing. Yet anxiety crept in as she feared losing Lu Fei. Just then, Qian Kun's message arrived. What a coincidence. She was curious about what he had to say. Is there something you need? She coldly replied. Who would have thought such a thing could happen? Lu Fei is nothing but a scoundrel. What do you want to convey? Did you not see the post? Lu Fei and Luo Qiqi were caught in a compromising situation at the Happy Bar. It's truly outrageous. Qian Kun's tone conveyed his frustration. It's infuriating, just like a dog caught in a trap. Chapter 72. Together, they cast mud upon him, and so what? Su Jianwei responded. Although she wished to disregard the forum's drama, she found herself unable to resist following the developments, and thus, she had indeed seen the post regarding Lu Fei and Luo Qiqi. As for the authenticity of the content, she was indifferent. Her curiosity lay more with the motives of the poster. Was this an enemy of Lu Fei, or was there truly a clandestine paparazzi within the school? Qian Kun was left bewildered. And so what? Is it true that even if Lu Fei were to be with Luo Qiqi, Su Jianwei would remain indifferent? Shouldn't Su Jianwei be heartbroken, lamenting and scolding Lu Fei and Luo Qiqi for their shamelessness, then leap into my arms and become mine? He no longer comprehends Su Jianwei. You certainly know how to play the game, seemingly unfazed by such matters. You possess an astonishingly large heart. Although my breakup with Luo Qiqi was recent, her audacity to engage in such disgraceful acts is intolerable to me. Qian Kun believed he still harbored legitimate reasons for his anger, feeling as though he had been wronged. He contemplated avenging himself upon Lu Fei and Luo Qiqi, convinced that public opinion would still sympathize with him. Su Jianwei chuckled. Is the breakup still recent? What do you call the shoes you gave me? Do you not desire me? Qian Kun's mind momentarily faltered. Then he perceived Su Jianwei's insinuation. She must be utterly enraged to speak in such a manner. This could be an opportunity he ought to seize. Although he felt a twinge of embarrassment, he admitted, I like you and genuinely wish to be with you. Sununtai Yianbe Shvifli Dlokked him, ignoring Qian Kun henceforth. When he attempted to message her again, he was met with a red exclamation mark, his teeth clenched in frustration. He had never felt so humiliated. How could a country girl treat him so dismissively? Damn it. If I don't make you suffer, then I am not Qian Kun. Anger surged within him as he vowed to take action. He immediately contacted Wang Wenfeng, seeking assistance. Wang Wenfeng inwardly scolded him for his foolishness but felt obliged to help. The idea of having Luo Qiqi pursue Lu Fei was originally his suggestion, not to aid Qian Kun, but to create discord between Su Jianwei and Lu Fei. The presence of another man in Su Jianwei's life was detrimental to his plans. He could influence Su Jianwei's mind, but found it difficult to do the same with Lu Fei, fearing it would hinder his ambitions to appropriate Su Jianwei's academic achievements. Thus, he personally called Su Jianwei. You're not here to speak favorably of Qian Kun, are you? Upon answering, Su Jianwei took the initiative, leaving Wang Wenfeng at a disadvantage. Su Jianwei was no ordinary infatuated fan. although she regarded him as an idol. Her perception had waned significantly due to Qian Kuan's actions. Indeed, Qian Kuan sought me out. Then there is nothing further to discuss. Su Jianwei prepared to end the call. Wang Wenfeng hurriedly interjected, however, I am not here to defend him, merely to share some truths. What truths? The affair between Luo Qiqi and your boyfriend Lu Fei was orchestrated by Qian Kuan. His aim was to induce Lu Fei to stray. Wang Wenfeng elucidated the situation. Su Jianwei bit her lip, feeling a sudden wave of discomfort. She sensed the strangeness of the situation, yet the reality of it was difficult to digest. Lu Fei was indeed a victim, manipulated by him and Luo Qiqi. Wang Wenfeng sighed. Su Jianwei remarked, "You pity him? Then you have misdirected your compassion." Upon hearing this, Wang Wenfeng's tone shifted. While he felt sympathy for Lu Fei, he also considered him deserving of his fate, having so easily fallen into a trap. A man lacking such self-restraint deserved the consequences of public disgrace. No one could save him from that. Su Jianwei inquired, "What further schemes does Qian Kuan have in mind?" "He intends to assist you. However, your situation is merely a fabrication, devoid of any substantiated evidence. Now that Lu Fei has strayed, if he could be portrayed as the victim, deceived by Lu Fei, the faculty and students of the school will not only refrain from harboring animosity towards you, but will, in fact, feel sympathy. These individuals are truly despicable. Nonetheless, you ought not to concern yourself with others. We share a common aspiration, and for the sake of that aspiration, you must endure certain tribulations. There is no need for you to feel pity for Lu Fei. He has brought this upon himself. It would be best to maintain a facade with Qian Kuan. Rest assured, I will watch over you. He cannot harm you." Wang Wenfeng spoke in a protective tone, treating Su Jianwei as if she were a vulnerable chick. Su Jianwei, however, found it amusing, as Qian Kuan seemed keen to shift all blame onto Lu Fei. Let him proceed with his own undoing. "So what would you have me do? Should I add him back?" Wang Wenfeng replied, "That is unnecessary. I will speak on your behalf." Su Jianwei responded, "Then I must trouble you, senior brother." She felt a sense of relief towards Wang Wenfeng. Perceiving him as a good person, Wang Wenfeng subsequently called Qian Kuan, advising him to temper his eagerness, as haste does not yield good results. Qian Kuan nodded vigorously and contacted Su Jianwei. He began with an apology, adopting a gentlemanly demeanor, before posing serious inquiries regarding the rumors. Su Jianwei explained, primarily eager to observe Qian Kuan's self-destruction. Qian Kuan grew invigorated, sensing that Su Jianwei was almost tamed. Wang Wenfeng truly was impressive. He spent a sleepless night preparing various public relations materials, realizing his own talent in managing public opinion, envisioning the possibility of starting a public relations firm and ultimately wielding influence in the entertainment industry, manipulating female celebrities. After a night of inciting chaos, the following morning, the matter escalated significantly. Cheng Li, the director of the school's ideological and political education department, responded to the situation, stating that the truth would be uncovered and dealt with seriously. As Luo Qiqi's boyfriend, Qian Kuan also posted directly on the forum, having consulted with Luo Qiqi, who had merely sought solace in a bar due to her bad mood, unaware that Lu Fei would take advantage of the situation, which constituted a crime. Thus, Luo Qiqi was also a victim. Early that morning, Qian Kuan reached out to Su Jianwei once more. "Wei Wei, an opportunity has arisen. The school's ideological and political education department is convening to discuss the matter concerning Lu Fei. They will likely seek your testimony. Just assert that you were unaware of his past actions, that you were deceived into becoming his girlfriend, and this will position you as a victim, absolving you of blame." Su Jianwei responded with a simple "Oh." "What do you mean by oh? Do you still harbor feelings for Lu Fei? He has acted so egregiously, even entangling with your cousin. You must not show any weakness at this moment." Su Jianwei replied indifferently, "I understand." "Ah, your tone reveals your lingering compassion. You must not be soft-hearted. Although the current public sentiment is directed against Lu Fei, once this matter subsides, attention will inevitably return to you. This could impact the success of your transfer. Rest assured, I will also attend the ideological and political education department as a party involved, and I will advocate for you, resolving both Lu Fei's situation and yours simultaneously." Understood. Thank you. Su Jianwei was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Qian Kuan was indeed foolish, but had Lu Fei truly entered into a relationship with Luo Qiqi? She had no desire to meddle in Lu Fei's personal affairs, believing that whom Lu Fei chose to love was entirely his prerogative. A person like him could hardly be devoted to just one individual. However, if the rumors circulating online about Lu Fei and Luo Qiqi were indeed true, what was she to do? Chapter 73, A Mysterious Leverage. Teacher Bai faces coercion. Why should I care? His life and mine are unrelated. My affection for him holds no significance for him. Su Jianwei silently reassured herself. She was uncertain when it had begun, but her mind often wandered to Lu Fei, and this distraction was adversely affecting her studies. Early one morning, upon returning to school, Lu Fei was once again summoned by Bai Wenwen. The previous incident had yet to settle, and now Lu Fei was embroiled in further trouble. Come my office, Bai Wenwen exclaimed, visibly irate. Is this about someone spreading rumors about me on the forum again? Teacher Bai? Lu Fei replied with a cheeky grin, eager to tease her. Bai Wenwen, however, was all seriousness. Another set of rumors? Why do they always seem to target you? Shouldn't you reflect on this? Indeed, why is that? It indicates someone is deliberately maligning me. How amusing. Lu Fei had already employed decisive measures to resolve the forum issue today, though he chose not to disclose the specifics to Bai Wenwen. Bai Wenwen was not amused. Amusing? You think this is a game? Someone has taken photos of you at a bar, and the boyfriend of the female lead has come forward, claiming he will accuse you of assaulting his girlfriend. You are now entangled in a criminal matter. Do you realize that? Are you referring to Qian Kuan? Lu Fei squinted, unaware of Qian Kuan's tactics. Not only was he attempting to tarnish Lu Fei's reputation, but he also seemed intent on sending him to prison. What a deep-seated grudge. Now this is intriguing. Qian Kuan only mentioned it on the forum. He wouldn't dare call the police, as he orchestrated the entire affair. However, to defame Lu Fei and smear his name, he must wield the strongest weapon. He merely hinted at alerting the authorities, and the students took him at his word, prompting the school to take the matter seriously. What is the name of the girl you supposedly victimized? I heard she is your girlfriend's cousin. I truly don't know whether to believe you anymore. After all, her boyfriend is the one filing the report. Aren't you coming to my office to clarify the situation? The situation is that he is framing me. Don't worry, I will handle this matter myself. This time, I will not let those rumor mongers off so easily, Lu Fei declared with conviction. Yet Bai Wenwen was anxious. Where are you right now? Are you too afraid to meet me? Then I shall come find you. She found herself unable to trust Lu Fei for two reasons. First, a good student should not be frequenting such establishments. Second, she had seen a photo of Luo Qiqi perched on Lu Fei's lap, taken by students at the bar. This time, it was hard evidence. Well then, perhaps I should come find you. Let me explain this matter to you. Do not be alarmed. Lu Fei decided to discuss the issue with Bai Wenwen to alleviate her worries. After hanging up, he made his way directly to the counselor's office building. Bai Wenwen's office is located on the third floor. However, as he stepped into the corridor, he noticed that Bai Wenwen had left her office and was at the corner of the hallway. He hurriedly followed her and discovered that she was on a phone call, so he refrained from interrupting her. Rest assured, I will repay you. Please do not expose those photos, she pleaded. Give me 2 days, I will certainly manage it. Please do not disseminate them. I beg you. Lu Fei, listening from behind, furrowed his brow. What compromising photos had Bai Wenwen fallen victim to? And was she being pressured for debts? The authoritative Bai Wenwen appeared utterly vulnerable before these unscrupulous individuals. After much pleading, she finally convinced the other party to grant her a 2-day reprieve. Once she ended the call, Bai Wenwen appeared disoriented, and upon turning around, she bumped into Lu Fei. Startled, she regained her composure upon recognizing him and immediately adopted a stern expression. You have finally arrived. Clarify any issues you have at once. Regardless of the circumstances, the school will do its utmost to protect your interests. She regarded Lu Fei as if he were a criminal. Lu Fei was at a loss for words. Taken aback for a few seconds, I have done nothing wrong. Rather, it seems that you, Teacher Bai, are encountering some trouble. Bai Wenwen gasped, and her face flushed with embarrassment, akin to being stripped bare. In the presence of her student, her shame was magnified. Perhaps you might share your concerns with me. Lu Fei suggested softly. Bai Wenwen took 2 steps back, leaning against the wall. What did you hear? It is not as you imagine. Do not concern yourself with my affairs. We must address your issues, your misdeeds. She attempted to redirect the conversation. Lu Fei shook his head. There is nothing to discuss regarding my matters. It is merely that some wish to wrongfully accuse me. My interest lies solely in your situation, for I overheard your call. Lu Fei. Bai Wenwen glared at him fiercely. Are you also a villain, intending to coerce me? Exhausted and on the brink of collapse, she was clearly distressed. Lu Fei, sensing her turmoil, quickly clarified, that is not my intention. I merely overheard your call. If you're facing difficulties, you may confide in me. I might be of assistance. Bai Wenwen sank to the floor, leaning against the wall. Do not concern yourself with the troubles of your teacher. Focus on yourself. What transpired last night? I heard you forcibly carried someone who was intoxicated to a hotel. She intends to report you. That is nonsense. This matter involves my girlfriend. The girl you mentioned, Luo Chi-Chi, was coerced by her boyfriend, Qian Kuan. If she wishes to report me, I await his move. Chapter 74. Clean up. A grand spectacle for the forum's gentleman Lu Fei remained unfazed, even finding amusement in the situation. Today, he intended to deliver a significant blow to Qian Kuan. In truth, it was not just about him. The school's forum was in disarray, and he aimed for a collective purge. Bai Wenwen was in a state of panic. What a boyfriend's coercion. Is she truly your girlfriend's cousin? Did you indeed go to the bar? Did you force her? Falsehoods. If you doubt me, I shall call her. You may inquire directly. Observing Bai Wenwen's lingering skepticism, Lu Fei promptly dialed Luo Chi-Chi, whom had returned home that morning. Luo Chi-Chi returned to her dormitory and lay down, awaiting a summons. She had a class, but chose not to attend, as her other roommates had already left, leaving her alone in the room. She pondered the intricacies of life. Having spent the previous night in Lu Fei's villa, she still felt a sense of disquiet, akin to a dream, only finding reality in her own dormitory. Suddenly, the phone rang, and she hurriedly answered. Lu Xiao, is there something you require of me? My counselor is worried about my well-being. Could you clarify the situation to her? Bai Wenwen? Luo Chi-Chi was aware of the rumors surrounding Lu Fei and Bai Wenwen, suggesting an intimate relationship. During the incident involving Lin Yuyan's harassment, the entire faculty and student body called for Lu Fei's expulsion, while Bai Wenwen risked her job to protect him. Reflecting on it now, Luo Chi-Chi contemplated whether Lu Fei truly had an affair with Bai Wenwen, considering how a mere counselor could withstand the advances of the affluent Haifeng. Lu Fei's lack of interest in her might solely stem from his connection to Su Jianwei. After all, no man could resist the allure of beauty, and it was likely that he had already accumulated many stunning women like Bai Wenwen and Lin Yuyan. Luo Chi-Chi, in a habitual manner, shifted the blame onto Su Jianwei, recalling how last night she had exhausted all her efforts to please Lu Fei, only to find him impervious to her charms, causing her to doubt her own allure. Upon reflection, she concluded that her charm was intact. The issue lay with Su Jianwei. At that moment, Lu Fei handed the phone to Bai Wenwen, and her voice came through. Hello, are you Luo Chi-Chi? Bai Wenwen sounded skeptical, as the forum had suggested that Luo Chi-Chi was preparing to accuse Lu Fei of assault. The fact that Lu Fei could still communicate rationally with Bai Wenwen seemed absurd to her. I am Luo Chi-Chi. Are you inquiring about Lu Fei's alleged misconduct towards me? Yes. Have you seen the school forum? It claims you and Lu Fei spent the night at a hotel. Last night, I went to Lu Fei's house. However, nothing transpired between us. I slept in the guest room while he occupied his own bedroom. He has a girlfriend. How could anything happen? But rumors suggest you intend to report this? That is a falsehood spread by my ex-boyfriend, Qian Kuan, out of spite. He is the administrator of the forum and controls the narrative. Rest assured, I will expose him. I possess evidence of his manipulation over the school forum. Bai Wenwen was taken aback, finding the unfolding drama reminiscent of a television plot, far too surreal to be occurring in her own life. Yet, there are reports of you being seen at a bar, engaging in seemingly inappropriate behavior with Lu Fei. That is a misunderstanding. If the school insists on knowing, I will clarify the situation. Bai Wenwen exhaled in relief. All right, I trust that you both will maintain propriety. After ending the call, Lu Fei scrutinized her. I've clarified my matters. Perhaps you can now share your own? What are you referring to? The roles had reversed, and Bai Wenwen now felt like a culpable student, her palms sweating as she avoided Lu Fei's gaze. Lu Fei inquired, "Who made that call to you earlier?" "That is my private matter. Please do not pry." Bai Wenwen felt weak and quickly moved towards the office where others were present, hoping to regain her composure. Lu Fei grasped her wrist, preventing her from leaving. If she hadn't heard, it would have been one thing. Now that she had, Lu Fei could not turn a blind eye. "Tell me what's wrong. I'm certain I can assist you." "I don't need your help. Please, just stop asking," Bai Wenwen replied, shaking her head. "Is it financial difficulties, Teacher Bai?" "I can lend you some money," Lu Fei suggested. Bai Wenwen paused, aware that she indeed needed money and was troubled by it. However, upon observing Lu Fei, a diligent student working his way through school, she realized he could not truly offer her assistance. "I don't just need a small sum. You cannot help me. Would $1 million be sufficient?" Lu Fei responded, somewhat provoked. To him, $1 million was a trifling amount, but for an ordinary person, it was no small fortune. He intended to provoke her a little. "Of course, if I could help Bai Wenwen, I would give her the money directly." Bai Wenwen's expression turned incredulous, followed by a fierce glare. "And you would actually give that to me? Tell me what's going on, and I might consider it." Lu Fei replied earnestly, "Your curiosity is excessive. Is this a jest? Have I been too kind to you all?" Bai Wenwen, already feeling overwhelmed, was further agitated by Lu Fei's teasing. It seemed absurd that a struggling student could produce $1 million. This was beyond belief. Just as Lu Fei was about to clarify, he received a phone call from Director Cheng of the Ideological and Political Education Office. "Is this Lu Fei?" Cheng's tone was quite gentle, having not succumbed to the one-sided narratives circulating on the forum. He needed Lu Fei's signature for Su Jianwei's transfer. Thus, he needed to investigate the matter thoroughly. "Yes. May I ask who is speaking?" "I am a teacher from the Ideological and Political Education Office. I have some matters to discuss with you. Would you be able to come to my office?" Lu Fei confirmed now. "Yes. All right, I will head over right away." After hanging up, he proceeded to the office, and Bai Wenwen decided to accompany him. Neither mentioned the financial issues. Bai Wenwen assumed Lu Fei was jesting, while Lu Fei, feeling her resistance, opted not to elaborate further, prioritizing resolving the matter with Qian Kuan. As they descended the stairs, they encountered Qian Kuan at the entrance. He was with several members of the student council, all of whom were administrators of the school forum. Upon seeing Lu Fei, they exchanged knowing smirks. Lu Fei recognized them from Qian Kuan's birthday party, where they had all attended and had given lavish gifts, though ultimately, Lu Fei had stolen the limelight. "Lu Fei, you have quite the audacity, daring to approach a woman who is short on cash." "Impressive indeed," one of them jeered. "Borrowing a bracelet to show off at the birthday party? Let us see how you flaunt it today." Laughter erupted among them, mocking Lu Fei. The bracelet he had given to Su Jianwei had ended up on Qini's wrist, solidifying the gossip surrounding him. Unaware of the implications surrounding the bracelet, Lu Fei dismissed their taunts, glancing at Qian Kuan, who remained composed, maintaining his poise while allowing his followers to bark their insults. Chapter 75. Investigation. You intend to have Luo Qiqi lure me into a trap, then spread rumors on the forum. You certainly know how to play the game. Lu Fei regarded Qian Kuan with admiration, affirming his status as a wealthy heir. Qian Kuan straightened his posture, looking down upon Lu Fei with disdain. "What are you talking about? I do not quite understand. However, the humiliation of my girlfriend constitutes a criminal offense, and my lawyer will be in touch with you." He adjusted his collar, asserting that in this rule of law society, individuals of their standing would directly engage lawyers to handle matters, confident in their capabilities. Lu Fei's lips twitched. "A lawyer, you say? I offer you a chance for repentance. If you admit your wrongdoing now, I may choose to forgive you. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire." This was, of course, a jest, for he knew that Qian Kuan would never concede. Yet a flicker of unease crossed Qian Kuan's mind. The situation had escalated. What gave Lu Fei such audacity? He recalled Lin Yuyan's predicament. Perhaps a formidable force was backing Lu Fei. But then, he chuckled to himself. "Admit my fault? Surely, you jest. While I enjoy a good laugh. You seem unable to control your own affairs. Perhaps a chemical castration is in order for you." This was his open conspiracy, once Lu Fei entangled with Luo Qiqi. Anything he said or did would become inconsequential. Laughter erupted among his companions. Are you still trying to act superior? Be careful not to find yourself in a police station. His caution was futile. Qian Kuan had already reported the incident. Our forum possesses ample evidence and witnesses. He is certainly destined for incarceration. Individuals like him are but a waste of national resources behind bars. Upon hearing the phrase police report, Bai Wenwen felt a surge of anxiety. She glanced at a short-haired girl with glasses beside Qian Kuan, who had remained silent, yet her gaze towards Lu Fei was steeped in contempt. She was Zhu Man, the chief moderator of the school forum and the head of the student council's publicity department. Zhu Man, there may be a misunderstanding in this matter. The forum is rife with rumors. Could you intervene to temper the situation? We should avoid escalating this beyond the school. Bai Wenwen, familiar with Zhu Man, attempted to ingratiate herself. Zhu Man cast a cold glance at Bai Wenwen. If it were another influential figure from the school, she would certainly flatter them. For her position required managing various relationships. Offending even one could lead to her downfall. However, Bai Wenwen, a mere counselor without any authority, and one who had previously crossed the school leaders, held no value in forging connections with her. Thus, Zhu Man couldn't even muster a smile. Teacher Bai, you overestimate my influence. While I am indeed a moderator, I cannot silence the students nor prevent them from expressing themselves. The actions you and Lu Fei have taken are beyond concealment. Rather than beseeching me, you would be better off approaching the school leaders to see if they approve of your methods. Her tone was sharp, offering no favor to Bai Wenwen, insinuating an improper relationship between her and Lu Fei. Bai Wenwen, confronted by a student in such a manner, felt her face pale. The pressure on her as a counselor is indeed immense. Before starting work, she believed herself to be a teacher, a figure to be emulated, only to find that in the end, she is merely a servant, having to ingratiate herself with certain students. Reluctant to bow to influential students, she finds herself increasingly marginalized, struggling to find her place within the school. You are the moderator of the forum, yet it has devolved into a breeding ground for rumors. Do you still wish to maintain a facade of innocence here? Lu Fei retorted sharply, not intending to engage with the sycophants surrounding Qian Kuan. But he felt compelled to address the forum administrators. What do you mean? Do you really think you have a right to criticize me? Zhu Man despised being called a white lotus and was infuriated, her face turning a shade reminiscent of liver. Lu Fei chuckled lightly as the moderator. Everyone has the right to voice their opinions about you. The state of the school forum under your management is deplorable. Perhaps it is time for you to step down. Zhu Man clenched her fists. The audacity of Lu Fei to suggest her removal was infuriating. She had invested so much to attain the position of forum moderator. Since joining the student council, her rise to this role was facilitated by her ex-boyfriend, the former president of the student council. She had played the part of a sycophant for 2 years, but it had paid off as she had ascended to a position of privilege, enjoying unexpected financial benefits. Every sacrifice had been worthwhile. However, if her position were to be revoked, she feared she might truly lose her mind. Lu Fei had struck a nerve. Sister Man, why stoop to his level? Whether you step down or not is not for him to decide. He is nothing more than a dreamer. Let him continue his empty chatter. Those around her urged Zhu Man to remain calm. She suppressed her anger and smiled. Oh, you wish for me to step down? Take your time to ponder that. After all, you might soon find yourself in custody, and then you will have plenty of time to reflect. Laughter erupted from Qian Kuan and his entourage, who found joy in spectacle. In their eyes, Lu Fei was merely a barking dog, akin to all the underprivileged students, foolishly believing he could disrupt the established order of the school. Though the moderator's role may seem insignificant, it is indeed a cog in the machinery of campus power, a realm governed by unyielding social hierarchies. Bai Wenwen understood this well and pulled Lu Fei aside. Offending Qian Kuan was one thing, but crossing Zhu Man was perilous. Many matters in this world exist in shades of gray. Seated in her position, Zhu Man could easily manipulate perceptions, declaring gray as white or black as she pleased, unchallenged by anyone. Lu Fei refrained from speaking recklessly. Let the innocent remain clear. There is no need to create more enemies. University is a microcosm of society, and there is still much for you to learn, Bai Wenwen admonished him. Do you hear? There is so much more for you to grasp. Qian Kuan's group was ecstatic, reveling in the idea that someone with such a tarnished reputation would dare to suggest that the moderator step down. Do you honestly believe the world revolves around you? Just because you're being ridiculed, you think you can demand the moderator's resignation? Is it that if the police apprehend you today, you would attempt to dismantle the police station? Qian Kuan's crew was in high spirits, clearly enjoying the unfolding drama. Lu Fei had had enough. Rather than engaging with them further, he declared, "Fine, continue your antics, but when the police arrive, you must be prepared." He pointed at Zhu Man. As the forum moderator, I find myself amidst a sea of rumors, for which Zhu Man bears undeniable responsibility. Of course, the extent of this responsibility hinges on whether the parties involved wish to pursue accountability. Zhu Man's own aggressive approach leaves Lu Fei no choice but to confront the situation. "What do you mean by that? Are you threatening me?" he retorted, as if the police were poised to apprehend him. "Are you not aware of your own culpability? Qian Kuan has been spreading falsehoods about me, and you think you can maintain an innocent facade?" Lu Fei scoffed. Zhu Man's frustration escalated. "You are the one who truly resembles a white lotus. You, a mere impoverished student selling trinkets at school, dare to challenge me? It is laughable. Society will teach you just how ruthless it can be." Her resentment was palpable. She was determined to bring down Lu Fei. Chapter 76, a major case. Ties to a billion-dollar corporation. Both factions were en route to the school's disciplinary office, unable to separate at that moment. Suddenly, several police cars entered the campus, and a dozen officers strode in, heading directly towards them. The sight of the approaching police instilled panic in both groups. On Lu Fei's side, Bai Wenwen was particularly anxious, suspecting that Lu Fei might be deceiving her. Even Luo Qiqi's phone call seemed suspicious. "Look, the police have arrived." On Qian Kuan's side, he felt a surge of guilt and anxiety. He had not called the police, claiming it was merely a scare tactic. Zhu Man and her companions were taken aback. Despite their vocal threats to imprison Lu Fei, they had never truly anticipated that such a scenario would unfold. They understood that Qian Kuan's intentions were merely to toy with women. If Lu Fei were genuinely incarcerated, the situation would escalate significantly. However, after the initial shock, they felt a surge of delight. Wasn't Lu Fei so arrogant just moments ago? Did he not wish to prevent me from being the moderator? Let's see him continue that bravado now. Zhu Man grinned like a carnivorous flower, imagining Lu Fei collapsing at the sight of the police, perhaps even begging for mercy. What a spectacle that would be. There was nothing more amusing than punishing those who feigned superiority. The others exchanged knowing smirks as they observed Lu Fei. Indeed, Qian Kuan is the most forgiving, as long as he chooses not to press charges. Luo Qiqi will surely comply. Still not on your knees? You may miss your opportunity. They were eager to witness him kneel, having never experienced such a captivating scene. Lu Fei chuckled derisively. "I, too, am quite magnanimous. You and Qian Kuan are the main culprits. If you both kneel now, I might consider sparing you." He pointed at Zhu Man, thoroughly irritated by her self-righteousness. Zhu Man's expression darkened. Lu Fei was indeed putting on a show, unperturbed even with the police present. Maintaining this facade is futile. When the police take you away, let us see how defiant you remain, she thought, arms crossed, determined to be the last one laughing. Who the police choose to apprehend is uncertain, Lu Fei replied with a smile. Both Qian Kuan and Zhu Man seethed with resentment. At that moment, the police approached them. "Are you Mr. Lu Fei?" one officer inquired, calling out to him. Zhu Man and her companions stepped aside, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Now we see whom the police will take away, they thought. "Officer, this is Lu Fei." "How embarrassing for us at Linda," remarked a bystander. The police officer cast a glance at Zhu Man and her companions, choosing to ignore them and instead politely sought confirmation from Lu Fei. "I am indeed Lu Fei. You are from the Economic Investigation Department, correct?" The young officer conversing with Lu Fei nodded and displayed his badge, identifying himself as a squad leader from the Economic Investigation Division of the Lin Chung General Bureau. Economic Investigation Division? Zhu Man and the others were taken aback. Typically, such cases were not handled by this department. The squad leader addressed Lu Fei. "Some of my colleagues have already gone to the server room to confiscate the servers. Would you like to accompany us to assist in the investigation?" Lu Fei nodded. I would like to see for myself. The group was left in confusion. Officer, what server room are you going to? Aren't you here to apprehend Lu Fei? Inquired a petite girl beside Qian Kuan. The officers appeared bewildered. With a grin, Lu Fei pointed at Zhu Man and Qian Kuan, saying, "Indeed, she is the moderator of the forum, and he is Qian Kuan. Let us bring them along for the investigation." No sooner had Lu Fei finished speaking than a squad of officers stood alert, scrutinizing Qian Kuan and Zhu Man with vigilance. "Who do you think you are? How could an officer listen to you?" Zhu Man sensed a shift in the atmosphere and felt a pang of anxiety. Yet she still found it hard to believe Lu Fei could influence the police. Unbeknownst to her, while Lu Fei lacked the authority to command the officers, the case they were investigating was indeed linked to them. The squad leader turned to Qian Kuan and Zhu Man. "May I ask if you're Mr. Qian Kuan?" "Officer, I am Qian Kuan. What's going on?" Qian Kuan was perplexed. The squad leader replied coldly, "You are suspected of involvement in an economic crime. Please cooperate with our investigation." Before Qian Kuan could protest, he exchanged glances with two of his subordinates, who promptly positioned themselves behind him, ready to apprehend him should he attempt to flee. This left Qian Kuan and his companions in a state of panic. What is happening? The officers seemed nothing like ordinary police. They appeared seasoned and composed, suggesting they were elite members of the force, typically dispatched for significant cases. "You are the moderator of the school forum?" The squad leader inquired again, this time looking at Zhu Man. Cold sweat trickled down her spine as she finally grasped the gravity of the situation. "We are all administrators of the school forum. Is it possible that the case you are investigating is related to the forum?" Zhu Man clutched her companions tightly. "All forum administrators? Perfect. We kindly request your full cooperation in our work," the officer said with a smile, clearly relishing the opportunity to apprehend them all at once. "No, wait. You've got it all wrong. The school forum is such a trivial place. Why would you make such a fuss over it?" A boy in sneakers approached the squad leader, attempting to ingratiate himself. "Hey, want to smoke?" Zhu Man then connected the dots, recalling that the officer had mentioned economic crimes. Could this be related to Qian Kuan's family? She speculated. Given that Qian Kuan's parents were in the finance industry, any economic crime would likely pertain to their dealings. Zhu Man was desperate to deflect blame, adamant that the forum should not be implicated. The group turned their gaze towards Qian Kuan, questioning whether they were merely collateral damage in a larger issue. Qian Kuan, however, glared fiercely at Lu Fei. "Did you falsely accuse me of something? How shameless can you be? Certainly, you bullied Luo Qiqi simply because there was a torrent of criticism directed at you on the forum. Is it fair to vent your frustrations on us?" Reporting Qian Xiao behind our backs. "How utterly despicable. Gentlemen, do not be swayed by his words. He is a notorious offender, the one who truly deserves to be apprehended." Qian Kuan and his associates are visibly unsettled. The police, however, remain composed, advising you not to speculate aimlessly, but rather to cooperate with our investigation. Lu Fei, no longer withholding information, revealed that the forum's administrators were indeed involved. "To speak candidly, none of you will escape. They were summoned specifically to address the slanderous allegations against you. How absurd to flaunt your supposed authority here. The police have already stated their focus is on economic crimes, and you seem to seize any opportunity to boast." Qian Kuan's expression darkened ominously. He is blissfully unaware that the rumors circulating on the school forum jeopardize the reputation of a multi-billion conglomerate, affecting dozens of publicly traded companies. Following Lu Fei's report, the highest echelons of decision-making in Linxiang were immediately alerted. The police offered little explanation, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Any further remarks could invite significant complications. Whatever transpired would be addressed back at the station. As for Lu Fei's statements, they chose to remain indifferent. "Lu Fei, what exactly is happening?" Bai Woman inquired anxiously, her emotions akin to a roller coaster ride. Lu Fei replied calmly, "It's nothing of great consequence. Qian Kuan has been spreading falsehoods about me violating a female classmate. So I filed a report. The administrators of the forum were complicit in the background operations. Not one will escape accountability. Qian Kuan's report is merely a FAAD, while Lu Fei's is a legitimate claim." Qian Kuan and his companions stared wide-eyed. "How dare you continue this charade? Who is spreading rumors? Even if rumors exist, they originate from other students, and have nothing to do with our class leader. Panic began to set in among them, and with the police silent, they were left uncertain about the veracity of Lu Fei's claims. Their little circle on the forum, a breeding ground for rumors, could not afford to remain unperturbed. Lu Fei maintained his composure, stating, as forum administrators, you must be aware of the platform's responsibilities. In the event of an incident, the first individuals to be held accountable are, of course, the platform administrators. Furthermore, do you think I am oblivious to your clandestine maneuvers? The police have already sealed off the server room, and all your actions are recorded on the server. Prepare to face incarceration. Upon hearing Lu Fei's explanation, the color drained from their faces. Was Lu Fei speaking the truth? It hardly seemed like idle banter. Yet, it was Qian Kuan who regained his composure first. Don't speak nonsense. Who has spread rumors? Is it not a fact that you assaulted Luo Qiqi? Do you genuinely believe you can evade legal repercussions? Yes, you, a criminal, have the audacity to report us? Go ahead and file your complaint. We are upright, and our shadows are straight. We have nothing to fear from your allegations. The police will undoubtedly clear our names. With Qian Kuan as their anchor, they gradually settled down, convincing themselves that even if they had indeed spread rumors, the consequences would be minimal. They had to stand firm and justified. Lu Fei, remaining unfazed, replied, I assure you, my relationship with Luo Qiqi is entirely innocent. You attempted to manipulate her into falsely accusing me, but fortunately, she has seen through your schemes and decided to distance herself from you. It is inconceivable. Luo Qiqi is merely my dog. Would she delineate boundaries between you and me? You must be dreaming. Qian Kuan, unable to maintain his composure, was visibly shaken. For Lu Fei's calmness was almost surreal, a state he found intolerable. All right, let us proceed to the control room together. The police team leader gestured. His colleague had informed him that the control room was secured and all information from the forum servers had been sealed. With the data from the servers, the illicit activities of Qian Kuan and his accomplices could be thoroughly investigated. Should it be proven that they had deliberately spread falsehoods, they would face dire consequences. Mr. Lu, would you kindly accompany us? The team leader exhibited a notable courtesy towards Lu Fei, inciting further resentment from Qian Kuan and his group. Why was this happening? Why was a mere street vendor like Lu Fei treated with such reverence by the police? Was there a mistake? Qian Kuan believed himself to be superior. Yet, no one paid heed to his claims of superiority. Let us go, Lu Fei stated. The team leader led the way into the elevator, ascending to the 8th floor where the control room resided. Upon arrival, the sight was astonishing. Armed special police officers secured the area, all power switches were turned off, and the personnel on duty were isolated, prohibited from approaching the servers. Zhu Man and the others had never encountered such a spectacle before. Even if we were to spread rumors, it would only be within the school forum. Is it truly this severe? Qian Kuan shook his head in disbelief, struggling to accept the reality. Lu Fei, are you intentionally exaggerating the situation to frame us? They were all key members of the police force. There was no way they would mobilize for a trivial matter. Qian Kuan, possessing a modicum of insight, realized the gravity of the situation. Goodness! Key members of the police force. Zhu Man and the others trembled in fear. Lu Fei remained unperturbed. You are aware this is no trivial matter. Your slander against me has escalated significantly. Prepare yourselves for imprisonment. You are certainly fabricating accusations. Officer, he is the one who made a false report. He should be the one arrested. A male student pointed at Lu Fei, asserting that he was the source of the false alarm, for otherwise, the situation would not have spiraled out of control. Do not worry. Whether it is a false report or if there is a genuine issue will be determined upon our investigation. The team leader's stance was ambiguous. Yet even the most oblivious could discern his bias towards Lu Fei. Such a significant case could not have been initiated without substantial evidence in Lu Fei's possession. Qian Kuan and his group were left bewildered. How could a seemingly insignificant individual like Lu Fei wield such influence? Lu Fei, admit that you are the one making false accusations. The officer stated it is an economic crime. Can such trivial matters in a campus forum truly result in significant economic losses? Do you fancy yourself the CEO of a publicly listed company? A girl interjected anxiously. She, having witnessed much gossip, understood that the reputation of a CEO could entail serious economic implications. The image of a CEO was her ideal, contrasting starkly with Lu Fei's persona. Lu Fei smiled. "You are not entirely foolish. You are approaching the truth." Coughing slightly, "Mr. Lu, it is best to keep your identity confidential to avoid unnecessary financial losses. We will do our utmost to treat this case as an ordinary matter. The fewer individuals privy to the details, the better. Too many will make it difficult to manage." "I hope you understand," the team leader whispered to Lu Fei. They were also concerned about the situation spiraling out of control. They were well aware of Lu Fei's identity as the designated heir of High Feng, whose every action influenced the direction of vast fortunes. "Really impressive. You're not suggesting you're the president of a publicly listed company, are you? Here we go again. Just like last time at the birthday party with that $1 million bracelet, right? You are undoubtedly the king of pretentiousness at Lynching University," one of them scoffed. "Officer, we are merely moderators of forum. Even if some posts spread rumors, they are unrelated to us. We still have classes to attend, so please let us go back." Zhu Man and others scolded Lu Fei while trying to retreat. Regardless of whether Lu Fei was indeed pretending, they could no longer withstand the pressure. If they were taken back to the police station, it would be a disaster, and others would surely suspect their involvement. "The forum server has been sealed. Do you think you can wash away the dealings you've had with Qian Kuan? You might as well kneel and beg me. I might consider reducing the number of people I accuse." Lu Fei retaliated, delivering a final blow to Zhu Man and her companions, shattering their illusions. Zhu Man's face turned pale. She controlled the school forum and profited from it, and it wasn't just about Lu Fei. If the police investigated thoroughly, she might find herself in the most dire situation among her peers. What to do? Did the police truly come to fabricate rumors about Lu Fei for Qian Kuan's sake? "Lu Fei, it is impossible for me to kneel and beg you. However, if you can withdraw the accusations against us, I would be more than willing to be your friend." Zhu Man managed to suppress her panic and spoke to Lu Fei with an air of arrogance. Chapter 78. The Internet Celebrity Lawyer. "Whose invitation is this?" Zhu Man was a beauty, though not at the level of a campus goddess. She stood out as a unique figure below that rank, attracting countless admirers and unexpected benefits. When it came to getting things done, often a mere glance or a subtle gesture sufficed, especially in dealing with someone like Lu Fei, who was perceived as a loser. A slight softening of her attitude would likely lead him to become her sycophant. Her demeanor toward Lu Fei took a complete turn. Previously, she had expressed a desire for him to be imprisoned, yet now she was willing to befriend him. She viewed this as a significant sacrifice, willing to associate with someone she deemed beneath her to avoid police scrutiny, even if it meant facing ridicule from those around her. "Who wants to be your friend? Do you not understand my words? You must kneel and apologize for me to withdraw my accusations. Otherwise, prepare for the consequences," Lu Fei sneered, finding such self-satisfied girls exceedingly tiresome. "Becoming friends? Associating with you would be akin to a lifetime of misfortune. I would rather distance myself," Lu Fei thought. Zhu Man's face turned ashen. She felt utterly humiliated. "Do you truly believe you can succeed in making false accusations? You will also bear legal responsibility for your slander." She trembled, feeling utterly defeated. "Sister man, why should you fear him? Let the police investigate. I cannot believe that after all our hard work managing the school forum voluntarily, we could have made such a grave mistake. It is someone else who has assaulted female classmates and will have a fine time inside. Indeed, the most contemptible types in prison are those who commit such acts of violence. Let them sue each other and see who ends up behind bars." Qian Kuan's followers feel that Lu Fei has gone too far and wish to confront him directly. They can certainly sue each other and see who meets their demise first. Engaging in a lawsuit is a tremendous drain on time and energy. Lu Fei, a petty street vendor living a meager existence, could never compete against these wealthy second-generation heirs. They will wear each other down. Meanwhile, Qian Kuan has fallen silent and is preoccupied with his phone, attempting to contact Luo Qiqi, who has not responded at all. Her phone unreachable, her WeChat silent. The more he thinks about it, the more uneasy he becomes. Could it be that Lu Fei has truly captivated Luo Qiqi? Is there something exceptional about him? That seems implausible. He pursued Luo Qiqi for quite some time and knows she is a gold digger, preferring to be a pet to the wealthy rather than aspire to be a goddess for a poor loser. Even if Lu Fei possesses decent looks and perhaps a robust physique, what does that matter? Does Luo Qiqi no longer desire Chanel handbag? Qian Kuwen, what do you think we should do about this? Zhu Man glanced at Qian Kuwen, still worried and relying on him as her anchor. Qian Kuwen, feeling annoyed, replied dismissively, "No need to panic. Let my lawyer handle it." Everyone nodded, knowing that with Qian Kuwen's lawyer, any troublesome matter could be delegated, while Lu Fei, a destitute student, would find himself entangled in legal disputes. Just as they were pondering this, the elevator door opened again. "Excuse me, please make way. Lawyer Luo has arrived." Someone cleared the path for the lawyer. Everyone turned to look. From a distance, they recognized the esteemed lawyer, Luo Qian, who boasts hundreds of thousands of fans online and is the most prominent lawyer in the entire city of Ling. "Oh my, it's Lawyer Luo. I'm a fan of his," exclaimed a girl with short hair and black-rimmed glasses. "He must be the lawyer hired by Qian Kuwen." "Oh yes, Qian Kuwen's lawyer has arrived. Let's see how some people continue to act." Zhu Man and the others cast mocking glances at Lu Fei. Qian Kuwen squinted at Luo Qian, recognizing him. Luo Qian's law firm has collaborated with his father's gold business, and they have dined together before. Although Luo Qian was not hired by him, he could consult with him, and Luo Qian would surely be accommodating. Thus, everyone assumed that Luo Qian was his lawyer, and he did not deny it. As Luo Qian entered, he straightened his attire and approached. "Uncle Luo, it's been a while." "Uncle." Zhu Man and the others were once again astonished. Qian Kuwen and Luo Qian shared a relationship that transcended mere employer and lawyer, although they were not truly related by blood. Such a familiar address suggested that Luo Qian would exert considerable effort to assist Qian Kuwen in his legal battles. Wow, Qian Kuwen actually calls Luo Qian uncle. That is quite impressive. It's quite normal. This is high society, where mutual support is expected. Indeed, the appearance fee for Lawyer Luo is at least several tens of thousands. For major cases, it could reach millions. Ordinary people cannot afford his services. Engaging in a legal battle against Lawyer Luo evokes a sense of pity. Were I his adversary, I would surrender forthwith and plead guilty. For what defense could one possibly mount? Zhu Man and others exchanged remarks, seemingly engrossed in their own conversation, yet deliberately articulating their thoughts for Lu Fei's benefit, leaving him standing there in palpable awkwardness. Bai Wenwen, feeling the tension, clenched his fists, acutely aware of both Luo Qian and Lu Fei. What to do now? It turns out that Luo Qian is actually Qian Kuwen's uncle. Do you have any confidence in this matter? Perhaps it would be prudent to settle privately. Bai Wenwen, now acquainted with the ways of the world, understood that one must occasionally bow under the eaves. These eminent lawyers possess the ability to turn the living into the deceased and vice versa. Contesting them in court is akin to striking a rock with an egg. It would be wiser to take a step back, especially since Zhu Man had already yielded. Lu Fei scoffed, questioning, "Who is Luo Qian? So what if he is Qian Kuwen's uncle? He is merely a lawyer. One might mistake him for a Supreme Court justice." Upon uttering these words, the expressions of those around him, including the police, shifted dramatically. This audacious youth seemed unafraid of anything, even daring to confront Lawyer Luo. Though Luo Qian may not be a Supreme Court justice, he is a protege of the current justices, unmatched in his interpretation of the law. Luo Qian, upon hearing this, glanced at Lu Fei with an air of calmness, revealing little emotion. In contrast, Zhu Man and the others erupted in laughter, reveling in his naivety. How amusing. He doesn't even know who Lawyer Luo is, yet he dares to call for the police. Their laughter echoed, amused by his ignorance. It was no wonder he remained so composed, entirely unaware of Luo Qian's stature. While Lawyer Luo, in his magnanimity, might not hold a grudge, he would certainly not show leniency in court. Qian Kuwen maintained a smile. Although Luo Qian outwardly appeared unaffected, he surely harbored resentment towards Lu Fei. Engaging Luo Qian for assistance in his case, Lu Fei's fate seemed precarious. Luo Qian's gaze returned to Qian Kuwen. The latter had greeted him, but Luo Qian had momentarily forgotten who he was. After a brief contemplation, he finally recognized him as the son of Manager Qian. Long time no see. I didn't expect to encounter you here. How is your father faring? Luo Qian, a man of discernment, adeptly navigated social interactions. Despite Qian Kuan being a mere junior, he responded with utmost politeness. Chapter 79. The most distinguished client Luo Qian recalled Qian Kuan and exchanged pleasantries, prompting Qian Kuan to perk up. Earlier, he had been genuinely anxious in Luo Qian's absence. My father is well. He often speaks of Uncle Luo. I imagine your fanbase has only grown. In our city, there is likely no case you cannot win. By the way, Uncle Luo, I happen to have a matter I wish to consult you about. Qian Kuan's demeanor exuded a sense of superiority. Zhu Man and the others beamed with pride, thinking, look at young Master Qian. Is he intimidated by your slander? The matter Qian Kuan sought counsel on inevitably pertained to Lu Fei. Not only had Lu Fei insulted Luo Qiqi, but now he faced additional charges of filing a false police report, slander, and defamation. With lawyer Luo in their corner, they felt assured that Lu Fei's culpability in these accusations was already established. With a smile gracing his face, Luo Qian spoke slowly. I apologize, but I'm currently occupied with some matters. If I find some free time later, I would be happy to converse with you. However, I anticipate that today will be quite busy. If your concerns are urgent, I can have my assistant speak with you. Luo Qian remained courteous, yet it was evident that he was no longer extending courtesy to Qian Kuan. After all, Zhu Man and the others believed that Luo Qian had come regarding Qian Kuan's affairs. The realization that this was not the case stirred their curiosity. Qian Kuan, however, was oblivious to this shift and continued to beam with delight. What a remarkable figure Luo Qian was. Even if his father's gold business were to face $1 million or even billion-dollar lawsuit, it was unlikely they could afford to engage Luo Qian. The fact that his assistant could attend to him was already a significant privilege. Uncle Luo must be handling a major case. My matters are not urgent. Consulting with Uncle Luo's assistant is perfectly acceptable. Please, do attend to your business, he said. Luo Qian disregarded him, turning towards the police officer. Officer Tan, I am the lawyer entrusted by Mr. Liu. Any further developments will be coordinated through me. His demeanor was serious as he addressed the team leader accompanying the officer. The team leader chuckled. I believe lawyer Luo is yet unaware. That is Mr. Lu Fei. The team leader pointed towards Lu Fei, having witnessed the earlier antics of both parties. Qian Kuan's group had been quite comical, mistakenly viewing Lu Fei as a mere impoverished student to be bullied. Luo Qian, invited by Qin Hua, had not yet made contact with Lu Fei. Upon the team leader's mention, he grasped the situation, realizing why Lu Fei had previously confronted him. His expression stiffened momentarily before he replaced it with a cordial smile. May I inquire if you are Mr. Lu Fei? I am. How may I assist you? Lu Fei responded. Luo Qian hastily introduced himself. I am Luo Qian, an attorney from Linhua Law Firm, commissioned by General Qin to represent Mr. Lu in a case of defamation. Here's my business card. He presented the card with both hands, slightly faltering in his speech, likely due to Lu Fei's earlier retort. After all, this was the heir of the Haifeng Group, and this case pertained to the reputation of a conglomerate worth hundreds of billions, making it the most significant case he had ever undertaken. Despite being the leading lawyer in Lincheng, the small town, he felt a twinge of anxiety when faced with such a monumental case. Lu Fei accepted the card and glanced at it. Oh, so you are here to represent me in court, rather than to defend your nephew? His tone brightened, and he looked towards Qian Kuan, who, along with his companions, appeared utterly astonished, jaws nearly dropping. Luo Qian was indeed Lu Fei's attorney. Here, to address a case of defamation? This meant they were about to face repercussions. What was happening? The words of Lu Fei landed like a resounding slap across Qian Kuan's face, turning his complexion from pale to flushed. Zhu Man and the others felt a chill, as if their throats were constricted, rendering them speechless. Luo Qian was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend Lu Fei's intent, sensing only the ire directed towards him. He quickly stammered, My team and I have come specifically to address Mr. Lu's case. It is not, suddenly. He realized that the nephew Lu Fei had referred to was Qian Kuan. Glancing at Qian Kuan, he spoke to Lu Fei with a hint of ingratiation. stating that his acquaintance with the young master of the Qian family was merely a fleeting encounter at a gathering, and they were not particularly familiar. Luo Qian, inherently a proud intellectual, would typically never engage in actions that might offend one to appease another. Yet this time, faced with the air of high foam, he found it necessary to compromise. The slap he delivered to Qian Kun was a resounding one, leaving the latter utterly disoriented. It was inconceivable for Luo Qian to be flattering Lu Fei. Such a notion was inconsistent with his character. A familiar sensation enveloped Qian Kun and his entourage, as they recalled the previous birthday banquet where the appraiser Zimu had lavished praise upon Lu Fei while belittling Qian Kun. This Uncle Luo, he is nothing but a pretentious fraud. How could you show him such deference? You have surely been deceived. Zimu was also misled by him, flaunting someone else's bracelet at my birthday feast. Qian Kun fumed, pointing accusatively at Lu Fei, unwilling to accept the situation. Luo Qian turned to him, his gaze dark and penetrating. Young Master Qian, Mr. Lu Fei is my most esteemed client. If you harbor any misconceptions about him, it would be prudent to apologize and acknowledge your mistake. The world crumbled around Qian Kun. The term most esteemed held profound implications. How many high-ranking officials and dignitaries had Luo Qian represented? To label one as the most esteemed was to overshadow even the most prominent figures in Lin City. As an attorney, how could he utter such an imprecise statement? I have no misunderstandings with him. This time, I have come to enlist your services to bring a suit against him. He incited a female student to seduce me, then spread malicious rumors about me assaulting my female classmate. I suspect he also fanned the flames regarding the allegations of my inappropriate behavior towards Lin Yuyan, and the claim that my girlfriend transferred schools through dubious means. I do not require an apology. I merely wish to see him imprisoned. Lu Fei's words struck like bullets, leaving Qian Kun reeling. Zhu Man broke into a cold sweat, acutely aware that behind these rumors lay her own machinations. In the incident involving Lin Yuyan, her fans had sent her gifts to manipulate the discourse, deleting posts that defended Lu Fei while amplifying those that condemned him. In a desperate attempt to ingratiate herself with Qian Kun, she had suggested various posts that could serve as sensational points. Suddenly, a sound echoed as Zhu Man fell to her knees, imploring, Lu Fei, I was wrong. I was misled by Qian Kun. I never intended to tarnish your reputation. Please, I beseech you, spare me and do not pursue legal action against me. She had humbled herself, truly kneeling. Lu Fei found himself in a quandary. As a forum moderator, she bore the greatest responsibility for the rumors propagated on the platform. Initially, he had intended to ensure her accountability, but this act of submission complicated matters. One cannot simply renege on their word. Very well, if you are willing to act as a witness against him, I shall grant you clemency. Chapter 80. A Sudden Encounter. The Charming Counselor. Zhu Man, sensing the shift in the tide, submitted to Lu Fei, kneeling publicly, disregarding her own dignity. She reasoned with herself that it was necessary to appease Lu Fei, who was undoubtedly not an ordinary individual, cunningly masquerading as a simpleton while harboring deeper intentions. It was quite possible that Luo Qiqi had also been swayed by Lu Fei. Sister Man, surely you jest. How could you actually kneel before him? He is merely putting on airs, and it must be Qin Yi behind it all. To her, he is but a plaything, as the lawyer Luo just mentioned. It was indeed President Qin who commissioned him. The fact that Qin Yi did not personally come indicates her lack of concern for him, Qian Kun said, deluding himself. The Qin mentioned by Luo Qian was not Qin Yi, but rather Qin Hua, the esteemed steward of Lin City, who refrained from appearing in person to avoid causing a commotion. Luo Qian simply shook his head, unwilling to elaborate, and sighed, lamenting that Qian Wenzhong had a foolish son. How tragic it was to offend young Master Lu. What prospects would he have in Lin City henceforth? Indeed, I almost forgot. This fellow is not only impoverished and pretentious, but also adept at living off others. Quite impressive, I must say. Sister Man, please rise. Someone went to assist Zhu Man, and after their initial shock, they sought a rational explanation. However, Zhu Man remained unmoved, inwardly cursing Qian Kun and his ilk for their foolishness. So what if Lu Fei was a kept man of Qin Yi? He was now Luo Qian's employer, and pursuing a lawsuit against him would be a futile endeavor. To persist would be tantamount to courting disaster. Moreover, she did not believe that Lu Fei was merely a toy for Qin Yi. It struck her as peculiar. Despite how generous Qin Yi might be, it was inconceivable that she would bestow a bracelet worth a fortune upon Lu Fei, her official girlfriend. From most esteemed guests, she gleaned subtle clues. All evidence pointed to one conclusion. Lu Fei's identity was extraordinary. Of course, even if she were mistaken and Lu Fei were indeed a braggart, she had no alternative. She certainly did not wish to lose the lawsuit. I am willing, Lu Fei. I am willing to act as a witness against Qian Kun. The rumors on the forum alleging that your girlfriend exploited underhanded tactics to transfer schools, as well as the posts accusing you of humiliating Luo Qiqi, were all orchestrated by Qian Kun. I, too, was once deceived by him and failed to fulfill my responsibilities as a moderator. It is only now that I comprehend his malicious intent. He sought to undermine you. How despicable! Zhu Man openly turned against Qian Kun, severing ties with him. After all, she had no company to run and did not require a loan from Qian Kun. She preferred to manage the campus forum diligently, serving as a moderator for a decade, rather than being subservient to Qian Kun. You, Zhu Man, you dare to bite the hand that feeds you for the sake of a pathetic loser? You will surely regret this. Qian Kun clenched his fists, filled with loathing for Zhu Man. The other sycophants fell silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Zhu Man's awakening seemed to signal Qian Kun's decline in power. With the police presence, top-notch lawyers, and Luo Qiqi's absence, Zhu Man's act of kneeling shifted the atmosphere entirely. Oh, bite back at me? You know full well what you have done. The number of alternate accounts you created yesterday is thoroughly documented. Prepare yourself for prison. Zhu Man and Qian Kun's confrontation escalated. Watching their mutual destruction was quite entertaining. All right, take them back for investigation. I have a class to attend shortly. Should any issues arise, I will rely on Lawyer Luo to address them. Lu Fei stood with his hands tucked in his pockets, concealing his achievements and reputation. Bai Wenwen followed his pace, accompanying him to the 6th floor's academic affairs office. The office had already received news. Lu Fei had filed a report, while Qian Kun had not. Initially, they thought there had been a misunderstanding, but upon realizing that the arriving officers were from the city's elite, they understood that Lu Fei was indeed the victim. They had all been deceived by Qian Kun. Lu Fei, have you truly become acquainted with such a formidable woman? Bai Wenwen's voice was soft, unable to manage her thoughts about Lu Fei. He was far too ruthless. Even Zhu Man, a woman of such stature, had been brought to her knees. In Lu Fei's presence, she felt like a mere elementary student. Ahem, if you think so, then perhaps it is indeed true. I am being supported by a wealthy woman, so lending you $1 million is not an issue. I have no desire for such money. I must have a serious talk with you. After all, you have a girlfriend. Although the school does not interfere in your personal affairs, as your teacher, I have a responsibility. Teacher Bai, do you happen to have any private photos circulating among outsiders? Once Qian Kun's matter was resolved, Lu Fei turned his attention to Bai Wenwen. He spun around and pressed her against the wall, adopting a domineering demeanor. Having just toyed with Qian Kun and Zhu Man, he felt emboldened and sought to instill a sense of pressure upon Bai Wenwen, compelling her to reveal what had truly transpired. It was the first time Bai Wenwen had been cornered like this. Her heart raced, and her face turned crimson. The atmosphere grew somewhat ambiguous. The rumors surrounding the student-teacher dynamic between her and Lu Fei were frequently brought up for jest, and even some colleagues were aware, often gossiping about her behind her back. If someone were to witness this scene, it would undoubtedly stir commotion. Fortunately, the corridor was deserted at this moment. What are you doing? Hurry and move away. She shyly lowered her gaze. Lu Fei's eyes glinted with an aggressive intensity. Tell me, what exactly happened? I cannot sleep until I understand. This has nothing to do with you, so please do not ask. Bai Wenwen attempted to evade, but Lu Fei pressed closer, unwilling to let her slip away. Just then, she glanced up and noticed a curvaceous and elegant figure standing at the elevator entrance. He quickly restrained his actions. Darling, he called out towards the elevator. Su Jianwei's expression was cold as she strode over, seemingly unperturbed by his words, directly heading towards the academic affairs office. She had also been summoned to address her transfer issues, and there were some matters regarding the rumors circulating on the colleague forum that needed clarification. However, there was no need for inquiries now. The police had intervened, and everything awaited their findings. Darling, it's a misunderstanding. This is Teacher Bai. You wouldn't think I was doing anything with her, would you? Lu Fei quickly grabbed Su Jianwei's arm from behind. Su Jianwei did not resist. She paused and replied in a neutral tone, I know. Teacher Bai, right? Your academic advisor? Lu Fei's lips twitched. The fact that Su Jianwei was aware of Bai Wenwen was quite concerning. She must have seen someone mentioning their inappropriate relationship on the forum. Yes, but I assure you, there's nothing going on with Teacher Bai. Are you angry? He said, adopting a pitiful tone, transforming into a little puppy, hoping to elicit a smile from Su Jianwei. He longed to see her smile. Su Jianwei maintained a stoic expression, declaring, I am not angry. Even if there were genuine matters at hand, I would not be perturbed. Lu Fei furrowed his brow, finding her words excessively cold. Bai Wenwen felt a wave of awkwardness wash over her, realizing she had once again been cast in the role of the third party. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke up, Classmate Su. There is truly nothing between Lu Fei and me. He merely wished to discuss some personal matters. Please do not misunderstand. Personal matters? Su Jianwei was utterly perplexed. Bai Wenwen felt increasingly uncomfortable, as her attempts to clarify seemed only to deepen the misunderstanding. Chapter 81. Rumors clarified, roommate's attitude shifts that doesn't concern me much. There's no need for explanations. I have some matters to attend to in the teaching affairs office. I shall contact you later, Su Jianwei said, suppressing her displeasure as she addressed Lu Fei calmly. Lu Fei scratched his head, recognizing that Su Jianwei was indeed upset. However, as he glanced at Bai Wenwen, he felt unable to disclose the issue of her privacy being compromised and the subsequent threats she faced. After all, if Bai Wenwen had not confided in him, she certainly would not want to share it with Su Jianwei. My dear, please do not be so aloof. If there were truly something amiss between Bai Laoshe and me, it would require a thorough explanation. Otherwise, how could we continue to coexist harmoniously? Of course we can. Why not? It is my fortune to be one of your interests. Is it not? Su Jianwei retorted, her voice tinged with defiance. Lu Fei, a scion of one of the wealthiest families in Huaxia, must have countless admirers. She felt her temporary success in winning his affection was not to be taken for granted. Surely, Lu Fei thought similarly. That is certainly not the case. You are my one and only. I have eyes only for you, Lu Fei hastily replied, attempting to placate Su Jianwei. Sufianbei fed Saident. Why don't you two head to the teaching affairs office? It should be fine now. I will return to my own affairs, she suggested. Bai Wenwen, feeling embarrassed, quickly took her leave. As soon as Bai Wenwen departed, Lu Fei embraced Su Jianwei from behind, whispering in her ear, I just overheard Bai Laoshe on the phone. It seems she has fallen into the clutches of some unscrupulous individuals demanding money. Bai Laoshe has always looked after me, when rumors nearly led to my expulsion. She stood by my side. Hence, I wanted to assist her, but she refused to divulge the details. I was merely trying to press her for answers. Lu Fei explained patiently. Su Jianwei's delicate features hardened. Is it necessary to resort to such tactics to extract information? If you have aided her, she is bound to reciprocate in some manner. Even I would seek something in return from such a charming counselor. This was indeed a difficult explanation for Lu Fei, as his actions stemmed from the solitude of the moment, perhaps even a desire to take advantage of Bai Laoshe. Such is the nature of men. He then gently nibbled on Su Jianwei's ear, declaring, regardless, I love you. Su Jianwei trembled slightly, although she and Lu Fei had already taken their first steps into intimacy. Their relationship remained tender and innocent. Being so close in the school corridor made her blush. And what of last night? You have not contacted me for 12 hours. Did you go to the hotel with Luo Qiqi? Do you think it amusing to be seen as sisters? Truly, you, the most formidable of the wealthy second generation, must yearn for ever more novel experiences. In truth, Su Jianwei's greatest concern lay with Lu Fei and Luo Qiqi. She held no belief in the rumors surrounding Bai Wenwen and Lu Fei. Lu Fei chuckled softly, embracing her even tighter, wishing he could meld into her very being. What are you thinking? Luo Qiqi had been manipulated by Qian Kuan, attempting to lure me into a trap and spread falsehoods. I saw through her scheme. How could I possibly fall for it? Last night, I took Luo Chi-Chi to the villa, revealing my true identity to her. She realized her misstep and will now assist me in accusing Qian Kuan. The rumors surrounding you are also a conspiracy orchestrated by Qian Kuan and Luo Chi-Chi together. Su Jianwei, clad in a pair of black Chelsea boots, listened intently to Lu Fei's explanation, feeling her toes tense within her footwear. Lu Fei held her so closely that her hormones surged. If you let go, I shall trust you. Now, let us seek out Director Chung. Perfect. I shall accompany you to finalize your transfer procedures, he replied. Su Jianwei nodded, and together they made their way to the Academic Affairs Office. With Su Jianwei's matters still unresolved, Chung Li attempted to procrastinate further. Lu Fei decisively called the principal, urging him to speak with Chung Li. Once the principal intervened, the situation swiftly improved. Su Jianwei completed her enrollment procedures and officially became a student at Linqing University. Last night, Lu Fei had been monitoring the forum, intending to surprise Su Jianwei, which was why he had refrained from contacting her. Now that everything was settled, witnessing Su Jianwei's delight filled him with joy. I missed you dearly, my wife, he exclaimed, playfully nuzzling her neck like an affectionate pig. Su Jianwei rolled her eyes. Your mind is perpetually fixated on such things. I shall not return with you, for I have classes this afternoon, and it is indeed the commencement of formal lessons. Her spirits were high, her tone tinged with playful affection, yet her priority remained her studies. Lu Fei, disappointed by his daydreams, sighed in resignation. Very well, I have no classes this afternoon. I shall join you in attending your lectures. He inexplicably yearned to study alongside Su Jianwei, to remain close to her. Excellent. This afternoon, we shall have an introduction to capital. You best attend, lest I hang you from a lamppost, and you cry foul later. Such a formidable subject. I shall certainly be there. They then proceeded to the cafeteria for a meal. Around them, whispers resumed about the police's presence at the school. Upon seeing Lu Fei and Su Jianwei, many regarded them as if they were harbingers of misfortune, gossiping behind their backs. The repercussions of the rumors were inescapable, only strengthening Lu Fei's resolve to see Qian Kuan imprisoned. As for the opinions of others, they could be disregarded. Only a fool would believe Qian Kuan's fabrications. Lu Fei scoffed. Su Jianwei, however, was entirely indifferent to the opinions of others. The ignorance of the masses was not limited to mere belief in slander. They affectionately engaged with one another, and after finishing their meal, they rinsed their mouths and prepared for a kiss. Just as they were about to share a tender moment, Lu Fei sensed a chilling gaze penetrating through the crowd. He found himself staring into the sorrowful eyes of his ex-girlfriend, Zhao Min. She sat at a table with another male companion, yet her focus was unyieldingly fixed upon him, her expression darkening. Instantly, a cloud of gloom enveloped Lu Fei's heart, prompting him to hastily conclude the kiss with Su Jianwei. Su Jianwei was bemused, noting that Lu Fei had been unusually greedy in their previous encounters, often lingering in their kisses, but this time it felt fleeting, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. She followed Lu Fei's gaze and discovered Zhao Min. Perhaps Zhao Min sensed Lu Fei's scrutiny, so she deliberately avoided eye contact, lowering her head to eat. The boy beside her continued to chat, attempting to engage Zhao Min in conversation, but she remained disinterested. Su Jianwei pondered for a moment, then said nothing. During lunch, the two returned to their dorms for a nap, and the news of Qian Kuan's arrest for spreading rumors had already circulated. Jianwei, the rumors about your private life being indiscreet on the forum were intentionally fabricated. I never believed them. You clearly are not that type of person. Students from our philosophy department often face misunderstandings, Su Ruqiu said, taking Su Jianwei's hand affectionately. Their other roommates turned around in agreement. Exactly. How despicable to spread rumors on the forum. You must have offended someone. You're so beautiful. It's no surprise many admire you. If they can't have you, they resort to slander. The roommates became friendly, yet Su Jianwei felt a bit awkward. Initially, she had high hopes for her roommates, thinking that the outstanding students from Linqing University would share her academic aspirations, but she was ultimately disappointed. Nonetheless, she had to navigate social intricacies. As long as it didn't affect her transfer, she would be fine. Of course, it's all settled. I heard that lawyer Luo Qian is personally handling your case. and senior officers from the municipal bureau are involved. You're remarkable. You must look out for me in the future, Su Ruchio said with a smile. The fact that Su Jianwei could enlist Luo Qian indicated her powerful connections, prompting Su Ruchio to consider the importance of cultivating relationships for future job prospects. As their major offered limited opportunities, there was no need to let prejudice disrupt their real lives. Thus, although Su Ruchio still felt a tinge of resentment towards Su Jianwei, she resolved to improve their relationship. Chapter 82. A settlement that could yield a fortune. It's my boyfriend who is handling it. It has nothing to do with me. Su Jianwei felt somewhat exasperated, finding Su Ruchio too utilitarian. Previously indifferent, her attitude shifted instantly upon learning that Luo Qian was assisting with the case, which was quite laughable. Su Ruchio rolled her eyes. Your boyfriend? Is it Lu Fei? Yes. He reported Qian Kuan for defamation, and Luo Qian was brought in by him. It's unrelated to me. However, it was indeed Qian Kuan slander, and any lawyer could help us win the case, Su Jianwei patiently explained. That's not the same. Luo Qian is a renowned lawyer. Cases he handles are taken very seriously by the courts. Moreover, securing Luo Qian's services requires not just money but also power, influence, and connections. Su Jianwei lay on her bed while another roommate, Wang Xian, scrutinized her, sensing that Su Jianwei was not being completely honest. Lu Fei is just a poor student. How could he possibly afford lawyer Luo Qian? It's more likely that Su Jianwei's benefactor, fearing exposure, hired the lawyer, using Lu Fei as a shield to protect herself. WIW. What's the real situation with Lu Fei? What do you see in him? Su Ruchio asked tentatively, her opinion diverging from Wang Xian's, as she sensed that Lu Fei might be quite extraordinary. He is quite remarkable, distinct from the ordinary bourgeois. Can he truly be considered a member of the bourgeoisie? The three roommates gazed curiously at Su Jianwei. However, Su Jianwei chose not to elaborate. Lu Fei himself refrained from revealing his identity, and she could not disclose his status either. Apologies, but I must study now. Let us pause our conversation. With her focus fixed on her studies, Su Jianwei, having transferred midterm, had fallen behind in her coursework and needed to intensify her learning. Su Qiu and Wang Xian exchanged glances, realizing that Su Jianwei was indeed a challenge, clearly opting to ignore them for reasons unbeknownst to them. In the boys' dormitory, Fei Ge, what is the background of your new girlfriend? Did Luo Qian pull some strings for her? Impressive. Zhou Wei inquired of Lu Fei, astonished. Lawyer Luo no longer handles minor cases. Her fees must be substantial, Li Xian added, equally intrigued. The uproar surrounding the forum was well known among the roommates. They assumed Lu Fei had spent the night with Luo Qiqi, branding him a scoundrel. To their surprise, it was Lu Fei who had reported the incident, leading to the arrest of Qian Kuan and his associates, who remained detained. Lu Fei, not wishing to conceal too much, revealed, Lawyer Luo is someone I engaged. These incessant rumors needed addressing, and only the police could intervene. As for her fees, someone else is covering them. I am unsure of the exact amount, but I can inquire later. Li Xian hastily waved his hand. No need, Fei Ge. You brought in Luo Qian. That is quite impressive. You've changed so much. I feel the gap between us widening. His sentiments stemmed not only from Luo Qian's involvement, but also from the case's significant attention from the municipal police, which seemed disproportionate for a mere campus defamation incident. Silence enveloped the dormitory. Even the affluent second-generation youths felt a distance from Lu Fei. Reflecting on this, Lu Fei understood it stemmed from his reduced time spent in the dormitory, as he was preoccupied with accompanying Su Jianwei, leading to diminished interactions with his roommates. Yesterday, during the forum incident, his roommates expressed concern for him. I have indeed changed. My biological family has found me, and they're doing quite well in society, which is why I could hire Luo Qian for my case. However, we are brothers. Distinctions mean little. We shall always remain brothers. Lu Fei felt a surge of camaraderie, not to be forgotten. Well said. Truly, you are Fei Ge. It seems the general manager of Haida Restaurant also sought us out because of you. That mystery is finally resolved, Li Xian mused, previously puzzled by Lu Fei's reluctance to share the truth, though he had felt a twinge of annoyance. It dissipated as Lu Fei finally spoke candidly. Zhou Wei, still bewildered, suddenly slammed his hand on the table. Wow, Fei, you've really made it. The manager of Haida Restaurant, Shun Yao, is connected to you, right? Last time he came to our aid, claiming he was sent by the guests of the Royal Banquet Hall. You can't possibly be one of those guests, can you? Indeed, I am a guest of the Royal Banquet Hall at Haida Restaurant, Lu Fei affirmed without hesitation. Wow, 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 Zhou Wei exclaimed, brimming with excitement. My goodness, that is high society. Fei Ge, you must help me. Luo Huan has been toying with me, and it's driving me crazy. You need to devise a plan to win her over. Zhou Wei is still pursuing Luo Huan. Lu Fei felt a wave of frustration at this fellow. Brother Wei, can we not aspire for something greater? Luo Huan is merely a materialistic woman. Li Xian commented, sensing that Zhou Wei was genuinely putting Lu Fei in a difficult position. Zhou Wei lamented, materialistic women are not so bad. I can't help but feel restless unless I possess her. Her desire for wealth is not a deterrent. If I have money, isn't that enough? Perhaps Brother Fei could lend me some to impress her. You have a point. Materialistic women do have their appeal. However, at present, money is not something we can spare, and I cannot allow you to plunge into debt for the sake of pursuing a woman. Continue your pursuit, but acquire some skills first. I'll arrange a position for you in the company later. If you want money, earn it yourself. Lu Fei imparted this wisdom. Zhou Wei, grinning, replied, all right, it's settled. With visions of a bright future, Zhou Wei found that Luo Huan seemed less alluring. As they happily chatted in the dormitory, a sudden knock on the door interrupted them. Upon opening the door, a middle-aged couple stood at the threshold. The man was clad in a suit and glasses, while the woman donned a dress adorned with an exquisite gemstone necklace, exuding an air of affluence. May I inquire if Mr. Lu Fei is present? The middle-aged man inquired. Are you looking for me? Who are you? Lu Fei responded. You are Lu Fei? The affluent woman scrutinized him with a look of disdain. Lu Fei narrowed his eyes and replied. And you are? I am the mother of Qian Kuan, she stated directly. I wish to settle matters regarding my son privately. Name your price. This couple was none other than Qian Kuan's parents, Qian Gang and Luo Yunmei. They had just returned from the bustling metropolis and were informed of their son's predicament, having been detained at the police station, and were keen to resolve the situation swiftly. Are you aware of the nature of your son's offense? Lu Fei smiled calmly and asked. The specifics of his offense are inconsequential. What matters is that we wish to settle this amicably. I do not want my son to have a tarnished record, and you, in turn, could receive a substantial sum. This exchange is quite advantageous, wouldn't you agree? Qian Gang assessed Lu Fei with confidence. Chapter 83. The self-assured middle-aged couple Qian Kuan's parents had already paved a prosperous path for their son, ensuring he would graduate and step directly into a management position at a large corporation, which required only a diploma and a clean criminal record. Upon hearing of the risks associated with Qian Kuan's potential incarceration, they were eager to invest in resolving the issue. Do you not wish for Qian Kuan to avoid a tarnished record? Why would I? Lu Fei cast a discerning glance at Qian Kuan's parents. Indeed, a tiger begets no dog, and Qian Kuan's foolishness was evidently inherited from his parents. Qian Gang's face darkened as he lit a cigarette. Luo Yunmei crossed her arms, looking down on Lu Fei with contempt. Truly, impoverished lands breed unscrupulous individuals, seizing any opportunity to extort us. Let me be clear, even in a court of law, your chances are slim. We merely wish to avoid risk. Should you genuinely desire to pursue legal action, I shall not shy away. She had abandoned any pretense of negotiation, intent on asserting dominance. In their city, they were considered affluent. How could they allow a mere impoverished student to manipulate them? Others believe that a lawyer like Luo Qian, who has gained fame online, must possess considerable power and influence to be retained. However, those acquainted with Luo Qian understand that he has long since ceased to pursue monetary gain, instead seeking renown, which is why he often provides legal assistance to the impoverished. As for his decision to represent Lu Fei, it is likely motivated by the numerous fans he has at Lynching University. This gesture serves to reciprocate their support and to cultivate an image of a lawyer grounded in the community. We shall see how this unfolds. There is nothing more to discuss with you. I shall see you in court. Bang! Lu Fei slammed the door shut. Those two old dogs are laughable. He couldn't care less about their opinions. Outside, Qian Gang and Luo Yunmei stood frozen, incredulous that a mere student from humble beginnings had the audacity to dismiss them. Could he not see that they were affluent? If only they had spoken civilly, they could have easily secured a substantial sum. They had prepared 100,000 yuan to resolve this matter, a considerable amount, especially since Luo Qian was their friend. If Lu Fei were to withdraw his lawsuit, they would gladly cover Luo Qian's retainer fee. Of course, their demands were simple. They required Lu Fei's submission. An impoverished student had no right to challenge them. It was utterly ridiculous. Just look at these destitute fools, unable to appreciate an opportunity laid before them. If they weren't poor, who would be? Why should we strive for mutual prosperity with them? Luo Yumei shook her head in disbelief, seething with anger. Qian Gang took a deep puff from his cigar and scoffed. Did such a person still have a reputation? The audacity to accuse Kuin of slander. Yet, this fellow must be somewhat unhinged. There was no need to stoop to his level. Kuin's future was paramount, and if this man insisted on maintaining his pride at all costs, it would ultimately be to their detriment. Luo Yunmei furrowed her brow. Indeed, they had no need to engage in a battle of wits with him. Who knows? He might even take pride in his principles. Qian Gang remarked, perhaps he does have principles, but what about his girlfriend? What about the others around him? Infuriating. We shall seek out his girlfriend for inquiries. The couple resolved to approach those close to Lu Fei. Exiting the male dormitory, they ascended to the female dormitory. Su Jianwei's room was on the 6th floor, and without an elevator, they climbed the stairs. Exhausted but motivated by the thought of Lu Fei ultimately succumbing to his girlfriend's pressure. May I inquire who Su Jianwei is? The couple donned polite expressions. They already knew that the conflict between Qian Kuin and Lu Fei stemmed from Su Jianwei. They wholeheartedly encouraged Qian Kuin to pursue romantic relationships at school. The more the merrier. Su Jianwei was the woman their son had set his sights on, only to be thwarted by Lu Fei. It was foolish for her to choose someone else over their son, but if she were aware of their influence, she would surely distance herself from Lu Fei. Wait here while I handle the conversation. Do not speak too much, as I understand the thoughts of girls. The couple entered the dormitory with a plan in mind. Su Jianwei was engrossed in her studies. Su Ruqiu stood at the door. Upon seeing Qian Gang and Luo Yunmei, her eyes brightened. Their attire was strikingly opulent. Their clothing and shoes were all designer labels, and the total value of their ensemble likely approached 100,000 yuan. More importantly, the watch that Qian Gang wears is a prestigious Vacheron Constantine mechanical timepiece, conservatively valued at over $1 million. The necklace adorning Luo Yunmei's neck is equally remarkable, featuring 4 to 5 exquisite rubies paired with high-quality jadeite, which is also estimated to exceed $1 million. This couple epitomizes the true essence of high society. Hello, uncle and aunt. I am Su Ruqiu, Wei Wei's roommate. Wei Wei is inside, she exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm, eager to leave a lasting impression in front of the elite. Wei Wei. Stop reading and come out. There are guests looking for you, Su Ruqiu called out. Su Jianwei set down her book and turned to the middle-aged couple. Abe Su Jianwei. You are? Oh, we are Qian Kuin's parents. Would it be possible for you to have a conversation with us? Su Jianwei contemplated for a moment before responding. There is no need for a discussion. You may approach Lu Fei. He is the one handling this matter. Wei, how can you say that? Uncle and aunt have come all this way to see you. They must be exhausted from climbing such a tall building. Please, have a seat and drink some water, Su Ruqiu interjected, behaving like a concerned parent as she hurriedly arranged chairs for the couple. Su Jianwei rolled her eyes internally, wondering how she had ended up with such a peculiar roommate. Qian Gang and Luo Yunmei took their seats. We have already spoken with Lu Fei, but unfortunately, he seems to harbor significant resistance towards us, which is why we thought of coming to you. We would like to request your assistance in persuading him. Furthermore, this situation is closely tied to you, Su Jianwei, so it is only appropriate that we seek your help. Since Lu Fei is unwilling to speak with you, I see no necessity to engage with you either, Su Jianwei replied coldly. Wei, you're being quite unreasonable. Uncle and aunt were so polite in coming to see you, and yet your demeanor is entirely inappropriate. Su Ruqiu deliberately challenged Su Jianwei, attempting to draw Qian Kun and Luo Yunmei's attention to herself. Su Jianwei rolled her eyes again, thinking, what does my situation have to do with you? If you wish to converse, why not step outside with them? Su Ruqiu chuckled. I merely made a comment. And you're already on the defensive? It is no wonder you have a temper, considering you have backing. However, this is a shared dormitory. Why should I step out to talk? Cough, cough. Ruqiu, let's not quarrel. We actually came here to resolve a problem and would prefer not to escalate matters. Luo Yunmei interjected, feeling somewhat irritated by Su Jianwei's difficult nature. She pondered whether it would be wise to consider her for a daughter-in-law, realizing it could lead to frustration. However, allowing her son to interact with her might provide valuable romantic experience. Indeed, Su Jianwei, there is no rush for us to leave. Lu Fei's reluctance to engage with us stems from the fact that he has yet to hear the conditions we are offering. Once he does, he should be more amenable. Qian Gang stated confidently. You might want to listen to our terms before making a decision, Luo Yunmei added, adopting a theatrical tone, as the couple united in their approach towards Su Jianwei. Su Jianwei assessed the couple, already aware that they were headed for a significant downfall. Yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts, simply finding amusement in the situation. What conditions do you wish to propose? She inquired, observing the couple exchanging glances. Realizing that the young woman was wise to the circumstances and was now intrigued by their offer. With a confident smile, Luo Yunmei began, first and foremost. We are here to seek reconciliation. We acknowledge the time and effort you have invested, and rest assured, we will provide compensation. Lawyer Luo Qian is acquainted with both my husband and me. I will speak on our behalf regarding the litigation costs, which we will fully cover. Luo Yunmei continued. Many believe that engaging lawyer Luo requires substantial funds or connections, yet we both understand that his involvement in numerous cases is often for the public good. His assistance to Lu Fei is undoubtedly because he recognizes him as a struggling student in need of support. Su, you are an astute individual. Do not let lawyer Luo's advocacy inflate your ego. It was impossible for her to sincerely apologize and acknowledge her mistakes. She felt compelled to belittle Lu Fei to make Su Jianwei aware of the situation. A balance of kindness and authority is the hallmark of true leadership. One cannot rely solely on benevolence without the strength to back it up. Unfortunately, her display of authority appeared as a farce in Su Jianwei's eyes, prompting a suppressed laugh. Qian Gang sensed Su Jianwei's disdain and quickly added, in truth, lawyer Luo Qian is merely a social media personality with a large following. While his theoretical foundation is solid, his actual success rate in court is not particularly high. Especially in my son's case, your chances of winning are below 20%. We prefer to resolve this matter privately, primarily due to lack of energy, and also with your best interests in mind. As students, you certainly lack the capacity to engage in a legal battle. This explanation left Su Ruqiu and the others in awe. The complexities of society were indeed profound. They had assumed Su Jianwei had influential backing to enlist lawyer Luo Qian. But it became clear that his involvement stemmed from a charitable perspective, motivated by sympathy for Su Jianwei and Lu Fei. Unable to contain herself, Su Jianwei chuckled softly, realizing that these two had not caught wind of the reality at all. In truth, I am indifferent to the outcome of the lawsuit. You should speak directly with Lu Fei, as he is the one managing the situation. Her tone softened, feeling a hint of pity for the couple, who appeared rather foolish. Luo Yunmei was puzzled by Su Jianwei's attitude. She earnestly remarked, Wei Wei, we understand the circumstances. Kuan-er has acted as he has for your sake. Frankly, your choice of Lu Fei over my son is perplexing to us. We approach you because we see potential in you and hope you will recognize the reality of the situation. You might consider consulting your family for their opinion on whether you should choose my son or Lu Fei. Su Jianwei's demeanor shifted, her smile vanished, and her expression hardened. Who I choose is none of anyone's business. To speak candidly, Qian Kun is unworthy to even carry Lu Fei's shoes. I advise you to abandon any thoughts of settling this privately and focus on how to properly educate your son. Qian Gang and Luo Yunmei were momentarily taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief. How could someone be so ungrateful? Luo Yunmei's previous remarks were intended to show concern for Su Jianwei. Yet she received no semblance of respect in return, being openly disparaged in front of others. It felt as though they had been slapped across the face. You can't possibly believe I wish for you to be my daughter-in-law? Do you think the door to the Qian family is easily accessible? Luo Yunmei chuckled in exasperation. How brazen. To be frank, I had initially prepared a sum of 100,000 for an amicable settlement, but it seems that is no longer necessary. We shall proceed through legal channels. I refuse to believe a campus forum could fabricate a defamation case. Qian Gang declared fiercely, revealing a menacing demeanor he had not displayed in many years. He felt compelled to express this, hoping to instill regret in Su Jianwei. Originally, you could have received a compensation of 100,000, but now that opportunity is lost. For an ordinary person, that amount is not insignificant. Uncle and aunt, please do not be upset. This Su Jianwei, sigh, she simply possesses such a disposition. Su Ruqiu interjected soothingly. Wei Wei quickly apologized to uncle and aunt. An amicable settlement would be beneficial. You could receive 100,000. You are unlikely to win the lawsuit, and even if you do not lose, this is not a grave offense. A meager amount of money would only result in a brief incarceration of 10 days to half a month. What are you hoping for? Face reality. We are only looking out for your best interests. That is a full 100,000, a clear indication of the sincerity from uncle and aunt. 100,000, is it? Very well. I shall inform Lu Fei, Su Jianwei retorted, angered by the remarks of Qian Gang and Luo Yunmei. They flaunt their wealth, and she was curious about how these two individuals had accrued such fortune. After all, they were merely executives from the Linshang Gold Corporation, a state-owned enterprise. What substantial contributions to society could they possibly make to feel superior to others? She dialed Lu Fei's number. Upon seeing her make the call, Qian Gang assumed she had been swayed by the mention of 100,000. Such is the nature of the impoverished, who would dismiss a sum of that magnitude. However, to them, 100,000 was but a mere hair on a cow. They relished in witnessing the spectacle of the less fortunate bowing to such trivial amounts. Oof. My husband has already stated that this is no longer merely a financial matter. We can indeed provide you with 100,000, but you must compel Lu Fei to apologize to us. Otherwise, you shall receive not a single cent. Luo Yunmei scoffed coldly. They were indifferent to the money, desiring only face. Their arduous journey had met with 2 closed doors, and their patience had worn thin. Su Jianwei feigned ignorance to their comments and connected with Lu Fei. Lu Fei, have you met Qian Kuan's parents? She inquired. Oh, you are aware of this matter? They are currently with me, claiming they will cover Luo Qian's litigation fees and are willing to compensate us 100,000. However, they feel our attitude is lacking and demand an apology. What do you think? Su Jianwei raised her voice. Qian Gang and Luo Yunmei scrutinized her sideways. Surely, upon hearing of the monetary offer, Lu Fei would hastily apologize. Those 2 foolish dogs dare to approach you, thinking they can pay? Tell them to offer 200 million as compensation, and I shall settle. She conveyed Lu Fei's response. Lu Fei demanded 200 million for a settlement. The eyes of Qian Gang and his wife widened in disbelief. 200 million. Have you lost your minds? Are you jesting with us? This conversation is over. Qian Gang's anger escalated. Uncle, aunt, please do not be anxious. They are just... Su Ruqiu attempted to intervene. Qian Gang forcefully shoved her aside. Get lost. We are leaving. Su Ruqiu was shoved to the ground, her aspirations of mingling with the elite dashed. She cast a resentful glare at Su Jianwei, blaming her for provoking the Qian couple's ire. Chapter 85. Private assets? Are your funds illegitimate? Time is of the essence. And the Qian couple took matters into their own hands, first scaling the boys' dormitory, then the girls'. For them, this fleeting time was worth a fortune. To their astonishment, Lu Fei audaciously demanded 200 million. It was nothing short of mockery. How infuriating. I shall make you regret this. As Qian Gang approached the door, he did not forget to threaten Su Jianwei. Su Jianwei was busy reporting to Lu Fei, stating that the Linshang Gold Company was funded by the people's hard-earned money. The Qian family, working for the gold company, should inherently serve the public. However, their actions suggested an air of superiority, akin to the elite. I suspect their wealth is of dubious origin, yet I lack evidence. As Qian Gang turned back, He overheard Su Jianwei's words, and his eyes instantly turned cold, his earlier anger transforming into malice. Ah, the young lady seems quite knowledgeable. Are you implying that my wealth is illegitimate? He and Luo Yunmei stood at the doorway, no longer inclined to leave, gazing at Su Jianwei as if she were an oddity. Unfazed, Su Jianwei boldly asserted, "Indeed, I do suspect the legitimacy of your wealth. The Qin family's villa is worth millions, and the couple's extravagant attire is far beyond what a middle-class gold company employee could afford. Kyonggong smirkid darkly. You people simply cannot tolerate others being wealthier than yourselves. In your eyes, all private assets of the affluent are suspicious. Instead of harboring such thoughts, why not invest more effort in finding ways to earn money? If your abilities fall short, complaining about society is futile." Su Jianwei retorted resolutely, "You are correct. I do believe that individuals like you possess illegitimate wealth. In reality, there are no private assets. All wealth is a product of society. Perhaps my capabilities do not match yours, but that does not justify the vast disparities in wealth across the globe. I will continue to voice my grievances about society. Whether it proves useful or not, time will tell." The phone call remained active, and Lu Fei overheard the exchange between Su Jianwei and Qian Gang. "Ha ha! The young lady is quite intriguing. No wonder she caught Cohen's eye. She is well suited to be his plaything," he mused, aware of her sharp intellect. Kyonggong, emboldened, dismissed her concerns, confident in his wealth's resilience against scrutiny. Luo Yunmei smirked and remarked to Qian Gang, "There's no need to engage further with them. The girl has quite the personality. It's no surprise Cohen is drawn to her." She deliberately spoke, loudly, for Su Jianwei to hear. Afterward, the two departed the girl's dormitory to consult a lawyer, preparing to engage in a legal battle with Lu Fei. Meanwhile, after offering comfort to Su Jianwei, Lu Fei sent a message to Qin Yi, inquiring about the Linsheng Gold Company's affairs. The Linsheng Gold Company, a state enterprise, was closely entwined with other local businesses, such as those owned by Xiang Rong, Lu Chuanxing, Jiang Xinlong, and Shui Wenhai, all of which had significant collaborations with the gold company. After Haifeng settled in Linsheng, the president of the Jin Bank had been in constant communication with Haifeng's people, eager to forge a partnership. However, Haifeng had its own banking affiliations, and the Jin Bank was deemed a competitor, leading to a lack of engagement from Haifeng. Consequently, Qin Yi could easily uncover information regarding the Jin Bank with minimal inquiry. In recent years, the Jin Bank's profits had steadily declined, contrasting starkly with the opulent lifestyles of its executives. Notably, at the end of the month, the Linsheng Bank would convene a development conference, and President Lu Dingxiu of the Jin Bank had long desired to invite the young master to attend. Would it not be prudent for the young master to consider this opportunity? Qin Yi quickly elaborated, stating that although they were competitors, it was clear that they intended to expand within Linsheng. Cultivating a positive relationship with the Jin Bank could be mutually beneficial, as Lu Dingxiu was eager to make significant achievements. Should the young master extend an olive branch, he would undoubtedly be grateful. Does this imply that I should attend the conference? Lu Fei pondered, recognizing the intricate dynamics within Haifeng Group. He understood the necessity of seeking allies personally. Having the Jin Bank as an ally would be advantageous if he were to base his operations in Linsheng. Yes, it would be beneficial to attend. Originally, General Qin planned to go, and the young master could consult with General Qin and Hongjia, she replied. Lu Fei then reached out to Qin Hong and Qin Hua, both of whom agreed that this was an excellent idea. Having multiple allies would open various avenues. However, Lu Fei feigned concern, inquiring about the declining performance of the Jin Bank and whether collaborating with them might pose risks. Qin Hua, well-versed in all aspects of Linsheng, acknowledged the young master's astuteness. Previously, they refrained from engaging with the Jin Bank due to suspicions of unethical practices. A hasty collaboration could lead to undesirable consequences. Nevertheless, he had meticulously investigated Lu Dingxiu's background and found him to be reputable. During the development conference, they could assert conditions that mandated a thorough cleansing of the bank's operations, ensuring that only a clean slate would suffice for collaboration. Lu Fei smiled, recognizing Qin Hua's strategic foresight, quipping that he would merely serve as a good luck charm. Qin Hua chuckled in response, stating that the young master was the true king of Lincheng, while he merely facilitated the way. By the way, the young man who offended you, Qian Kuan, is also connected to the Jin Bank through his parents, who are members of the Qingshan Society. They likely participated in the scandal involving the bank's share, transfer, and misappropriation of funds a decade ago. Should we not address this matter as well? 10 years prior, the Jin Bank had transferred a portion of its shares, worth billions, to the Qingshan Society, with the true financial transactions remaining a mystery. Years have passed, and the Jin Bank's assets now exceed 100 billion. The issue of the share transfer is seldom discussed. Yet those familiar with history understand it to be one of the largest cases of public asset embezzlement in the bank's history. Since they aim to cleanse the Jin Bank of its tainted reputation, this case would undoubtedly resurface. However, given the immense funds involved and the potential influence of powerful figures behind the scenes, Xinhua preferred not to delve too deeply into the investigation. Targeting some lower-level figures, such as the Qian couple, could be a more manageable approach. Please, enlighten me, he urged. Lu Fei became intrigued, as it appeared that the Qian gang couple was indeed lacking in discretion. Xinhua then recounted the entire sequence of events regarding the share transfer case. Public records documented this case, but due to its age, it was generally inaccessible to the average person. Only insiders like Xinhua could effectively unearth the pertinent materials. Xinhua handed over the gathered documents to Lu Fei, who subsequently passed them on to Su Jianwei. Chapter 86, Real Name Reporting. Su Jianwei's path to practice. Su Jianwei's scholarly pursuit revolves around the issue of social inequality. She has delved into a vast array of literature spanning economics, philosophy, and sociology, with her previous publications closely aligned with this theme. Her unique insights into contemporary economic, ethical, and moral dilemmas have garnered the attention of Zhang Jinhua and Wang Wenfeng, who recognize her considerable potential, stemming from her robust theoretical foundation. However, she is acutely aware that in modern philosophy, to generate value, one must ultimately engage in practice. She cannot remain merely a theorist, but must venture into the realm of action. Her employment as a waitress at Haida Restaurant is a deliberate step towards this end, allowing her to investigate the essence of high society. Now, with the materials regarding the transactions between Lincheng Gold Exchange and Qingshan Society provided by Lu Fei, her practical journey can advance significantly. The documents, although publicly available, had gone unnoticed over the past decade under the prevailing economic system. However, upon meticulous examination, she immediately discerned the underlying malfeasance. Integrating her theoretical framework enabled her to articulate this wrongdoing with clarity. In simple terms, members of Qingshan Society exploited the privatization process of Lincheng Gold Exchange to embezzle approximately $2 billion in public assets. Although the entire embezzlement operation appeared compliant with the existing financial and legal regulations, it was rife with unspoken rules. During the privatization of the gold exchange, various restrictive provisions were instituted, resulting in only Yunhai Group, affiliated with Qingshan Society, qualifying for the bidding. To ensure the transaction's success, Zhonghai Group enlisted numerous insiders from the banking sector, including the Qian gang couple, whose elevated lifestyle was a direct consequence of their affiliation with Qingshan Society. In the afternoon, Lu Fei accompanied Su Jianwei to attend her philosophy class. During the lecture, Su Jianwei was not particularly attentive, having already memorized the original text of Das Kapital. She opened her laptop to compose a whistleblower letter, distinct from a typical report. It profoundly critiqued the current economic system while incorporating her theoretical insights, ultimately offering her recommendations. Lu Fei, seated beside her, found the philosophy course rather soporific and instead focused on her writing. Initially, he viewed it as a mere curiosity, but he soon became captivated by the content, startled by the implication that Su Jianwei seemed to suggest he might be metaphorically hung out to dry. Su Jianwei articulated that the vast disparity in wealth inherently poses moral hazards and serves as a catalyst for social unrest. The differences in individual capabilities cannot adequately account for the origins of this economic divide. In this world, there exists no concept of private assets, for all wealth is a product of society. Regardless of one's capabilities, Success invariably relies on the collective. Lu Fei, the heir to $1 billion empire, has become the focal point of Su Jianwei's scathing critique. After diligently crafting her denunciation, Su Jianwei felt a sense of satisfaction. Should this let her garner attention, her journey of activism would commence in earnest. Turning back to Lu Fei, whose complexion had turned pale, she inquired with a hint of arrogance, "Have you read everything I wrote?" At this moment, she did not feel inferior to Lu Fei. Rather, she assumed the role of a judge, presiding over his transgressions. Lu Fei scratched his head, responding, "According to your logic, I have done nothing wrong. Is it just because I inherited my father's fortune that I deserve to be hanged from a lamppost? That would be a gross injustice. Your father's wealth is inherently a societal achievement. Even if he bequeaths it entirely to you, without your own contributions, you have acquired far greater power than the average person. What differentiates you from a prince of ancient times? Even royal heirs understood the virtue of abdicating. If you were to awaken to this reality, forsake your privileges, and contribute to society, there would be no need for such extreme measures. Wait for me to gather my thoughts. We shall revisit this matter later," Lu Fei replied, resting his forehead in contemplation. Since inheriting his billion-dollar legacy, he had been preoccupied with plans to elevate the family business, aspiring to surpass his father's achievements. He had not considered societal contributions, but Su Jianwei's words resonated, prompting him to recognize the importance of undertaking more meaningful endeavors, albeit acknowledging that the timing was not within his control. Before long, class concluded. "Wei Wei, is this your boyfriend? How romantic of him to accompany you to class." Su Ruqiu and 2 other roommates approached. Su Jianwei had arrived early at the boys' dormitory to wait for Lu Fei after her midday rest, having opted not to join her friends. Initially, Su Ruqiu had no intention of engaging with Su Jianwei, but upon noticing her focused on her laptop throughout the class, she decided to interact with her. Su Jianwei's expression revealed her reluctance, sensing Su Ruqiu's ulterior motives. Lu Fei, however, remained oblivious, finding the 3 girls quite agreeable. "Who are you?" he asked. "We are Wei Wei's roommates. I'm Su Ruqiu. It's a pleasure to meet you," she replied warmly, extending her hand. Lu Fei, unreserved, reciprocated the gesture. "I'm Lu Fei. Wei Wei just transferred here, so I hope you all will look after her." Lu Fei took the initiative to engage socially. "Sudoku Zitga. We all know you. You're quite the public figure." Lu Fei's smile faltered, his expression darkening. Su Ruqiu continued, "Don't worry. We are aware that there are individuals attempting to tarnish your reputation. We won't believe those rumors. With lawyer Luo assisting you, those slanderers will face justice." Lu Fei nodded appreciatively, acknowledging the higher caliber of character exhibited by students from the philosophy department. "I had offended some people previously, but now it seems fine. Lawyer Luo will undoubtedly win the case. Soon, we should expect an official statement of clarification." "I heard that lawyer Luo is handling your case pro bono. He won't charge you?" Another roommate, Wang Xin, scoffed derisively at Lu Fei. "Pro bono case?" Lu Fei felt somewhat perplexed, while Su Jianwei shook her head. This group of roommates, it seemed, had finally revealed their true colors. Perhaps it was a pro bono case. Lawyer Luo was indeed a good man. Lu Fei refrained from elaborating further. "Is it or isn't it?" Wang Xin retorted directly. "What do you mean, perhaps? Are you implying that you hired lawyer Luo yourself?" It was then that Lu Fei realized these roommates were no pushovers. Xin, please don't say that. Regardless of the nature of the case, it was lawyer Luo who assisted Lu Fei, which is quite impressive. Many people envy that. You know how many high-profile cases are waiting for lawyer Luo's involvement, and they can't even secure his services, Su Ruqiu interjected, attempting to ease the tension. Lu Fei considered the importance of Su Jianwei's dormitory life and suppressed his dissatisfaction, responding modestly, "In truth, hiring lawyer Luo is not as difficult as you might think. If you ever encounter any legal issues and wish to contact him, I can help facilitate that." His intentions were purely altruistic. After all, as Su Jianwei's roommate, they could be considered friends, and it was only natural to lend a hand in times of trouble. However, the 3 of them burst into laughter. Su Jianwei's boyfriend certainly knows how to show off. They mused. Upon meeting Lu Fei in person, Su Ruchio and her companions were quite certain of one thing. There were only two possibilities regarding lawyer Luo's involvement in Lu Fei's case. The first was, as the Wang couple suggested, a philanthropic endeavor merely to enhance his reputation. The second possibility was that Su Jianwei had a successful man behind her, quietly contributing, perhaps unbeknownst to Lu Fei himself. The reasoning behind their conclusion that Lu Fei could not have hired lawyer Luo was straightforward. He dressed modestly, clearly identifiable as a struggling student. To put it plainly, they had encountered numerous affluent individuals, all of whom exuded an air of superiority that Lu Fei lacked. Thus, Lu Fei's claim of being able to engage lawyer Luo for their legal needs was undoubtedly a display of pretentiousness. In online forums, Lu Fei had earned the moniker the King of Pretentiousness, a title he fully deserved. Well, I shall remember your words. Should any issues arise, I will certainly trouble you to contact lawyer Luo for me. Su Ruchio chose not to expose Lu Fei's facade, instead opting to maintain a semblance of harmony. Lu Fei detected her disdain, but chose not to confront it directly. I'm planning to have dinner with Wei Wei. Would you like to join us? We'll dine at an external restaurant. He intentionally sought to ease the relationship between them, enduring for the sake of future dormitory harmony with Su Jianwei. It's still early for dinner. It's only 4 o'clock. A new model of computers has just been released, and we are heading to the store to experience it firsthand. My old computer has served me for nearly a year, and it's time for an upgrade. Wei Wei, would you like to join us for a look? We're all planning to buy the new model, Su Ruchio said with a smile, glancing at Su Jianwei. Her motivation for engaging Su Jianwei in conversation stemmed from the sight of her outdated and worn-out computer, which resembled a second-hand device. In their classes, it was customary for each student to possess a laptop, with most opting for Apple's offerings. Other brands were rare. Even among those, they were typically high-end models, costing at least 4,000 to 5,000 yuan to be deemed presentable. In stark contrast, Su Jianwei's laptop appeared akin to a low-quality product from a discount site, possibly obtainable for just 1,000 or 2,000 yuan. Su Jianwei was thwarted at lunch, missing the opportunity to meet with the Qian couple. Now, she was intent on striking at Jianwei's vulnerabilities, and in front of Lu Fei no less, aiming to expose how Jianwei, of all people, could even consider studying alongside them with such a subpar laptop. No need. You all can go ahead. Lu Fei and I have other matters to attend to, she stated firmly, closing her laptop and pulling Lu Fei along, unwilling to dine with Su Ruchio and the others. Oh, what could be more important than a meal? There's an Apple Experience store right next to the school. Let us go take a look. Su Ruchio persisted, her enthusiasm unrelenting. At that moment, Wang Xian leaned closer to Su Jianwei, inquiring, "What brand is your laptop? I've never seen one like it. Is it efficient? We have a lot of materials to study that the teachers upload online. If the computer isn't up to par, it would greatly hinder our learning. If yours is good, I might consider getting one just like it. Of course it's functional. I saw her typing away during class, likely working on a paper. What brand is it? If it's effective, I might forego an Apple," Wang Xian remarked. "Yes, this must be a domestic brand. Let us support local products. If it works well, why bother with an Apple?" Su Ruchio added with a smile. The trio seemed to revel in their shared theatrics, their spirits buoyed by the banter. Su Jianwei, however, found herself exasperated. "What does my computer have to do with your purchases? Are you all infants needing my approval?" she retorted bluntly, causing their demeanor to shift abruptly. They forced smiles, responding, "Oh, we mean no offense. We simply wish to gather insights. After all, purchasing a computer is crucial for our studies." Wang Xian leaned in, scrutinizing the brand of Su Jianwei's laptop, then opened a shopping app. "Wow, your computer is only 2,000 yuan? Is there truly such an affordable option available?" she exclaimed. "Can a 2,000 yuan computer even function properly?" Another roommate chimed in. "Girls can be quite vain. Shouldn't a computer at least cost 4,000? A 2,000 yuan model would likely be painfully slow." They deliberately vocalized the price to draw attention from their peers. Rolling her eyes, Su Jianwei replied, "I bought this second-hand laptop for less than 500 yuan, and it works perfectly well. If you want, I can recommend it to you." Su Ruchio quickly waved her hand. "Let us not go there. I think I'll stick to looking at Apple products." We're not being vain. It's just that the computer is vital for our future studies. This investment shouldn't be skimped on. Why don't you join us in getting a new laptop? A 500 yuan second-hand computer might suffice now. But it won't hold up later. I'm looking out for your best interests. Su Ruchio was certain that Su Jianwei couldn't afford a new computer. After all, if the Qian couple offered you 100,000 for a settlement and you refused, you must now understand the significance of money. Without it, one can hardly move forward. Shame not just to embarrass Su Jianwei, but also to place Lu Fei in an uncomfortable position. Aren't you, Lu Fei, proud enough to insist on pursuing legal action? Even if you win, what good does it do if your girlfriend is stuck with a poor-quality laptop, affecting her studies? Buy it. Come on, I noticed your computer was lagging earlier. Let us head to the computer market. I'll gift you a new one. Luffy initially intended to secretly purchase a computer for Su Jianwei. However, since Su Ruchio and her companions insisted on joining them, he acquiesced to their request. Su Jianwei cast a sideways glance at Luffy. Is this amusing to you? She asked. Not particularly. I merely thought you wouldn't relish the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes by your ear, he replied. Su Jianwei shook her head in resignation. Very well, let us take a look. I was contemplating replacing my computer anyway. Su Ruchio and her friends exchanged frosty glances, feeling somewhat offended. They decided to tolerate Luffy's pretentiousness, planning to humiliate him with their financial prowess once they reached the store, reminding him that wealth conferred significance. With strained smiles, they remarked, let's go together. Otherwise, we'll miss dinner. Come on, Wei Wei. Luffy took Su Jianwei's hand, and the five of them departed from the school, heading toward the nearby shopping mall. Their journey was marked by a lack of conversation. Upon entering the mall, they were greeted by an experienced store at the entrance. And Su Ruchio and her friends eagerly clamored for the latest Apple computers, eager to step inside. I prefer not to use Apple. Let us explore other brands nearby. Sufiambe seguistid, intentionally avoiding Su Ruchio. In truth, she had no strong brand preference. What mattered was that she would need a computer for her studies. Although they were philosophy majors, practical computer skills were still essential. Su Ruchio and Wang Xin exchanged knowing smiles, aware that few girls could resist the allure of Apple computers. Not only were they renowned for their smooth performance, but their exquisite design also overshadowed other mainstream brands. Typically, those who professed disinterest in Apple did so for one reason: a lack of funds. Su Ruchio felt a twinge of embarrassment on Su Jianwei's behalf. Chapter 88. High-end computers. Wei Wei. Most of us students use Apple computers primarily because their operating system is clean and efficient, unlike other brands. Besides, our professors use them as well. It would be wise for you to consider Apple, Su Ruchio thoughtfully suggested. Wang Xin chimed in. The latest models cost over 10,000, but the older, lower-spec versions can be acquired for 6,000 to 7,000, which isn't exorbitant. We girls shouldn't compromise. Another roommate directly pointed to Luffy. Luffy, since Wei Wei wants to save money, shouldn't you, as her boyfriend, make some gesture? If you opt for installments, it would only be a few hundred a month. Surely you can manage that? She reminisced. My first computer was an Apple gifted by my high school boyfriend. It served me well, but I suppose it's time for an upgrade. This girl cherished the Apple computer her ex-boyfriend had given her, always eager to flaunt it. Despite the painful memory of their breakup after he had left her unexpectedly pregnant, a matter she could never bring herself to discuss. The trio was acutely aware that Su Jianwei could not afford an Apple and intentionally sought to pressure her into overspending. After all, how could someone who used a second-hand computer worth a few hundred suddenly transition to an Apple? Nevertheless, Luffy remained indifferent. His focus was on practicality. Since the school's faculty used Apple computers, it would be beneficial for Su Jianwei to do the same for her studies. Shall we check out the Apple store? Luffy proposed, noting its convenient location at the mall entrance. The three young women were utterly delighted. Indeed, Lu Fei was concerned about appearances. Once inside the Apple store, would he not have to put on a FAAD and opt for a lower-tier iPhone on an installment plan? Meanwhile, they were all prepared to purchase the latest model outright, relishing the sight of Lu Fei struggling to afford an older version while he and Su Jianwei felt the sting of embarrassment. After the awkwardness, it was likely that Lu Fei would be unable to afford a meal, adding to the amusement of the situation. They were eagerly seeking revenge on the wealthy young man, perhaps even earning his gratitude in the process. The three could not help but smile. Let us go take a look and experience it for ourselves. If we really don't want it, we don't have to buy anything, Su Ruchio urged. Once we enter, if we all make purchases and you don't, won't you feel embarrassed? Her eyes twinkled with mischief, as if she could already foresee the outcome. No need. Let us check out the store next door. Su Jianwei tugged at Lu Fei, uninterested in the antics of the three women. The trio suddenly grew anxious. The show had just begun, and without them, who would play the fool? Is it really necessary? It's just a chance for you to embarrass yourselves. Oh, Wei. You don't need to worry about Lu Fei's finances. As a gentleman, it's only appropriate for him to spend a few hundred on you each month. Su Ruchio reasoned, convinced that Su Jianwei was concerned for Lu Fei's wallet. Exactly. A girl deserves to be pampered. Lu Fei, you mustn't skimp on this. The last guy who pursued me spent thousands on gifts each month, and I still didn't agree to anything. Now that you've won Wei's heart, you should cherish her. Wang Xin chimed in seriously, as if she were Su Jianwei's closest confidant. She recognized that Su Jianwei was stubborn and difficult to manipulate, yet she sought to entice Lu Fei into putting on a show. It seemed Lu Fei had not heard her at all. Turning to Su Jianwei, he said, "All right then, let us check out the Dell store next door. I saw their new series of computers online, and they looked impressive. Since we're here, I might as well experience them in person." He planned to acquire two, ideally customizing a couple's model. Upon hearing that Lu Fei would not be visiting the Apple store, the three women felt a chill of disappointment. The anticipated spectacle was slipping away, and they would have no one to boast to about their new purchases. However, they perked up when they heard Lu Fei's subsequent words. "You're quite something, aren't you? Truly the king of appearances. Dell Computers? That's a high-end brand. The cheapest models are likely pricier than the latest Apple laptops. Are you really spoiling your girlfriend that much? We must see this for ourselves. Let us go check it out. If it's truly good, we could consider installment payments." Su Ruchio giggled, covering her mouth. Lu Fei was utterly amusing. "Su Jianwei has already set the stage for you. Why not just take the cue? Instead, you insist on flaunting your ability to buy something more expensive than what we would. Is that not a slap in our faces? Very well then, we'll accompany you." They laughed. Not being able to afford an Apple product doesn't mean you have to show off. The girl whose ex-boyfriend had gifted her an iPhone could hardly contain herself. In her eyes, owning an Apple was the pinnacle of sophistication. Aspiring to acquire a more expensive computer simply reeked of pretentiousness, especially since Lu Fei couldn't even afford it. High-end computers could cost a couple of thousand a month on an installment plan. Could a mere student like him bear such a burden? Lu Fei coldly smirked. It's just a computer. What else to flaunt? He had endured the three young women's antics for far too long. The atmosphere became momentarily tense, prompting Su Ruchio to quickly diffuse the situation. "Let us not pretend," she said. "Lu Fei's affection is palpable. Why don't we venture into the Dell store together?" She intended to place Lu Fei in a challenging position. The drama continued to unfold as Su Jianwei strode ahead, disregarding the trio behind him. Lu Fei followed suit, and the two entered the Dell computer store. Su Ruchio and her companions trailed behind, and soon a sales assistant, heavily made up, approached them. "What price range are you considering for a computer?" "Price is of little consequence. What truly matters is usability," Lu Fei replied calmly. His words bore a hint of naivety. After all, in the realm of computers, higher prices typically equate to superior performance. Surely, he could have simply requested the most expensive model. The sales assistant sized them up, noting Lu Fei's ordinary attire, and led them to the section displaying standard computers. Here we have our newly launched Jiru A series, equipped with Intel's 11th generation core processors. Boasting formidable performance suitable for both academic and gaming pursuits, the assistant elaborated. "How much does this computer cost?" Wang Xin inquired with a smile, intentionally probing for the price, as she was aware this was an entry-level notebook. The assistant, adhering to the conventional sales pitch, responded, "The more affordable, the better, of course. Our budget-friendly 3 series starts at just over 3,000, with the option for installment payments. Only 300 per month to take it home. 3,000 is quite reasonable. Actually, It far surpasses those inferior brands priced at 1 or 2,000, Su Ruchio suggested kindly. Lu Fei, why not consider this one? This tactic was a clever retreat. Having previously boasted about purchasing a high-end computer, settling for a model priced at 3,000 would indeed be laughable. Lu Fei, however, was not particularly interested in this computer. Given his field of study, he required a new device, having endured the frustrations of a sluggish old one. Now that he had the means, he naturally wished to explore the highest-end options available. Sensing the shift in dynamics, the sales assistant quickly redirected his focus towards Lu Fei. If you find this model's performance lacking, we can discuss an upgrade to the 7 series. The price is not significantly higher, but typically the 3 series suffices for most students. Do you have any models from that series? Please show me, Wang Xian urged, fearing Lu Fei might yield to purchasing a 3 or 4,000 yuan computer. Her proactive request to view high-end models was a strategic move. The series in question was positioned as premium workstation-level devices, optimized for various industrial design software, though their prices were indeed dauntingly high, beyond the reach of the average consumer. Yet, Wang Xian's appearance, dressed in designer attire and high-end Chelsea boots, signaled her affluence. The sales assistant promptly shifted his attention from Lu Fei to Wang Xian, enthusiastically stating, "Yes, indeed. Follow me. I'll show you the options." Chapter 89. Customization at its finest. He must be exceedingly wealthy. Wang Xian gazed at Lu Fei with a bright smile as she followed the assistant to the display of premium computers. "Wow, these are stunning," she exclaimed upon seeing the computers in the showcase. Previously, she had believed that Apple offered the most aesthetically pleasing designs, but upon closer inspection of a sleek, meticulously crafted device before her, she realized that one gets what one pays for. This model eclipsed Apple in allure. If only a gentleman would purchase such a computer as a gift for her, she would undoubtedly be charmed. After all, this computer was not only functional and beautiful, but also a symbol of prestige. Lu Fei truly deserves the title of the grandiose king of Linda. Though he may be financially constrained, he possesses an impressive knowledge of various top-tier products. This notebook is undoubtedly a luxury item. The sales clerk introduced. This is our latest model, the 7560, designed for in-depth creative work, with a sleek and minimalist appearance that perfectly complements a lady's grace. Wan Xin smiled, seemingly convinced of her innate aristocratic aura. She did not deny her intent to purchase, but instead glanced at Su Jianwei, remarking, "I believe this laptop aligns more with Weiwei's essence. How fortunate she is to have someone willing to buy it for her." The sales clerk turned her gaze towards Su Jianwei. Indeed, Su Jianwei's features and physique surpassed those of Wang Xian, yet she was dressed in ordinary attire today, lacking any noble demeanor. Could it be that the less impressive-looking boy beside her was the one buying it for her? The sales clerk felt a twinge of disappointment. Realizing that these two groups stood in opposition, Su Jianwei and Lu Fei on one side, and Wang Xian and Su Ruchio on the other, evidently creating tension. Besides the previously mentioned Druwei and its series, we also have a Lingwei series, which is quite suitable for students. Would you like to take a look? The sales clerk assumed that Lu Fei could not afford that series. Though she might lose a few hundred, she still sought to make a sale without offending anyone. The Lingwei series offered both budget-friendly and premium options, primarily focusing on lightweight designs, making it ideal for students. "No, I think this one is quite good. Please tell me more about it," Lu Fei stated calmly. The main act was about to commence, and Wang Xian was indeed a clever little imp. As Lu Fei was evidently putting on a fade, the sales clerk, lacking enthusiasm, continued, "This model features the latest generation of Intel's 7th processor, with graphics card options of either 5000 or 3080. Whether for intensive industrial design or 3D rendering, its performance will meet your needs." "You are all students, I presume?" Lu Fei nodded affirmatively. "Yes, we are students." "What are your majors?" "I am in the mechanical measurement and control department, and my girlfriend is in the philosophy department." The sales clerk replied, "This laptop is particularly well suited for engineering students. However, liberal arts students might not require such robust performance." Since this purchase was primarily for Su Jianwei, her comments naturally provided Lu Fei a moment of reprieve. Su Ruchio quickly interjected. We're students from Linda. The philosophy department also involves extensive use of specialized software and the latest technologies, so any degree of performance is beneficial. The sales clerk forced a smile while looking at Lu Fei and Su Jianwei. What do you two think? I think it's quite good. But how much is this laptop? I didn't TC the price. Wang Xian inquired with a smile. In truth, the price tag was right beneath the counter, and her question was deliberately posed to heighten the drama. At this moment, all three women were eagerly anticipating how Lu Fei would react upon learning the price and what excuse he would concoct for not purchasing it. The scene was simply too delightful. They had worked hard to witness this moment. Let us see you put on a show, the sales clerk replied. This model, equipped with the 3080 graphics card, is priced at $18,999. Our in-store and online prices are the same, and we would never deceive you. If you find a lower price, it must be from an unofficial source. A notebook approaching 20,000. Three young women gazed with starry-eyed admiration. This was true sophistication. Even the Apple brand paled in comparison. They yearned for such luxury, but alas, their budgets fell short. Nevertheless, they were entertained by watching Lu Fei's extravagant display. They anticipated that upon learning the price, his expression would be utterly mortified, akin to a grimace of dismay. However, Lu Fei remained unperturbed, his demeanor as calm as an ancient well. I find the i7 processor unsatisfactory. I desire something superior, he stated nonchalantly. Not sufficient. Truly remarkable, Lu Fei. You possess an extraordinary ability to maintain composure. The three women regarded him with newfound respect. They had previously heard of his ostentation at Xian Kuan's birthday celebration, where he flaunted a $1 million bracelet borrowed from another. It seemed he was indeed living up to his reputation. The salesperson chimed in. The adjacent model features the i9 processor, but it starts with 32 gigabytes of memory, priced at nearly $40,000. 40,000. Is there no further upgrade available? Lu Fei inquired. The salesperson replied. One could upgrade to a professional 4-screen setup with an advanced graphics card, but that would be significantly more expensive. The top configuration approaches 100,000. She had no intention of closing a sale. She merely wished to provide information. At this moment, Su Ruchio and the other two women fell silent, quietly observing Lu Fei's ostentation. Do you offer custom models? Lu Fei asked the salesperson. Indeed, we do, she responded. Is it possible to delay payment for the order? Can it be canceled? Su Ruchio inquired with a knowing smile, convinced Lu Fei intended to use the custom order as an excuse to back out later. The salesperson smirked slightly. Custom orders require upfront payment. Su Ruchio was satisfied, eager to see how Lu Fei would respond next. Please, I would like to order 2 units. I want a couple's edition with the maximum memory of 64 gigabytes, a 5,000 graphics card, a 4-screen display, and the largest storage capacity available. Please calculate the price. I will pay up front, adjusting for any differences later. Boom! Lu Fei's voice was soft, yet each word resonated like thunder, echoing above Su Ruchio and her companions. Is he serious? They only require 16 gigabytes for their Apple computers, and Lu Fei is opting for 64 gigabytes, 4 times their needs. How will they hold their heads high in front of Su Jianwei? The disparity between the various graphics cards and screens was irrelevant. How could one compare a computer worth 10,000 to one worth 100,000? The salesperson was taken aback, diligently recording Lu Fei's specifications and meticulously confirming the desired configuration. Lu Fei articulated his needs with clarity, evidently well-versed in computers, having already contemplated precisely what he wished to purchase. This will be the highest configuration ever customized in our store this year. The salesperson promptly summoned a technician. After a brief discussion, the technician further upgraded Lu Fei's configuration, knowing that budget was not a concern for him. The total estimate for one computer was 200,000, making it 400,000 for 2. 200,000 for a laptop? Su Ruchio and the others were astonished. 2 such computers could purchase half a suite in Lin City. Surely, Lu Fei could not be serious? Please proceed with the payment. The day was waning, and Lu Fei was eager to finalize his computer purchase before heading out for a meal. Chapter 90. The Girl's Competitive Spirit. The new Apple models have lost their allure. Su Jianwei harbored no objections. Nonetheless, he felt a flicker of anticipation for top-tier computers. In the past, when he opted for an older model to save money, it was a source of great frustration. Life has certainly improved now. Su Ruqiu and her companions stared in disbelief, unable to fathom that Lu Fei would indeed spend 400,000 on 2 computers. Will you be paying by card, sir? The sales associate's demeanor shifted as she grasped the truth that appearances can be deceiving. Completing the sale would secure her commission for the month, equivalent to 2 months' salary. Card, Lu Fei replied, disregarding Su Ruqiu and the others, barely sparing them a glance as he produced a black bank card. The trio braced themselves for the sound of insufficient funds. However, that sound never came. Beep. Transaction successful. Amount 400,000. Astounding. 400,000 vanished for a mere computer. What sort of extravagant second-generation rich kid is this? The 3 girls stood frozen, realizing they had unwittingly become the jesters of the moment, momentarily at a loss for words. Why don't you 3 consider acquiring one as well? The Apple models might not be as exceptional, considering the hardware specifications, Lu Fei remarked casually, his tone betraying a hint of mockery aimed at Su Ruqiu and her friends. Their tongues tangled in confusion. The sales associate turned to Su Ruqiu and Wang Xin. Would you like to look at a lower-spec model? No, thank you. I still prefer the Apple. It simply has a more appealing design, Su Ruqiu replied despondently. Initially, she had budgeted for the new Apple model, believing it would elevate her status. Yet, the memory of Su Jianwei's 200,000 yuan computer rendered the Apple utterly unappealing. She felt like a rural girl lacking sophistication, standing before a fashionable city woman. Her self-pity was reminiscent of a character lamenting her fate. Shall we accompany you to the Apple store? After shopping, we could all dine together? Lu Fei proposed, viewing it as a means to smooth over relations, even if these 3 girls were rather disagreeable. Ultimately, they would share a dorm, and switching dorms would be a hassle. Dining together was merely an effort at reconciliation. However, the 3 girls, feeling like clowns, found no courage to face Su Jianwei again. No, thank you. We wouldn't want to be a burden. You go ahead and enjoy your meal. We'll just wander around. Su Ruqiu assumed Lu Fei's invitation was merely a guise for ridicule and wished she could disappear into the ground. Then you enjoy your wandering. Lu Fei and I will head to dinner first, Su Jianwei replied coldly, uninterested in sharing a meal with them. Lu Fei exchanged contact information with the sales associate. The computers would be delivered directly to the school once prepared. With that settled, he and Su Jianwei proceeded to the dining area on the upper floor of the mall. Once they were out of sight, Su Ruqiu and her friends finally exhaled, enveloped in silence. Would you like to explore other computer series we offer? The sales associate inquired, eager to continue her sales pitch. Who would want to look at your computers? We are set on purchasing the new Apple models, Wang Xin snapped, her frustration evident as she glared at the staff. The sales associate smirked, then by all means, go to the Apple store. Unfortunately, your new models wouldn't even be worthy of carrying Mr. Lu's custom computer. The store clerk's temperament was far from pleasant. The 3 individuals were so enraged that their faces turned pale. What kind of attitude is this? Do you dare to report me? One exclaimed. Is having an expensive computer something to boast about? How dare you, a mere worker, show me such disdain? Wang Xin placed her hands on her hips, revealing her true colors. Yet, the clerk remained unfazed. Feel free to report us. You come to our store to flaunt your Apple products, and you think you have the right to complain? Wang Xin, seething with anger, was determined to continue the argument, but Su Ruqiu took a deep breath, wishing to avoid further confrontation. If the clerk disclosed how they had mocked Lu Fei, their faces would be utterly disgraced. Let us go. We are students of Lingda. Why bother squabbling with her? Let us check out the Apple store instead. She quickly departed from the Dell store, heading towards the Apple store. A computer was still a necessity. Upon arriving at the Apple store, they asked the clerk for information. The clerk explained that the computer featured Apple's latest processor, equipped with 16 gigabytes of RAM and 512 gigabytes of storage. Is it possible to upgrade the memory? Wan Xin In Gui. The clerk confirmed that 32 gigabytes options were available, but at a significantly higher cost, an additional 5,000 yuan. The three women exchanged glances. An extra 5,000 was well beyond their budget. They could only afford the 16 gigabytes version. As for the graphics card, it was decidedly lacking. Although it was a high-end model, it suddenly seemed less appealing. I'm not buying it. My old computer still works. The girl known as the abortion girl lamented. Suruchio fell silent for a moment before exhaling deeply. They needed a computer, not to compete with others. In truth, an Apple computer would sufficiently meet their daily needs. Purchasing a more expensive model was unnecessary. Upgrading the memory merely for writing papers felt ostentatious. A laugh escaped her lips as she imagined Lu Fei as a nouveau riche. Indeed, he must be a newly wealthy individual. Back in freshman year, he was selling goods on campus. Perhaps his family has undergone a relocation, which is quite amusing. It was no wonder he dismissed the 100,000 yuan compensation his family received. He casually spent 400,000 on a computer, making Qian Kuin's parents the butt of a joke. Wan Xin Zima Gon Li, thinking of Qian Kuin's parents, who were bankers, being outshone by Lu Fei. She felt a sense of balance within herself. Suruchio and the abortion girl fell silent as well. So what if Lu Fei was nouveau riche? He was still wealthy. They desired better computers, yet sadly, they lacked the means to afford them. If only Lu Fei were my boyfriend, both Suruchio and the abortion girl thought simultaneously. Suddenly, Suruchio remembered something. Lu Fei had wanted to treat them to a meal. A person like Lu Fei, undoubtedly affluent, surely wouldn't seek just one woman. Could he be interested in one of them? In terms of looks, she was slightly inferior to Wang Xin, yet she was still beautiful with well-defined features. Among the three, she had the best figure. Upon reflection, the other two roommates had ridiculed Lu Fei, while she had been trying to mediate. Lu Fei's anger was likely directed at the other two, not at her at all. Suruchio's eyes brightened, as if she had discovered a new world, and a smile crept onto her face. Why should I envy Su Jianwei? The simple girl focused solely on her studies. The sky seemed to brighten once more. Autumn, why are you still smiling? It's nothing. Let us finish buying our computers and head to the cafeteria for a meal. Suruchio's demeanor has calmed. Ultimately, she and Wang Xin each acquired the latest standard version of the Apple laptop. Regrettably, the excitement they had anticipated prior to their arrival was entirely absent. In comparison to Su Jianwei's laptop, their own devices felt rather lackluster. The girl who had undergone an abortion chose not to purchase a computer, finding solace in the remaining funds, feeling as though she had made a prudent decision. Chapter 91. The Admirer of Teacher by Lu Fei and Su Jianwei made their way to the top floor of the mall, where the food court was located, and selected a delightful Western restaurant to indulge in some steak. Tell me about the three of them. Lu Fei inquired about Suruchio and her companions. Su Qianbei, disliking the act of disparaging others behind their backs, refrained from elaborating, merely stating that the dynamics among the roommates appeared to be deteriorating once more, leaving them with no alternatives. Lu Fei suggested, why not switch dorms? The relationships among roommates during college are incredibly significant. If they're fraught with tension, it can be quite distressing. He reminisced about his own dormitory, where he felt a strong bond with his brothers. Although they had recently grown somewhat distant, they remained open and honest with one another, unlike Su Jianwei's roommates. However, Su Jianwei shook her head. If it doesn't work out, then it doesn't work out. I am indifferent. This way, I can study in peace alone. Besides, this situation is only temporary. I wish to expedite my university coursework and prepare for the graduate entrance examination. Zhang Jinhua had high hopes for her, already making plans to recommend her for graduate school, expecting that after 2 years of university courses, she would be ready to tackle her graduate research topics. However, the situation remained uncertain, and she knew she needed to exert herself. Lu Fei said no more. When their steaks arrived, it was both of their first experiences with the dish, and they had ordered it well done. The ambience of the restaurant was delightful, and the steaks were quite palatable. As they dined, 2 individuals unexpectedly entered the establishment. Lu Fei glanced up to see it was none other than their counselor, Bai Wenwen. Bai Wenwen trailed behind a man clad in a gray jacket, clutching a handbag tightly. Appearing rather preoccupied, they seated themselves directly behind Lu Fei, with Bai Wenwen's back to him. Lost in her thoughts, she failed to notice Lu Fei's presence. While enjoying her steak, Su Jianwei took out her printed materials to peruse meticulously, contemplating the matter of reporting the Qian Kuan couple. Years prior, during the privatization of the Linshan Gold Company, the Qingshan Association's Yunhai Group had been the sole qualified enterprise to acquire shares at a low price. Although the documents were abundant, she had been unable to locate any information regarding the founder of the Yunhai Group. She only knew that the Qian couple were among the few remaining employees at the gold company who were also shareholders of Yunhai Group. Thus, she intended to report Qiangang and Luo Yunmei directly. However, she surmised that this matter likely entangled more formidable figures, and she wished to delve deeper into her research. Meanwhile, Lu Fei paid her no mind. On the other side, the man in the jacket called for the waiter to order steak and began conversing with Bai Wenwen. "Wenwen, I never expected you would reach out to me. Today truly feels like my lucky day. I am overjoyed," he remarked with a rather oily tone. Bai Wenwen, in contrast, appeared somewhat embarrassed, her voice markedly softer than usual, no longer resembling the counselor Lu Fei knew. "I have not responded to you until now, and I hope you don't mind my abrupt contact. The gentleman, Duan Ruiming, serves as the human resources supervisor at a company. Initially, Bai Wenwen had interviewed for a position there, capturing Duan Ruiming's attention, which led him to pursue her ardently. At first, Bai Wenwen held a favorable impression of him. However, upon hearing certain rumors and perceiving his flirtatious demeanor, she chose to distance herself, feeling uncomfortable enough to resign and return to her role as a counselor at her alma mater. The nature of their relationship remained rather awkward. Today, it was Bai Wenwen who extended an invitation to Duan Ruiming. "It's impossible, Wenwen. You must know my feelings. I genuinely like you. Over this past year, though you have not reciprocated, you have occupied my thoughts. I have purchased gifts for you, which you have declined, yet I remain unfazed and will continue to do so. Initially, I was hesitant to enter a relationship, feeling it inappropriate to accept gifts without reciprocation. However, I believe I have come to a realization, perhaps due to age. You are truly remarkable, and if possible, we could explore a romantic relationship together," she expressed with a hint of melancholy. Once a young girl with dreams of beautiful love, a year in the workforce had shifted her perspective, revealing that material stability holds paramount importance. Duan Ruiming, despite his minor flaws, offered a stable career, which could alleviate numerous complications